A packet of instant noodles will cost you 15 yuan. The cashier retrieved the scanner, only to see the customer presenting a 20 yuan note. Very well, I shall return 5 yuan to you. As she spoke, the cashier couldn't help but glance up at the slender girl standing before the counter. Dressed in the uniform of the nearby Yingshan College, she possessed long hair cascading down to her waist, a delicate and petite visage. Her skin, devoid of foundation, was strikingly pale, yet bore a hint of pallor, while her gem-like eyes were as still as a deep well, exuding a touch of coldness. What a remarkably beautiful girl she was. After receiving the bag of noodles and her change, the girl exited the convenience store. As the automatic doors parted, a gentle chill, mingled with the scent of the asphalt-laden air, caressed her face. She slightly lifted her gaze, noticing how the mist veiled the neon-lit buildings, rendering the bustling city a touch quieter that IT was reigning. After tucking the noodles into her satchel, the girl extended her hand to open an umbrella, but her peripheral vision caught sight of something. It was a man. In his mid-20s, he was clad in a black suit, though his collar appeared to have been roughly torn open, with his tie hanging in a half circle around his neck. The man seemed to have lingered here for some time, as scattered open beer cans lay at his feet. At that moment, as the girl observed him, the man raised his dull eyes. Their gazes met, and he suddenly smiled, speaking, "Little sister, it is quite perilous for a beautiful flower of our nation like you to stand here, gazing at unfamiliar men." He shifted his stiff body slightly, his calf colliding with a beer can, producing a sharp sound. "I never expected to sleep on the street for so long," Yi Shuang murmured, her smile resembling a bitter grin. The events of the past few days could be succinctly summarized in a single phrase. Unemployment, heartbreak, loss of parents. Sitting on the steps of the convenience store, Yi Shuang lifted her gaze slightly, her vacant eyes staring at the distant skyscrapers. In such a thriving city, there was no room for someone like her. A lifetime of effort might not even suffice to reach the starting line of certain individuals. What, after all, is the purpose of living? Her gaze fell upon a puddle nearby, droplets of rain cascading into it, and at that moment, Yi Shuang felt a sense of confusion akin to the raindrop that plopped into the puddle, creating no ripples whatsoever, and no one cared where she came from or where she was headed. Crackle! The sound of a plastic bag abruptly pierced through the rain, and Yi Shuang noticed the girl who had been watching her draw closer, holding an additional package. A package of instant noodles? A 5-pack of Kong Shirmu instant noodles. And it was the pickled cabbage flavor. Yi Shuang. After a moment of silence, she regarded the girl attempting to thrust the noodles into her embrace and couldn't help but ask, "Why are you giving me this?" The girl stared at Yi Shuang for several seconds before emitting a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. "Feeling hungry is quite uncomfortable." Yi Shuang was momentarily taken aback, instinctively accepting the instant noodles. He gazed at the girl's quiet, penetrating stare and retrieved his phone, peering through the cracked screen to check the time. It was 12:12 a.m. "It's so late you should hurry home," Yi Shuang suggested. "Your family must be worried about you." Upon hearing this, the girl's beautiful eyes seemed to dim slightly. She cast one last glance at Yi Shuang before turning away, clutching her umbrella. "How am I supposed to eat such a large package? It's not like the cup version," Yi Shuang mused, watching the slender figure gradually fade into the distance, then looking down at the substantial bag of noodles in his hands. He couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating chuckle. Perhaps this child was unaware that he didn't even have a place to call home. Indeed, there was not a single spot here that belonged to him. Yet, the heavy weight pressing down on Yi Shuang's heart felt somewhat alleviated, for the kindness of a stranger inevitably brings warmth. And she was such a beautiful girl. Slowly, Yi Shuang rose to his feet. Perhaps due to having consumed too much alcohol, he felt a haze clouding his mind, and his throat was dry, making it difficult to swallow. After opening the last bottle of beer to rinse his mouth and quench his thirst, he fished out a crumpled pack of cigarettes from his pocket. As he glanced in the direction the girl had departed, he froze in shock. In the distance, 2 men were flanking her, pinching the white umbrella between them. They even appeared to be pulling at her. Damn it, they're not even sparing students? Yi Shuang crumpled the beer can in his hand and, braving the intensifying rain, dashed forward with purpose. At that moment, the girl was being tugged by the 2 men. "Come on, it's already past midnight, let's go have some fun at the bar. You don't seem too eager to head home, do you, little sister? Come on, come on." We have plenty of students your age over there. Everyone's having a great time. Pushed along by the two men, the girl clutched her umbrella, feeling bewildered and paralyzed by fear, was unable to voice a protest. Seeing her silent acquiescence and captivated by her striking visage, the men grew bolder, reaching out with intent. Slap. The sharp sound of a palm meeting flesh mingled with the rain, resounding in the air as it struck one of the men squarely in the face, sending him tumbling to the ground. Mud splattered across his body, rendering him unable to rise, while his companions stood frozen in shock, utterly dumbfounded at that moment. Yishuang stood in the puddle. The scent of alcohol mingled with the rain, his imposing figure radiating an intimidating aura. You, I'll tell you if you dare to hit my brother. I'll take you both down, Yi Shuang retorted, pulling the girl to his side before swiftly kicking the other assailant to the ground. After completing all this, he grasped the girl's wrist and ran through the rain-soaked night, the torrential downpour quickly saturating their bodies. Bai Yuyo stared vacantly at the man who was pulling her along, inexplicably devoid of any desire to halt her steps. This should suffice, Yi Shuang remarked shortly thereafter, arriving at the bus stop while simultaneously realizing he was still holding her wrist, prompting him to release it at. Once, did I grip you too tightly? I was a bit hasty earlier, he added. Bai Yuyo shook her head, a few damp strands of hair clinging to her fair complexion, enhancing her beauty. At that moment, Yishuang also observed that her clothes were completely drenched, the fabric clinging to her skin, revealing its delicate hue. Your undergarments. Yishuang realized she was not wearing any. Bai Yuyo merely tilted her head in response, her expression remaining largely unchanged. It's all right now. Where do you live? Allow me to escort you home, Yishuang suggested, diverting his gaze. Next time, refrain from venturing out alone so late, understood? Bai Yuyo nodded, extending her finger toward a building across the street. I guess that you're home? Yishuang inquired, receiving an affirmative nod. He then looked toward the underground pedestrian crossing, saying, let us proceed. The girl's residence was situated in an old residential complex, not far from the convenience store they had just visited. The security guard, an elderly man in his 70s, was fast asleep in a wicker chair within the security booth, perhaps lulled into a deeper slumber by the comforting sound of rain. Is this the place? Upon entering the complex and gazing at the 6-story building and the deep green iron gate, Yishuang retracted his gaze. You should head back now. Do not worry your parents. To avoid glimpsing certain areas, Yishuang intentionally averted his eyes toward the side of the iron gate. However, at that moment, Bai Yuyo reached out and grasped the hem of his clothing. Under the dim light of the entrance, her expression evoked in Yishuang a sense of encountering a forsaken creature beneath a street lamp. Very well, I shall accompany you upstairs, Yishuang conceded, believing the girl was apprehensive about the earlier incident. Yet upon reaching the 4th floor and being pulled into a unit, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Once inside, Yishuang realized the apartment was engulfed in darkness, devoid of any signs of other inhabitants. Living alone, a faint musty odor lingered in the air, with scattered items strewn across the floor. With the click of a switch, the surroundings brightened, revealing a chaotic assortment of bottles, boxes, and undergarments littering the ground, leaving little room to place one's feet. What a mess. However, since it was someone else's home, Yishuang felt it inappropriate to voice his thoughts. He turned to speak with the young girl, only to find her pulling up her clothes with both hands, revealing a smooth abdomen devoid of any excess flesh. What are you doing? Yishuang exclaimed upon witnessing the scene. Bai Yuyo, upon hearing his words, calmly observed her actions and then softly replied, I'm taking a bath. Shouldn't you change in the bathroom then? To this, Bai Yuyo countered, but I've always changed like this. Why? Yishuang found himself a loss. Do your parents also change clothes like this when they're home? Bai Yuyo gazed at him for a moment before lowering her eyes to say, I have no parents. I'm sorry. I don't understand what I did wrong. Why? Yishuang slightly parted his lips, momentarily a loss for words, while the rain outside tapped against the window, allowing him to sense a hint of emotion from the girl. I truly am a wretched being. After a long pause, Yishuang finally uttered, I apologize. Why are you apologizing? Bai Yuyo tilted her head slightly, her beautiful face revealing a trace of confusion. Did you do something wrong? No. Yishuang hesitated, then glanced around, locating the bathroom as if to change the subject. You should take a shower first, or you might catch a cold. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuyo tugged at Yishuang's damp suit jacket. Why aren't you taking off your clothes? This time, Yishuang refrained from questioning why and patiently explained, because I am a man, and showers are meant to be taken alone. He realized that this girl seemed to possess a slight lack of understanding of common norms. More accurately, it would be fitting to describe her as having no common sense. After hearing his response, Bai Yuyo merely nodded and proceeded to take her shower. Soon, the sound of the shower echoed from within. Sitting on a wooden chair, Yishuang reached into his pocket, only to discover that his cigarettes had become thoroughly soaked and his lighter was nowhere to be found. With a slight sigh, he rummaged through another pocket, only to find his hand passing through completely, even grazing the hair on his thigh. Why, Yishuang? Damn, where's my phone? With trembling hands, Yishuang extracted a cigarette. Though it was impossible to light, he stuffed it between his lips and pressed down hard. The bitter taste of tobacco mingled with the rainwater, prompting him to frown slightly. His tumultuous emotions finally settling a bit. His vision seemed to blur slightly, and as he focused, he noticed a translucent window appearing alongside the cigarette in his hand. Item: soaked cigarette. Unlit, of little practical use. Seeing this semi-transparent window, Yishuang felt no surprise. It was something he had been able to perceive since childhood. Aside from being able to glimpse the information of certain objects, there appeared to be no other effect. Unlike the novels where one can traverse the heavens and the earth with boundless power, reality is, after all, reality. As a child, I often believed I could save the entire world. It was only upon growing up that I realized I could not even save myself. When, I wonder, did the dreams of my youth silently succumb to this rainy night? Soon, the bathroom door swung open, releasing a steady stream of white steam, and Bai Yuyo emerged, holding her clothes. The cigarette that Yishuang had in his mouth fell to the ground, prompting him to rise abruptly, exclaiming, "Put on your clothes before coming out." Upon hearing this, Bai Yuyo glanced at the damp garments in her hands and reached out to don them. "Stop." Yishuang halted her, inquiring, "Were the clothes you intend to change into?" Bai Yuyo pointed to the clothes hanging on the balcony. It was then that Yishuang noticed the numerous garments draped on the balcony, but he quickly found himself at a loss, as they were all school uniforms, the formal kind at that. There were no pajamas, nor even a loose-fitting t-shirt in sight. He reached out to touch one of the pleated skirts, only to discover it was still wet. Item: pleated skirt. A skirt that is yet to dry, lacking any particular use. Yishuang glanced at the other garments. Item: black stockings. Still damp stockings, likely without purpose. Item: pristine underwear. Undergarments that have yet to dry, presumably possessing some use. Item: Silver Mountain Academy girls' uniform. Wrinkled and still damp uniform. Finally, Yishuang spotted a bath towel, which he snatched from the balcony and returned to Bai Yuyo, offering it to her. "Wrap this around yourself." "Wrap around." Bai Yuyo looked at the towel in Yishuang's hands and proceeded to cover her lower body with it. "You need to cover the top as well." Oh. After some effort, Yishuang managed to ensure that the girl was adequately wrapped in the bath towel. Nevertheless, her slender, snow-white legs remained striking, akin to a work of art. Once he steadied his emotions, Yishuang noticed Bai Yuyo had begun to hang up her clothes. The garments she had changed out of dripped water dramatically, resembling a waterfall. It was no wonder that few items were dry initially. Yishuang had thought it was merely due to the inclement weather. "Don't you wring them out?" After a moment of silence, Yishuang asked, "How long have you been living alone?" To this, Bai Yuyo simply replied, "I don't know, a very long time." Yishuang approached her side, taking down all the clothes and wringing them out thoroughly. That moment, he noticed the absence of any detergent scent on the clothes, clearly indicating that she likely did not know how to use detergent. After hanging the clothes back up, Yishuang sighed, his gaze landing on Bai Yuyo. "Sister, you need to learn some basic common sense. Wish for someone to live well. This simply cannot be the case." Bai Yuyo merely gazed at Yishuang, remaining silent. "Never mind, I'm hardly in a position to criticize others when my own life is a mess," Yishuang remarked, scratching his head and letting out a sigh. He then added, "Little sister, I must take my leave. Remember, do not invite strangers like me into your home. It is quite perilous." With that, Yishuang intended to depart, for it was indeed inappropriate to linger in the abode of a solitary young woman. However, in the next moment, he felt a tug at the hem of his clothing. Turning around, he discovered Bai Yuyo reaching out to grasp him. She softly inquired, "Why are you leaving?" Because I need to earn a living. One cannot survive in this world without money, Yi Shuang replied with a smile, playfully shrugging his shoulders. Regrettably, there are no affluent patrons to support me otherwise. I could save myself 30 years of toil. What does support mean? To support someone means to provide them with financial assistance, Yi Shuang explained. Bai Yuhua silently released her grip and turned to return to her room. Yi Shuang paid little mind to it as he approached the door, poised to exit. He was startled by a clumsy sound behind him. He turned to see Bai Yuhua, her bathrobe having somehow slipped away, yet in her arms, she cradled a substantial stack of cash. In astonishment, Yi Shuang watched as the girl thrust both the money and herself into his embrace. Amidst the sound of rain, her delicate voice chimed once more. I will support you. Instinctively holding on to both the money and the girl, Yi Shuang's mind was momentarily in a daze, as the visual impact of the cash and the innocently expressive girl was overwhelming, causing him to squint against the brightness. He estimated that the stack of money amounted to around 10,000. The cash he now held was a weighty reminder of the financial reality he had only recently come to understand. Wrap this up, Yi Shuang said, placing the money on a nearby table before retrieving the fallen bath towel from the floor. He gently wrapped Bai Yuhua in it once more, resembling a rice dumpling. Bai Yuhua possessed an exquisite figure, concealed beneath her school uniform. As his fingers accidentally brushed against her skin, it felt as soft and delicate as tofu, leading Yi Shuang to ponder why a solitary young woman would possess such wealth and even propose to support him. Just moments ago, she had been unaware of the meaning of support. Of the beautiful girl living alone with such a substantial amount of cash at her disposal was a scenario Yi Shuang could hardly fathom, especially considering the potential dangers should certain individuals become aware of it. Moreover, the security in this community was nearly non-existent. The elderly security guard, in his 70s, might struggle just to walk, let alone apprehend any wrongdoers. As he looked at the girl before him, her tranquil gaze fixed upon him, Yi Shuang found himself increasingly concerned for her safety living alone. Where did this money come from? To exercise caution, Yi Shuang inquired. Bai Yuyo, in response to Yi Shuang's question, simply replied, "It was given by my mother." Mother, could it be that she has no parents? Or perhaps her understanding of the term differs from her own? Or did her mother leave her a substantial sum of cash before passing away? At that moment, Bai Yuyo posed a question, is this money insufficient for support? I have plenty more. Why, Yi Shuang? Pinching the bridge of his nose, Yi Shuang sat in silence for a while. Then, gazing at the girl's flawless, exquisite face, his previously bewildered heart seemed to suddenly find a semblance of direction, akin to a wayward ship discovering the beacon of a lighthouse. Perhaps it was all predestined on a misty, rain-soaked night in the city. He was taken in by such an innocent girl. The torrential rain outside continued to fall, yet the storm within Yi Shuang's heart gradually subsided, the pervasive gloom lifting to reveal a glimmer of light. Yi Shuang leisurely approached the nearby table, casually picking up a bundle of cash as he spoke. Since that is the case, I shall remain here for the time being, until our relationship reaches its conclusion. On that rainy night, a pact was forged, and thus began their fateful connection. Morning arrived, as dawn broke. Yi Shuang awoke to find the rain had ceased outside, replaced by the faint sounds of cheerful birdsong. The city, washed clean by the rain, appeared particularly pristine. Yi Shuang tidied up the entire house, and after a moment's contemplation, he also washed the undergarments strewn across the floor. Only after witnessing the orderly state of the home did he feel a touch more at ease. How surreal it was to be supported by a beautiful girl gazing at the house before him. Yi Shuang experienced an overwhelming sense of unreality. Well, since this is the path taken, there's no need to dwell on it. His clothes were still damp after all. A girl's home could hardly accommodate a man of his stature at 6 feet tall. However, these matters were trivial to Yi Shuang, who had swiftly fallen asleep on the floor the previous night. I could see that moment. The room remained silent, indicating that the girl had yet to rise. By the way, I haven't asked her name. As Yi Shuang pondered this, he suddenly noticed a student ID card placed on a nearby table. Haizhu City, Yingshan College. Name, Bai Yuyo. Class, Year 3, Class A. Year 3. She must be around 18 years old. After quietly committing her name to memory, Yi Shuang took the keys from the table and stepped outside. Though he had lost his phone, he was fortunate that his wallet remained intact, nestled securely in the pocket of his jacket. While the wallet was rather thin and devoid of cash, his bank card was still present. Yishuang planned to purchase a new phone before depositing his money after all. In this digital age, navigating life without a mobile device was nearly impossible. Although he was not the type to be glued to his phone all day, acquiring one was undoubtedly essential. Considering the lack of options for online shopping, Yishuang entered a mobile phone store situated on the roadside. What do you need? The proprietor of the mobile shop, a young woman with a neat shoulder-length bob and bangs, appeared quite tidy and composed. She donned a loose sweatshirt paired with long trousers, and her demeanor, accentuated by the headphones she wore, exuded a sense of languor. Her age seemed comparable to that of Bai Yuyo, and she possessed an undeniable cuteness. Are you here to peruse phones or to admire women? The girl inquired again, a hint of disdain flickering in her eyes. Yishuang felt slightly stung by her remark and diverted his gaze to a nearby glass display case, which showcased an array of mobile phones, most of which were secondhand, primarily featuring Apple models, with the remainder being budget-friendly, elderly models that I require an inexpensive phone, Yishuang stated. This Nokia 150, the girl replied, presenting a basic model before him. As she spoke, she pressed a prominent button on the device, causing the lens at the top to illuminate with a bright white light. Oh, and it can also function as a flashlight. Impressive, isn't it? Her tone was reminiscent of someone unveiling cutting-edge technology, prompting Yishuang to involuntarily twitch his lips as he pointed to himself. How old do you think I am? The girl scrutinized his face with utmost seriousness and replied, 60, 26. Yishuang retorted immediately. Have you ever seen a 26-year-old using a senior phone? Upon hearing this, the girl glanced away, clicking her tongue in response. You just clicked your tongue, didn't you? No, customer, you misheard, she countered, gesturing toward a row of Apple phones in the display case. If you desire a smartphone, then these are your options. Given that they are all secondhand due to various issues, perhaps you can find one that is still functional. Why Yishuang thought to himself. Why do all the girls I encounter lately seem a bit off? Will you not go out of business running a mobile shop like this? Not interested in Apple. Do you have any recommendations for Android? Yishuang asked. His previous phone was an Apple, and he had grown weary of carrying a power bank every time he stepped out. Oh, Android phones, the girl acknowledged, bending down to rummage through her inventory. After a while, she emerged with a box. How about this one? It's been sitting at the back, unsold for ages, so I'll offer it to you at a discount. Yishuang glanced at it and inquired, does it charge quickly? It should, right? A single charge should suffice to fill it up, she replied. Are there phones that require multiple charges to reach full capacity? Perhaps. So will you buy it? Uncle, being addressed as uncle felt like a dagger to Yishuang's heart. He picked up the phone box, noted the battery capacity, and decided to make the purchase. How much is it? 600. Is it really that inexpensive? Oh, then it's 6,000. Hey, that's quite a discrepancy. The girl before him displayed a pair of big round eyes. You truly are a bothersome customer. Nothing seems satisfactory for you, quite unbecoming for AM and Yishuang, somewhat at a loss for words, produced 6 banknotes. However, upon seeing this, the other party displayed a hint of surprise. Cash. What's wrong with using cash? Oh, it's nothing. A friend of mine also prefers to use cash, the girl replied, before returning to her languid demeanor. Chapter 4. The girl with no sense of distance. After simply activating his phone and setting it up, Yishuang glanced at the signal list, which displayed no SIM card. His gaze shifted back to the girl, prompting him to inquire about obtaining a card. Identification and 50. Yishuang produced a banknote and his ID, which the girl inspected briefly, noting his birth date. Indeed, he was 26. What else could it be? Observing his disheveled appearance, one might speculate he was a middle-aged man grappling with a crisis. The girl leaned against the glass display case, propping her chin on her hand, speaking with an air of nonchalance that was infuriating. However, Yishuang's predicament was not far removed from such a crisis. The only distinction was that he had yet to experience baldness. And why was he being likened to a lecherous uncle? Because you were staring at me just now, she replied flatly. Yishuang found himself momentarily speechless. Though he had merely glanced at her, noting her resemblance to Bai Yuhua, he could not counter her assertion. Whatever. After restoring his phone's signal, he swiftly downloaded essential applications under the girl's oddly charged gaze before exiting the mobile store. He first deposited the stack of cash onto his card, then purchased several outfits, changing into them right in the fitting room. No longer clad in damp clothing, Yishuang felt a significant sense of relief. The moment he shed his work attire for a short-sleeved shirt was liberating, akin to unshackling the chains that bound his soul. After observing over 9,000 left in his account, Yishuang pondered briefly and returned to the service hall to report his lost SIM card. Though this phone was inexpensive, it did support dual SIM functionality. After the hassle of reporting the loss, he realized it was nearly noon. I wonder how she is doing. I should head back. Walking down the street, Yishuang couldn't help but recall Bai Yuhua's visage. Come to think of it, she had bought instant noodles last night, suggesting she was not adept at cooking. Otherwise, she wouldn't have ventured out in the dead of night just for a meal. Contemplating this, he cast his eyes towards a nearby vegetable vendor. This area, being an older district with many urban villages, experienced significant foot traffic, resulting in numerous street vendors. Although fewer vegetables were available at this hour, he managed to procure some essentials, a few eggs, tomatoes, and cucumbers. With his purchases in hand, he quickened his pace back home. Before long, he stood before the entrance of his apartment building, catching a faint whiff of rust in the air. Curiosity piqued. He leaned down to inspect the keyhole, where he suddenly noticed traces of liquid trailing down to the ground, leaving behind a coppery rust stain. It appeared as if someone had deliberately poured a liquid into the lock. Yishuang frowned slightly, then produced his key, turning it in the lock. He quickly realized that the door was not as easily opened as he had anticipated. Bai Yuhua, are you awake? Upon successfully opening the door, Yishuang stepped inside, only to be rendered completely motionless, as if struck by an electric shock. There lay a girl with long hair sprawled on the ground, her tresses splayed out like roots. Her eyes closed, and her complexion pale. Yishuang hurried over, shaking her shoulders, yet received no response. Bai Yuhua's body temperature felt unusually low, almost chilling to the touch. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yishuang promptly reached for his phone to call for emergency assistance. However, just as he withdrew his mobile device, he met the gaze of the girl, her beautiful, clear eyes wide open. Are you all right? Upon seeing Bai Yuhua awake and looking at him, Yishuang exhaled a sigh of relief. Bai Yuhua gazed silently at him for what felt like 7 or 8 seconds, before a gurgling sound emanated from her stomach, followed by her soft voice. I'm hungry. Yishuang asked, how could someone faint from hunger? Did you not eat yesterday? He observed Bai Yuhua sitting on the floor in a posture reminiscent of a duck, intrigued by her predicament. Instant noodles. I had some, she replied, a single strand of hair whimsically sticking up from her head. Recalling the 5-pack of pickled vegetable beef noodles from the previous night, Yishuang's lips curled slightly. Why not go out and grab something to eat? There's breakfast available outside. Yet, Bai Yuhua's gaze fell, a few strands of hair cascading down her shoulder. Her tone tinged with disappointment. I can't find my keys. Instinctively, Yishuang felt for the keys in his own pocket, realizing they were indeed with him. After a moment of contemplation, he admitted, my fault. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuhua leaned closer, her face drawing near without a hint of distance. Her voice was slow and gentle. Fault? The sudden proximity caused Yishuang's heart to skip a beat, considering their nearly 8-year age difference. He silently chastised himself before rising to prepare a meal. Wait for me. I'll have something ready soon. The kitchen of the apartment appeared to have been used for some time. The remnants of past use were still evident, which struck Yishuang as curious. Logically, if Bai Yuhua lacked culinary skills, there would be no signs of tidiness in the kitchen. Had someone else lived here before? However, recalling that he didn't know much about Bai Yuhua's background, he dismissed the thought. Skillfully, he took a knife to scrape the bottom of a bowl, dicing tomatoes and cracking eggs to whip up a simple dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Due to the absence of meat, he prepared a vegetarian stir-fry of cucumbers and brewed a soup with loofah and fried eggs. Throughout this process, Bai Yuhua remained by Yishuang's side, observing his deft movements while occasionally handing him seasoning bottles and plates. As the remaining time passed, Bai Yuhong's gaze remained fixated on Yishuang, who donned a pristine shirt. Although slender in frame, there was nothing frail about him. His disheveled black hair fell casually over his forehead, and beneath his jet-black brows, his eyes, rather than appearing sharp, possessed a tender depth, complemented by a high nose and thin lips, rendering him undeniably handsome. Yet, at that moment, Yishuang sensed something amiss, as the girl beside him was nearly pressed against him. Even through their school uniforms, he could feel the weighty pressure and warmth emanating from her, not to mention the occasional waft of her fragrance that tantalized his senses. Turning his head, he met her expressionless face and could only manage a smile as he queried, "Isn't this a bit too close?" Bai Yuhong seemed perplexed, tilting her head and asking, Did I do something wrong? It was not a matter of right or wrong. Yi Shuang thought, recalling his own situation of being supported financially. He decided it was better than being treated like a mere object, and given by Yu Hong's naivety. He felt an even greater pang of guilt. At that moment, she inched closer still. Chapter 5, Together Always? Yi Shuang allowed by Yu Hong to remain so near. As her attention was wholly captured by the stove, the pot continued to emit steam, and the oil from the fried eggs emulsified with the hot water, gradually transforming the soup into a milky white concoction. After adding loofah, he sprinkled in some salt and MSG. If only he had some meat to elevate the dish to perfection. Alas, he had none and could only rely on salt and MSG for flavor. Generally, in the provinces of Guangdong, it is frowned upon to add MSG to soup. Doing so would earn one a reprimand from their mother, who might scold. Are you trying to poison yourself with MSG? And subsequently discard any secretly purchased MSG. In truth, MSG is not carcinogenic when used appropriately. Such rumors were merely fabrications from abroad aimed at penetrating the domestic market. Nowadays, one can easily find bottles of chicken essence in stores, often with MSG listed as the primary ingredient. This historical battle of commerce from decades past had a marked impact in an era of limited information. Compared to MSG, the true peril lies within the human heart. Reflecting on his previous experiences, Yi Shuang silently sighed. After preparing the meal, Yi Shuang laid everything out on the table, while Bai Yu Hong sat at the chair, observing the 2 dishes and soup he had made for her, gripping her chopsticks in a state of uncertainty. What's wrong? Weren't you very hungry just now? Yi Shuang inquired upon noticing her hesitance to begin eating. I can't eat, Bai Yu Hong replied. Yi Shuang was taken aback, then joked, What? Are you afraid I poisoned the food? Bai Yu Hong shook her head, saying, Anyone who eats with me tends to have bad luck. I can't eat first. Yi Shuang's smile gradually faded, and with a serious tone, he asked, Who told you that? Bai Yuyo's expression remained inscrutable as she softly responded to her classmates. She added, Everyone says so. After a brief silence, Yi Shuang pinched his aching brow and pulled up a chair next to Bai Yuyo. They are all talking nonsense. In this scientific age, a beautiful girl like you will only bring good fortune. Good fortune? She inquired. Yes, in terms of food, he replied, picking up a slice of cucumber and placing it in her bowl. If you doubt it, time will reveal the truth. Bai Yuyo picked up the cucumber, gazing at it for a moment before turning to the man beside her. How long will it take? Perhaps just a second. My good luck may have already begun. Yi Shuang chuckled, then urged her, Come on, hurry and enjoy this tomato scrambled egg over rice. It's exquisite. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuyo placed the cucumber in her mouth, savoring the simple salty flavor mingled with the aroma of the dish, which was surprisingly delightful. She then took a spoonful of the tomato scrambled egg mixed with rice. Delicious. Just enjoy it, Yi Shuang said with a smile, watching her eat as if observing a small creature. Suddenly, Bai Yuyo lifted her gaze and asked, Will you leave this place? Taken aback by the question, Yi Shuang paused but responded, Of course, we cannot live together forever. Is it due to a lack of money? Bai Yuyo asked. I still have money. I can give it to you. It's not a matter of money. You will understand this in the future. After saying this, Yi Shuang noticed Bai Yuyo's head droop. Despite her unchanged expression, he sensed a wave of disappointment from her, even her once placid eyes dimming slightly. Do you want to stay with me forever? Yi Shuang inquired. Bai Yuyo remained silent, merely nodding gently. Why? We have known each other for less than a day. I don't know, she murmured softly. Seeing the other unable to express her true feelings, Yi Shuang instinctively placed his hand on her head, speaking in a gentle tone. Do not worry too much about the future. After you experience certain things, the scenery you behold will differ from what it once was. Bai Yuyo lowered her head, her hair cascading onto the table like smooth silk. Since it's the weekend, you don't have school, right? How about we go out this afternoon? Yi Shuang suggested, noticing her melancholic demeanor. Go out. Yes, to buy some everyday clothes. It seems you only have your school uniform, he continued, observing her growing interest. Bai Yuyo nodded, her spirits lifting considerably. After lunch, as they looked at the spotless plates and bowls, Yi Shuang realized he had underestimated one thing. Bai Yuyo had a considerable appetite. She consumed 3 large bowls of rice without batting an eye, even seeming a bit unsatisfied until Yi Shuang offered his half bowl. Why do you buy such a large pack of instant noodles? How many do you consume in one sitting? Suddenly recalling something, Yi Shuang inquired. Bai Yu Hong merely blinked. Aren't they supposed to be cooked all at once? Impressive. You devour an entire pack in one go. Yi Shuang glanced at the girl's abdomen. noticing it remained as flat as ever. Could it be that you are the reincarnation of a Snorlax? Noticing Yishuang's gaze on her stomach, Bai Yuhong lifted her shirt slightly, revealing her smooth abdomen. Do you want to see this? Yishuang promptly pulled her shirt down, admonishing, don't do that next time. Especially in front of boys. Why? There's no reason, Yishuang replied, feeling that if he wished to see any part of her body, she would unhesitatingly oblige. Oh, soon, afternoon arrived, and Yishuang led Bai Yuhong outside. Dressed in her school uniform, she followed closely behind him. The streets were bustling with people, accompanied by the honks of passing cars, creating a lively atmosphere. Yet, Yishuang noticed that Bai Yuhong had become increasingly taciturn, her expressionless face coupled with her cool demeanor eliciting an inexplicable sense of distance. However, Yishuang understood that Bai Yuhong was not aloof. She simply felt uncomfortable in crowded settings. In her effort to remain composed, her slightly furrowed brow resembled a frown of annoyance. Nevertheless, many passers-by cast glances their way. For Bai Yuhong's beauty combined with her unique aura was undeniably captivating. Among the girls Yishuang knew, she undoubtedly stood at the pinnacle of attractiveness. If you're feeling uneasy, just hold on to my shirt, Yishuang suggested. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuhong extended her delicate, ivory-like fingers and gently grasped the hem of his shirt. It seemed to possess a certain enchantment, as her emotions stabilized considerably, though her body drew closer to his. This scene also attracted more attention. But Yishuang paid it no mind, guiding the girl toward a nearby clothing store. Chapter 6. The Truth? In clothing stores near such old residential areas, prices tended to be quite reasonable, with various styles neatly arranged on the racks. Yishuang understood that there was no need to shop in large malls, where garments were typically purchased for 20 yuan and sold for 1,000 under the guise of a sale. He preferred the cost-effective charm of these small shops. What do you think of this dress? Yishuang asked, holding up a pure white sundress. He believed that this simpler style would suit Bai Yuhong well. Yet recalling his past experiences of being repeatedly dismissed by his ex-girlfriend for his aesthetic choices, he inquired, what style do you prefer? Bai Yuhong had been fixated on the white dress in Yishuang's hands, nodding in approval. Your choice is beautiful. Good girl. Yishuang felt a surge of emotion. His taste was indeed not lacking, and there was someone who appreciated it. A snow-white long dress adorning a girl with straight black hair was truly an exquisite combination. At that moment, the manager, who had been outside chatting and snacking with an aunt, noticed Yishuang and Bai Yuhua and quickly approached them. A casual glance revealed an array of new styles and complete sizes. However, in the next instant, she seemed to have discovered something, her gaze lingering on Bai Yuhua, who remained oblivious to her peculiar stare, her serene eyes fixed upon the garments before her. Soon, the manager shifted her attention to Yishuang, lowering her voice to inquire, who are you to this young lady? Taken aback by the sudden question, Yishuang paused for a moment, first glancing at Bai Yuhua before stepping slightly forward. Is something the matter? You still haven't answered me, young man, the manager remarked, her tone somewhat akin to questioning a suspect. If one must categorize our relationship, I suppose I am her caretaker, Yishuang replied, sensing the manager's familiarity with Bai Yuhua and opting for a vague excuse instead of revealing the truth. Are you aware of her situation? Yishuang asked. You must be from the community, right? Did you come here without understanding what has happened to that girl? The manager continued. Yishuang was momentarily taken aback, but followed the thread of her conversation, not delving too deeply. Do tell. Ah, that girl is indeed unfortunate. She has been locked away in the attic by her mother for 8 years due to her mental instability, the manager began, but abruptly fell silent. Just as Yishuang was about to urge her to continue, he felt a gentle warmth and softness approach from behind. Bai Yuhua had appeared, her head slightly tilted. So, have you found something you like? Yishuang inquired, unsure if Bai Yuhua had overheard their earlier conversation. Bai Yuhua held the white dress Yishuang had chosen. This one. The fabric is quite nice. It will be very comfortable to wear, the manager chimed in. Would you like to try it on? There's a fitting room available. Go ahead and try it, Yishuang suggested, pointing towards the nearby fitting room. Bai Yuhua looked at the darkened cubicle and asked, why must I go there? At that moment, the manager shot Yishuang a knowing glance. Yet, Yishuang patiently explained, as I mentioned, changing clothes should be done privately. So you need to go there. Understanding, Bai Yuhua nodded and took the dress to change. Indeed, that girl does not seem mentally stable. The manager resumed her conversation with Yishuang after Bai Yuhua had entered the fitting room. Her mother claims that she has violent tendencies, and would swing a kitchen knife at night, which is quite terrifying, to prevent her from accidentally harming others. Her mother has kept her confined. Yi Shuang then asked, "What about her mother?" "I don't know. I heard she couldn't endure the torment of her mentally ill daughter and ran off with another man." The elderly lady merely shrugged lightly. This matter had transpired 2 years prior, and many in the vicinity were aware of it. 2 years ago, she had fled, only to be confined once more for 8 years? Yi Shuang slightly parted his lips, pondering the implications of being imprisoned since the age of 8. Since the community had sent you here, it would be prudent to keep a watchful eye on this young girl. After all, one must ensure she does not inadvertently meet a tragic fate while sleeping, the elderly lady added. However, Yi Shuang frowned, for in his interactions with Bai Yuhua, the girl's peculiar demeanor stemmed not from any alleged mental illness, but rather from a lack of basic understanding. Suddenly, a chilling possibility struck him. Could it be that her mother had imprisoned her for 8 years under the guise of mental illness? She had vanished after being confined from the age of 8 until the day, 2 years later. Regardless of the scenario, Yi Shuang felt a suffocating weight in his heart, as though a heavy stone pressed down upon him, making it difficult to breathe. At that moment, the curtain to the changing room was drawn back, and Bai Yuhua emerged, gracefully clad in a pristine white dress that rendered her akin to an ethereal lotus untouched by the dust of the earth. Indeed, beauty transcends attire. Yi Shuang remarked upon witnessing her. Truly, this young girl, as she matures, would likely possess 80% of my youthful vigor, the elderly lady concurred, nodding in approval. However, upon glancing at her protruding teeth and the coarse mole upon her skin, Yi Shuang found himself at a loss for where to begin his critique. "Is it fitting?" he inquired as Bai Yuhua approached. Although she did not fully grasp the difference between a dress and a school uniform, she tugged at the fabric across her chest, noting it felt somewhat constricting. "Can I take off my undergarments? That would make it more comfortable," she queried. "No." Yi Shuang promptly rejected the notion, then turned to the elderly lady beside him. "Do you have a larger size?" "Yes, this one is indeed a bit snug. The young lady's development is quite enviable." The elderly lady replied with a smile, rummaging through the cabinet to retrieve a new dress. Once Bai Yuhua tried it on, it fit her perfectly. "Let us also procure some sleepwear, and we'll stick to this size," Yi Shuang suggested as he helped Bai Yuhua select some everyday clothing. As Yi Shuang had anticipated, Bai Yuhua did not exhibit signs of mental illness. Rather, she simply seemed to lack knowledge of the world. However, Yi Shuang noted with concern that Bai Yuhua did not even possess a mobile phone, a crucial tool for obtaining information. Had she been living solely on cash? After contemplating for a moment, he felt she must have received assistance from someone, yet he refrained from inquiring further at that moment. Recognizing Bai Yuhua's need for a mobile phone, Yi Shuang guided her to the store where he had purchased one earlier that morning. Chapter 7. The broken lock inside the mobile phone store. The girl with shoulder-length hair had been replaced by a balding man with a protruding belly, who immediately stood up with enthusiasm upon their arrival. "What can I assist you with today?" "Purchase a smartphone," Yi Shuang suggested. "A more affordable one would suffice." Observing the middle-aged man's enthusiastic demeanor, Yi Shuang felt a sense of assurance that this was indeed a true phone store owner. If the service had resembled that of the girl from earlier, this establishment would undoubtedly face closure. "Here, take a look at these Apple phones, sturdy, reliable, with excellent signal and fast charging." The proprietor immediately began to extol the virtues of a row of Apple devices, all previously owned by girls for less than a month, and offered at a reasonable price. This particular model is only $5,999. Recalling the various issues the girl had mentioned earlier, Yi Shuang fell silent, contemplating a response that would justify his choice. "Perhaps I should consider an Android," he finally said. "Very well, wait a moment," the owner replied, rummaging through his stock. He produced a device identical to the one sold to Yi Shuang by the girl that morning. "This is the latest model. Many people are purchasing it, brand new. For just $1,800. Yi Shuang was taken aback. "Isn't that rather expensive?" "Not at all. Prices have remained consistent over the years." Noticing Yi Shuang's reluctance to part with even $1,000, the owner's demeanor shifted noticeably, revealing a less accommodating attitude. "Affordable phones are hard to come by. We operate on a low-margin, high-volume basis. If you don't understand, it's best not to speak out of turn." Yi Shuang suddenly appreciated the girl from that morning. Despite her brusque manner, she had been a conscientious proprietor. In contrast, this smiling owner, while seemingly amiable, appeared intent on gouging him. "Let us explore other options," Yi Shuang said, taking Bai Yuhua's arm as they swiftly exited the store. Online shopping might be preferable. Given the logistics here, it should arrive by tomorrow. Such a waste of my time. The owner muttered under his breath as he watched them leave without hesitation, then returned the phone to its place. Moments later, he puzzled over his inventory, wondering why it seemed one unit was missing. Oh well, it must have been sold by my wife. As they departed, Yishuang turned to the girl beside him and advised, always discern whether someone is trying to deceive you when making a purchase, especially with items that are not clearly priced. Bai Yuhua, somewhat puzzled, asked, isn't being kept also a form of buying? Well, there are some similarities, Yishuang replied, caught off guard by her question. How much would it cost to keep you? Bai Yuhua inquired with curiosity. Yishuang, slightly exasperated, thought it peculiar that the girl often contemplated possessing him. Perhaps she is simply young and naive, he mused. People cannot be traded, he stated, leading Bai Yuhua back. But my mother once said she hoped to sell me, Bai Yuhua remarked calmly, causing Yishuang to pause in his tracks. After staring blankly at her for a moment, he managed a faint smile and responded, your mother was merely joking to tease you. Really? Bai Yuhua pondered, her thoughts seemingly drifting into the ether. Well, is there anything specific you wish to eat tonight? He asked. Instant noodles, she replied instinctively. That won't do. Why not? Without reason. Remember my words well, Yishuang remarked. After all, instant noodles are fine to indulge in occasionally, but relying on them for sustenance continuously will surely lead to nutritional deficiencies. Although Bai Yuhua struggled to comprehend this entirely, she obediently nodded, recalling the delicious meals Yishuang had prepared. Suddenly, her gaze was drawn to a mother and daughter passing by. The young mother held her daughter's hand as they strolled through the streets, both radiating joy. This bond, impervious to the passage of time, felt profoundly unfamiliar to Bai Yuhua in that moment. The young girl stood there, observing, as if she were detached from the surrounding bustle, enveloped in a serene chill, as though the sunlight that graced her was transformed into moonlight. It was only after the duo disappeared from view that Bai Yuhua turned slowly to Yishuang and, in a soft voice, asked, May I hold your hand? Yishuang had naturally noticed this scene. He averted his gaze and, offering no elaborate words, gently took Bai Yuhua's slightly cold and pale hand, transferring a modicum of warmth to her. What would you like for dinner? He inquired. Instant noodles. I've already said that that's not acceptable. Oh, surrounded by many people. The two walked closely together, their emotions uncomplicated, merely seeking warmth from one another during the tempered afternoon. After picking up groceries, they arrived before their home. Yishuang produced a key, intending to unlock the door, but the lock emitted a stubborn clicking sound, proving difficult to open. Moreover, upon withdrawing the key, he noticed it was damp, as if smeared with some peculiar liquid. Yishuang furrowed his brow slightly, glanced around, and then allowed Bai Yuhua to enter the house. Before cooking, he summoned a locksmith with his phone, and within 30 minutes, a middle-aged man arrived. Isn't this lock already opened? The locksmith remarked as he set his toolkit on the ground. Could you please remove this lock? I wish to replace it, Yishuang replied, handing the man a cigarette. After accepting the smoke, the locksmith tucked it behind his ear and smiled. Replacing the lock, is it? Just a moment, I'll fetch a new one from my van. Before long, the locksmith returned. His hands moved with remarkable skill, swiftly prying the entire lock free. This lock is quite rusted, he announced, and it feels damp to the touch. Yishuang lit a cigarette for himself and urged Bai Yuhua, who was peeking out, to return indoors. Before continuing his conversation with the locksmith, could you check if this rust is the result of tampering? The locksmith examined the lock. The core seems relatively new, but the entire lower section is severely corroded. He lowered his voice. My young friend, have you offended a neighbor who might have done this? I don't believe so. Yishuang pondered Bai Yuhua's demeanor and quietly inquired. So, you suggest this could indeed be an act of sabotage? The locksmith was not entirely certain, merely suggesting that it was highly probable, otherwise such a lock would not have rusted so severely. It seemed someone had poured something into it. In contrast, the locks in other decades-old communities did not exhibit such extensive rust. Very well, please proceed with replacing the lock, said Yishuang. The lock costs 150, with a labor fee of 50. That is acceptable. During the locksmith's installation, Yishuang picked up the rusted lock from the ground, which appeared to have been corroded by some chemical agent, yet could still be used with difficulty. Indeed, Yishuang inhaled from his cigarette, the smoke swirling around him as he narrowed his eyes slightly. Chapter 8. Millions in cash. Once the lock was replaced, the locksmith departed. Yi Shuang gazed thoughtfully at a small advertisement for locksmith services affixed to the adjacent white wall. However, his doubts regarding the advertisement quickly diminished, as the traces of liquid within the lock cylinder indicated that it was not the first time someone had poured a chemical substance into it. With so many households residing in the vicinity, if it were indeed a tactic employed by the locksmith to attract more clientele, it would seem unlikely that they would target only this particular residence. Could it be mischievous neighborhood children? Yi Shuang pondered, realizing that children would likely only engage in actions such as stuffing tissues inside. Using chemicals to corrode a door lock did not seem typical of childish behavior. Furthermore, reporting this to the police would be futile, as the aged community lacked any surveillance cameras, and no substantial loss had occurred. Ultimately, Yi Shuang concluded that installing a surveillance camera would be the most prudent course of action. However, Bai Yuyo's home lacked an internet connection, necessitating the arrangement of a network cable before a camera could be installed. Perhaps I should apply for broadband, Yi Shuang mused, recognizing that to thrive in this environment, both internet connectivity and a computer were essential. At dinner time, Yi Shuang broached the topic with Bai Yuyo, but the girl seemed bewildered by the matter, merely inquiring, "Does it require a lot of money?" In response, Yi Shuang offered a slight smile and proceeded to enlighten her on the related knowledge, only to discover that she not only lacked internet access and a mobile phone, but even a television set at home. In this age of information, her existence resembled that of a primitive individual. Yi Shuang suddenly realized that Bai Yuyo's consistently naive demeanor was unsurprising, given her way of life. "How do you typically spend your time at home?" Yi Shuang asked. "Sleeping," she replied, then pointed to a small stool on the balcony. "I sit there. And before I know it, dawn arrives." Countless nights had passed in this manner, occasionally allowing her to gaze at the neon lights and the moon beyond the balcony. "Isn't it boring?" Yi Shuang inquired, observing the girl. Bai Yuyo gently shook her head, as she was unfamiliar with the concept of boredom, having always lived her life in this manner. In the dim confines of her former small room, with only a window that could barely be cracked open, she would sit by the window, arms wrapped around herself, patiently awaiting the arrival of dawn. Sometimes, she could even spend an entire day lost in thought. The sunlight cascaded gently, illuminating the room, while she sat in the dim corner of the attic, listening to the bustling sounds of traffic from outside. Perhaps reminiscing about past experiences, for reasons unknown, Bai Yuyo suddenly reached out her hand and gently grasped Yi Shuang's sleeve, asking in a soft voice, "Will you disappear?" Despite their brief time together, it had stirred within the girl an unusual emotion, leaving her clumsy in expressing her true feelings. Yi Shuang looked at her, but remained silent, realizing he could not even resort to a benevolent lie to comfort the girl before him. Bai Yuyo's hand slowly fell away. After a moment of silence, Yi Shuang finally spoke, "I will not disappear. After all, how could a living person simply vanish?" He mused that he was not entirely lying. "Really? MHM. Bai Yuyo's mood seemed to brighten considerably as she resumed eating the food on the table, her cheeks puffing out adorably like a little hamster. After dinner, following a brief respite, Yi Shuang took out his phone to catch up on the latest news. Subsequently, he purchased a smartphone for Bai Yuyo online. Given it was intended for a girl, he opted for a slightly higher-end model, priced over 3,000, ensuring it would run smoothly among the entry-level flagship models of major brands. Moreover, with the swift logistics, it would arrive the very next day. Naturally, he did not forget to buy a surveillance camera. After setting up an internet package at the online service center and scheduling an appointment for broadband installation, Yi Shuang realized he had much to accomplish. Bai Yuyo's living conditions were far too primitive. His primary task was to integrate this child into the rhythm of modern life, teaching her essential life skills and how to access information from the outside world. Yi Shuang was unsure why he felt compelled to do so, but neglecting her was simply not an option. Furthermore, Bai Yuyo's cash stored in the house was exceedingly unsafe. It was wiser to deposit it. "How much cash do you have?" he inquired, glancing at Bai Yuyo, who was about to undress for a bath. He quickly added, "Of course, I mean no offense. I just believe it's safer to keep money in the bank, and no being naked in the living room." Bai Yuyo blinked innocently before quietly lowering her skirt. She retreated to her room and shortly returned with a box, filled to the brim with stacks of cash, so much so that it left Yi Shuang momentarily incredulous. After a rough estimation, he concluded there was at least several million. Is there really this much cash? He wondered, questioning whether it truly belonged to Bai Yuyo's mother. It would be best to store it all away. Keeping it here is too perilous, Yi Shuang advised. Bai Yuyo obediently nodded, and extended her hand, pushing the box toward Yishuang, saying, "All of it, for you." Yishuang gazed at the pile of money before him, letting out a sudden sigh. "You really lack caution. Are you not afraid that I might abscond with all this money and never return?" Bai Yuyo tilted her head, regarding him with an inquisitive gaze. "Would you?" Her soul-piercing question elicited a resigned smile from Yishuang. "I must admit, you've bested me." Contemplating the stacks of cash in the box, Yishuang decided to make a call. Before long, a man's voice resounded on the other end. "Who is this?" "It's me." The line fell silent for a few seconds before the man erupted. "Where the hell have you been? Your phone was unreachable. Do you have any idea how worried I've been? Enough of that. I need to deposit some money with you. Please arrange a large certificate of deposit." "Deposit? Didn't that woman bankrupt you?" "The minimum for a large certificate of deposit here starts at 800,000. You can't deposit a mere 1 or 2,000. "I am aware." The voice on the other end fell quiet for a moment, then softened. "Have you turned your fortunes around? Or are you being kept by a wealthy woman?" "I haven't turned my fortunes around, nor do I need to. I'm merely assisting someone in depositing money." Yishuang smirked slightly at the mention of being kept, glancing at the box before him. "There should be several million in cash here, far too heavy to lift." "Several million in cash? Damn. You haven't gotten yourself involved in criminal activities, have you?" "Shut it. I am innocent. I have never committed a crime. I'll send you an address. Come pick me up to go to the bank tomorrow." Chapter 9. Bubble. The man on the other end was Yishuang's good friend, Chen Hai, who worked as a manager at a prominent bank in the city and had made quite a name for himself. After discussing the cash, Chen Hai inquired further. "Where are you now? Should I come get you?" "I'm currently staying at someone else's home. There's no need for concern. I'll send you my location on WeChat later. Come pick me up tomorrow." Yishuang declined his offer. "All right, 10 in the morning? Sounds good." After hanging up, a faint fragrance wafted beside him. Yishuang turned to see the girl with long hair, motionless and almost leaning in closely. "What's wrong? Are you leaving?" Bai Yuyo asked, tugging at Yishuang's sleeve, her palms slightly tightening with concern. Having overheard Yishuang's mention of being picked up tomorrow, she assumed he was departing. "No. I'm just planning to deposit all this money into the bank. It will be much safer that way." As he spoke, Yishuang subtly leaned back, creating a bit of distance between them. "Why aren't you going to take a shower?" "I want to join you," Bai Yuyo replied. Her voice was as light as a breeze, and her plea caused Yishuang to cough awkwardly for a moment. Yet, he realized that taking advantage of her naivety in such matters would be no different than taking advantage of a child. It seemed he needed to provide more education about the complexities of relationships. Perhaps another time? Yishuang could only respond briefly before shifting the topic. Retrieving the body wash and other bathing products she had purchased in the afternoon, suggesting that they be used during their next shower together. "Go ahead," she encouraged. Upon hearing that Yishuang was willing to accompany her for a bath next time, Bai Yuyo obediently took the bathing products into the bathroom. After observing Bai Yuyo enter the bathroom, Yishuang logged into WeChat on her phone. Due to the different phone numbers, it took a little while to verify her identity and gain access. As there were no inherited chat records, the app bore little activity, prompting Yishuang to send the location of the community to Chen Hai. "It's past 8. Come out for a late-night snack." Chen Hai quickly responded with a humorous emoji. "Just finished eating, you know how it is." Almost immediately, Chen Hai initiated a video call, which Yishuang accepted. Chen Hai was a slightly plump man, round-faced with short, neatly kept hair and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. At that moment, he was wearing wireless headphones, and the restaurant ambience suggested he was dining out. "What on earth are you doing staying at someone else's place? Why not come to mine?" "Whose house are you at?" Chen Hai inquired. A hint of playful annoyance in his tone, though he typically refrained from using vulgarities while working, maintaining a polite demeanor that contrasted with his usual self. After all, everyone wears a mask in this world, revealing their true selves only in the company of close friends. Having grown up together, they shared a comfortable rapport. "I certainly can't go to your house. Am I supposed to listen to you and your wife every day? Besides, your wife is home, and I'm unemployed. Aren't you concerned?" On the other end of the video call, Chen Hai scoffed dismissively. "Come on, I know you too well. You haven't mentioned whose place you're staying at." "A friend, just a friend," Yishuang replied, but her peripheral vision caught the bathroom door opening. Bai Yuyo emerged, her body glistening and covered in bubbles, her slender, fair form concealed beneath the frothy suds. "Yishuang, I can't get rid of these bubbles," she exclaimed. Yishuang opened her mouth in surprise. Why is there a girl's voice? And such a lovely one at that. Are you really being kept by a wealthy woman?" Just as Chen Hai's voice chimed in, Yishuang abruptly ended the call. She stood up and gently pushed the adorably bewildered Bai Yuyo back into the bathroom. Sit down, she instructed. With no other choice, Yishuang had Bai Yuyo take a seat while she took the shower head to rinse off the bubbles from her body. Even from this angle, she could see the smooth expanse of Bai Yuyo's back peeking out from under her long hair and the gentle curves of her figure, which made Yishuang's composure waver slightly. After pinching the bridge of her nose, she began to wash away the suds, especially from Bai Yuyo's long hair, which cascaded down to her waist. With the generous amount of shampoo applied, it was evident that the bubbles were plentiful. No matter how she tried, the foam seemed persistent. Unlike men, women generally do not wash their hair daily. It is not merely the inconvenience of the process, but more so the difficulty in maintaining the roots. However, Bai Yuyo, despite not using shampoo, boasts exceptionally soft hair, which can only be attributed to her genetics. Such fine hair quality is indeed a hereditary trait. After rinsing off, Bai Yuyo noticed that Yishuang's pants were damp, so she reached out to pull them down, realizing they were soaked. Wait. After a while, Bai Yuyo, now dressed, was unceremoniously ejected from the bathroom. She sat cross-legged on the floor, turning her head to glance at the closed bathroom door, blinking her beautiful eyes innocently. Tilting her head, was she upset? Soon, Yishuang emerged from the shower, clad only in his underwear, towel in hand, drying his hair. Noticing Bai Yuyo still at the bathroom door, he asked, "Why are you still sitting here? Are you hurt?" Bai Yuyo innocently tilted her chin upward and inquired. "Not really," Yishuang replied, momentarily taken aback by her sudden question. "I see that the area where you were hurt is swollen." Yishuang responded, "That is not an injury. Come, let us dry your hair." He helped her to her feet, but she seemed a bit unsteady from sitting on the floor for too long and fell into his arms. "Are you all right?" Yishuang instinctively asked while wrapping his arms around her waist. The girl naturally emitted a faint, pleasant fragrance, which was even more enchanting after her shower, akin to a floral essence that was utterly delightful. Yishuang found himself wondering how long this girl, who felt so close yet so distant, could endure this closeness. They could only take it slowly. "So warm," Bai Yuyo murmured as she pressed her cheek against Yishuang's chest, comfortably closing her eyes. Yishuang could only smile helplessly and gently stroke the back of her head. This child seemed to crave affection, and Yishuang was uncertain about the role he was playing. After a while, noticing that Bai Yuyo's hair was not drying easily, he fetched a hairdryer to assist her. Bai Yuyo was unfamiliar with the device. She often fell asleep with her hair still wet, only to be met with peculiar looks at school the following day. "You smell awful. Did your clothes really dry?" was a common refrain she heard. Although Bai Yuyo did not comprehend why others said such things about her, she continued to live life in her own way. Yet, when the sound of the hairdryer filled the air and she felt the warm breeze on her hair, Bai Yuyo suddenly sensed that her life seemed to be changing in a delightful way. She truly enjoyed it. Chapter 10. Dare to be simple as night deepened. Yishuang spread his mat in the living room, only to find Bai Yuyo standing by the bed, clutching a pillow. She remained silent, her serene, lake-like eyes following Yishuang's every movement. "Do you want to sleep together?" Upon witnessing this scene, Yishuang seemed to grasp her thoughts and inquired, to which Bai Yuyo gently nodded. "No, you must return to your room and rest," Yishuang insisted. Reluctantly, Bai Yuyo embraced her pillow and retreated to her chamber. "What a clingy little creature," Yishuang mused, then proceeded to tidy his bed before lying down himself. After extinguishing the light, he lay contemplating his future plans and the dynamics of his relationship with Bai Yuyo. As drowsiness enveloped him, he gradually drifted into slumber. Yishuang was awakened by the melodious chirping of birds outside. Sunlight streamed in, casting a delicate golden veil across the windowsill. A far more pleasant awakening than the jarring sound of an alarm clock. Waking naturally felt splendid. As he yawned and prepared to rise, he sensed a slight weight and warmth on his shoulder, accompanied by the barely audible sound of breathing. Turning his head, he found a fair face, tinged with a hint of pink, nestled close, seemingly in deep sleep. Rather than on the cool mat, she lay on the tiled floor beside him, clutching her pillow. Her body curled slightly as she sought warmth amidst the chill, her soft cheek resting against his shoulder. She craved warmth, yet hesitated to draw closer, hugging her pillow in a futile attempt to experience an embrace she had never known. Perhaps due to the prolonged gaze, even the system notifications slowly materialized. Character: Bai Yuyo, an exceptionally beautiful girl, currently asleep. Perhaps you could gently kiss her awake? Yishuang averted his gaze and sat up slowly. The slightest movement stirred Bai Yuyo from her slumber, and she mirrored Yi Shuang's posture, gradually sitting upright. "Why are you sleeping beside me?" Yi Shuang asked upon noticing her wakefulness. With half of her face concealed beneath her pillow and her snowy legs slightly curled, Bai Yuyo cautiously responded. "I didn't sleep with you. I was on the floor. Even if you didn't sleep on the mat, that still means you were beside me, doesn't it? Aren't you afraid of catching a chill sleeping on the floor?" Yi Shuang's voice elevated slightly. Bai Yuyo gazed at him, somewhat bewildered, and after several seconds, lowered her head. I'm sorry. Seeing her apologetic demeanor tugged at Yi Shuang's heart, and he realized his tone had been a bit harsh. He immediately softened his words. "I was concerned you might catch a cold. Even if you wish to sleep with me, you shouldn't be on the floor, understand? It's better to share the mat with me. The floor is filled with cold air at night. Sleeping directly on it without any padding can lead to illness." Bai Yuyo looked up, as if seizing upon a key point. "We can sleep together?" Yi Shuang sighed. "I am utterly defeated by you." After standing, he pulled her up. "Come on, let us wash up first." Oh, during the time spent on personal grooming, Yi Shuang took a comb to gently tidy Bai Yuho's long tresses. Upon witnessing such lengthy strands, he inquired whether she might consider a haircut. Hair of this waist length was indeed a rarity, and one could only imagine the inconveniences it brought. For instance, one must clutch their hair while using the restroom, move it aside when seated, and even risk being pressed upon while asleep. A medium-length hairstyle would surely be far more practical. Bai Yuho merely turned to glance at Yi Shuang, unable to decipher the emotions that flickered in his eyes. "No. Forget I said anything." He quickly dismissed the idea, realizing that for a girl, her hair is akin to her very essence, and he had no right to make decisions for her. Yet, the silky length of her hair required only a minor touch to the ends. As he gathered her locks, he examined the tips, only to discover the utter absence of split ends, an astonishing perfection. Yi Shuang came to his senses and gently released her hair. It was evident that Bai Yuho's physical attributes were flawless, devoid of any imperfections. "All right, I shall procure some breakfast," he declared after finishing her hairstyle and proceeded downstairs. The old neighborhood was never lacking in breakfast vendors, whether it was the mobile stalls selling rice rolls or the small shops offering buns and fried dough sticks. The fare was always delectable. He opted for a bustling bun shop filled with patrons. "Boss, I would like 3 barbecued pork buns, 2 sticks of fried dough, 2 cups of soybean milk, and a tea egg," he ordered. As soon as he finished, a busy figure behind the counter casually replied, "Just a moment, 3 steamed buns, 2 cups of millet porridge, and fried dough, right?" The voice sounded somewhat familiar, causing Yi Shuang to pause momentarily. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the girl with shoulder-length hair and blunt bangs, clad in a crisp white apron. "Isn't this the girl who sold me the phone yesterday? You?" Yi Shuang expressed his surprise. At that moment, she noticed him as well, arching an eyebrow and asking, "Oh, it's you, uncle. What did you say you wanted again? Are you not the one who sells phones?" he queried. "Oh, that's my younger sister. I'm the older one," she replied. "Twins?" Yi Shuang realized, then quickly corrected himself. "Wait, didn't you just recognize me? Did I?" "You must have misheard." She averted her gaze, her amber eyes drifting. "Absolutely, it's you," he insisted. "What a troublesome uncle." She smirked. "Now, your buns, fried dough, and soybean milk." At that moment, she handed him the neatly packaged items. Yi Shuang felt that engaging in further conversation with this peculiar girl might lead to frustration, so he refrained from delving deeper and simply asked, "How much?" "Check the price." "I'm not good at math." She pointed to the price list behind her, reminding him to pay via the scanning method. After saying this, she returned to preparing breakfast for other customers. Yi Shuang was left speechless, momentarily contemplating the notion of absconding without payment just to see how this cheeky girl would react. Yet, despite such thoughts, he ultimately paid the amount as per the listed prices. Carrying breakfast, he returned to the house. "Let's eat first. We can deposit the money later," Yi Shuang remarked, taking a bite out of a baozi from the bag. Sesame and sugar flavor, quite delicious. "Wait, where's my char siu bao?" Yi Shuang bit into it a couple more times, suddenly at a loss for words. With this fellow around, wouldn't the baozi shop go out of business? As she savored the baozi, her phone nearby rang, and upon glancing at it, she saw it was Chun Hai calling. "Hello? I've arrived at the neighborhood and brought a few safes with me." Chun Hai's voice echoed through the receiver. "Is it enough to hold everything?" Yi Shuang inquired. "It can fit a mere few million, I assure you," he promptly guaranteed. Chapter 11. Chun Hai. After ending the call, Yi Shuang looked at Bai Yuhua. who was quietly nibbling on her bowsy, hesitating over whether to let her retreat to her room. Their current relationship was quite ambiguous, and with Chun Hai being a rather boisterous character, he genuinely feared that the man might frighten the girl. My friend is coming over shortly. Would you mind waiting in your room for a bit? After some contemplation, Yi Shuang said to Bai Yuhua. Upon hearing this, her beautiful eyes dimmed slightly, and she lowered her head, murmuring, I'm sorry. Why apologize? Yi Shuang was taken aback. Bai Yuhua replied, If I do something wrong, I have to be locked up. Yi Shuang frowned slightly. Did your mother say that? Bai Yuhua shook her head and continued, No, it's what my classmates say. Sometimes when I make a mistake, I have to stay in the bathroom without coming out. They say I can only leave after a day. She added, It gets very cold at night, and I feel very hungry. The girl recounted her experience with a calmness that rendered Yi Shuang inexplicably heavy-hearted, as if it were he who was enduring the pain. After finishing her words, Bai Yuhua stood up and walked towards her room unceremoniously. Wait. Yi Shuang grasped her wrist and gently pulled her to his side. He stood up, bending slightly to meet her gaze, and extended his palm, softly cradling her face. It felt icy to the touch, yet he earnestly looked into the girl's eyes. Listen, even if you make a mistake, no classmate has the right to confine you, and often, you haven't done anything wrong, understood? Bai Yuhua's eyes reflected Yi Shuang's face, and she seemed unable to discern right from wrong. Do you not believe me? Yi Shuang asked. I believe. Very well. Yi Shuang reached out, stroking her head gently, his manner akin to cherishing a fragile porcelain doll. At that moment, a knock sounded from the door. They've arrived. Yi Shuang stood and walked towards the door, while Bai Yuhua instinctively touched her cheek, still lingering with warmth, quietly observing his silhouette. Upon opening the door, Chun Hai immediately began grumbling as he hefted several large safes, lamenting the absence of an elevator and expressing his exhaustion from climbing stairs in a suit. Well, storing such a substantial sum of money, you would think there would be some benefit for you, he muttered. Just then, he noticed Bai Yuyo standing behind him. His slightly plump face froze for a moment, and even his gold-rimmed glasses slipped askew. Wah, what? Chun Hai suddenly wrapped his arm around Yi Shuang's neck and pulled her outside. Lowering his voice, Are you really being supported? By such a beautiful girl? Yi Shuang was about to retort, but realized Chun Hai had a point. So she swiftly changed the subject. She's my distant relative, so please don't startle her. She's a bit shy. Oh, that's a relief, Chun Hai exhaled. I thought I had missed my chance. Yi Shuang felt a strange sensation upon hearing his words. What do you mean, Mr. Chance? Do you have feelings for me? Do I look like it? I see you resemble a sweet potato. Come on, stop pretending. You know Chin Chin has always had a crush on you, Chun Hai retorted, his eyes widening. Now that you're single, she has been asking me about you all the time. Enough. Let us focus on the task at hand and move the money, Yi Shuang interjected quickly. All right. As Chun Hai entered the room, he saw Bai Yuyo standing quietly in the corner and greeted her politely. Hello, little sister. I am Chun Hai, Yi Shuang's brother. Bai Yuyo nodded, but her gaze returned to Yi Shuang. Hey, why is this relative looking at you like that? Chun Hai whispered, nudging Yi Shuang with his elbow. Is she going to? Quiet, let us get to work. Yi Shuang crouched down, neatly arranging stacks of cash into the large safe. Although Chun Hai had many questions, he joined her in organizing the money. Once everything was packed away, Chun Hai remarked, I estimate there's about 6 million here. However, he refrained from inquiring about the source of the money. Did you drive here? Yi Shuang asked. Of course. Struggling with the heavy boxes, Yi Shuang sighed. I suddenly realized that even if money were to fall from the sky, I still wouldn't be able to carry much. That is nonsense. If money were really falling, I'd be dashing around like a whirlwind. With great effort, Yi Shuang and Chun Hai finally managed to carry the money-laden boxes to the first floor, and Bai Yuyo followed obediently behind Yi Shuang. Chun Hai's car was parked right in front of the building, an immaculate BMW 5 Series. After loading all the boxes into the trunk, he beckoned Yi Shuang to get in the car. Let us go? Once inside, Yi Shuang noticed that Bai Yuyo was hesitating to join them, standing alone and gazing at her. Come over, Yi Shuang called out. Only then did Bai Yuyo cautiously approach the car, her timid demeanor prompting an inward sigh from Yi Shuang. She couldn't help but wonder what experiences had shaped this girl's life. Upon arriving at the bank and spending considerable time counting the cash, Chun Hai remarked, Indeed, it amounts to approximately 6,150,000. How do you intend to deposit it? 6 million in a large deposit certificate. And I'll keep 15,000 for personal use, Yi Shuang replied. All right, I'll take care of it. As for the proof of large cash deposits, you need not worry. Your card already has a substantial transaction history. Good. Yi Shuang initially intended to deposit the money into Bai Yuhua's card, only to discover that the latter was entirely unfamiliar with bank cards. The complications of opening a new card with a large deposit led Yi Shuang to ultimately safeguard the funds in his own account. Upon exiting the bank and witnessing the balance in his account swell to several million once more, Yi Shuang felt a slight twinge of complexity in his emotions. He resolved to treat the past as a lesson and to rise anew with this newfound wealth. Sensing Yi Shuang's thoughts, Chen Hai gently patted his shoulder. This considerable sum is not my money. Otherwise, how could I possibly have saved it? Yi Shuang said, lighting a cigarette and taking a drag. What do you plan to do next? Chen Hai inquired. I wish to rest for a while. Yi Shuang turned, his gaze landing on Bai Yuhua. Still burdened by unresolved matters. That's understandable. It's certainly better than going missing. The most crucial thing is that you still possess the courage to rise again. Chen Hai remarked, unable to suppress his admiration. By the way, Chen Xin seems to know you're here with me and is en route. Seriously, do you want to be my brother-in-law that badly? Yi Shuang's cigarette trembled in his hand as he rolled his eyes. Don't blame me. I'll take a taxi home, Yi Shuang said, taking Bai Yuhua by the hand and preparing to leave. Hey, being a father is fine too. Get lost. Chapter 12. Chen Xin. Just moments after Yi Shuang and his companions departed in a taxi, a pink Porsche pulled up. A woman, appearing to be in her mid-20s, stepped out of the vehicle. With her striking features, cascading chestnut waves, and a professional ensemble complemented by black stockings and heels, her crimson lips accentuated her porcelain complexion, making the beauty mark beneath her eye appear all the more alluring and mature. Chen Hai, where's Yi Shuang? The woman inquired, her heels clicking against the pavement as she spotted Chen Hai by the roadside. How did you arrive so quickly? Chen Hai asked, momentarily taken aback. You drove in those high heels. That's quite against the rules. Mind your own business. Where's my Yi Shuang? Chen Xin demanded, gripping Chen Hai's shirt. Have you hidden him? Chen Hai's face contorted in frustration. I don't know. Weren't you indifferent towards Yi Shuang before? How is it that now, after his breakup, you're acting like a lovesick fool? Fatso, who are you calling lovesick? I merely maintained a polite distance while others were in a relationship. You wouldn't understand a thing. Well, you certainly have remarkable patience, but I still don't know where he is. Should I inquire for you next time? Then give me his new phone number. I don't have it. You're full of nonsense. Chen Hai felt a sense of helplessness. He could not fathom why his sister was so infatuated with Yi Shuang, especially since she had harbored feelings for him since childhood. After all, Yi Shuang was merely a tad more handsome than he was. Observing the remarkable figure before him, Chen Hai thought, Brother, I can only assist you to this extent. At that moment, Yi Shuang had already taken a taxi, bringing Bai Yuhong back to the community, perhaps referring to it as home would be more fitting. Considering Yi Shuang intended to reside there for an extended period, a dwelling that could accommodate him could justifiably be termed a home. Though his time spent with Bai Yuhong had been brief, Yi Shuang found it increasingly difficult to let go of her matters. His current ambition was to teach this young girl how to better integrate into society, live independently, and thrive. The ups and downs he had experienced in the past had significantly broadened his perspective. In this grand dance of life, those who initially teach you the steps may not accompany you until the very end. This truth applied equally to his relationship with that fellow and to his connection with Bai Yuhong. Yi Shuang was uncertain how long he could accompany Bai Yuhong. Two seemingly unrelated individuals, brought together by fate, were entwined by the threads of destiny. When the knot eventually untied, it might signal his departure. Yet, before the curtain fell, Yi Shuang wished to relish the journey. At that moment, Yi Shuang had taken Bai Yuhong to the market and observed her eagerly gazing at the roasted chickens and ducks. Her adorable demeanor struck him as quite amusing. Would you like to eat roasted duck? Yi Shuang inquired. Yes, Bai Yuhong replied with a gentle nod, her typically aloof nature momentarily brightening with liveliness. Boss, one portion of roasted duck, please. I'd like the lower half, and also some sour plum sauce. The term lower half referred to the duck's hindquarters, and Yi Shuang requested about a quarter, which appeared quite plump and should be delicious. All right, that will be 26. Yi Shuang scanned his phone to pay, then showed Bai Yuhong how to do it, explaining that mastering this would eliminate the hassle of carrying cash. Bai Yuhong seemed to grasp it partially. However, Yi Shuang was not in a hurry. He made several more transactions at other stalls, teaching Bai Yuhong the process. In Yi Shuang City, groceries were typically purchased for each meal or daily. So he planned to take Bai Yuhong along each day to at least learn how to buy ingredients and cook, which was far healthier than subsisting on instant noodles. Although ordering takeout was an option, he had often relied on it when pressed for time, occasionally enjoying a cup of coffee. Learning to cook was an essential skill. After simply purchasing a meal of 3 dishes and a soup, Yi Shuang led Bai Yuhong home. Along the way, he collected a package from the delivery service and purchased a new SIM card from a mobile store. Although the surveillance equipment had yet to arrive, he was pleased to find that the phone had already been delivered the next day, demonstrating the impressive efficiency of the courier service. He placed the groceries on a nearby table, invited Bai Yuhong to sit beside him, and began instructing her on how to use the smartphone after inserting the new SIM card. However, Bai Yuhong still seemed unsure about maintaining personal space, nearly pressing herself against Yi Shuang. Warmth emanated from the soft slime that brushed against Yi Shuang through her delicate clothing. The occasional contact compelled her to strive for composure and choose to ignore it, as she patiently instructed Bai Yuhua on how to use a mobile phone. "All right, give it a try," she encouraged. Bai Yuhua accepted the phone from Yi Shuang and began to toy with it, captivated by the novelty of the device, momentarily unable to part with it. Witnessing this, Yi Shuang couldn't help but smile, but her amusement was interrupted by a sudden click. She glanced over to find that Bai Yuhua had unknowingly taken a selfie, capturing both of them in the frame. In that moment, neither had looked at the camera. Yi Shuang wore a serene smile, while Bai Yuhua coincidentally turned to gaze at him, freezing the scene in a harmonious tableau that was difficult to articulate. "Delete it," Yi Shuang proposed. "This one's not well taken." Yet, Bai Yuhua covered the phone with her hands, shaking her head. "No, why not? I want to keep it," she replied, clinging to the device. "Very well," Yi Shuang relented, understanding it might be a girl's first selfie, hence her reluctance to erase it. He then rose to prepare dinner, and Bai Yuhua set down the phone, following him into the kitchen like a shadow. "Just in time to teach you how to cook," he remarked. Initially, he had intended for her to enjoy the phone a while longer, but seeing her approach, he commenced her culinary education. "Let us start with something simple, peeling garlic." Yi Shuang demonstrated the task, which proved easy for Bai Yuhua, who grasped it after a single glance. Just as Yi Shuang had surmised, Bai Yuhua did not possess any mental afflictions. Her learning ability was quite strong. Though perhaps a bit clumsy, she was undoubtedly a normal person, merely lacking guidance in the art of living. Before long, Bai Yuhua had peeled half a bowl of garlic, her fingers glistening with garlic juice. Instinctively, she placed a finger in her mouth, only to recoil as the pungency overwhelmed her. "Ha ha ha," laughter erupted nearby, and she turned to see Yi Shuang beaming with joy. The taste of raw garlic was indeed sharp. She resolved not to put her fingers in her mouth again. Yet, witnessing Yi Shuang's delight, Bai Yuhua found the sting on her tongue less intense, now merely a tingling sensation. At that moment, the golden hues of the setting sun streamed through the kitchen window, casting an orange glow that elongated their shadows until they converged, resembling an embrace. Chapter 13. Entering the room as night deepened. The moonlight appeared like a hazy veil woven from silver mist, enhancing the scene outside the window with a touch of elegance. Beneath the moonlit neon glow, another day began for someone unknown. Yi Shuang sat on the sofa, his gaze fixed on the long-haired girl on the balcony. The night breeze tousled her hair as she quietly stood at the window, tilting her head to admire the crescent moon. Yi Shuang pondered what thoughts occupied Bai Yuhua's mind, whether she was gazing at the moon or reflecting on her former self. Perhaps on countless nights, she too had looked upon the moon, contemplating its phases of fullness and waning. At this moment, the young girl slowly turned her head, and under the moonlight, she suddenly posed a question. "What lies upon the moon?" "Nothing at all. Can we go there?" "Not for the time being." "Why do you ask?" Yi Shuang was unaware of Bai Yuyo's current train of thought. "Some say that when one dies, they ascend to the moon. Will we too?" Yi Shuang paused briefly, then smiled, stating that there is no such belief, but it does not render it impossible. "If I were to die, would I still be able to see you?" Bai Yuyo inquired. "Yes, indeed." "Really?" "Death is akin to a drop of water returning to the ocean. At the right moment, we shall meet again." Yi Shuang did not comprehend why Bai Yuyo spoke such words, yet glanced at the time, noting it was time for bed. "You have school tomorrow, right?" "Yes." Bai Yuyo returned to her room, but soon emerged again, clutching her pillow and gazing at him with pleading eyes. To Yi Shuang, she resembled an adorable little creature seeking refuge, evoking a sense of helplessness within him. "You might catch a cold." Yet, Bai Yuyo softly replied, "This morning." You said we could sleep together. It is inappropriate for a male and female to be so intimate, unless they are a couple or married. Yi Shuang intended to impart some knowledge to the girl. A couple? Yes. Are we a couple? Bai Yuyo asked. No, Yi Shuang answered immediately. Then are we married? That is even more impossible. However, you said this morning that we could sleep together. Are we not a couple or married? Bai Yuyo seemed confused. Tilting her head in thought, Yi Shuang found himself at a loss for words. Her statement had left him flustered. Sleep here. Do not sleep on the floor any longer. Yi Shuang wished to avoid further entanglement and pointed to the available space on his cool mat. Bai Yuyo quickly lay down, yet continued to gaze at him with her enchanting eyes. What is it? Are we married? Sleep. Oh. After turning off the light, Yi Shuang tucked Bai Yuyo in, and she did not move too close, instead reaching out to grasp his sleeve, resting her forehead against his shoulder. Though there was a bed, the two were sleeping on the floor. Yi Shuang inhaled the floral scent wafting from her, lost in contemplation of the events of recent days. Ultimately, his thoughts converged upon the girl beside him. From snippets of conversation, he understood that Bai Yuyo had likely faced considerable bullying at school, and merely avoiding or enduring it would yield no benefit. Bai Yuyo attended Yingshan Academy, a 7-year institution, and as she was in her 3rd year, it meant 4 more years until graduation. If she could not learn to stand on her own, her forthcoming years at school would certainly be fraught with difficulty. Students, too, possess their own troubles, which are not less than those of adults. Each age carries its own burdens. Yi Shuang murmured to himself, Never mind. I shall not dwell on it. As Yi Shuang gradually closed his eyes, preparing to drift into slumber, a series of faint yet jarring sounds emanated from the doorknob nearby. Startled, Yi Shuang abruptly opened his eyes. Recalling the incident where the door lock had been tampered with using a chemical agent, he rose swiftly, grasped his phone, and approached the entrance. At that moment, the doorknob began to rattle. Yi Shuang activated his phone's camera with one hand, and then flung the door open. A masked man stood outside, and as the door swung wide, he hesitated upon realizing that the person before him was not the girl he knew. In a sudden move, he forcefully attempted to shove Yi Shuang back inside. However, the man underestimated Yi Shuang's strength. When he found that he could not push him, he bolted towards the stairway. Thinking of escape, Yi Shuang was swifter, seizing the man by the collar and forcefully bringing him crashing to the ground. The impact accompanied by a loud thud and the man's pained scream. Thief! Yi Shuang shouted, pressing the man firmly to the ground. The sound echoed through the poorly soundproofed old building, and given that it was just past midnight, Yi Shuang's shout roused the neighbors on the same floor. Several residents cautiously opened their doors to assess the situation, and upon witnessing Yi Shuang subduing a man, they hurried out to assist. Let me go. The man panicked at the sight of so many people, but Yi Shuang's strength and stature easily overpowered him, rendering him immobile. Let me go, you bastard. The man screamed as more neighbors arrived to help, quickly binding him with a charging cable. Noticing the man carried a toolkit, Yi Shuang opened it to discover a collection of ropes, a camera, wrenches, and various other tools. A chill ran down his spine upon seeing these items, and he immediately slapped the man across the face. Planning to commit a crime in someone's home, are we? You must be seeking death. Yi Shuang couldn't bear to imagine what might have transpired if Bai Yuyo had truly been alone at home. She might not even comprehend why someone would torment her. After delivering 2 more resounding slaps that left the man's ears ringing, the expressions of the other neighbors turned to anger as they recognized the tools he possessed. As longtime residents, they were well aware of the beautiful girl living alone, and despite the lack of direct interaction, they understood the gravity of the situation. In that moment, Yi Shuang tore off the man's mask, revealing a boy who appeared to be merely 17 or 18. Isn't this the kid from apartment 703? One neighbor recognized him. I'm not. I don't live here. The boy shouted in desperation. Yi Shuang responded with another slap. Shut your mouth, you scoundrel. He then stood up and called the police. Meanwhile, footsteps echoed from above, as several neighbors descended to witness the unfolding drama. A woman in her 40s rushed down, exclaiming, That is my son. You've got the wrong person. He is well-behaved and excels in his studies. He is certainly not a criminal. Chapter 14. Yi Shuang's ruthlessness. Why have you bound my son? Release him at once. The woman shouted, attempting to push past Yi Shuang, who stood imposing and steadfast, her height resembling that of a towering edifice. She gazed down at the woman with an air of indifference, threatening, If you continue to speak, I shall bind you as well. On what grounds do you detain my son? The woman retorted defiantly, her arms crossed, ready to unleash a torrent of accusations. On what grounds? Yi Shuang replied, kicking aside a nearby toolbox. He attempted to force entry into my home. Do you believe I lack the right to subdue a criminal? That is not my son. At that moment, the bound young man appeared to seize his opportunity, shouting, I am merely passing through. He assaulted me without cause and had others tie me up. Bai Yuyo stood behind Yi Shuang, her expression one of confusion and uncertainty. Did you hear that, neighbors? This man is falsely accusing my son. My son excels academically and is of good character. How could he possibly commit such an act? I believe he seeks to frame my son for monetary gain. You must keep your eyes wide open. The onlookers exchanged glances, uncertain of who spoke the truth, especially since, upon their arrival, Yi Shuang had already subdued the young man. However, a neighbor from the same floor as the woman spoke up. That boy is indeed well-mannered and dutiful. I doubt he would engage in such behavior. Surely there is some misunderstanding? Indeed, he is still so young and studying. He cannot be a bad person, another neighbor added, feeling a pang of sympathy for a boy of similar age to her own brother, suggesting, perhaps we should let it go. After all, nothing truly happened. Amidst the clamor of voices, Yi Shuang remained unperturbed, lighting a cigarette and leisurely turning to the recently speaking woman. With your saintly disposition, wouldn't you allow this man to bind you with these tools? Perhaps take a few photos for our enjoyment? That's not right. Your figure hardly warrants admiration. Perhaps you are merely hoping for a service at your door? How dare you speak to me like that? The woman retorted, her eyes narrowing, her demeanor shifting to one of indignation. Is it that you would dismiss the attempted intrusion? It seems to me you must enjoy having others pry into your home. Yi Shuang replied with a light laugh. At that moment, the woman could no longer contain herself and struck Yi Shuang across the face, exclaiming, Release my son, you scoundrel. Yi Shuang did not flinch, allowing the slap to land on her cheek. A mutual altercation, then, ignoring the sting of pain. She tossed the cigarette but onto the bound young man, eliciting a yelp of distress as it made contact. In the next moment, Yi Shuang raised his palm and, summoning all his strength, struck back at the elderly woman with a fierce blow. She let out a piercing scream, her body crashing to the ground as she began to wail in agony. After delivering a swift kick, Yi Shuang turned his attention to the female neighbor who had spoken earlier. Do you have anything else to say? Perhaps she had not anticipated Yi Shuang's ferocity. Her face turned pale as she hurried back into her house. The other neighbors, witnessing this scene, could not help but think that this household was indeed formidable. For a moment, those who had intended to criticize Yi Shuang for striking a woman fell silent. A few minutes later, the police arrived, a man and a woman, both wearing serious expressions. Officer, this person assaulted us, a mother and her child. You must uphold justice for us. The elderly woman shouted vehemently. He even falsely accused my son of burglary, trying to extort money. The police, however, paid little heed to her outburst and instead focused on Yi Shuang, the individual at the center of the incident. You are the one who reported this, correct? What exactly transpired? Yi Shuang recounted the events, particularly the moment when the man attempted to force open the door, prompting the mother and son to shout false accusations. Several neighbors familiar with the mother and son spoke up. Officer, you must conduct a thorough investigation. We have watched this child grow up. He would never engage in such behavior. Indeed, it's clear that this person is framing the child. How could such a well-behaved boy do something like this? Exactly. He is just a child, and with school approaching, how could he possibly act in such a manner? Moreover, this man was quite vicious when he struck. Standing beside Yi Shuang, Bai Yuyo shrank back under the scrutiny of the crowd, her body trembling involuntarily. Yi Shuang shielded her behind him, unfazed by the accusations aimed at him, and instead addressed the two officers, saying, I have evidence. With that, he produced a video recorded on his phone, displaying the moment the lock was pried open, the door colliding with the man, and his subsequent attempt to flee. Although the phone was relatively inexpensive, the footage was remarkably clear, completely contradicting their claims of merely passing by and being wrongfully accused. As the video played, the boisterous elderly woman was rendered speechless, her already swollen half-face becoming even more flushed. Even the neighbors who had previously supported her appeared as if they had swallowed a fly, their faces burning with embarrassment, especially after having spoken with such conviction. The truth was glaring. They were nothing more than clowns in this scenario. This video must be fake, the elderly woman shouted, sensing the shift in atmosphere. If it's fake, a visit to the police station will reveal the truth, Yi Shuang replied. raising an eyebrow before turning to the two officers. Please, arrest him. The officers wasted no time. They swiftly untangled the man from the data cable and escorted him away. Let us go. You and his family must accompany me to the police station for a statement. Yishuang nodded in agreement. After completing the necessary formalities, he turned to the girl beside him, only to find her gazing at him intently. Initially, Yishuang thought Bai Yuyo was frightened. Do not be afraid. I will return shortly. You should rest at home, he reassured her. However, Bai Yuyo continued to observe him, suddenly lifting her arm and gently touching the spot on his face where he had been struck. Her eyes reflected a tumult of emotions as she focused on the reddened area. Does it hurt? She inquired, seemingly more concerned about Yishuang's discomfort than her own feelings. The coolness of her fingers glided over his cheek, alleviating some of the pain. Yishuang shrugged and smiled. I'm fine. It's that woman who will likely remain swollen for at least half a month. Just wait for my return, he added. I will wait for you. Bai Yuyo replied dutifully, nodding her head. Yishuang gently patted her head before closing the door behind him. After boarding the police car and completing the statement, several hours had elapsed. The man, under the influence of enhanced interrogation techniques, confessed to his crimes. He had been attracted to Bai Yuyo's beauty and, believing her to be living alone, entertained nefarious thoughts. Additionally, he had heard others refer to her as a fool, which had led him to act on a misguided whim. Chapter 15. I only consider you a sister. Upon exiting the police station, the air was slightly cool. As Yishuang contemplated how to return home, he noticed a car with its lights on not far away, beside which stood a slightly plump figure. What brings you here? He asked, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Chen Hai. With such a ruckus, it was hard not to notice, Chen Hai replied, tossing him a can. Upon inspection, Yishuang discovered it contained Tsingtao beer. After opening it and taking a sip, he remarked, it's quite cold. Of course, I have a refrigerator in my car. Chen Hai noted as he opened his own can. Drinking at the police station entrance and driving? Quite brazen of you, Yishuang commented. This is guava juice. Chen Hai replied, shaking the green bottle in his hand, the printed label obscured by his grip, indeed confirming it was not beer. After a brief smile shared between them, Chen Hai turned to inquire, I heard you got into a fight? Is that surprising? Yishuang retorted, it seems like ages since I last saw you in a brawl. Have you ever witnessed a leader strike someone? Chen Hai chuckled. I thought you might end up incarcerated. Such mutual altercations are hardly severe. At most, one would incur a fine as a lesson, while that man will likely be imprisoned for 3 years, Yishuang replied lightly. Sometimes, one must speak plainly to certain individuals. A firm hand may be the most effective means of communication. With those who throw tantrums, a fist often proves the best tool. Chen Hai did not dispute this sentiment. Observing Yishuang's contemplative expression, he suddenly asked, Are you still thinking about that woman? Yishuang lit a cigarette, remaining silent for a moment before countering. Why do you ask? It is not merely a feeling that one cannot easily move on. You know, my brother, I understand you. Yishuang remained silent for a moment, then slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, reflecting, that was never my moon, merely a fleeting moonlight cast upon me. Are you content? Such matters do not apply. Perfection does not exist in this world. As Yishuang spoke, his mind inexplicably wandered to Bai Yuyo, and he shook his head with a smile. Coming to terms with it, why not just settle for Qinchin? A quintessential beauty of wealth and elegance. After all, why let such fortune slip away? Chen Hai chimed in cheerfully. I regard her as a sister. You know that, Yishuang retorted, nudging Chen Hai away with his elbow. She certainly does not see you as a brother. She has always regarded you as her husband. Besides, she is both beautiful and sensible. Enough, I must take my leave. So early? Let me take you for a foot bath then. Shall I invite your wife? Forget it, she would tear me apart. Soon, they arrived back at the community, and after exchanging greetings with Chen Hai, Yishuang walked to the entrance of the building. He glanced up slightly, noticing the lights still aglow on a particular balcony. As he gazed at that solitary illuminated balcony, he couldn't help but linger a moment longer. At this hour, around 3 or 4 in the morning, the vibrant neon lights of the city were gradually dimming, yet that single beam of light offered Yishuang a sense of warmth, akin to finding a refuge for his weary soul. Perhaps living like this isn't so bad? He pondered, before stepping into the building. He retrieved his keys and unlocked the door. The bright interior revealed a pair of eyes staring back at him. Seated directly in front of the door was a young girl, her head gently resting against the back of her chair, her eyes betraying a veil of drowsiness. However, upon seeing Yishuang, Her eyes sparkled with life, and she stood up. You're back? Why are you still awake? Yi Shuang was taken aback to find Bai Yuyo still awake. He had assumed she was merely turning on the light to sleep. Bai Yuyo stood before him. Looking up slightly, you told me to patiently wait for your return. She hesitated. Did I do something wrong? No, you did nothing wrong. Do not always assume you have erred. Yi Shuang reassured her, gently ruffling her hair. All right, now go to sleep. Okay. Bai Yuyo was indeed tired. The moment she lay down, she fell into a deep slumber, yet her hand clutched the hem of Yi Shuang's shirt. As if that alone could bestow her a sense of security. Yi Shuang tucked her in, observing her fair cheeks tinged with a hint of pink, and he smiled silently. Good night. Early the next morning, Bai Yuyo woke up. She rubbed her stomach, her expression still somewhat dazed. I'm hungry. As she walked to the kitchen, Bai Yuyo skillfully rummaged for instant noodles, only to find a figure already there, busily preparing something in a frying pan. The sunlight streamed in, casting a warm glow upon his silhouette. At this moment, the fragrant aroma of oil wafted from the frying pan, awakening Bai Yuyo from her stupor. Perhaps feeling that the scene before her was too ethereal and unreal, she couldn't help but slowly extend her hand toward the other person. You're awake, Yi Shuang remarked, glancing over as he felt a tug on his clothing. Wait, let me flip the egg. With that, he deftly turned the egg in the skillet, producing a satisfying sizzle. Isn't it handsome? Bai Yuyo's gaze remained fixed on Yi Shuang, her body inching closer, even burying her face into his chest. I'm covered in grease. Hurry and wash up, Yi Shuang said, playfully tossing her toward the bathroom. By the time Bai Yuyo emerged, Yi Shuang had prepared breakfast. His culinary offerings were simple yet delightful. 8 servings of fried egg and bacon sandwiches, the bread lightly sautéed in butter, a combination he felt was flawless. As for the reason behind making so many servings, it was evident. Bai Yuyo, with cheeks puffed like a hamster, had devoured 6 within 10 minutes. Truly, she was a voracious eater. What about lunch? Will you eat at school? Yi Shuang inquired. There must be a cafeteria, right? However, Bai Yuyo shook her head. Why not? Yi Shuang was taken aback. Lowering her head, she explained, the cafeteria doesn't accept cash, so I would go hungry at noon. Doesn't accept cash? Yi Shuang furrowed his brow, contemplating, suddenly recalling his own school days when meals were paid for with a card. Was it that Bai Yuyo didn't understand how to use the meal card, and was thus rejected when attempting to pay in cash? Have you not charged your card? Bai Yuyo nodded, unaware of how those cards were obtained. She only knew that everyone had one, yet no one was willing to enlighten her. Over time, she ceased visiting the cafeteria altogether, spending her lunch hours merely sipping water. Your hearty appetite is entirely cultivated by hunger, Yi Shuang sighed. Skipping meals during the day and then gorging on instant noodles at night will ruin your stomach. Observing the slightly pallid complexion of the girl, he smiled and added, By the way, I'll accompany you to school today. Bai Yuyo blinked, tilting her head, Chapter 16. A reliable adult. Half an hour later, Yi Shuang and Bai Yuyo stood outside the school. Yi Shuang's attire had transformed. He donned a more formal outfit and sported silver-framed glasses, elevating his overall demeanor to one of elegance. Go on, Yi Shuang encouraged. Though Bai Yuyo was uncertain of his intentions, she nodded gently and, with her bag slung over her shoulder, made her way towards the school. However, after a few steps, she couldn't resist glancing back. All she saw was Yi Shuang smiling at her. As several students began to enter and exit the school gates, Bai Yuyo hesitated for a moment before turning to walk through the entrance. Once her figure faded into the crowd, Yi Shuang waited a few minutes before following in the direction she had taken. At the entrance of the school stood several students responsible for discipline. As Yi Shuang approached, they greeted him with a chorus of "Good morning, teacher." He nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded inside. With an air of tranquility, Yi Shuang appeared almost like a genuine teacher. However, given the numerous instructors at Yingshan Academy, it was impossible for the students and security personnel to recognize every single teacher, especially considering the constant influx of new hires and departures each year. Moreover, Yi Shuang's refined appearance and the timing of his arrival rendered him even more teacher-like. Excuse me. Yi Shuang casually stopped a female student, offering a gentle smile. Could you assist me with something? The girl hesitated momentarily, perhaps taken aback by Yi Shuang's handsome features. Her voice trembling slightly. Teacher, what do you need? Do you know where I can obtain a meal card? I'm unfamiliar with the process on my first day. The girl, displaying a hint of regret, pointed towards a nearby building. The meal card can be recharged and replaced at the window on the first floor of the cafeteria. Thank you, Yishuang replied, winking as he made his way towards the cafeteria. That new teacher is quite handsome. I wonder if he teaches the third graders. The girl murmured, watching his departing figure. What are you daydreaming about? Came a languid voice from nearby. The girl turned to find a beautiful classmate with shoulder-length hair standing behind her, excitement bubbling within her. Xiao Yu, I just saw an incredibly handsome teacher who seemed new. He asked me about the meal card. I wonder which grade he teaches. And Shi Yu's eyes widened with curiosity. How handsome. Very handsome. The girl exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. You should read more. Otherwise, you won't have the words to describe a handsome guy, and Shi Yu remarked, her hands tucked in the pockets of her skirt, seemingly uninterested. By the way, I haven't finished my homework. Let me copy yours. What? You tell me to read more, yet you haven't even done your own homework. I'm in the top 3 of the grade. It doesn't matter if I do my homework or not. That's not the point. We have a lunch to get to. The two girls walked back to their classroom side by side. If Yishuang had lingered a moment longer, he would have recognized that the shoulder-length haired girl was, in fact, the one who sold him his phone and steamed buns. Unbeknownst to Yishuang, events unfolded in his absence. He had now arrived at the first floor of the cafeteria, quickly scanning the area until he located the meal card recharge station. A queue had formed at one of the windows, and Yishuang took his place at the end. The line was not too long, so he estimated he would be served shortly. Good morning, greeted a female teacher standing in front of him, her politeness evident upon recognizing Yishuang. Good morning, Teacher Chun. Yishuang responded with ease, adjusting his glasses and smiling. Perhaps taken aback by being called by her surname, the teacher momentarily faltered, her expression shifting to one of embarrassment. Oh, I met you during the meeting. My surname is Bai. Yishuang simply continued speaking, as a faint window of opportunity awaited him. Character: Chen Yu, the third-grade homeroom teacher and Chinese language instructor at Yinshan Academy, known for her flatulence. Is that so? I apologize, Teacher Bai. There seem to be quite a few teachers in the school, Chen Yu remarked, her expression growing increasingly awkward as the other person could call her by name while she struggled to recall his. However, she thought it improbable that such a handsome male teacher would escape her memory. After some contemplation, she pondered whether she should consider wearing glasses. Teacher Chun, if I recall correctly, you teach Chinese for the 3rd grade, correct? Yishuang continued their conversation. Yes, that's right. And you? I teach mathematics. Yishuang casually interjected before continuing. By the way, do you know a student named Bai Yuyo in the 3rd grade? Is she in your class? Chen Yu's expression clearly indicated her familiarity with the name, prompting her to inquire. I know her. What's the matter? She is the child of a distant relative of mine, and I was just curious if you knew her. Oh, you share the surname Bai. Chen Yu nodded, acknowledging that the student Bai Yuyo was somewhat reclusive and rumored to have a troubled background. What rumors? Oh, it's just typical gossip that students tend to fabricate. Teacher Bai, please don't take it to heart. Chen Yu seemed to realize she had misspoken and offered an awkward smile, clearly reluctant to delve deeper. It's all right. I'm just trying to understand. Could you elaborate? Yishuang leaned in slightly, smiling warmly. Chen Yu, caught in the warmth of the other's smile, felt her heart skip a beat and shyly averted her gaze. Well, it said that the student's father is a murderer and her mother is a mistress. Immediately, Chen Yu recognized that she should not have shared such information and quickly added, Teacher Bai, you know how students at this age enjoy spreading baseless rumors. They don't listen to reason. Indeed, as they grow older, they become increasingly difficult to manage. Yishuang replied, maintaining a composed demeanor, merely smiling faintly. Exactly. I should recharge my meal card now. Soon, it was Chen Yu's turn. She flashed an apologetic smile at Yishuang before bending to recharge her card at the window. After recharging her meal card, Chen Yu stepped away from the queue, not forgetting to say, Teacher Bai, I'll head back to supervise the morning reading now. All right, goodbye. After bidding farewell, Yishuang turned towards the woman at the meal card window. Hello, I would like to apply for a meal card. Is this a replacement or a new card? A new card. That will be a 50 yuan card fee. How much would you like to recharge? The woman at the window asked without further inquiry, given that she had just heard the lady teacher refer to him as Teacher Bai, and it was unlikely anyone would impersonate a teacher to apply for a meal card. 2,000, Yishuang replied with a smile. The woman raised her gaze to meet Yishuang's and gestured towards a QR code nearby for scanning. Yishuang promptly recharged the meal card with 2,000. After completing the transaction, Yishuang, now holding the white card, adjusted her non-prescription glasses, and thought, it's time to check on the third grade. Chapter 17. The Smelly Girl by Yuyo walked with her head bowed, her bangs gently obscuring her eyes as she entered the third grade classroom. Upon her arrival, the previously boisterous chatter within the room diminished significantly, and numerous gazes turned toward her. Why does the Smelly Girl appear so much cleaner today? Who knows? Perhaps she finally decided to take a bath. Haha, you might be right. Maybe even the heavens couldn't stand her filthy appearance after the weekend rain. The surrounding students openly discussed her, their laughter echoing in the air. This was an everyday occurrence for Bai Yuyo. She made her way to the last seat, where a solitary desk stood out in stark contrast to the pairs of desks grouped together. The desk was cluttered with miscellaneous items and debris, and the chair seemed to have vanished. After clearing the items from the desk and placing them on the floor, she searched the classroom for a trash bin and found a broken chair to sit on. Bai Yuyo often pondered why her peers treated her this way. Did I do something wrong? She questioned herself repeatedly. I must have erred, she would affirm silently. Hey, Smelly Girl, why did you put my things on the floor? At that moment, a girl approached Bai Yuyo's desk and kicked it with her foot. Bai Yuyo glanced at the items she had just placed on the ground and hesitated. Which item are you referring to? Does it matter? Pick everything up. I'm sorry. Bai Yuyo quietly gathered the litter from the floor and returned it to her desk. Haha. You actually picked it up. What a fool. The girl burst into laughter, then seemed to recall something. All right, we have chores today, Smelly Girl. Make sure to clean up properly. With that, she returned to her seat. We had a knack for ordering the Smelly Girl around. Across the classroom, two boys were conversing, right? One of them observed the scene, his gaze lingering on Bai Yuyo's profile. Hey, Ache, why are you daydreaming? Do you think that Bai Yuyo is actually quite pretty? Her skin is really fair, the boy remarked. Who knows? The Smelly Girl keeps her head down all day and smells bad. You can't possibly have a crush on her, right? In no way. Who would like a fool? Haha. Ache wants to pursue the Smelly Girl. Everyone, give him some encouragement. The other boy shouted enthusiastically. The entire class erupted in laughter, chanting, Get together! Get together! Get together! Ache, flustered, jumped to his feet. Who would ever like her? Bai Yuyo raised her eyes slightly to witness the commotion, appearing somewhat bewildered, before lowering her gaze once more, quietly awaiting the arrival of class. The time for class swiftly approached, and the homeroom teacher entered the classroom to commence the routine class meeting. Upon noticing that Bai Yuyo's desk was cluttered with refuse, he furrowed his brow, his tone tinged with displeasure. Bai Yuyo, how many times must I warn you not to accumulate trash on your desk? You are already an adult. Do you not comprehend the necessity of tidying up? At that moment, a wave of snickers rippled through the class, while Bai Yuyo merely gazed vacantly at her desk. After a few seconds, she quietly murmured, I'm sorry. A foul girl deserves the filth. Some students chuckled in response. The homeroom teacher pinched the bridge of his nose. Feeling a sense of frustration, he envied other homeroom teachers. His class was not only rife with issues, but also included students like Bai Yuyo, who seemed impervious to reason. Most troubling was the absence of any guardian, leaving him with no opportunity to inquire about her parents. All right, everyone, settle down. Let us continue with the class meeting. The final lesson of the morning was physical education, which required students to change into their sports attire. However, Bai Yuyo found herself barred from the changing room. Foul girl, you needn't enter our changing room. We do not wish to endure your stench, declared one girl with righteous indignation. We have told you repeatedly. You are not allowed to enter. Bai Yuyo clutched her sportswear, poised to respond, only to be met with the unrelenting sound of a door slamming shut. With a resigned gaze at her garments, she silently removed her school uniform at the door and donned her sportswear. The other girls exiting the changing room regarded Bai Yuyo's actions with indifference, as the entire grade was aware of the peculiar girl who preferred to change her clothes at the entrance without wearing a bra. As the physical education class concluded, while all other students charged towards the cafeteria like wild horses, Bai Yuyo quietly ascended to the rooftop of the teaching building, settling beside the isolation fence. Due to students resting in the classroom during the lunch break, they insisted that Bai Yuyo refrain from remaining there to avoid disturbing their repose. Why can't I rest in the classroom? She asked, hugging her knees and gazing skyward with her beautiful eyes, utterly bewildered. Yet amid these thoughts, Bai Yuyo could not resist rubbing her stomach, as the pangs of hunger intensified after physical education. Ordinarily, she would quench her hunger at the water dispenser during this time. But today she refrained. Perhaps she was reminded of the figure that had prepared breakfast for her that morning, along with the warmth of their voice. Feeling increasingly fatigued and hungry, Bai Yuyo found her vision blurring, an inexplicable discomfort surging within her. She buried her face in her knees, pondering, what should I do? Meanwhile, on the other side of the rooftop, shrouded in the shadow of the building, Yishuang leaned against the wall, smoking a cigarette. She observed everything unfolding with Bai Yuyo and, realizing that this was merely a glimpse into her daily existence, felt an overwhelming sense of speechlessness. After extinguishing the cigarette in her hand, Yishuang gazed at the white meal card and made her way toward Bai Yuhua, perhaps sensing the approaching footsteps. Bai Yuhua lifted her head slightly to meet a pair of familiar eyes. Seemingly unable to believe her sight, she instinctively rubbed her reddened eye sockets. Why? Yishuang merely crouched down, offering a gentle smile as she slipped in. Have I done something wrong? No, you haven't done anything wrong at all. Really? Truly? Do you trust me? Yishuang inquired. Bai Yuhua nodded earnestly, affirming her belief. Whenever you doubt yourself, remember my words. Yishuang replied with sincerity, assuring her that she was not at fault, urging her to trust her instincts. Yishuang reached out, playfully pinching the softness of Bai Yuhua's cheek. And as for the rest, I shall assist you in resolving it. Chapter 18. Antly at 4 in the afternoon, the time for dismissal arrived. Clean the classroom thoroughly. If not, you'll be in big trouble tomorrow, Wuya declared, tossing the broom into Bai Yuhua's hands before exiting the classroom. Wuya, are you ready? Outside. Another girl awaited her. Here she comes. Where are we headed tonight? Wuya asked eagerly. Singing. Weevee made plans with some handsome guys from the neighboring university. Wow. The sounds of Wuya and her companions gradually faded away. Bai Yuhua looked at the broom on the floor and bent down slowly to pick it up. Trust your instincts. For some reason, Yishuang's words echoed in her mind. She shouldn't be doing this. Bai Yuhua pondered, questioning her own motives. Her grip tightened around the broom. At that moment, a voice interrupted. Let me help you. Let us finish quickly. Bai Yuhua turned to find a boy. A classmate whose name she did not know. Why? No reason. I just can't stand seeing them bully others, he said, scratching his head, slightly embarrassed as he glanced around. Once he confirmed there were no other students in the classroom, he continued, it's truly unfair to leave all this work to you. Bai Yuhua gently shook her head. Why are you just standing there? Start cleaning, you sweep, and I'll mop. Luo Che urged when he noticed Bai Yuhua's head hung low. However, just as he finished speaking, Bai Yuhua lifted her head and said, I cannot clean. A gentle breeze wafted in through the window, sweeping her bangs aside, revealing her serene, obsidian-like eyes, while the beauty concealed beneath her bangs left Luo Che momentarily entranced. This isn't my job. Luo Che opened his mouth in surprise. How could she be so beautiful? Thus, I don't need to do this. Bai Yuhua's voice softened as she walked towards a corner of the room, slowly placing the broom down. After retrieving her bag, Bai Yuhua exited the classroom without hesitation. Just before leaving, the girl's voice floated like a gentle breeze into his ears. Thank you. Luo Che gazed absent-mindedly at her retreating figure before rushing out. Wait. Slow down. Well, it should be about time, right? Yishuang stood at the entrance of the teaching building, just as Bai Yuyo descended. Let us go? Yishuang said with a faint smile. Bai Yuyo nodded and reached out to tug at Yishuang's garment. The two of them exited through the school gates. Get in the car. A black motorcycle was parked beside the road at the entrance, and Yishuang handed a helmet to Bai Yuyo. Uncertain of where the motorcycle had come from, Bai Yuyo stared blankly at the sleek vehicle until Yishuang gestured for her to put on the helmet, which she then clumsily secured atop her head. Hey, you've put it on backwards, Yishuang remarked, giving her a light tap on her forehead. Once Bai Yuyo adjusted the helmet and protective gear, Yishuang instructed her to mount the motorcycle and then rev the engine. Hold on tight. No sooner had Yishuang uttered the words than Bai Yuyo pressed herself against his back, warmth and softness enveloping him. So tight, he noted. Yet Bai Yuyo did not loosen her grip. Yishuang paid little mind and sped away on the motorcycle, the scenery swiftly retreating as the girl's head rested against his back. She realized they were not headed home, but she did not dwell on it. Instead, closing her eyes in tranquil repose, feeling an unprecedented sense of security beside Yishuang. At that moment, Yishuang remained focused on the road. Piloting the motorcycle that Chun Hai had lent him, it was quite an expensive machine. Though Chun Hai insisted it was fine to treat it carelessly, Yishuang had no desire to damage someone's prized possession, especially one hidden from its owner. Upon entering the underground garage of a commercial plaza, Yishuang led Bai Yuyo to the third floor of the mall. It was Bai Yuyo's first visit to such a place, and upon seeing the bustling crowd, she instinctively reached out to grasp Yi Shuang's hand. There are quite a few people. He observed her unease and quickly took her small hand in his. Let us go? Feeling the warmth emanating from his palm, Bai Yuyo nodded softly. They paused before a hair salon on the 3rd floor, and Yi Shuang glanced at the sign. Welcome. Are you here for a haircut or styling? A smiling woman at the front desk inquired upon their entry. Is the manager here? Yi Shuang asked. Yes, I am his friend, he responded when suddenly a high-pitched voice called from nearby. Oh, Xiao Shuang, long time no see. Before he could react, he was enveloped in an embrace, a strong scent of perfume wafting over him, prompting him to twitch his lips in a grimace. Bai Yuyo stood by, somewhat stunned, as the one who had embraced Yi Shuang was a man clad in tight-fitting purple and green leather, with striking white hair, diamond earrings, and black lipstick, exuding an air of flamboyance. All right, enough of this, he said, attempting to diffuse the exuberance. Yi Shuang pushed the man away and then introduced him to Bai Yuhua, saying he was Li Fu. The man placed a finger against Yi Shuang's lips and smiled at Bai Yuhua, saying, Child, call me Aunt Li. Bai Yuhua instinctively responded, Aunt Li, good child. Aunt Li immediately erupted into a fit of giggles, circling around Bai Yuhua and occasionally raising her arms to assess her figure. Finally, when she reached out to lift the girl's bangs, she seemed pleasantly surprised, exclaiming, Oh my, how beautiful. Such a lovely face, yet this fringe is ruining it. Just wait a few more years, and it will be even better. After Aunt Li finished speaking, she turned to glance at Yi Shuang, asking, So, is that why you brought this child to me? Pretty much. Her hair hasn't been cut in years. I leave it to you, Fu Gui. How annoying. Call me Li Tian Tian. All right, Fu Gui. A few minutes later, Bai Yuhua was taken for a shampoo. Lying on the wash bed, she gazed at Yi Shuang in the distance, her blinking eyes appearing somewhat innocent. Aunt Li skillfully washed the girl's hair, drawing the attention of several staff members. Although celebrities often came to the salon to have their hairstyles done, they had never witnessed the manager personally washing hair, which ignited their curiosity about the relationship between Yi Shuang and Bai Yuhua. Your hair quality is truly excellent, but why do you have some bumps in it? Aunt Li inquired, as if feeling something within the hair. That was caused by someone burning it with a lighter, Bai Yuhua replied calmly, as if recounting an unrelated event. Aunt Li paused briefly, her smile gradually fading as she turned to look at Yi Shuang, who merely exchanged a knowing glance with her. No worries. Auntie will give you a beautiful hairstyle shortly. Chapter 19. Full after the shampoo, Bai Yuhua sat before the mirror, while Aunt Li stood behind her, using a hairdryer to dry the girl's hair. With one hand cradling her face, Aunt Li seemed to be contemplating how to style it. Yi Shuang interjected. Fu Gui, can you really not handle this? You annoying creature, who says I can't? It's just that this child's innate features are too remarkable. So, it means that she is already stunning without much design. Aunt Li laughed, a perfect piece of jade. Every carving would be a waste. As she spoke, she used scissors to trim away the burnt sections of Bai Yuhua's hair and then began to refine the ends. I haven't seen hair of this length and quality in ages. It could fetch a good price. When I was an apprentice at a barber shop, I often tried to lure those with long hair to come in, just to keep their hair to sell, as my salary back then was quite meager, only a few hundred. Oh, Auntie is just joking with you. You look best with long hair. Observing Li Fuqi's incessant chatter with the elder sister-like figure, Bai Yuyo, Yi Shuang found it rather unremarkable. He reached for a cigarette, yet before he could even extract his lighter, he heard her gentle admonition, Xiao Shuang Shuang, our establishment prohibits smoking. With a slight grin, Yi Shuang caught a glimpse of himself in the nearby mirror, noting that both Bai Yuyo and Aunt Li had turned their gaze towards him. Reluctantly, he complied and put the cigarette away. Aunt Li continued, It might be time for you to quit smoking, don't you think? It's a bit challenging. Yi Shuang responded with a mere smile. You should consider the feelings of others while smoking. The dangers of second-hand smoke cannot be underestimated, Aunt Li remarked, gesturing towards Bai Yuyo. Would you want such a lovely girl to endure the smell of smoke clinging to you? Acknowledging her words, Yi Shuang simply replied, Understood. At that moment, Aunt Li focused on styling Bai Yuyo's hair, her touch gentle as she made subtle adjustments to enhance the original hairstyle. She thinned out the ends and shaped the heavy bangs, allowing Bai Yuyo's delicate features to shine through more prominently. Approximately half an hour later, Aunt Li set down her scissors and gently brushed away the stray hairs with a sponge. All done. Yi Shuang's gaze lingered on Bai Yuyo, and after a brief moment of surprise, he offered a soft smile. Not bad. In the mirror, Bai Yuyo appeared largely unchanged from her previous look. In fact, it was still the same hairstyle. Yet, the simple refinement of her bangs and hair ends had transformed her overall presence entirely. Her beauty was undeniable from every angle, akin to a flawless jade stone, where any attempt at further embellishment would seem superfluous. Truly beautiful, Aunt Lee couldn't help but exclaim. Bai Yuyo seemed somewhat perplexed by the notion of beauty, gazing at her reflection as if sensing a subtle difference. Perhaps we should contact a talent agency for a debut. Such excellent qualities, Aunt Lee suggested, casting a glance at Yi Shuang. This is your forte. Yi Shuang chose to disregard her insinuation, replying slowly, let's discuss that later. At her age, she should be capable of making her own choices. You sound like a father, Aunt Lee teased. After finishing Bai Yuyo's hair, Yi Shuang turned to Aunt Lee, inquiring about the cost. Having you personally attend to this must be quite expensive. 50,000. A discount brings it to 5, she quipped. Fine, then 5 it is, Yi Shuang conceded, while Aunt Lee stifled a laugh, then turned her attention to Bai Yuyo, as if appraising a work of art. Child, what is your relationship with him? Upon hearing Aunt Lee's question, Bai Yuyo tilted her head slightly. We're married. Yi Shuang, standing behind her, was momentarily taken aback. Oh. Aunt Lee's eyes narrowed, intrigued as if she had stumbled upon an amusing piece of gossip. We're not married, Yi Shuang interjected, pinching her cheeks to prevent further fanciful declarations. But we sleep together, Bai Yuyo countered, turning to him. You said couples sleep together. Xiao Shuang. Come, let us talk about this, Aunt Lee beckoned. Aunt Lee leaned in, seemingly intrigued, and wrapped her arm around Yi Shuang, suggesting they discuss the matter of sleep with a light-hearted chuckle. Yi Shuang pinched her aching brow. After leaving the hair salon, Yi Shuang guided Bai Yuyo through the shopping center for a while and then purchased some daily necessities to take home. Bai Yuyo's already striking appearance, enhanced by subtle adjustments, immediately attracted a multitude of gazes, yet the young girl remained blissfully unaware, quietly holding Yi Shuang's hand as they walked. Everyone is looking at you, Yi Shuang remarked with a gentle smile as she observed the scene before her. Why? Bai Yuyo inquired. Because you are beautiful, Yi Shuang replied. Now, lift your head up and be a bit more confident. The warmth radiating from Yi Shuang's hand seemed to encourage her, and Bai Yuyo slowly raised her face, her pale and serene countenance capturing the attention of many. While looking down may shield oneself, it is only by raising one's head that the path ahead becomes clear. Bai Yuyo turned her gaze, yet her eyes remained fixed on Yi Shuang's face. Why do you keep looking at me? She asked. What must we do to become husband and wife? The girl's question took Yi Shuang by surprise, but he soon smiled gently, saying, when you can truly stand on your own, face challenges, and muster the courage. Bai Yuyo pressed on. So, when that happens, we will be husband and wife. Yes. Yi Shuang nodded. Will husbands and wives always live together? Indeed. However, there were unspoken thoughts lingering in Yi Shuang's mind by that time. Bai Yuyo might come to understand the true essence of being a couple. This notion provided Yi Shuang with a sense of reassurance. Upon returning home, Yi Shuang busied himself in the kitchen. Aware of Bai Yuyo's appetite, he had purchased an abundance of ingredients for dinner. I'll help. Bai Yuyo chimed in as she followed him. Observing her, Yi Shuang suggested, you've had a long day at school, perhaps you should rest. Yet Bai Yuyo remained steadfast, her beautiful eyes fixed on Yi Shuang, believing that independence would hasten their journey to becoming a couple. Yi Shuang paused for a moment before responding with a smile. All right. Today I will teach you how to use a knife. After demonstrating, he handed the knife to Bai Yuyo. Now, you give it a try? Bai Yuyo took the knife, raising it high, its gleaming blade reflecting light ominously. Coupled with her expressionless face, one might assume she was capable of sinister deeds. Fool. Is that how you use a knife? After dinner, Yi Shuang began unpacking the deliveries that had arrived, which consisted mainly of a computer and other gadgets, essential tools for long-term living, especially since the internet had already been set up. He deftly assembled the computer, lighting up the screen before stepping outside to install the surveillance system. Bai Yuyo, noticing Yi Shuang's incessant activity, wished to assist, but finding herself unable to contribute. She quietly observed him from the sidelines. During this period, neighbors passing by appeared unfazed upon seeing Yi Shuang installing surveillance cameras. After all, such events had only recently transpired, and it was rumored that the son of the family on the 7th floor was still incarcerated, soon to face prosecution and imprisonment. With the cameras securely mounted in the corner and a sign stating you have entered the surveillance area affixed, Yi Shuang felt a significant sense of relief. The true essence of surveillance lies not merely in recording, but in its deterrent effect. Hence, faux cameras are quite popular in online markets. Upon returning to his abode, Yishuang closed the door and glanced at the surveillance footage on his phone. Satisfied with its functionality, he nodded, content. He then began to tinker with his computer, while Bai Yuyo sat on a small chair beside him, observing his actions. Although she did not comprehend what he was doing, simply being in his presence instilled a sense of security within her. Noticing Bai Yuyo lingering by his side, Yishuang suggested, "Why not take a shower first? You must have worked up a sweat in gym class today." However, Bai Yuyo tugged at Yishuang's sleeve and, upon receiving no reply, inquired, "Is that not permissible? Only married couples can shower together." Faced with her insistence, Yishuang relented. Bai Yuyo released her grip, her gem-like eyes lowering in disappointment, even her playful hair drooping listlessly. Sensing her disheartened mood, Yishuang contemplated for a moment before saying, "All right then. Are we married now?" Bai Yuyo tilted her head in curiosity. "No. This is a reward for your performance today," Yishuang replied. Yet, as those words escaped his lips, he gazed at the beautiful visage of the girl before him, uncertain whether this so-called reward was meant for her or himself. Bai Yuyo, though somewhat perplexed, was simply delighted at the prospect of sharing a shower. A few minutes later, in the mist-filled bathroom, Bai Yuyo sat on a small stool while Yishuang stood behind her, washing her hair. After rinsing it clean, he applied shower gel. "Raise your hands," he instructed. "Oh." Yishuang continued to spread the bubbles over her. After a while, Bai Yuyo suddenly turned to him, pointing to her front, declaring, "There are no bubbles here." Yishuang replied, "Bubbles." The girl persisted, prompting him to extend his hand and evenly distribute the foam. Instantly, he was enveloped by a wave of guilt. Observing Yishuang lost in thought, Bai Yuyo blinked and inched closer, asking, "What's wrong?" The bubbles clung to her skin, and Yishuang mentally chanted, "I am not a pervert," before his eyes suddenly cleared, brimming with sincerity. "Come, let me rinse you off," he said, his voice imbued with an energetic tone reminiscent of a broadcaster. Oh, after a painstakingly long shower, Yishuang used a blow dryer to dry Bai Yuyo's hair. Contemplating that such encounters should not become commonplace, he was acutely aware of their age difference, 8 years. The disparity is not merely one of age. It is also a chasm that separates a youthful spirit. Bai Yuhua is oblivious to many matters that Yishuang comprehends. Yishuang harbors no desire for her own selfish inclinations to jeopardize the future of the young girl. "Bai Yuhua," she calls, turning to face her. "Come here. Let us watch some educational videos on the differences between men and women." Yishuang settled at the computer desk, searched for a relevant video on the platform, and beckoned Bai Yuhua to join her. There are distinctions between the genders. One cannot carelessly bathe or sleep together. Bai Yuhua obediently sat beside Yishuang, and together they watched the video. Approximately half an hour later, as the video concluded, Yishuang inquired, "Did you understand the information presented?" Bai Yuhua nodded gently. "Do you now grasp the differences between men and women?" Yishuang asked. "Yes," Bai Yuhua replied. Yishuang sighed softly in relief, satisfied with her understanding. Bai Yuhua gazed intently at Yishuang and stated earnestly, "In the future, I will only show and share these things with you." Yishuang was taken aback. "Wait, did you truly understand?" The video had indicated that such matters are reserved for those in the closest of marital bonds. Bai Yuhua responded, "We will be husband and wife in the future. I will only engage in these activities with you." This logic appeared entirely sound, leaving Yishuang momentarily speechless, unable to counter her reasoning. The thought of saying, "We may not necessarily be husband and wife," felt stuck in her throat. "Let us focus on other things for now," Yishuang decided, selecting a film. Watching movies, after all, is one of the most enjoyable ways to acquire knowledge, as human memory of scenes far surpasses that of text. As the film concluded, the night deepened. Bai Yuhua, clutching a pillow, sat cross-legged on the floor, appearing ready to sleep together. Yishuang indulged her, turning off the lights and lying down beside her. The fragrance of flowers emanated from the girl, and in the dim room, Bai Yuhua had already drifted into slumber, her breathing steady. Meanwhile, Yishuang lay wide awake, gazing at the ceiling, as memories played out in her mind like a film reel. Suddenly, an urge for a smoke overcame her. Quietly, she rose, intending to step onto the balcony for a cigarette, but in the next moment, she felt a tug on her clothing. In the soft glow of the moonlight, she realized Bai Yuhua's hand was firmly grasping her shirt. Even in sleep, "You like to hold on to my clothes," Yishuang mused with a smile. Just as she intended to gently pry the girl's fingers free, she felt a slight resistance, accompanied by a murmured plea from Bai Yuhua, "Don't leave. I will be good." Yi Shuang hesitated, taking a moment of silence before sitting up to retrieve her lighter. As she lit a cigarette, her thoughts wandered to the enigma surrounding Bai Yuhua's past. Her father a murderer, her mother a mistress? Regardless of the truth behind the rumors, what is the reality of her situation? A sudden fit of coughing interrupted Yi Shuang's contemplation, gradually bringing him back to reality. His gaze fell upon the swirling white smoke illuminated by the moonlight and the girl's discomfort expression, her brows slightly furrowed, as if recalling the words of someone significant. Yi Shuang's eyes shifted to the nearly extinguished cigarette but in his hand. He slowly raised it to his lips, taking another drag. After completing this act, he discarded the cigarette pack and lighter into the trash bin. Perhaps today marks the beginning of my journey to quit smoking, Yi Shuang mused to himself. Chapter 21. Perhaps this isn't so bad. The following day, upon awakening, Yi Shuang felt a peculiar numbness in one of his arms, as though it had lost all sensation. Gently turning his head, he noticed the slumbering girl resting on his arm, her long eyelashes fluttering delicately in rhythm with her steady breaths. Yi Shuang was uncertain how their positions had come to be this way. Perhaps it was simply his ingrained habit of embracing someone while he slept. After all, he had once been urged to hold his partner tightly through the night. Reflecting on past occurrences, an inexplicable melancholy washed over him. He instinctively reached into his pocket for a cigarette, only to remember that he had disposed of them the night before. The craving surged within him, and Yi Shuang felt as if ants were crawling all over his body. He extended his hand, intending to rummage through the trash bin, but hesitated at the sound of the girl's indistinct murmurs in her dreams. With a resigned smile, he lowered his hand, contemplating the futility of it all. Was he deceiving others, or merely himself? Withdrawing his other arm, now tingling from the pressure of Bai Yuhua, he proceeded to wash up and stepped outside. The morning air was brisk, and after procuring breakfast, Yi Shuang seemed to recall something. Stopping at a stationery store on the corner, after a moment's thought, he entered. Where might the notebooks be? It appeared to be just opening, with few patrons inside. He approached the young woman at the front desk to inquire. The girl, her head bowed at the cash register, did not lift her gaze, simply responding, "Second row." At the back, Yi Shuang made his way to the back of the second row, where an old notebook computer caught his eye. "This isn't a notebook computer. It's just a regular notebook," he remarked. As he finished speaking, the girl slowly raised her head, and in that moment of shared recognition, they both exclaimed in unison, "It's you. Isn't it you who sells phones and steam buns? What are you doing here in a stationery store?" Yi Shuang inquired, surprised. What was going on with her? Or was it possible that she owned all three businesses? Realizing she could no longer conceal her secret, the girl with shoulder-length hair stood up, speaking with a touch of nonchalance. "I am an apprentice ninja with 2.5 years of training. The two versions of me you encountered were mere shadow clones." Upon witnessing her earnest expression, Yi Shuang's mind momentarily stalled, only to be followed by a smirk. "Do you truly expect me to believe that? Humph, so you didn't fall for it after all." And Shiyu crossed her arms and averted her gaze, displaying an expression that suggested she was easily deceived. "Your true feelings are written all over your face, TSK." At that moment, Yi Shuang noticed the Silver Mountain Academy uniform that Shiyu was wearing and curiously inquired, "Are you also a student of Silver Mountain Academy?" Instantly, Shiyu exhibited a look of wariness. "Oh, how did you know that? Are you following me?" She scrutinized Yi Shuang from head to toe, seemingly assessing him. After a moment, she shook her head. "We are not suited for each other. You are far too old, uncle." "Who is following you? Isn't it your own uniform you are wearing?" And Shiyu's expression froze, and then she sighed. "You actually figured it out." "Indeed. I am an elite ninja sent to infiltrate Silver Mountain Academy. Do you still remember your character setting? And didn't you just claim to be a trainee ninja?" After Yi Shuang's teasing, he wished to disengage from this individual and continued, "I need a notebook. Here, $5. The other party produced a notebook. Do you have a smaller one? Preferably something portable." After glancing at two palm-sized notebooks, Yi Shuang inquired. "Here." The individual handed over a palm-sized notebook. And after purchasing a few pens, Yi Shuang exited the stationery shop. Watching his departing figure, and Shiyu rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought. Upon returning home, Yi Shuang discovered Bai Yuyo still soundly asleep, her legs, round and straight, resting atop the quilt, and her loose clothing revealed a stark whiteness that glinted in the morning sunlight. "This quilt is truly white. Yishuang diverted his gaze and walked to the balcony to retrieve her clothes. At that moment, he suddenly noticed the opening in her uniform. Item: Silver Mountain Academy female uniform. The clean fabric is infused with sunlight, seemingly unraveling. Upon seeing this, Yishuang took out a needle and thread from a nearby drawer and sat down on a small stool on the balcony to mend the tear. Listening to the chirping of birds outside, he carefully stitched the opening of the uniform, and unexpectedly, he felt a profound calmness settle within him. This sense of tranquility felt long absent. Since graduating, Yishuang had not experienced such carefree moments. He no longer had to stay up late preparing for work the next day, nor did he need to set multiple alarms just a minute apart. With his phone no longer requiring constant vigilance, he was free from the relentless chase of time and the pressure it imposed. Perhaps this isn't so bad after all. Yishuang gazed at the freshly mended uniform in his hands, feeling the gentle morning breeze caress his face, and he couldn't help but ponder. At that moment, a faint sound came from behind him. Turning around, he saw Bai Yuyo had awoken, slowly sitting up with bleary eyes, seemingly still regaining her senses. "You're up?" Yishuang approached and said, "I bought you 5 buns for breakfast. Hurry and wash up." Bai Yuyo, while speaking, took out her recently mended school uniform and said, "Here." At that moment, she appeared somewhat dazed. Upon seeing the garment in Yishuang's hands, she promptly removed her sleepwear. The delicate branches bore abundant fruit, and this scene left Yishuang feeling a pang of headache as she urged Bai Yuyo to dress. Bai Yuyo tilted her head, and under Yishuang's intense gaze, she slowly donned the clothing. However, once dressed, Bai Yuyo maintained a duck-like sitting posture, gazing at herself as if she wished to express something. What's wrong? Yishuang initially assumed Bai Yuyo was still not fully awake. Yet, Bai Yuyo extended her arms, her voice unusually tinged with a hint of affection, yearning for a hug. Hearing this, Yishuang, observing the outstretched arms, squatted down and enveloped the soft figure of the girl in her embrace. The warmth of her body and the floral fragrance of her hair gradually calmed Yishuang's heart. "So warm," Bai Yuyo murmured, nuzzling her face against Yishuang's shoulder. Yishuang remained silent, gently stroking the back of her head. The softness in her arms bestowed upon her an unprecedented sense of security. Perhaps a hug could indeed empower a person. "How did you fall asleep again?" Chapter 22. Stunhei, Ache. Why are you so distracted this early in the morning? Have you fallen for a girl from the next class? Luo Che arrived at the classroom early, sitting in his seat while his gaze occasionally drifted to a corner of the room. In response to his classmates' teasing, he glared and shouted, "Nonsense." His mind, however, was filled with the image of Bai Yuyo's beautiful face peeking from beneath her bangs, so much so that he had been preoccupied with thoughts of her since last night, nearly losing sleep over it. That girl, Bai Yuyo, is incredibly beautiful. Am I the first to notice? Luo Che pondered, feeling a thrill akin to winning the lottery. Moreover, she had thanked him yesterday, indicating that he likely made a favorable impression on her. If I can assist her more, perhaps I can uncover her hidden potential. He mused, excitement coursing through him, causing his legs to tremble uncontrollably. Such a stunning girl. But she is a troublesome one. If I were truly to be with her, would I be the subject of gossip among classmates? Just as he was lost in thought, a faint floral scent wafted by as a figure gracefully approached the corner of the classroom and took a seat. Is that the troublesome girl? What is happening? At that moment, half of the students in the class, upon noticing Bai Yuyo seated quietly in the corner, wore expressions of astonishment, as if they had stumbled upon something extraordinary. The girl sat there in serene silence, no longer with her head down. Her eyes, hidden beneath her straight bangs, sparkled like precious gems. Her attire was neat and tidy, a stark contrast to her former appearance. Wow, how can she be so stunning? Some boys suddenly erupted with expletives, their eyes fixated on Bai Yuyo as if mesmerized. Meanwhile, some girls began to whisper among themselves, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding drama. At that moment, Bai Yuyo paid no heed to her classmates' reactions. She retrieved a small notebook from the pocket of her pleated skirt, a gift from Yishuang earlier that morning. Opening to the first page, she read the neatly inscribed lines. 1. Raise your head and maintain eye contact while conversing. 2. Firmly refuse to engage in activities you dislike, similar to saying no. 3. Do not say sorry. 4. When conflicts arise, express your thoughts and maintain eye contact. 5. If you need to use the restroom, go to the one next to the teacher's office at the end of the corridor. 6. For unsolvable issues, call me. 7. Do not feel inferior. You are more beautiful than anyone else. 8. Do not be affected by verbal attacks. 9. Do not allow others to invade your personal space. 10. To be continued, good behavior will earn rewards, such as a choice between a bath or a sleepover service. After quietly jotting down these notes, she tucked the notebook away, acutely aware of her classmates' gazes upon her. However, it felt different from before. Bai Yuyo was uncertain. All she needed to do was follow Yi Shuang's instructions. She then pulled out a white meal card from her pocket, allowing her to dine in the cafeteria starting today. Did you not clean yesterday? A sudden outburst echoed through the classroom, drawing her attention. Wu Yi stormed over, forcefully kicking Bai Yuyo's desk, causing it to shake violently. Just as Wu Yi was about to speak, she paused, taken aback. The person before her seemed entirely different from her previous impressions. Who are you? Wu Yi inquired, noticing it was not the girl she expected. Bai Yuyo. Who is Bai Yuyo? A new transfer student? Wu Yi felt the name was familiar and suddenly realized that the girl she remembered began to merge with the striking figure before her. How has she changed so much? What happened? She couldn't have undergone plastic surgery, could she? As Wu Yi gazed at Bai Yuyo's beautiful face, jealousy surged within her. Did I not tell you to clean up yesterday? In contrast to Wu Yi's furious outburst, Bai Yuyo remained calm, responding leisurely. Why should I? Wu Yi was momentarily taken aback by the retort. Did this girl dare to talk back? As Bai Yuyo's unwavering gaze bore into her, Wu Yi suddenly felt an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. The tension grew awkward, and for reasons unknown, the usual supporters of Wu Yi remained silent, merely observing the unfolding scene. You damn. Wu Yi could not tolerate the unexpected turn of events, her hand reaching out to push Bai Yuyo. Bai Yuyo, though ethereal in demeanor, distinctly recalled Yi Shuang's admonition to avoid allowing others to invade her personal space. As she subtly shifted to the side, Wu Yi lunged forward, miscalculating her trajectory and consequently lost her balance, tumbling quite forcefully. In that moment, Bai Yuyo merely observed her, her expression devoid of any sentiment. The cold, aloof gaze cast downwards upon Wu Yi evoked an indescribable discomfort within her. All right, enough of the commotion, interjected Luo Che, who abruptly rose to mediate the situation, noting that the teacher was imminent. Observing this, the other boys promptly followed suit, while some girls assisted Wu Yi back to her seat. The boys, however, were primarily concerned with Bai Yuyo, inquiring if she was unharmed, and if Wu Yi had caused her any pain. Typically indifferent towards Bai Yuyo, the boys now transformed into caring figures, inquiring about her well-being. Yet, it was evident to any observant onlooker that only Wu Yi had suffered a fall, while Bai Yuyo remained entirely unscathed. Confronted with their concern, Bai Yuyo felt an inexplicable awkwardness, despite the well-meaning inquiries. Only Yi Shuang's concern provided her with a sense of comfort. For a moment, Bai Yuyo's mind struggled to process these emotions. Just then, the bell for class rang. The homeroom teacher entered with a displeased countenance, instructing everyone to return to their seats before slamming his hand on the desk. Who was responsible for cleaning yesterday? Why has every point been deducted from the cleanliness score? The classroom fell into a profound silence. In the next instant, Wu Yi immediately pointed an accusatory finger, exclaiming, "It's all Bai Yuyo's fault." The teacher's gaze shifted to the corner where Bai Yuyo sat, momentarily taken aback. For the girl who once kept her head down was now standing with an air of defiance. For a fleeting moment, the teacher questioned whether he had mistaken her identity. Nonetheless, he furrowed his brow and commanded, "Bai Yuyo, stand up." Upon hearing this, Bai Yuyo rose slowly. "Why didn't you clean? How many times must I reiterate for you to alleviate my burdens? You, an adult, behaving worse than a child?" Wu Yi reveled in this moment, feeling a sense of twisted satisfaction. Noting Bai Yuyo's silence, the teacher pressed on, "I need a reasonable explanation." At this juncture, Bai Yuyo finally spoke. "Why didn't I clean?" No longer apologetic, her gaze met the teacher's as she articulated her thoughts, "Because I was not the one assigned to clean yesterday." The teacher swiftly retorted, "Being not the assigned cleaner is no excuse." However, his words faltered as he processed her statement. You weren't the one assigned yesterday?" Suddenly, the teacher's expression grew awkward. His myriad reprimanding remarks lodged in his throat, stifled by an unexpected embarrassment. "Well, that may be true, but maintaining cleanliness is everyone's responsibility," he stammered, veering into nonsensical territory due to the palpable awkwardness of the situation. As she gazed at the girl standing in the distance, the homeroom teacher abruptly produced his phone. "Oh, what? A meeting?" With that, he exited the classroom and returned only after several minutes had elapsed. He cleared his throat, as if nothing had transpired. Noticing Bai Yuyo still standing, he addressed her. Bai Yuyo, please take your seat. All right, Bai Yuyo replied, resuming her place. The teacher scanned the room, then inquired, who was on duty yesterday? Wu Ya, a classmate answered. In an instant, the teacher's gaze fixated on Wu Ya, his tone laced with a hint of ire. Since you were on duty, how can you blame Bai Yuyo? Aye. It's all Bai Yuyo's fault. I had her do the cleaning. Wu Ya stammered, intimidated by the sudden pressure. Stand up. The teacher slammed the desk, causing Wu Ya to spring to her feet. What right do you have to make your classmates do your chores? Who do you think you are? Wu Ya was rendered speechless, standing there with her head bowed, while her classmates' stares pierced her like 1,000 needles. It's all that wretched girl's fault. Why should it be her? Wu Ya thought, turning to glare fiercely at Bai Yuyo. Yet, Bai Yuyo remained engrossed in her booklet, her gaze entirely averted from Wu Ya. This indifference felt like striking a fist against cotton, further exacerbating Wu Ya's frustration. What are you looking at? The teacher continued. From today onward, you will handle all duties for the next month. Don't even think about slacking off. One day of non-compliance will add another week. What? At that moment, Yi Shuang passed by with a lesson plan, having witnessed the entire scene unfold. His eyes fell upon the girl in the corner, and he couldn't help but smile faintly. Just a day apart, and the girl appeared transformed. Once the seeds of confidence are sown, many previously daunting obstacles cease to exist. Adjusting his non-prescription glasses, Yi Shuang didn't linger, as staying too long might raise suspicions. Besides, in a few days, this charade of impersonating a teacher would come to an end. Mr. Bai? As he reached the stairway, a voice suddenly called out from behind. Yi Shuang paused, turning to see a familiar face. Oh, it's Teacher Chun, he recognized. The teacher before him was Chun Yu, the one he had previously encountered while queuing to recharge their meal cards, with whom he had exchanged pleasantries. Mr. Bai, do you have a class during the second period? Chun Yu inquired eagerly. Not really, Yi Shuang replied after a moment's contemplation. Upon hearing this, Chun Yu's eyes sparkled with hope. Oh, there's been a situation at home that I need to attend to. I can't find a substitute teacher. Could you please take a class for me? Just let them study on their own. At that moment, Yi Shuang regretted his earlier response of having no classes. It was merely a self-study session. It should be manageable, right? All right, Teacher Chun, which class is it? Yi Shuang inquired. Class, thank you, Teacher Bai, Chun Yu replied, expressing her gratitude before hastily departing, seemingly in a rush to catch a high-speed train. What is this about? Pretending to be a teacher and actually having to conduct a class? Yi Shuang pondered, realizing that perhaps she possessed a latent talent for espionage. After more than half an hour, as the bell for the second period rang, Yi Shuang entered the classroom, armed with her lesson plan. The previously boisterous class fell silent in an instant, all eyes converging upon her. Your teacher Chen has an urgent matter to attend to at home, so this period will be a self-study session, she announced. Faced with the sea of gazes from dozens of students, Yi Shuang found it utterly trivial. After her declaration, she took a seat at the podium and began to fidget with her phone, or rather, she pretended to write her lesson plan while actually indulging in her device. As the students realized their homeroom teacher had left, they transformed into wild stallions, the classroom erupting into chaos akin to a bustling market, completely disregarding the presence of this new teacher. After all, it was just a self-study session. It hardly mattered. Observing the unruly environment, Yi Shuang felt exasperated. Realizing that the noise might attract the attention of the grade leader, jeopardizing her disguise as a teacher. The next time she wished to visit the school to check on Bai Yuyo, it would be considerably more challenging. Contemplating this, Yi Shuang's gaze fell upon a boy sitting at a desk, chatting with his classmates. Su Hao, kindly return to your seat, she said slowly. The classroom fell momentarily silent, as no one expected a stranger to recognize the students. However, Su Hao merely smirked dismissively, striking a self-satisfied pose, fully convinced of his own charm. He was known as a troublemaker in class and assumed he was quite famous among the teachers. Therefore, hearing his name called by Yi Shuang elicited no surprise from him. Yet, the next moment, Yi Shuang's words transformed his expression drastically. If you do not return to your seat, I shall have a candid conversation with your grandmother regarding your commendable behavior in school. Yi Shuang continued with a nonchalant tone. Su Hao was utterly perplexed. After all, his grandmother did not even possess a mobile phone and had never attended a parent-teacher meeting. The contact information for his parents listed them as divorced. How could this teacher possibly know such details? Nevertheless, Su Hao, sensing the gravity of the situation, promptly complied and quietly returned to his seat. The classroom quieted down considerably, though one girl remained indifferent, applying foundation with a mirror while giggling with her classmates behind her. Yishuang once again took out her phone and captured several photos of the girl. Zhang Shui, I have recorded your exceptional performance and intend to share it with your father at the hospital. I hope you can earn more pocket money next month. As the words fell, the girl's complexion turned pale. The classroom fell utterly silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. They understood that this substitute teacher might be even more formidable than their regular instructor. Unlike the regular teacher, who maintained discipline through shouting, her few words were as effective as a warning shot. All the students bowed their heads to commence self-study, except for one exception, a girl with shoulder-length hair, and Shiyu, who twirled her pen and murmured, "Is he really the teacher?" Chapter 24, Phone, Bun, Stationary, Student Girl. A class lasted 40 minutes, and for Yishuang, it was merely a matter of casually scrolling through her phone to pass the time. During this period, the supervising teacher glanced in but departed upon seeing another teacher at the podium. As the bell signaling the end of class rang, Yishuang stretched lazily and then rose to leave the classroom. She wondered how Bai Yuyo was doing. Feeling thirsty, Yishuang made her way to the vending machine on the first floor. After scanning the code and making her payment, she pressed the button for a cola. After a good 3 to 4 seconds, the vending machine displayed dispensing on the screen but seemed to be stuck. "Don't waste your time. That machine is broken." A voice came from behind her, and upon turning around, Yishuang was met by a familiar face. Phone, Bun, Stationary, Student Girl, such an array of titles. Seeing Shiyu appear behind her did not surprise Yishuang. After all, she had just seen her in class, and she merely pretended not to notice. "You aren't a teacher at Silver Mountain Academy, are you?" And Shiyu's words caught Yishuang off guard. "Why do you say that?" Yishuang inquired. "If I weren't a teacher, how could I come to substitute for your class? It's simple. My memory is excellent, and I do not forget faces I've encountered." And Shiyu replied, "You certainly speak with an air of arrogance," Yishuang remarked, as Shiyu's information gradually materialized before her. Character. And Shiyu, hyperthymesia patient. You might want to plan a kiss on her to be remembered for a lifetime. Yishuang contemplated for a few seconds before suddenly smiling and saying, "But I am a new teacher. This year, Silver Mountain Academy has only hired one teacher, and she is female." This matter could be easily verified with the Human Resources Department. After Shiyu finished speaking, her expression turned impassive as she added, "Mister, you wouldn't want your masquerade as a teacher to be exposed, would you?" Yishuang gazed intently at the girl before him, ultimately refraining from defending himself. Instead, he directly asked, "What do you want me to do?" "Give me a sum for confidentiality," and Shiyu extended her palm. "Is this considered robbery?" Yishuang gazed at the enchanting young woman before him, who was requesting money, and was suddenly struck by the peculiar illusion that they were engaging in a transaction of sorts. "Consider it a collaboration," and Shiyu suddenly remarked with a smile. Yishuang did not refuse. He instinctively reached into his pocket for a cigarette, only to discover it was empty. "Name your price, and if it is acceptable to me." 50, she replied. Yishuang's expression turned peculiar as he questioned, "Is that all? You, who can afford to buy a phone worth hundreds, have so little?" And Shiyu seemed slightly disdainful. "Then why rob me? It's simply amusing," she declared. Yishuang found himself bewildered by the whims of contemporary young women. Was it merely for the thrill? "If you don't want money, then accompany me to a place." And Shiyu proposed. "Where?" he inquired. "An internet CAF. Is there a possibility that this is during class hours?" "Skipping class is an option," and Shiyu retorted, her hands tucked in her pockets. "What's so strange about that? Besides, the next few classes are large lectures, and the instructor is rather forgetful." "Fine," Yishuang resigned, realizing he could not concern himself with Shiyu's affairs. After agreeing, he observed as the girl adeptly approached the rear fence of the dining hall and gestured towards it. "You can slip through here." Yishuang complied, and after struggling through the narrow gap, he felt a pang in his lower back. However, in the next moment, he witnessed Shiyu vaulting over the wall with remarkable agility, descending at such speed that she nearly landed on him. "Perfect score," she declared, brushing off non-existent dust from her pleated skirt and stretching languidly. Noticing Yishuang's gaze, she lifted the hem of her skirt. "Care to take a look?" Yishuang smirked. "No need. If you can scale the wall, why make me squeeze through the fence? Do you think you could climb over?" she retorted, her eyes filled with a caring glimmer reminiscent of someone advising an elderly person. "I'm not yet 30, he protested, Even if you're not 30, you should take care of your back, she advised earnestly. Yishuang wished he could silence her incessant chatter. He led Inshiyu to the parking lot and approached a sleek black motorcycle. Get on. After inspecting the vehicle for a moment, Inshiyu commented, "This thing isn't easy to steal." With an impassive expression, Yishuang produced the key and pressed it, causing the motorcycle to illuminate. Once seated, he inserted the key and handed the helmet to Inshiyu. "Hop on. You, who own a motorbike worth tens of thousands, buy phones for mere hundreds?" She mused, seemingly intrigued. "Just don't worry about it," he replied. After Inshiyu mounted the bike, Yishuang rode off in silence, quickly arriving at a nearby internet CAF. "You drive rather slowly," was the first comment she made as they dismounted. "Do you not understand the importance of safe driving?" Yishuang retorted, removing his helmet with irritation. Upon entering the CAF, the attendant at the front desk inquired, "Ready to use the computers?" "Yes, for 2, Yishuang confirmed. "Identity card, how much should I recharge?" "Currently, if you top up 100, you receive an additional 100. 2 individuals can simply recharge 30. Yishuang had no intention of lingering here for long. He cast a glance at Inshiyu, who was surveying her surroundings, seemingly indifferent to their conversation, as if visiting this place for the very first time. Identity card. Noticing Inshiyu's reluctance to produce her identity card, Yishuang nudged her with his elbow. "Is an identity card necessary for internet access?" he inquired. "What else could it be?" She responded. "Is this your first time here?" Yishuang looked at her with a hint of curiosity. Inshiyu then asked the attendant whether one could use the computers without an identity card. Facial recognition or an electronic identity card would suffice. 2 machines were activated, and Yishuang and Inshiyu sat together. Initially, Yishuang assumed she was a gaming addict, but in the next moment, Inshiyu transformed his perception. After booting up, she did not engage in online gaming. Instead, she scrutinized the expressions of everyone in the internet CAF. "What are you doing?" she asked suddenly. "Why would anyone come to an internet CAF? Shouldn't you be asking yourself that?" "I came here precisely because I don't know," she replied. Yishuang glanced around at the other patrons and casually remarked, "Because the setup is superior here. Isn't your personal setup even better?" "No, for some. Friends are the ultimate configuration." Yishuang pointed to a few guests engrossed in gaming nearby, then directed his gaze to a patron dozing in the corner. "For others, the internet CAF serves as a refuge. These setups cannot simply be replicated at home." Chapter 25. Rice. Upon exiting the internet CAF, only half an hour had elapsed, and Inshiyu had not engaged in any gaming, her expression somewhat lackluster. "Sir, please treat me to a cup of milk tea," she suddenly suggested, pointing towards a nearby milk tea shop. "Oh." Yishuang led her to the shop, glancing around to find that the prices for milk tea were all in the 20 range. He couldn't help but reminisce. "When I was in school, a cup of milk tea cost merely 2 yuan, and one could add plenty of coconut jelly." And she responded with wide eyes. "What an antiquated perspective. How dull of you. What is the point of reminiscing about the past?" "Well," Yishuang pondered, ultimately arriving at no concrete answer. "Perhaps it's merely out of regret." "Regret?" "Indeed, it's the imperfections that lead us to reminisce about the past, always contemplating how things might have been better had we chosen differently." Yishuang ordered 2 cups of milk tea, and after a brief wait, he received the freshly prepared beverages from the attendant. Inshiyu observed him in silence. After distributing 1 cup to her, Yishuang suggested, "Shall we return to school?" "Not yet," she replied, savoring the milk tea in her hand, finding it quite delightful. "Why not?" "You're rather interesting, sir. I wish to spend more time with you," Inshiyu stated. "Yishuang, I have a lingering sense of being entangled in trouble. Why are you pretending to be a teacher?" Inshiyu suddenly inquired. Yishuang was reluctant to disclose the truth if he revealed it to this young girl. It could eventually implicate Bai Yuyo, which would be problematic, though he was not engaged in any wrongdoing. "Oh," Inshiyu stretched lazily and said, "I'm heading back now. Didn't you just say you wanted to stay a bit longer?" "I've changed my mind." "Uncle, don't you know that girls can be quite capricious?" Inshiyu turned her head, smiling slightly. This change of heart was rather swift. Yishuang found it difficult to comprehend the temperament of this girl. Nonetheless, he had no objections to returning to school. After driving back, he climbed over the wall at the usual spot. Once Inshiyu landed, she bid farewell to Yishuang. "Goodbye, lecherous uncle." Yishuang replied, "I hope we never meet again." After watching Inshiyu leave, he took out his phone and glanced at the time, realizing that this back and forth had brought him close to the lunch break. It was best to check on Bai Yuyo first. The final bell of the morning class rang. In the classroom, Bai Yuyo sat at her desk, her gaze drifting out the window. She had originally planned to spend her time on the rooftop as usual, but suddenly remembered the meal card Yi Shuang had given her. Yes, she wouldn't have to go hungry. However, she wished to dine with Yi Shuang and hear his voice. As she pondered this, her stomach began to growl. She gently patted her belly and then stood up, making her way toward the cafeteria. Upon seeing Bai Yuyo rise, Luo Che promptly followed suit. Yingshan Academy boasts 4 cafeterias, catering to the thousands of students. One cafeteria alone could not suffice. Nevertheless, during lunchtime, the queues were still long, and if one arrived a little late, the good food would be gone. As Bai Yuyo entered the cafeteria, she immediately attracted a multitude of gazes. Her long, lustrous hair cascading down to her waist, paired with her stunningly beautiful face, left many students momentarily speechless. Is there such a beautiful student in our academy? Unaware of her own allure, Bai Yuyo merely examined the signs at each window. She had visited this place before, but had been turned away due to not having a meal card. And at that time, she had faced many curious stares. Bai Yuyo approached a line and began to queue. It wasn't long before it was her turn. What would you like to eat? The cafeteria lady inquired. Bai Yuyo pointed, quickly filling her tray. The cafeteria lady pressed the button on the glass window's register, and Bai Yuyo produced her meal card. With a beep, the balance displayed on the screen read 1979. This card has 2,000. Some students observing Bai Yuyo were momentarily taken aback upon seeing the balance. It is well known that most students recharge their meal cards with only a couple of hundred. Such a balance of over 1,000 was rather rare. Is something wrong? After scanning the meal card, the cafeteria lady noticed Bai Yuyo lingering and asked. Bai Yuyo gazed at a plate of dishes and suddenly murmured, "Rice." "The rice is not served here," replied the cafeteria lady. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuyo remained standing, prompting the cafeteria lady to urge, "Classmate, please step aside. Don't disturb others who are getting their meals." The young girl quietly picked up her tray and found a seat. As she looked at the food on her plate, she picked up a lion's head meatball with her chopsticks and took small bites. Yet her mind lingered on the matter of the missing rice. "You shouldn't be picky with your food," Yi Shuang had said. However, the rice was nowhere to be found. Faced with an unresolved issue, she recalled the words in her notebook and took out her phone to make a call. "Excuse me, Bai Yuyo, may I sit here?" At that moment, a voice interrupted her thoughts. Slowly lifting her gaze, she saw a familiar face, though she still did not know the person's name. Luo Che, holding a tray, appeared somewhat anxious despite his smile, as the crowd made rejection feel particularly awkward. "It's quite crowded in the cafeteria," Luo Che continued. "I can't find a seat." Bai Yuyo looked at him, puzzled as to why he would ask her. After all, she hadn't purchased the tables. Was it necessary to consult someone when seeking a place to sit? Upon receiving a nod from Bai Yuyo, Luo Che's heart raced. She had not turned him down. Indeed, he promptly sat down across from her and initiated conversation. "Bai Yuyo, did you get a haircut yesterday? It looks lovely. Everyone has been discussing your new look today." However, in response to the compliment, Bai Yuyo offered no reply, her focus still on the empty spaces on her plate, pondering where she might procure some rice. At that moment, she noticed the rice on Luo Che's tray. "Where did you get that?" she softly inquired. Luo Che was taken aback, having expected no response from her. He thought she might not wish to engage. But where did you get it mean? He quickly realized she was asking where he was from. "Yes, I'm from Baiyun District. My hometown is in Baiyun District." Upon hearing this, Bai Yuyo tilted her head slightly. "So, the rice had to be brought from home?" Chapter 26. "Want to listen, Bai Yuyo? Don't you eat rice?" Luo Che asked, suddenly realizing she might simply be trying to maintain her figure. Although Bai Yuyo was dressed in her school uniform, Luo Che could tell at a glance that her figure must be quite admirable. With this thought, he couldn't help but say, "You already have a great figure. Boys don't tend to prefer girls who are too thin." Bai Yuyo looked at Luo Che with a hint of curiosity, but chose not to elaborate further, continuing to eat her vegetables. As Luo Che beheld this scene, he erroneously believed that Bai Yuhua's silence signified her attentiveness to his words, and a sense of pride welled within him. Fortuitously, he had the foresight to recognize Bai Yuhua as a promising individual. Given the assistance he had previously rendered, he was convinced she must harbor some affection for him. As he contemplated this, the exquisite beauty of the young girl ignited a fervent joy within him. After all, why else would she inquire about his origins? Unbeknownst to him, Bai Yuhua was oblivious to Luo Che's musings as she retrieved her phone. "Shall we add each other on WeChat?" Upon witnessing this, Luo Che also took out his phone, smiling as he said, "You can scan my code." He then presented his QR code. However, Bai Yuhua pressed in a number and placed her phone to her ear. The next moment, her expression turned blank as she regarded Luo Che, seemingly perplexed by his actions. Luo Che found himself momentarily at a loss, quietly retracting his phone and feigning indifference as he resumed his meal. At that moment, Bai Yuhua's call connected. "Hello?" Upon hearing a familiar voice, Bai Yuhua spoke softly, revealing a subtle yet discernible relaxation and warmth that graced her face at the sound of Yi Shuang's voice. "Have you been eating well?" Yi Shuang inquired, her tone light. "I am eating. I'm having a proper meal," Bai Yuhua replied, "but I forgot to bring rice from home." Yi Shuang seemed taken aback for a moment. "What do you mean you need to bring rice from home? Are you saying the white rice must come from your house? Is the school's food not satisfactory? There is no rice available. How can there be none?" Yi Shuang's tone softened as she patiently explained, "Perhaps you misunderstood. The food service window is on the far left, and rice and dishes are not at the same station." It dawned on Bai Yuhua at that moment. She glanced toward the left side and indeed spotted a number of students serving themselves. "Did you encounter any trouble this morning?" Yi Shuang inquired, remembering that she had accompanied in Shiyu earlier. "No. If I do run into any issues, I can just call you." "Yes," Bai Yuhua mused before suddenly asking. "If I don't encounter anything, can I still call? What would you call for if nothing happened?" Yi Shuang's laughter echoed through the line. "I don't know." Bai Yuhua's voice softened. "I simply wish to hear your voice." There was a brief silence on the other end, but it was soon followed by Yi Shuang's response. "Only during lunch breaks." "All right. Make sure to eat well. You need to rest up for class later," Yi Shuang added before wrapping up the call. Bai Yuhua reluctantly set her phone down, her delicate fingers brushing the screen as her lowered gaze drifted into contemplation. "Bai Yuhua, was that your mother on the line?" Luo Che interjected, sensing an unusual undertone in the fragments of Bai Yuhua's conversation. Bai Yuhua merely shook her head in response to Luo Che's inquiry, affirming no. "They are a couple." Bai Yuyo pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. "Husband couple?" Bai Yuyo's words struck Luo Che like a thunderbolt, rendering him momentarily speechless. At that moment, the girl picked up her plate, intending to fetch some food, oblivious to the fact that to Luo Che, her actions seemed to indicate a desire to avoid further conversation, as she simply walked away with her plate. This left him in a state of bewilderment. Before long, Bai Yuyo returned with her meal, her plate piled high with rice, resembling a miniature mountain. She noticed that Luo Che was no longer present. Yet it was of little concern to her. Once seated, she began to eat delicately. Lunchtime swiftly came to a close, and Bai Yuyo finished every morsel on her plate. Feeling satisfied, she patted her flat stomach, her thoughts drifting to the dinner that Yi Shuang would prepare that evening. Upon returning to class, she realized her desk and chair were missing. Typically, at this hour, some students would stifle their laughter and feign indifference. However, this time, a kind-hearted boy informed her that Wu Ye had taken her desk and chair. After reflecting on this, Bai Yuyo walked over to Wu Ye's seat, retrieved her desk and chair, and settled down to rest. As the time for the first afternoon class approached, students who had been resting outside began to return to the classroom. Wu Ye was among them, her expression brimming with satisfaction, for she had orchestrated the removal of Bai Yuyo's desk and chair during her absence in the cafeteria. After all, Bai Yuyo had caused her embarrassment in front of everyone, and she was determined to retaliate. However, upon seeing Bai Yuyo resting at her desk, Wu Ye's mind went blank. Where had she procured those desk and chair? It soon dawned on Wu Ye, her own desk and chair had vanished. Just then, the homeroom teacher entered the classroom. Having noticed that Wu Ye returned just as the lunch break ended, and the afternoon session was set to begin. "All right, class," he announced. As all the students took their seats, the homeroom teacher noticed Wu Ye still standing with an uncomfortable expression. "Wu Ye, why are you just standing there?" he inquired. Wu Ye promptly replied, "My seat is missing. Bai Yuyo took it." The teacher frowned, exasperated by the antics of the students. "Bai Yuyo, what is going on?" Bai Yuyo stood up in response. "Why did you take Wu Ye's desk and chair?" The homeroom teacher questioned sternly. Bai Yuyo met his gaze and explained, "Because Wu Ye took my desk and chair." The teacher slammed his hand on the desk. "Even if she took yours." Bai Yuyo, with an expression of innocence, interrupted, leaving the teacher momentarily speechless, his expression once again caught in an awkward tableau. Wu Ye reported Bai Yuhua for taking her desk and chair. Yet the truth is that Wu Ye had first taken Bai Yuhua's belongings. How audacious! Does the villain always cry out first? "Wu Ye, why are you involved again?" The class teacher was incensed. Was Wu Yan never going to relent? I do not care what grievances you have with Bai Yuhua. Should I hear your name from her lips once more, prepare for a thorough discussion about your conduct at the academy with your parents. Chapter 27. Learning at 4 in the afternoon, the school day drew to a close. Yi Shuang stood at the school gate, awaiting Bai Yuhua's departure. Before long, he spotted the girl emerging, surrounded by a few boys who seemed eager to invite her to join them in some post-school activities. Bai Yuhua, however, paid them no heed. Her expression remained inscrutable beneath her gently swaying bangs. Yi Shuang, witnessing this stark contrast to the previous day, felt no surprise. This is a world that values appearances. Although many proclaim that inner beauty is the true essence of attractiveness, few invest the effort to look beyond an unappealing facade to discover the inner self. Such is the reality. It reminded him of his own youth, when he was often encircled by girls after school. Yi Shuang reached into his pocket, intending to light a cigarette, only to find it contained but a small box of chewing gum. The withdrawal symptoms were truly uncomfortable. Muttering to himself, he extracted a piece of gum and began to chew. At that moment, Bai Yuhua noticed the figure at the gate preparing to don a helmet. Her eyes sparkled, and she trotted over. In a startling display, she leapt directly into Yi Shuang's embrace, much to the astonishment of the boys standing nearby. The proximity was overwhelming. He always struggled to gauge the right distance. As he held Bai Yuhua, he gently patted her head and said, "I wanted to see you." Bai Yuhua slowly lifted her gaze, replying, "I don't quite understand love, but I want to express my thoughts sincerely. Let us go buy some groceries," Yi Shuang suggested, pinching her soft cheek before handing her the helmet. He then glanced at the boys still rooted to the spot, but after a few moments, he turned away and hopped onto his motorcycle, taking Bai Yuhua with him as they exited the school grounds. As they rode along the road on the motorcycle, they did not head to the market, but rather to a large chain supermarket. After securing the motorcycle in the underground parking lot, they approached the elevator. Yi Shuang paid no mind to the peculiar looks from others also waiting for the lift, instead taking the opportunity to explain to Bai Yuhua what an elevator is and how to identify the desired floor. Bai Yuhua was a quick learner. After a single explanation, she grasped the concept. Acknowledging her lack of life skills, Yi Shuang resolved to take her out to experience more of the world. Indeed, not only Bai Yuhua, but many young people today struggle with navigating trains and airplanes. It is not that they are incapable of learning. Rather, they simply lack the opportunity to experience these things. The inexperienced Bai Yuhua resembled a blank canvas. If the rumors circulating in the neighborhood held any truth, then during her years confined in the attic, she had been deprived of fundamental knowledge and could hardly learn these things. At the very least, a solid foundation of values needed to be instilled. Was she, in a sense, a guardian? Yi Shuang glanced at Bai Yuhua, who was holding her hand and following closely, and couldn't help but ponder. However, Yi Shuang also realized that the girl placed an inordinate amount of trust in her. Perhaps if she were to sell her, she would even assist in counting the money. In a supermarket like this, one must carefully examine the production dates and prices. Yi Shuang retrieved an item from the shelf. Bai Yuhua nodded gently, but soon turned her gaze back to Yi Shuang. "Why do you keep looking at me?" she thought. "Focus a little." Yi Shuang tapped the girl lightly on the head, then led her to the ingredients section to begin her explanation. "Look at this piece of pork." Yi Shuang took a cut of pork from the refrigerated display, showing it to Bai Yuhua. "What date is it?" Upon seeing the date, Bai Yuhua replied, "Today." Although it was indeed stamped with today's date, meat products were rather peculiar. Yi Shuang explained, "In a fresh food supermarket like this, if the pork isn't sold by the end of the day, they will tear off the packaging and check if the meat has spoiled. If it doesn't smell bad, they simply repackage it with a new date, thus deceiving the customers." Listening intently, Bai Yuhua suddenly remarked, "Deceiving customers is wrong." "Indeed. But many people sell their conscience for profit," Yi Shuang replied with a slight smile. "Of course, I am merely providing an example to illustrate the possibility. Therefore, it is advisable to buy less meat from such fresh food supermarkets." Yi Shuang recalled several occasions at the nearby Durun where she had purchased fresh pork, only to be met with a foul odor upon tearing open the packaging bearing the same day's date. It was like gambling with each purchase, and she found it quite off-putting. Naturally, if it were a reputable large chain known for its freshness, it could be trusted. Bai Yuhua nodded, indicating her understanding. Just then, the girl's attention was drawn to a couple passing by, their arms entwined, exuding an air of intimacy. Bai Yuhua glanced at her own hand, still holding Yi Shuang's, and then loosened her grip. mimicking the couple as she linked her arm with Yi Shuang's and leaned in closely. What's the matter? Yi Shuang was momentarily taken aback by the soft embrace. They do that, Bai Yuhua said, following the direction of her gaze. That is something only couples or spouses can do? Yi Shuang replied. We will be spouses in the future because you said that spouses can live together forever, Bai Yuhua stated. Yi Shuang pondered how to explain the concept of marriage to Bai Yuhua. Perhaps it was best to leave it for another time. She would likely understand better when she encountered a boy she truly liked. Yi Shuang contemplated for a moment, then allowed Bai Yuhua to hold onto her arm, though the softness was somewhat overwhelming. After purchasing some daily necessities and ingredients, Yi Shuang led Bai Yuhua to the checkout counter. Hello, that will be 79 yuan. The cashier announced. Yi Shuang glanced at Bai Yuhua beside her, urging her to pay. The cashier's expression quickly morphed into one of confusion. Why would an adult ask a student to pay? At that moment, Bai Yuhua clumsily tapped her phone, finally managing to retrieve the payment QR code. Beep. Payment successful. Have you learned? From now on, you'll handle the payments, Yi Shuang remarked, as she had stored away all cash. It was imperative for the girl to master mobile payments. Wow, living off someone else's income, are we? The cashier's expression turned peculiar upon hearing this, although she maintained her composure, curiously observing the odd pair of Yi Shuang and Bai Yuhua. After collecting their purchased items, Yi Shuang and Bai Yuhua made their way to the elevator, only to encounter the couple they had seen earlier. Coincidentally, the couple exchanged a quick peck and shared a smile. Observing this, Bai Yuhua turned her head toward Yi Shuang, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Chapter 28. An invitation from Chunhai. Would you like some soup tonight? Noticing Bai Yuhua's eager reaction to the couple's display of affection, Yi Shuang quickly shifted the conversation. Soup? Yes, what kind of soup? Seeing the little foodie's attention captured by the thought of food, Yi Shuang smiled gently. Bai Yuhua pondered for a moment, lowering her gaze. I have never had any. Never had any? Yi Shuang responded thoughtfully. Bai Yuhua seemed to recall something. I have tasted the broth from instant noodles. It was salty and spicy. That doesn't count, Yi Shuang said softly. In that case, let us make a corn, radish, and pork rib soup. We'll save the broth. Save the broth? What does that mean? After purchasing some fresh pork ribs from a nearby market, Yi Shuang and Bai Yuhua hurried home and immediately entered the kitchen. Bai Yuhua, please slice some ginger for me. Yi Shuang rinsed the pork ribs and took out the pot for the soup. Okay. Bai Yuhua had learned to chop vegetables and at least no longer wielded the knife in an awkward manner, as such a pose would require more hands than she possessed. Yi Shuang placed the ribs in cold water, added several slices of ginger that Bai Yuhua had cut, and turned on the heat to blanch them. Well done. Yi Shuang praised her while teaching Bai Yuhua. Though Bai Yuhua maintained a neutral expression, the slight sway of her hair indicated that Yi Shuang's compliment had brightened her mood. How can those who save not know how to make soup? Yi Shuang smiled at Bai Yuhua, saying, remember this well. You'll be able to brew it for yourself in the future. Suddenly, Bai Yuhua lifted her gaze, tilting her head slightly. Are you not going to drink it with me, Yi Shuang? Yi Shuang was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Bai Yuyo's sensitivity. He remarked, I shall also drink, implying he desired the soup she had prepared. Oh, Bai Yuyo responded, her gaze fixed upon the pot that was beginning to bubble, nodding slightly. The initial step in preparing the pork rib soup involves blanching the ribs. Yi Shuang elucidated. The purpose of blanching is to eliminate impurities and blood scum. Hence it is essential to use cold water. Bai Yuyo inquired, why cold water? Using hot water would cause the blood scum and fat to congeal within the meat, trapping it, Yi Shuang explained. Cold water allows for a gradual heating, facilitating the release of these unwanted elements. He articulated this in detail, aiming for Bai Yuyo to learn to care for herself adequately. The subsequent steps were rather straightforward. Skim off the froth, and then add carrots and corn, creating a home-style corn and radish pork rib soup. A pinch of salt was added towards the end of cooking. Yi Shuang reminded. Make sure to add the salt just before serving, as adding it too early can tighten the meat's texture, making it difficult for the flavor to permeate, resulting in a less palatable dish. Bai Yuyo nodded in understanding. Once the flavor was satisfactory, Yi Shuang ladled some into a bowl and offered it to Bai Yuyo for a taste. She gazed at the clear pork rib soup and took a small sip. Delicious. A faint blush adorned her fair cheeks, and the sweet flavor of the soup enveloped her in warmth. Right? Yi Shuang smiled. At that moment, however, Bai Yuyo handed the bowl back to him, leaving a sip behind, saying, Yi Shuang, you must try it. It's exquisite. Yi Shuang looked at the bowl in her hands and insisted, No, I cannot. Why not? She queried. Because one cannot share a bowl that they have already sipped from. He replied. Bai Yuyo did not fully comprehend, but nodded in agreement upon hearing his words. Yi Shuang then prepared 2 additional dishes and taught her how to fry an egg. However, upon witnessing her produce a charred, unidentifiable mass, he realized she might lack culinary talent. By the time they finished dinner, it was already 7 in the evening. This time, Bai Yuyo did not insist on bathing with Yi Shuang, as he had previously mentioned that they could only choose one, bathing or sleeping together. After some contemplation, she decided that sleeping together was preferable, as a bath would be brief while sleeping would allow them more time together. Once Bai Yuyo headed for the shower, Yi Shuang intended to browse the news on his phone, but noticed several new messages from Chen Hai. Are you free? Let us go out for tea. Upon reading this, Yi Shuang promptly called Chen Hai. Moments later, the call connected. Hello. Why the sudden invitation for tea? Yi Shuang inquired. I'm not sure why. Chen Hai's tone suddenly became somewhat awkward. After a brief pause, he added, let us just gather if you're free. Yi Shuang, oblivious to the unusual tone in Chen Hai's voice, readily agreed. Sure, I just finished dinner. Where shall we meet? Having eaten? Then perhaps it's best to postpone. Rest well after your meal. Chen Hai abruptly changed his mind. Yi Shuang detected a peculiar scent in the air. What is wrong with you? You seem rather strange. She remarked. I didn't give you the address, came the reply. Very well. After hanging up the phone, Yi Shuang glanced once more at the bathroom. Contemplating before calling out through the door, Bai Yuyo, I'm heading out to meet some friends. Once you're done bathing, make sure to stay at home. Almost immediately, the bathroom door swung open, revealing Bai Yuyo stepping out. Going out? You silly goose, don't come out like that. Yi Shuang swiftly pushed her back inside. A minute later, Bai Yuyo re-emerged, still damp in her clothes. Yi Shuang felt a pang of regret. Had she known, she would have waited for Bai Yuyo to finish her shower before speaking. Why are you in such a hurry? She asked, taking a large bath towel to dry the droplets from Bai Yuyo's hair. Raise your hands, she instructed. Bai Yuyo obediently lifted her arms, and Yi Shuang carefully removed the soaked garment clinging to her, wrapping her in the towel instead. I don't want to be apart from you, Bai Yuyo whispered softly. In that moment, Yi Shuang realized that this girl seemed excessively attached to her, despite their brief acquaintance. However, considering Bai Yuyo's past hardships and her previous lack of support, it was understandable. After a moment's thought, Yi Shuang decided that since Chen Hai had already met Bai Yuyo, it wouldn't hurt to bring her along. She could prepare some snacks for Bai Yuyo to keep her occupied and seated quietly. Then I'll take you with me, she said. All right, but don't suddenly hug me like that. The towel will fall. Following the arrangement with Chen Hai, Yi Shuang rode her motorcycle to the designated location, which turned out to be an apartment belonging to Chen Hai. Upon reaching the 20th floor, she rang the doorbell. Chen Hai. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing not Chen Hai, but a tall, attractive woman with wavy hair. Yi Shuang. Chen Qin? Yi Shuang responded, surprised. Just then, Chen Hai appeared behind Chen Qin, looking rather awkward as he glanced over. Yi Shuang suddenly realized that it might have been Chen Qin who had sent her the earlier message, not Chen Hai. She smiled. It's been a long time. Dressed in a light yellow dress, Chen Qin exuded maturity and charm. She crossed her arms, her diamond bracelet glinting subtly under the lights, as she regarded Yi Shuang with eyes that seemed to convey a myriad of emotions. After a moment of silence, she remarked, Is this all you wanted to say? Her gaze soon shifted to the girl beside Yi Shuang, her brow furrowing slightly. Who is she? Chen Qin's scrutinizing look felt imposing, leaving Bai Yuyo somewhat bewildered as she sensed the underlying hostility. All right, come inside. Why stand out here chatting? At this moment, Chen Hai interrupted the atmosphere in the room. Chen Qin returned indoors and settled onto the sofa, her fitted long dress accentuating her graceful curves. Her cascading wavy hair fell elegantly over her shoulders, while the striking crimson hue of her lips rendered her an embodiment of regal pride. Truly, she remained unchanged from the past. Yi Shuang, leading Bai Yuhua, entered the room. Chen Hai remarked in a hushed tone that Chen Qin had been lingering at the door, having changed outfits several times before her arrival. What are you mumbling about, Chen Hai? Chen Qin inquired. Nothing at all, he stammered back. Although Chen Hai was the elder brother, he found himself overshadowed by Chen Qin's presence. However, having grown up together, Yi Shuang was accustomed to such dynamics. Once settled into the plush sofa, Chen Hai tossed a box of cigarettes, marked with English lettering, towards Yi Shuang. Here, give it a try. Instinctively, Yi Shuang accepted the box, and Chen Hai added with a smile, brought back from Chen-Chin's business trip abroad. It was just a casual purchase. Chen-Chin, reclining against the sofa, remarked without turning her head. I was actually going to throw it away. Yet, Yishuang placed the cigarette box on the table, shaking his head. I've quit smoking recently. His words rendered the room eerily silent, not only leaving Chun-Hai stunned, but also causing Chen-Chin to gaze at him with a mixture of astonishment and disbelief on her beautiful face. Are you serious? Have you developed lung cancer? You've been smoking for over a decade and never mentioned quitting, Chen-Hai exclaimed. Chen-Chin also turned her attention to Yishuang, seemingly sensing an unfamiliarity. It was bound to happen eventually, Yishuang replied, popping a piece of candy into his mouth from his pocket. Chen-Chin scrutinized him closely, suddenly stating, You seem to be in much better shape than I imagined. I thought you would be utterly devastated because of that woman. Indeed, when this guy went missing, I half expected him to become a vagrant. Chen-Hai chuckled from the side. Pretty much, Yishuang mused, recalling his state during that time. He instinctively glanced at Bai Yuhua, who sat quietly beside him. Your relative seems to not comprehend our conversation, Chen-Hai teased. Is she your cousin? Just as Yishuang was about to respond, Bai Yuhua softly interjected, We are married. Both Chen-Chin and Chen-Hai froze. Even Chen-Chin's phone fell to the ground without eliciting any reaction. The atmosphere became thick with an oppressive silence. In the next moment, Chen-Chin shed her earlier aloof demeanor, lunging forward to grasp Yishuang's shirt. Her emotions surged as she exclaimed, Yishuang, why have you never considered me? How could you be involved with someone like her? Am I not beautiful enough? What do I lack in comparison to her? Soon, tears began to well up in Chen-Chin's eyes, revealing her heartfelt emotions. I have loved you since childhood, she confessed. Chen-Chin and Yishuang had grown up together, and from the moment she could remember, her affection for Yishuang was unwavering. However, she had learned to suppress her feelings, especially after Yishuang encountered that woman. In an effort to escape her own emotions, Chen-Chin chose to study abroad. Now that Yishuang had broken up, she felt a mix of anger towards that woman and a glimmer of hope, as it signified a chance for herself. Yet, this evening, Yishuang unexpectedly introduced a girl who claimed they were married, shattering Chen-Chin's composure and revealing her vulnerability. Clearly, I was here first, she thought, feeling the proximity between them, yet unable to breach the final barrier. Yishuang, noticing Chen-Chin's agitation, turned to Chen-Hai and said, Hi, could you take Bai Yuhong to the room for a moment? Chen-Hai, momentarily taken aback, recognized that Yishuang might wish to speak privately with Chen-Chin. Bai Yuhong, please stay with my friend for a bit. I have something to discuss with her, Yishuang instructed. Bai Yuhong obediently nodded. The apartment was duplex. And after Chen-Hai led Bai Yuhong upstairs, Yishuang's gaze returned to Chen-Chin, whose eyes were reddened, reflecting a hint of resentment. Do you want to hear my explanation? Yishuang inquired. Chen-Chin remained silent, yet it was evident that, despite any deceit, she would believe Yishuang. We are not in the relationship you envision, Yishuang began, instantly aware that his words sounded somewhat unfaithful. Chen-Chin merely stared at him, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible quaver as she pressed on. Yishuang recounted the entire story, and when Chen-Chin learned that the girl had possibly been confined in an attic for 8 years, rendering her nearly incapable of self-care, shock crossed her face. You didn't deceive me? Chen-Chin furrowed her brow. What would I gain from lying? Yishuang replied. If it were another girl, she might have exclaimed how incredible Yishuang was, far surpassing any celestial weaver. But Chen-Chin was different. She was the girl who once believed that shooting stars could grant wishes, waiting foolishly each night for their appearance. Are you truly not in that kind of relationship? You aren't married? She asked. No, she has only just come of age, Yishuang clarified, his gaze drifting downward. And how long do you intend to sit on me? Chen-Chin feigned ignorance, pressing closer to Yishuang. At that moment, she emanated an alluring fragrance, leaning over him, her amethyst earrings glinting in the light, adding an enchanting allure to her presence. Then allow me to support you, she proposed softly. I am wealthier than that girl. If you wish, everything I have is yours. Chapter 30. The mobility vehicle. Yishuang exhaled slowly, then extended her hand to firmly grasp the soft, serpentine waist of the other person. Enough of that, she admonished. She is not like you. What do you intend to do? Are you planning to stay by that girl's side and care for her? Chen-Chin's tone was somber as she leaned forward, her fingers interlocking gently with Yishuang's. I also desire your care. Noticing Yishuang's silence, Chen-Chin realized her actions had crossed a line. She released her grip and stepped back, letting out a soft hum. Though I shouldn't voice this. I truly cannot let go of that child, Yishuang confessed. What do you plan to do next? And why didn't you reach out to us after such a significant event? I am lost, Yishuang replied, shaking her head. I once believed I could accomplish many things, but reality has shown me that I am merely an ordinary person. I truly do not know how to continue living in this city without a purpose, drifting through each day, repeating the actions of the previous one. I once thought work was the entirety of life, and losing my job felt akin to losing everything. She smiled, adding, however, these past few days have afforded me a different perspective. Life does not solely revolve around relentless work. I have been shackled by the pursuit of success for far too long. In truth, leading a simple life can be quite fulfilling. Once, even a good night's sleep felt like a luxury, but now waking up naturally each day brings me joy. I have no other plans until that girl has fully grown. After a moment of silence, Qin remarked, it is the first time I have seen someone describe living off someone else's success in such a refreshing manner. Indeed, I was surprised as well, Yishuang chuckled. Qin sighed, lightly patting her well-filled grain sack, then shot Yishuang a teasing glance. Yet, she understood that beneath Yishuang's seemingly carefree exterior, he too required time to heal. You don't have feelings for that young girl, do you? Qin inquired, her nose wrinkling with a hint of concern. What do you think? Propping her chin on one hand, Qin's face, framed by her dark brown hair, exuded an indescribable charm, her lips curving into a beautiful arc. With my looks, if you're not interested. Who knows if you might actually be one of those older men chasing after younger women. Am I old? Who knows? After all, next week is your birthday. Qin replied. Birthday? Yishuang paused, instinctively pulling out her phone and confirming that her birthday was indeed approaching. I can't even remember my own birthday. Yet I recall that woman's birthday, so clearly, she murmured. That's all in the past, Yishuang reflected, feeling the weight of turning 27. How did I reach this age so swiftly? Tomorrow, I have a collaboration that requires me to travel abroad, Qin said, retrieving a small box from the nearby table. This is your birthday gift, given to you in advance, as I want to be back on your actual birthday. Yishuang took the box, discovering it felt surprisingly light. It seems he has not received a birthday gift from Qin for quite some time. Ever since she began dating that individual, Qin has been deliberately avoiding him, both consciously and unconsciously. What could be inside? Wouldn't opening it reveal the answer? Yishuang promptly unwrapped the package, discovering a car key nestled within. I only covered the down payment. You remember to pay 8,000 each month, Qin remarked. Isn't that a bit excessive? Just joking. I heard you borrowed that guy Qinhai's precious motorcycle. Wouldn't he be heartbroken if it got damaged? Qin smiled gently. All right. It's just an ordinary Toyota for commuting. Feel free to use it. Yishuang gazed at the Toyota key in his hand and replied, who gives a car as a birthday gift? At this rate, will you present me with a house next year? Upon hearing this, a blush appeared on Qin's face. Sure, not only a house, but I could also give you myself and the company. Yishuang smirked slightly. A car is already a bit much. I can't accept it. Oh, you're being so finicky over a mere car. When did you become like this? Qin shot him a glare. Let us just consider it a loan. Why are you being so fussy about a simple vehicle? I'm just worried you might damage Qinhai's clunky car. Now, this was more like her. Yishuang observed the familiar, irritable Qin and felt a sense of nostalgia. After all, her blushing, shy demeanor seemed so out of place. Humph. But when did you start worrying about Qinhai's vehicle? Who cares about him? At that moment, Qinhai, sitting upstairs with Bai Yuhua, suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his nose and thought, those two downstairs aren't slandering me, are they? Or is my wife secretly grumbling about me? He then glanced at Bai Yuhua, who was quietly seated before him, appraising her and pondering whether Yishuang would truly pursue a girl so young. Nevertheless, she was indeed quite beautiful. In a couple of years, she would undoubtedly be a captivating presence. Sister, why do you say that you and Yishuang are a couple? Bai Yuhua replied expressionlessly. Yishuang said couples can sleep together. Wait, what? Qinhai's expression turned lively. So have you two. Bai Yuhua, misinterpreting his gestures, tilted her head. Confused. Is it something couples do? Did you two do it? Bai Yuhua thought he meant eating and sleeping together, and nodded. Yes, we did. Qinhai immediately felt a twinge of pity for his sister, yet he respected Yishuang's choices. When they were young, Qin would have eagerly brought Yishuang into her room, yet lacked the courage, only to have this little sister take the initiative instead. Oh, poor child. Qinhai mused about Qin. Unlike him, who had long ago married and settled into a happy life. At that moment, his phone vibrated. A message from Yi Shuang. "Let us go, we're heading down." "All right," he replied. Chun Hai descended with Bai Yuhua and found Yi Shuang and Chen Qin already settled on the sofa, engaged in a casual conversation. Remarkable, Chen Qin, that individual, cannot seem to contain her tears for 3 consecutive days, yet you managed to subdue this formidable force. Chen Hai raised his thumb in admiration. "What did you say? You fatso." Chen Qin shot back with a glare. Yi Shuang merely interjected, "It's merely a misunderstanding. It can be resolved." The group settled into a conversation, each harboring their own thoughts, yet tacitly avoiding topics of personal concern. Before long, the clock struck 11, signaling that Yi Shuang and the others ought to return home. After returning the motorcycle keys to Chen Hai, Yi Shuang, accompanied by Bai Yuhua, made their way to the parking lot. Scanning the area, Yi Shuang was unable to locate the so-called Toyota convenience vehicle, which should have been easily discernible, like a Corolla. After a moment's contemplation, he pressed the unlock button on the key fob, and momentarily, headlights flickered in the distance. "Is it over there?" Yi Shuang led Bai Yuhua toward the source, and upon seeing the pristine white car, he fell into silence. Yi Shuang quietly retrieved his phone and called Chen Qin. "What is up? Have you made up your mind?" Chen Qin's cheerful voice resonated from the other end. "Is this what you call a convenience vehicle?" Yi Shuang gazed at the Toyota before him, continuing, "Isn't this a sports car?" "Indeed, a sports car for convenience." Yi Shuang thought to himself, Chapter 31, Men will always prefer 18. Nevertheless, he accepted the gift, realizing that if he were to refuse Chen Qin again, she might very well turn hostile on the spot. However, considering such an extravagant birthday present, he found himself at a loss for an appropriate return gift. After all, he couldn't very well offer himself, though perhaps Chen Qin might be amenable to the idea. It seemed the situation had grown complicated, and this soft life was rather unpalatable. Yi Shuang pinched the bridge of his nose in frustration. At that moment, Bai Yuhua had settled into the passenger seat, slightly lifting her delicate face to gaze out the window, lost in thought. "What are you pondering?" Yi Shuang inquired as he started the car, noting the fuel tank was full. "This is the birthday gift Chen Qin gave me," he stated. Bai Yuhua turned to him. "Birthday?" "Yes, my birthday is next week. I'll be a year older." As he mused, he turned to Bai Yuhua and asked, "When is your birthday?" Bai Yuhua remained silent. Yi Shuang seemed to grasp something. "You don't know?" "I don't know," she replied, lowering her head, her soft hair cascading into her palms. Her slender fingers toyed with the ends of her hair, her tone devoid of joy or sorrow, leaving her emotions ambiguous. "You should have an ID. Is the date on it accurate?" Bai Yuhua shook her head. "I have never celebrated my birthday." As Yi Shuang maneuvered the sports car through the traffic, he halted at a red light and suddenly smiled. "Since the date on your ID isn't accurate, you should choose a day that you like to celebrate your birthday." "A day I like?" "Yes." Yi Shuang extended her hand and gently patted the girl's head. "I will accompany you to celebrate this birthday, the one I cherish." "I want to celebrate my birthday on the same day as you," the girl suddenly declared, her courage seemingly bubbling from nowhere. Yi Shuang paused for a moment, then smiled and asked, "Why do you wish to share the same birthday with me?" "Celebrating together seems to forge a bond between us," Bai Yuhua replied, her beautiful face flickering with hope as she softly inquired, "Is that all right?" "As long as you are happy, sharing a birthday sounds quite delightful," Yi Shuang responded. Glancing at Yi Shuang's profile, Bai Yuhua abruptly asked, "What about the car?" "Why bring up the car again?" Yi Shuang queried, a hint of curiosity in her gaze. "Do you like this car?" Bai Yuhua blurted out without preamble. "I do, at least I find its appearance appealing," Yi Shuang admitted. "After all, it is a sports car. While it may not reach the $1 million mark, it is difficult for men to resist the allure of a sports car or a rugged off-roader." Bai Yuhua then proclaimed, "I will buy you one for your birthday." Yi Shuang was momentarily taken aback, a mix of laughter and disbelief crossing her features. "Who told you that one must buy a car for a birthday? Isn't that the case?" "Of course not." Yi Shuang continued, "Cars are far too costly. Typically, people do not gift such extravagant items." Upon hearing this, Bai Yuhua assumed Yi Shuang was implying that she could not afford it, and nodded obediently. "When I have money, I will buy you one." "No, with your few million in savings, you could purchase many of these," Yi Shuang replied, realizing then that Bai Yuhua seemed somewhat peculiar tonight. "Why are you fixating on this?" Bai Yuhua admitted, "I don't know." She felt a pang of discomfort seeing the woman so close to Yi Shuang, an unfamiliar emotion stirring within her. "This feels a bit unsettling," she thought. placing her hand gently on her chest. All right, let us not dwell on this any longer. By this time, they had reached the vicinity of the community, and Yishuang parked by the roadside. Let us head inside and get some rest. Okay. Upon returning home, Yishuang noticed Bai Yuyo, clutching her pillow, ready to sleep together. He contemplated for a moment, glancing towards a nearby room. Let us sleep in the bedroom tonight. It's easy to catch a cold sleeping on the floor. Given that the girl was intent on sticking close to him, he thought it would be better to share the bed. Bai Yuyo nodded in agreement, without objection. Yishuang entered her room and was immediately met with a musty odor. He turned on the light to reveal a chaotic space, with clothes strewn across the floor and several open books scattered about. There were also some sheets resembling drawing papers, indicating that the room had not been tidied. The disarray before him was reminiscent of the living room-esque condition from a while ago. Respecting the girl's privacy, Yishuang refrained from cleaning her room, but it seemed as though it would not be conducive to sleep in such a state. Just then, Bai Yuyo, clutching her pillow, was about to enter her room. Come back, let us sleep in the living room. Yishuang swiftly pulled Bai Yuyo back and led her to the makeshift bed on the floor. After much effort, I managed to make this fellow all neat and soft. But I can't let her sleep here. However, it is quite late now, so I'll have to tidy up her room tomorrow. At this moment, Bai Yuyo sat on the floor in a duck-like posture, tilting her little head as if she couldn't comprehend why Yishuang needed to go in and out of the room. All right, lie down, Yishuang said. Once he turned off the light and lay down, he noticed that Bai Yuyo had nestled against him, her warmth almost palpable through their thin clothing. Yishuang, accustomed to this closeness, turned slightly to face her and pulled up the blanket a bit to cover her shoulders. Good night. Good night. Yishuang closed his eyes, his breathing gradually steadying. However, at that moment, Bai Yuyo slowly opened her eyes. In the dimly lit living room, only the moonlight filtering through the window occasionally fell upon their bedding. Suddenly, she recalled the couple she had seen that afternoon. What was that feeling? They seemed quite happy. Bai Yuyo couldn't comprehend it. It seemed like something only couples would do. But would doing that truly bring happiness? Gazing at Yishuang's face, which was so close, she couldn't help but inch closer, lifting her chin slightly to mimic what she had seen. Ding! The sudden notification sound from her phone shattered the tranquil atmosphere. Yishuang also slowly opened his eyes, glancing at Bai Yuyo, who had buried her head and remained still. Not minding it, he reached for his phone and switched it to silent. Upon opening the notification, he discovered it was a message from Chunhai. Chunhai, are you asleep, bro? Since you've already been with that girl, I won't try to set you up with Chin anymore. But wow, you really are that bold. While men always say they prefer 18-year-olds, it's mostly just talk. You've actually done it. Yishuang stared at the message, bewildered. What went wrong here? Chapter 32. The yellow-haired classmate the next day. Yishuang drove Bai Yuyo to the school gate and reminded her to call him if she encountered any problems. Bai Yuyo nodded but remained seated in the passenger seat, reluctant to exit the car. What's wrong? Yishuang asked. At that moment, Bai Yuyo reached out to grip his sleeve, her voice soft and delicate. I want to stay with you a little longer before class starts. Her gentle tone struck a chord in Yishuang's heart. All right, Yishuang said as he shifted the car into park, his gaze drifting to the students entering the school. In a moment of reverie, he felt as if he were also going back to school. Suddenly, Bai Yuyo leaned closer, resting her face against his shoulder, and a faint scent wafted from her hair. She truly was a clingy little creature. Yishuang gently brushed aside the stray strands of hair from her companion's forehead, smiling as she inquired, What troubles you? Do you not wish to attend school? Indeed, Bai Yuyo replied without hesitation, nodding affirmatively. Fear not. In a few years, you will graduate. Even if you desire to return, opportunities will be scarce, Yishuang reassured her. By the way, if possible, why not consider forging friendships at school? Bai Yuyo tilted her head, pondering the notion of friendship. Friends? She echoed. Yes, friends. Humans are inherently social beings, and at times, one requires the assistance of friends when faced with challenges. Though Bai Yuyo did not fully grasp the concept, she responded, As long as it is what you suggest, I shall endeavor to do so. It is not an obligation. Should you find it unappealing, do not force yourself, Yishuang added. Oh, before long, it was time for Bai Yuyo to disembark, yet she displayed a reluctant demeanor, glancing back after every few steps. She ought to manage alone, should she not? Yishuang mused quietly. His gaze drifted toward a figure in the distance, a uniformed pleated skirt, clad in black tights and petite leather shoes, complemented by cascading waist-length hair and a lovely visage. capturing attention wherever she ventured. Surely, she won't be deceived by some smooth-talking classmate? Yi Shuang pondered, stroking his chin. Still feeling uneasy, he resolved to enhance her guidance upon returning home. At that moment, Yi Shuang felt akin to a guardian raising a daughter, albeit one merely 8 years his junior. Very well, time to head home. Upon arriving home, Yi Shuang dedicated some time to tidying Bai Yuyo's room, where scattered sheets of drawing paper caught his eye. Could she have a penchant for drawing? He mused, picking up a sheet only to find it filled with haphazard scribbles. The thought of drawing unwittingly reminded him of a certain figure. Yi Shuang, I'm sorry, yet I cannot let go of him. The words echoed in his mind like a thorn lodged in his heart. Even if the thorn were to be removed, the wound would not heal on its own. Enough, there is no point in dwelling on such thoughts. Yi Shuang gently set down the paper and resumed organizing Bai Yuyo's room. After a flurry of activity, it was nearly noon when Yi Shuang found himself seated at the computer desk, suddenly lost in thought. Is this the life of living off someone else's earnings? Driving Bai Yuyo to and from school, occasionally preparing a meal or tidying up, it is somewhat pleasant. However, Yi Shuang did not remain idle for long. He took out his phone and messaged Chen Hai. Is there a job that is easy, pays well, and offers flexible hours? After a while, Chen Hai replied, indeed. Living off someone else. Yi Shuang responded, anything besides that? Chen Hai replied, in dreams, anything is possible. You might as well take this time to rest. If you truly desire, you could consider freelance work related to the internet, such as being an online influencer. I've heard some individuals earn millions merely through their creative endeavors. Yi Shuang smirked slightly, I can't do this. Chen Hai replied, it's actually not difficult. People today possess a curiosity that drives them to seek out the bizarre. The more peculiar, the more viewers are drawn in. Otherwise, why do those bloggers with millions of followers deliberately adopt an unattractive persona? It's simply a means to earn money. In this era, the income from playing the fool often surpasses that of scientists. In the age of digital flow, you can find online work that is far more lucrative and effortless than traditional industries. After reading Chen Hai's message, Yi Shuang pondered for a moment before replying on his phone. Never mind, I merely mentioned it in passing. He muttered to himself, damn it. I type out so many words at work to respond to you, and others might think I'm contacting clients. Am I not a big client with a few million saved up? Just a small client. Setting down his phone, Yi Shuang opened his computer and searched for online career options. Eventually, his gaze settled on the title of online novelist. Writing novels? Yi Shuang stroked his chin, contemplating that. Given his major in Chinese language, perhaps he could indeed venture into this realm. Moreover, the freedom of time allowed him to update at will or take breaks as he pleased. Yi Shuang had once harbored a deep fascination for reading novels. Let us give it a try. He hurriedly found an online novel platform and swiftly filled out the registration details for an account. However, when it came time to create his work, Yi Shuang fell into deep thought. What could he possibly write? Unbidden, the image of a young girl's face surfaced in his mind, reminiscent of a rainy night that seemed to mark the beginning of their bond. His fingers unconsciously danced across the keyboard as he typed. After unemployment, picked up by a treasure girl. Yi Shuang nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, consider it a diary entry. I'll just write a casual summary. Once he clarified the content he intended to write, Yi Shuang's fingers flew over the keyboard, producing 2,000 words for the first chapter in just half an hour. Yes, I should make the male protagonist more handsome. As for the character inspired by Bai Yuyo, that girl is already quite beautiful, so I might as well embellish her appearance to lengthen the text. After all, readers tend to skip over descriptions at a glance. Yi Shuang had often wondered why authors devoted extensive passages to describing scenery and character appearances. Later, he realized that readers could easily bypass these sections, allowing authors to inflate their word count without it feeling out of place, a win-win situation. Before long, Yi Shuang completed the second chapter and published both chapters together. However, the story sank into silence like a stone cast into the sea. Yi Shuang was unfazed. He opened a video application and began watching a nutrition course online. After all, Bai Yuyo appeared somewhat pale, and he intended to help her regain her vitality gradually. Despite feeling increasingly fulfilled, Yi Shuang did not sense any hardship. After all, the sunlight at 1 in the afternoon was far more radiant than the urban nightscape at 1 in the morning. Chapter 33. Habits. Bai Yuyo returned to her class. And as she entered the classroom, she was immediately aware of the myriad gazes directed towards her. Some filled with curiosity, others with anger, jealousy, malice, and admiration. Yet, Bai Yuyo remained completely unfazed. To be precise, such scrutiny had long been an accompaniment to her life. Whether it was being deliberately tripped or having glue smeared on her chair or being struck by a ball, she was accustomed to the silent derision that followed, a manifestation of others' malevolence. Rather than being indifferent, Bai Yuyo had simply grown used to the fact that being hurt was a part of her daily existence, and thus, she did not take it to heart. Perhaps it was her doll-like demeanor, devoid of any visible emotion, that rendered her less interesting to some, resulting in fewer instances of such teasing. However, amidst the gazes this time, Bai Yuyo sensed something distinctly different, though she couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. With class time yet to commence, she retrieved her phone. Ancient Academy permitted students to bring their phones to school, particularly since from the 4th grade onwards. Every lesson was conducted in large classrooms, making it difficult for teachers to monitor phone usage during class. Illuminating the screen revealed a photograph of a sleeping face. It was Yishuang's. Bai Yuyo had secretly taken the picture the previous night, and upon learning to use her phone, she had set it as her wallpaper. Concerned that Yishuang might disapprove, she refrained from mentioning it, cherishing this little secret. Bai Yuyo gazed at the wallpaper for a long while, unable to suppress the thought of how wonderful it would be to have a photo of herself with Yishuang. Yet, she feared Yishuang would not agree, having once heard her say that taking random photos together was inappropriate. Feeling a twinge of greed, Bai Yuyo's delicate fingers caressed the screen. Bai Yuyo, the teacher wants you to go to the biology lab. A voice suddenly interrupted her reverie. She looked up slightly to see a female classmate. The biology lab? Bai Yuyo inquired. Yes, you need to go now. The teacher is looking for you. With that, the girl turned and left. Though Bai Yuyo was puzzled as to why the teacher wanted her, she knew the location of the biology lab. So she stood up and exited the classroom. Upon reaching the 2nd floor and finding the biology lab, she pushed the door open. A pungent odor wafted through the air, and as she glanced around, she noticed the teacher was absent. Instead, her attention was drawn to several shattered jars strewn across the floor. These large containers held what appeared to be chunks of flesh. Bai Yuyo recalled that during biology class, the teacher referred to these as specimens. Curious, she approached and bent slightly to examine the contents. She blinked her beautiful eyes, pondering, can specimens be eaten? Just then, the door to the room was abruptly flung open, and a group of chattering girls entered, accompanied by a man who resembled a teacher. Teacher, it was her who knocked over the school specimens. And she also pried open the cabinet lock. One of them exclaimed, "Look, there she is," exclaimed a student. Teacher, quickly call the police and have her arrested. Among the group of girls, several familiar faces emerged, including Wu Ya and her friends. At this moment, Wu Ya wore an expression of fury as she recounted the incident to the nearby teacher, likening Bai Yuyo to a villain of the highest order. Teacher, those specimens are essential for the collaborative course with other universities. You cannot let her off the hook. The teacher in charge of the biology lab wore a grim expression, stepping forward with palpable anger. What on earth are you doing? Do you have any idea how important these specimens are? The force of the push sent Bai Yuyo tumbling heavily to the ground. She glanced at the specimens scattered on the floor, and then at the smiling faces of Wu Ya and her companions, asserting to the teacher, "It wasn't me." With witnesses and evidence present, how can you deny it? Since you are now an adult, you must take responsibility for your words. How can you speak so shamelessly? The teacher felt a surge of frustration, nearly overwhelmed by the absurdity of the situation. He had never anticipated that the specimens he had secured would be tampered with and thrown to the ground. Bai Yuyo rose, her expression clouded with confusion. What are you dawdling about for? The biology teacher's face turned crimson, barely restraining his urge to slap her. The commotion had drawn the attention of numerous teachers and students, encircling Bai Yuyo and leaving her feeling utterly helpless. Come with me to the office, she was commanded. Before long, Bai Yuyo found herself in the office, with Wu Ya and her friends following closely, as they were deemed crucial witnesses. Now explain why you did this, the teacher inquired, struggling to contain his ire. I didn't Bai Yuyo insisted, shaking her head defiantly. Nonsense. The teacher slammed his hand on the table. And soon the homeroom teacher arrived. Upon recognizing that Bai Yuyo was at the center of the trouble, he felt a wave of dismay wash over him. Li Chunhua, what kind of students are you teaching? These specimens are of utmost importance, he admonished the homeroom teacher. Li Chunhua wore a pained expression but began to inquire about the unfolding events. This time, he refrained from lashing out immediately, having been embarrassed by Bai Yuyo on previous occasions. The biology lab lacked surveillance, prompting him to analyze the situation carefully. As he learned about the incident and noted that the witnesses were Wu Ya and her group, an inkling of suspicion arose within him. Was it mere coincidence that the two had a history of conflict? Bai Yuyo, tell me precisely what transpired. Li Chunhua directed his gaze toward her. Bai Yuyo had no choice but to recount the events. Upon hearing her mention being called to the biology lab, Li Chunhua's brow furrowed deeply. He turned to the irate teacher beside him. Calm down, old Zhang. The matter may not be as straightforward as it seems. Wu Ya. At this moment, Li Chunhua also turned to Wu Ya and the others, asking, did you truly witness Bai Yuyo knocking things over? Indeed, we all saw it, they replied. Although I have conflicts with Bai Yuyo, even if you do not believe me, these classmates can attest to it. Wu Ya gestured towards the girls beside her. Moreover, Bai Yuyo mentioned that a girl called for her to the biology room. Who was it that summoned her? Upon hearing this, Li Chunhua directed his gaze towards Bai Yuyo, inquiring, Bai Yuyo, since you claim that a classmate called you to the biology room, who is that person? Bai Yuyo pondered for a moment before shaking her head. I do not know. Is it someone from our class? I cannot say. How could you heed someone else's call to the biology room without knowing them? If someone were to summon you to Myanmar, would you follow them as well? Li Chunhua felt a surge of suspicion regarding Bai Yuyo's honesty, and his temper flared. Bring your guardian here. At that moment, Wu Ya and the others burst into laughter. Teacher, Bai Yuyo is an orphan. She has no guardians. Chapter 34, The Adults at Home. You have no other adults at home? Li Chunhua frowned. He had heard rumors about Bai Yuyo's family situation, but had dismissed them as mere gossip. He never anticipated that she was indeed an orphan. However, if she were truly an orphan, who had facilitated her enrollment? Li Chunhua, having taught Bai Yuyo for over a year, vaguely remembered that a woman had handled her admission. There is someone at home. Bai Yuyo recalled Yi Shuang and said slowly. Then let your guardian come over, Li Chunhua insisted. Upon hearing that Bai Yuyo had someone at home, Wu Ya and the others exchanged strange glances. Nevertheless, upon further reflection, they concluded that even if Bai Yuyo's family came, it would only serve to embarrass her. Wu Ya was quite eager to witness this spectacle. After all, with Bai Yuyo's sharp tongue and the absence of surveillance, not even a divine intervention could rescue her. Hearing her homeroom teacher instruct her to call Yi Shuang, Bai Yuyo took out her phone and ultimately dialed the number. What's the matter? ISNT at class time? Yi Shuang's voice came through, though he seemed to sense something amiss. After all, it was not a break time. Bai Yuyo held the phone and spoke softly. I'm in trouble, but I didn't do it. They don't believe me and want you to come to school. There was a brief pause on the other end before Yi Shuang gently replied, You aren't hurt, are you? Upon hearing this, Bai Yuyo felt a sudden pang in her heart, an inexplicable emotion washing over her. It was as if her previously calm spirit was stirred, and a sense of grievance welled up within her. I fell. Hearing Bai Yuyo's voice, Yi Shuang immediately furrowed his brows. I will be there right away. Don't be afraid. After hanging up, Bai Yuyo looked around at the people encircling her. In that moment, she felt as though she was no longer alone. Yi Shuang soon arrived at Silver Mountain Academy, not anticipating the events that would unfold. Upon entering the office, he spotted Bai Yuyo, solitary and marginalized, as if all the light surrounding her had lost its vibrancy. Are you all right? Yi Shuang swiftly approached, pulling Bai Yuyo close to his side, then positioned himself protectively before her, casting a piercing gaze at everyone present. What on earth transpired? This inquiry was directed not at Bai Yuyo, but rather at those encircling her. Standing behind Yi Shuang, Bai Yuyo felt an overwhelming sense of security and reassurance in his towering presence. Are you Bai Yuyo's guardian? Inquired Li Chunhua. Indeed, replied Yi Shuang. Huh. Look at how your family raises their children, prone to deceit, scoffed the biology teacher nearby, a smirk playing on his lips as he relished the unfolding drama. Yi Shuang's eyes narrowed as he surveyed the room, coolly retorting, deceit? And who might you be? His words incited the teacher's fury, prompting him to recount the events with fervor, joined by Wu Ya and others who chimed in with their accounts. Oh, so, there is no direct evidence, then? Yi Shuang remarked nonchalantly. Isn't this irrefutable evidence? Witnesses and physical proof abound, the biology teacher sneered. Are you attempting to fabricate lies? Yi Shuang merely cast him a sidelong glance before responding. Is this truly evidence? How can it not be? If I were to slip a girl's underwear into your drawer and summon a few female students to falsely accuse you of theft, would that not serve as the evidence you speak of? After all, someone witnessed it, and the underwear was indeed found in your drawer. Shall we pretend otherwise? The teacher was momentarily rendered speechless. What? Are you at a loss for words? Yi Shuang pressed on. Speak up. The biology teacher, unable to refute Yi Shuang's assertions, felt his face flush with indignation. And you all are the so-called witnesses? Yi Shuang approached Wu Ye and her companions, questioning with a smile. Did you truly see it happen? Suddenly, Wu Ye realized that this man might be more formidable than she had anticipated. Yet, she maintained her disdainful demeanor, replying, Yes, I saw it. What of it? I personally witnessed her shatter it on the ground. Convincing herself that steadfastly adhering to her narrative would suffice, she felt emboldened. In an instant, however, her face met with Yi Shuang's hand in a resounding slap, the sound echoing throughout the office. Stunned by the fiery pain on her cheek, Wu Ye was momentarily dazed, as were several teachers and students in the vicinity. You dare to strike me? Wu Ye exclaimed, her temper flaring. Fueled by rage, she instinctively clawed at Yi Shuang's face, leaving a trail of blood. Yi Shuang did not flinch, and with a swift motion, delivered a powerful slap that struck the other side of Wu Ye's face, the force so tremendous that it sent her sprawling to the ground, crying out in agony. It was only then that several teachers, including Li Chunhua, finally reacted, reaching out to restrain Yi Shuang, urging him to remain composed. However, Yi Shuang maintained an eerie calmness, turning to Li Chunhua and calmly requesting, Please let go. The teachers, expecting an outburst, were taken aback by his chillingly composed demeanor. Brother, what do you intend to do? Are you angry or not? I will call the police. Wu Ye, her face swollen like a pig's head, looked at Yi Shuang. But the cold detachment in his gaze filled her with dread, prompting her to tremble as she insisted, I will call the police. Very well. I too wish to involve the authorities, Yi Shuang replied. The surrounding crowd was bewildered. Was he truly so unfazed? Did he not fear imprisonment for his actions? Though there were no cameras in the biology lab, the corridors and stairwells were certainly monitored, making it easy to ascertain the truth. Yi Shuang continued, moreover, we should examine the specimen jars and cabinets for fingerprints. If the police arrive, they will swiftly uncover the truth. Rest assured, there will be no fingerprints of my family by Yu Hua on them. As for whose prints might be found, his gaze swept over the group of girls before he smiled. Well, it would be improper for witnesses to tamper with jars and cabinets, wouldn't it? You lot should prepare for some time in jail. Don't expect to graduate from this school. In reality, Yi Shuang's words were exaggerated, merely intended to intimidate. The girls had already been frightened by Wu Ye's earlier beating. And now, spurred by Yi Shuang's threats of incarceration, one student stammered, it was all Wu Ye's idea. We didn't do anything. At that moment, Wu Ye's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom her swift betrayal. One confession led to another, and soon the other girls echoed their innocence, blaming Wu Ye entirely. The teachers, now enlightened to the situation, regarded the students with rising anger. Meanwhile, Bai Yuhua, who had been hiding behind Yi Shuang, was momentarily stunned by his ability to command the situation. So this was the power of having influential family ties? Chapter 35, The Artful Use of Fists. This incident quickly drew the attention of the principal of Yinshan Academy. Upon her arrival and after grasping the full circumstances, she was immediately filled with indignation. Mr. Li, how could your class harbor such reprehensible students? She inquired, casting a disapproving glance at Li Chunhua. At this moment, Li Chunhua felt a profound sense of regret, never anticipating that so many students had resorted to forging documents. The situation had escalated beyond mere resolution. On behalf of the school, I extend my sincerest apologies to you, dear parent. This is all a misunderstanding, the principal stated, clearly eager to contain the matter. As a venerable institution, Yinshan Academy held its reputation in high regard, especially in an era where short videos could easily disseminate information, and she was reluctant to jeopardize the forthcoming enrollment figures due to such an incident. To casually slander my child, had it been anyone else in my position, how great would their grievance be? Yi Shuang remarked coolly, expressing her expectation for a satisfactory response from the school. Certainly. If you could kindly take your child home for now, I assure you I will provide you with a satisfactory answer by tonight, the principal promptly assured her. Upon hearing this, Yi Shuang acquiesced, yet her gaze shifted to Wu Ye, who lay pale on the ground. With a smile, she added, I wouldn't mind continuing this ruckus. After all, I am merely an unemployed drifter. Whoever harms my child will find themselves sharing a cell with me. Wu Ye was struck with an icy dread. She never imagined that Bai Yuyo's family harbored such formidable thugs, devoid of any sense of reason, resorting to violence without hesitation. fearful of the repercussions. Wu Ye hesitated to report the incident, acutely aware that it was she who had initially slandered the other party. What had begun as a scheme to escalate matters and embarrassed by Yu Yo had ultimately turned against her. By the way, who caused you to fall? Yishuang suddenly recalled something and turned to Bai Yuyo. I was pushed, Bai Yuyo replied, pointing towards the biology teacher. The teacher's face immediately paled, realizing the gravity of the misunderstanding that had just come to light. Overwhelmed by embarrassment, he stammered, it was a misunderstanding. Terrified of Yishuang, he feared that a slap from her would lead to his own humiliation, regardless of the outcome. A misunderstanding? Shall I next misinterpret and push your child into a ditch? Yishuang inquired nonchalantly. I recall your child is just starting kindergarten, am I correct? The biology teacher was taken aback, his complexion draining of color. How did she know that? He had not even married yet. The child was born out of wedlock with his cousin. In an instant, an inexplicable fear surged within him, feeling utterly exposed in front of Yishuang, as if she possessed some powerful backing that allowed her to uncover his secrets in mere moments. Slap. The teacher, in front of everyone, struck himself across the face and then bowed to Bai Yuyo, apologizing, I am truly sorry, classmate. It was entirely my fault for being so rash and misunderstanding you. Bai Yuyo observed the scene before her, instinctively glancing towards Yishuang at her side, who simply nodded in response. Bai Yuyo returned the gesture, albeit with a lack of understanding. Nevertheless, this seemed sufficient. Let us go home today and skip school, Yishuang gently suggested, stroking the girl's head. Bai Yuyo lifted her lovely face, and upon hearing that they could return home together, she eagerly nodded like a chick pecking at grains. Subsequently, Yishuang led Bai Yuyo out of the office, departing the school in full view of everyone. However, to express their sincerity, the principal and several teachers followed suit, uttering polite remarks, while a few curious students discreetly trailed behind. Let us forego the pleasantries. I hope the school can provide a satisfactory response, Yishuang announced as she activated the nearby sports car, inviting Bai Yuyo to take a seat. Though the vehicle was not of the most extravagant variety, it certainly exceeded what an average family would purchase. Observing this, several teachers exchanged knowing glances, as if coming to an understanding. Particularly, the biology teacher who had just witnessed the scene felt a sense of relief, grateful not to have stubbornly persisted alongside that man. As Yishuang started the car and drove away with Bai Yuyo, merging into the flow of traffic, Bai Yuyo suddenly spoke softly from the passenger seat. I'm sorry. What's wrong? Why apologize? Yishuang inquired. Your face, does it hurt? Bai Yuyo looked at the bloodstains on Yishuang's cheek, remnants of Wu Ye's earlier aggression. It's nothing, Yishuang smiled, brushing it off. I won't do it again next time, Bai Yuyo murmured. You did nothing wrong, Yishuang replied with a gentle smile. I told you, do not shy away from challenges. Hand over what you cannot resolve to me. Many situations are not your fault. You should not bear such burdens. Just be brave and move forward. You deserve a better life. Bai Yuyo gazed at Yishuang's profile, recalling how Yishuang had shielded her moments ago, like a towering mountain, blocking all adversities. You were not yourself just now, Bai Yuyo suddenly remarked. What do you mean? Yishuang responded. You were a bit frightening. Bai Yuyo replied. Yishuang chuckled incredulously, lightly tapping Bai Yuyo's head. Silly girl. Bai Yuyo covered her head with both hands, feigning innocence. What I did was meant to intimidate those brutes. They are merely bullies who prey on the weak. Continual tolerance will only embolden them. You must understand that enduring until the point of explosion is the most foolish and brainless course of action. It is far more effective to take action from the outset. And once word spreads that you have a formidable guardian, future troubles will diminish significantly. Yishuang continued. Moreover, as long as you have done nothing wrong, others have no right to criticize you. Bai Yuyo appeared to grasp the meaning, albeit vaguely. I understand now. As long as one is justified, one can resort to physical means. Foolishness. In a civilized society, what is the purpose of resorting to fists? Yishuang lightly tapped the girl's head once more. Bai Yuyo blinked her beautiful eyes, retracting her neck slightly in discomfort. Most of the time, reason must prevail. Resolving issues with brute force is, in truth, the least commendable approach. Yishuang continued to impart his wisdom. However, he was aware of what Bai Yuyo wished to express, and with a smile, he added, thus one must learn the art of wielding one's fists. Although it may be a lesser method, it is undeniably exhilarating. Chapter 36. The essence of home that evening. Wu Ye's resolution was revealed. Perhaps due to the egregious nature of the incident, The principal took it upon himself to investigate the discord between the two students. This inquiry yielded unexpected results. The principal was astonished to discover the extent of misconduct among students at his institution. Ultimately, rather than merely issuing a reprimand, Wu Yu was expelled, with the incident permanently documented in her records. The other students who had aided in fabricating testimony received severe penalties, including significant disciplinary actions and a year-long suspension. Though Yi Shuang felt that mere expulsion was too lenient a consequence for that girl, he mused that he should have been more forceful at the time. After all, she had retaliated. They might have both faced a brief stint in detention together. However, with this uproar, it was likely that no one would dare to trouble Bai Yuyo again. He contemplated the necessity of imparting skills for independent living to her, realizing that it was nearly time for him to depart. Yet, what would he do upon leaving? He gazed at the girl beside him, diligently slicing ginger and garlic. The evening glow filtered through the window, casting a warm hue upon her, as if she were draped in a gossamer garment. Perhaps sensing Yi Shuang's gaze, Bai Yuyo slowly lifted her head, her eyes reflecting the brilliant colors of the sunset, a beauty that seemed almost surreal. Be careful, do not cut your hand, Yi Shuang gently cautioned. Bai Yuyo nodded softly and resumed her task. Ultimately, he would have to leave, Yi Shuang pondered. He stepped over to the refrigerator, retrieving some eggs, and inadvertently glanced around the living room. It was no longer a chaotic mess. Although the furniture was aged, it exuded warmth and comfort. The evening breeze danced with the sunset, caressing the white linen curtains, accompanied by the gentle chime of wind bells. Everything felt so serene. Unbeknownst to him, it seemed to have taken on the semblance of a home, Yi Shuang murmured. It felt as though, at some point in the past, he had yearned to witness such a scene at home. When had he forgotten that longing? At that moment, he felt a gentle tug on his sleeve. Turning slowly, he found Bai Yuyo grasping his garment, her head tilted in confusion at why he stood idly before the refrigerator. She seemed oblivious to the coolness in the air, which was perhaps why she had pulled him earlier. It's nothing, Yi Shuang replied with a faint smile, then reached out to gently tap Bai Yuyo's forehead. Next time, if your hands are dirty, do not grasp others' clothing, understand? Bai Yuyo, upon hearing the words, instinctively glanced at her palm, which was still smeared with remnants of ginger, garlic, and chili from her earlier culinary endeavors. Without much thought, she placed her fingers in her mouth. Perhaps it was the sudden spiciness that caused her beautiful eyes, hidden beneath her bangs, to glisten with moisture, casting a look of slight grievance towards Yi Shuang. How many times must I say it? Do not put your fingers in your mouth. Yi Shuang was taken aback by the sight of Bai Yuyo on the verge of tears, prompting him to swiftly turn around and retrieve a glass of milk from the refrigerator for her. Observing her clumsily sipping the milk in small gulps, he instinctively glanced towards the living room and realized that perhaps he need not leave so hastily. It seemed that Bai Yuyo still required time before she could truly care for herself. Perhaps he could indeed remain comfortably by her side, sharing life with such a young girl, and in doing so, his own life would also take on a different hue. As he watched the girl beside him, Yi Shuang mused, how about we take a stroll this evening? We can buy some daily necessities. Although they had purchased many items last time, certain trivial necessities, like nail clippers, only came to mind when the need arose. Bai Yuyo nodded in agreement, seemingly delighted at the prospect of spending time with Yi Shuang. She cherished their companionship, though she could not fully comprehend the nature of her feelings. All she knew was that it felt comforting and warm. As dusk descended and the myriad lights of the city began to twinkle, it was indeed the perfect time for a leisurely walk. There's something particularly pleasant about venturing out just as night falls. The temperature is neither hot nor cold, Yi Shuang remarked, enjoying the gentle breeze. At that moment, Bai Yuyo walked beside him, her hand entwined with his arm, her youthful warmth and delicate fragrance wafting through the air. Dressed in her school uniform and standing a head shorter than Yi Shuang, she only needed to tilt her gaze slightly to reveal a swath of fair skin beneath her neck. Yi Shuang reached out, fastening a button on her blouse that had come undone, his hand brushing against her wrist, the touch soft and tender. He cast aside any distracting thoughts. For Bai Yuyo looked at him with serene innocence, her body unresponsive to his proximity, particularly those innocent eyes that sometimes made Yi Shuang feel a twinge of guilt. Yi Shuang. At that moment, Bai Yuyo broke the silence. What is it? Sometimes, I hear classmates say they really like girls in this area, she said, placing a hand on her chest and lifting her face to inquire. Do you like it too? Coughing unexpectedly at her question, Yi Shuang composed himself and replied earnestly. Boys certainly do, But you must never let anyone else touch you, understand? Such things should be reserved for those you care about. Bai Yuyo nodded seriously. I will save it for you, Yi Shuang. How did it come to be left to me? Because I am fond of Yi Shuang, Bai Yuyo continued. Yi Shuang's footsteps gradually came to a halt, and then she turned to Bai Yuyo and asked, Do you know what it means to like someone? Upon hearing this, Bai Yuyo pondered for a moment and shook her head. To like someone is a complex emotion. Your affection for me is no different from your fondness for the food you enjoy. With a gentle smile, Yi Shuang reached out and pinched Bai Yuyo's soft cheek, adding, When you truly understand what it means to like someone, you will have matured. Understand? Yes. Then, Yi Shuang, shall you touch here? Did you genuinely absorb what I just said? At this moment, Yi Shuang and Bai Yuyo had arrived at the night market near the old neighborhood, where an array of snacks filled the air with the aroma of frying oil. Did you not just finish eating? Yi Shuang noticed Bai Yuyo's gaze fixated on a stall selling grilled squid and chuckled. Are you hungry? A bit too quickly, Bai Yuyo replied. Despite her words, Yi Shuang still took Bai Yuyo by the hand and led her to the grilled squid stall. Boss, one large squid, please. Coming right up, the vendor responded, his voice somewhat familiar. Upon glancing at the vendor's face, Yi Shuang was taken aback. How can it be you again? Seeing that the vendor of the grilled squid was actually Shiyu left Yi Shuang momentarily bewildered. How many identities do you have? It's you, uncle. Shiyu skillfully flipped the squid on the grill. For a regular customer, this squid is 15 each. But you can get a deal with the set. 2 squids for 35. Chapter 37. The kitten isn't something off here? Yi Shuang remarked. Shouldn't 2 be 30? What kind of set is this? And you're raising the price? Uncle, that's not fair. As the saying goes, half for new customers. A full profit for regulars, Shiyu replied lazily. To succeed in business, one must profit from familiar faces. Just one, no set. Stingy. Yi Shuang was accustomed to Shiyu's sharp tongue, even finding it quite amusing, though she could not fathom how he managed to juggle so many roles. Are you working? Why do you do so many things? As a high-level ninja, possessing various skills is essential, Shiyu answered without looking up, continuing to press the squid. Do you still remember your role? At that moment, Shiyu noticed Bai Yuyo beside Yi Shuang, specifically her arm linked with Yi Shuang's. Oh, it's you, Shiyu said, looking at Bai Yuyo. Do you know each other? Yi Shuang suddenly recalled that both were from Silver Mountain Academy and were in the same grade, so it was only natural they would know each other. We don't know each other, Shiyu said, and Bai Yuyo shook her head as well. Then why the ghostly attitude? Shortly thereafter, the grilled squid was ready. Over here, scan the code. Done. Just as Yi Shuang set her phone down, she noticed Shiyu handing her a skewer of squid. Here, I only wanted one. This one is a gift for you, said Shiyu. Yi Shuang was taken aback. Is it really that good? Aren't you afraid of losing money? The wholesale price of this item is likely only a few yuan. At that moment, Shiyu stretched lazily and added, After all, it's not my stall. It doesn't matter. Yi Shuang inquired, Not your stall? What do you mean? Then whose is it? Shiyu instantly revealed her round eyes and pointed to the name of the stall selling squid, Su Punzi grilled squid. Just look at me. I have nothing to do with that fat guy. Shiyu's figure was quite slender, making her association with the fat guy utterly unfounded. Then why are you grilling squid here? Yi Shuang pressed. It's fun. The boss seems to have gone to the restroom, Shiyu replied with a calm demeanor. But don't worry, I assure you. My grilled squid tastes even better. Suddenly, Yi Shuang recalled Shiyu's past ventures in selling phones and buns, looking at her in disbelief. What about those? Shiyu's eyes curved into crescents. Guess what? All right, goodbye. Without waiting for Yi Shuang's response, she waved her hand and swiftly blended into the crowd. Yi Shuang glanced at the squid in her hand and then at Bai Yuhua, who was nibbling on the squid like a little hamster. This girl. Yet. Yi Shuang quietly scanned the QR code for the grilled squid and sent some money, then continued her stroll with Bai Yuhua. As they wandered, Yi Shuang soon realized that Bai Yuhua's appetite exceeded her expectations. Even after having already dined, she managed to sample everything from the snack stalls. Particularly, after consuming an entire grilled pig's trotter, Yi Shuang began to question whether Bai Yuhua's stomach contained some sort of fourth-dimensional space. How on earth could she consume so much? Yi Shuang gazed at Bai Yuhua's still flat belly, struggling to believe her eyes. Seeing this, Bai Yuhua lifted her shirt slightly, exposing her flat abdomen and navel. You silly girl. Don't lift your shirt. Yi Shuang gently tapped the top of her head with her hand. After gathering their daily necessities, they found it was nearly 9 o'clock. Time to return for a shower and rest. Upon reaching the entrance of their apartment building, Just as Yi Shuang was about to unlock the door, she noticed Bai Yuhua suddenly walking toward a certain direction. Then, in a shadowy corner, she slowly crouched down, as if she had discovered something. "What's wrong?" Yi Shuang asked. As she approached, she realized something was moving in the darkness. Initially thinking it was a mouse, she took out her phone to illuminate the area, only to freeze in shock the next moment. There, a kitten smaller than her palm was entangled in iron wire, its body marred with wounds and burn marks from cigarette butts, and even a few toothpicks protruded from its belly. The little cat lacked the strength to cry out. Trembling silently, "This cat, it likely cannot be saved," Yi Shuang remarked, recognizing that the kitten was far too young and inherently fragile. The mere toothpicks piercing its belly had already caused severe inflammation. Why did Bai Yuyo turn to look at Yi Shuang? In her worldview, she could not comprehend why this cat had transformed in such a manner. "It must be the result of human intervention," Yi Shuang remarked. "Why would anyone do such a thing?" After a moment of silence, Yi Shuang began to explain. "In this society, some individuals, unable to alter their own predicaments, redirect their anger and dissatisfaction towards defenseless animals, seeking a false sense of gratification through the mistreatment of these creatures as a means to compensate for their own inadequacies. There are also those who, feeling an extreme lack of presence, resort to such morbid curiosity to garner attention and thus attain a fleeting sense of pleasure and validation." Bai Yuyo lowered her gaze and suddenly asked, "So, am I akin to the little cat?" Yi Shuang opened her mouth, only to helplessly respond. "There are always those who derive their joy from the suffering of others. Essentially, it is the same." Bai Yuyo fell silent, her eyes cast downward, lost in thought. She observed the lifeless kitten on the ground and softly inquired, "Is there any way to save it?" "It is unlikely to survive. Are you certain?" Yi Shuang replied. "Though I do not fully comprehend these matters, it surely wishes for someone to assist it," Bai Yuyo stated. Yi Shuang, witnessing this scene, realized that Bai Yuyo saw her own reflection in the little cat. The sentiment of wishing for help, perhaps, was once Bai Yuyo's own yearning. In her most helpless moments, she might have pondered if anyone would come to her aid, even as she remained perpetually solitary, yet she still harbored kindness towards the world. That rainy night, when the other had handed her a package of instant noodles, Yi Shuang understood that Bai Yuyo was inherently a kind-hearted soul, a gem ensnared in filth, yet still radiating a faint glow. Though others had not extended a helping hand to her, she could not bear to witness the suffering of others. In this fragmented world, there are always those who stitch it back together. Yi Shuang then approached the kitten, bent down, and forcefully pried open the wires. "Let us go to the nearby veterinary clinic," she said as she lifted the cat into her arms. She smiled, and this moment seemed to be etched firmly in by Yuyo's memory. Chapter 38. Veterinary Clinic. Yi Shuang drove to the nearby veterinary clinic with the cat. Since the doctor had already left for the day, they could only bring the cat into the operating room and let the nurse perform some preliminary treatment. Shortly thereafter, the veterinarian returned. She was a young woman who frowned upon seeing the kitten's condition. "This kitten is far too young. It may not be salvageable, and the expenses could be quite substantial," the veterinarian remarked. She kindly added that, in other words, it was unnecessary to spend money on such a young cat, considering it likely had no emotional bond with its owner and appeared to be a stray. Spending several thousand yuan on such a common feral cat seemed unwarranted. Naturally, as a veterinarian, one would not speak in such a manner, but rather delicately encourage Yi Shuang and her companion to temper their compassion. Bai Yuyo cast a glance at the small cat on the operating table before turning her attention back to Yi Shuang. Though she uttered no words, Yi Shuang discerned everything from the tightness of her little fist. "It's all right. We shall allow the doctor to exert their utmost effort in saving it," Yi Shuang declared, resolute in their decision to rescue the creature without wavering. Observing the expressions of the two, the veterinarian refrained from further discourse and promptly took the cat for surgery. "Are you worried?" Yi Shuang inquired, noticing Bai Yuyo's unwavering gaze fixed upon the door of the operating room. Bai Yuyo responded only with a gentle nod. "Even if the little cat does not survive, we have done our best. Let nature take its course," Yi Shuang reassured her. "This world is fraught with regrets, and perfection is an impossibility. Should the little cat succumb, there would be little that could be done. If it were to pass away, Yi Shuang would be able to discuss the concept of death with Bai Yuyo." As time gradually slipped by, the veterinarian re-emerged, removing her mask. "The wounds have been largely addressed, but due to inflammation and the kitten's small size, its survival over the next few days remains uncertain. There was a considerable amount of plastic and refuse in its stomach, indicating it had likely gone without nourishment. Upon hearing this, Yi Shuang and Bai Yuyo redirected their gaze toward the small cat being wheeled out, a creature smaller than a palm, yet it tugged at the hearts of those present. Bai Yuyo suddenly extended her delicate fingers, and at that moment, the kitten instinctively reached out its paw, their tiny limbs meeting. So small, Bai Yuyo murmured softly, and still warm. After all, it is a life, no matter how diminutive, Yi Shuang remarked, yet she noticed Bai Yuyo's unwavering focus on the kitten, her tranquil eyes reflecting a depth of thought unknown. Subsequently, Yi Shuang approached the front desk to settle the expenses for treatment and hospitalization. The pet hospital offered no semblance of insurance. The fees for examinations, treatments, surgeries, and overnight stays were exorbitant. Just for this night of turmoil, with no guarantee of survival. Yi Shuang's wallet had already been lightened by 5,000. How exorbitant! One could acquire a farm cat for merely 21, she lamented, though her thoughts drifted back to the expression in Bai Yuyo's eyes. Perhaps she felt that saving the kitten was akin to salvaging a part of herself. Well, it's her money after all. Why should I fret? Yi Shuang mused as she returned to the observation room. The kitten had been placed in a cage, wearing an Elizabethan collar, and was soundly asleep. Bai Yuyo remained quietly watching, seemingly unaware of Yi Shuang's return. Shall we head back? Yi Shuang proposed. What about the kitten? Bai Yuyo queried. It requires hospitalization. We can visit daily after school to check on its recovery, Yi Shuang replied. Really? Indeed. Before departing from the pet hospital, Bai Yuyo cast a lingering glance at the little kitten in the cage. By the time they returned home, the hour was already late. After both had taken their baths, they climbed into bed together. Perhaps truly fatigued, Bai Yuyo succumbed to slumber as soon as her head touched the pillow. In the presence of Yi Shuang, she felt increasingly at ease, indifferent even when her nightgown loosened. Observing her, Yi Shuang felt a tinge of helplessness and reached out to fasten the buttons of her attire. Gazing at the beautiful visage of the sleeping girl, Yi Shuang gently swept aside the bangs that fell over her forehead, simply watching her. It felt akin to nurturing a daughter. Suddenly, Yi Shuang couldn't help but chuckle softly, reaching out to pinch the soft cheek of the other. Bai Yuyo's eyes fluttered open, meeting Yi Shuang's gaze. Ah, I'm so sorry for waking you, Yi Shuang murmured. Bai Yuyo, half awake, extended her arms for an embrace. Yi Shuang adeptly settled down, allowing Bai Yuyo to nestle into his arms tightly. Unbeknownst to himself, he had grown accustomed to being held this way by the girl. Having spent the previous night sleeping on the floor, Yi Shuang found himself quickly falling asleep in bed, despite his usual habit of staying up late. Now it seemed he was gradually restoring a regular sleep pattern. The moonlight gently spilled onto the bed, enveloping the two in a serene embrace as they slept soundly through the night. The next morning, upon awakening, Yi Shuang discovered Bai Yuyo entangled around him like an octopus, her warmth and weight pressing down without restraint. What a poor sleeping posture, he mused internally, gently prying her arms away as he rose to freshen up. As the butter sizzled while frying toast, Yi Shuang contemplated accompanying Bai Yuyo to school today. Considering the events of the previous day, an appearance would surely provide reassurance. After frying an egg, he warmed some milk, each motion executed with fluid grace, a skill honed over 7 or 8 years preparing breakfast for a certain woman. Before long, Bai Yuyo emerged from her slumber, dressed in a loose-fitting nightgown, her eyes still closed, oblivious to the exposed curve of her alabaster collarbone as she approached for a hug. At that moment, Yi Shuang noticed how she seemed to completely relax, nuzzling against him unconsciously. What is happening? I feel like an addict, he thought, even as he found her fragrant softness quite comforting. Go wash up, he urged gently, prompting Bai Yuyo to drowsily open her eyes and wobble off to the bathroom like a little penguin. After finishing breakfast, Yi Shuang changed into his attire for infiltrating the academy, planning to spend the morning at Yingshan Academy and return in the afternoon when he had no further engagements. Chapter 39. The heiress Yi Shuang drove Bai Yuhua to the school, boldly entering the underground parking lot, for it was equipped with an automatic recognition lift gate. Numerous teachers drove to work, and the security personnel paid little attention to who entered. All right, let us part ways here. If we happen to cross paths, do not greet me, understood? Yi Shuang advised at the staircase entrance. Bai Yuhua, observing Yi Shuang's refined attire, obediently nodded in agreement. Yi Shuang instructed Bai Yuhua to proceed ahead, while she followed closely behind. Exiting the basement parking garage, they arrived at the first floor of the teaching building, not far from the school gate. Go on. Oh, watching Bai Yuhua gradually blend into the throng of students. Yi Shuang reached into her pocket and retrieved a piece of candy, tossing it into her mouth. "Good morning, Teacher Bai." At that moment, Yi Shuang heard a voice greeting her from the side. She turned to see Chun Yu, the homeroom teacher of their class. "Teacher Chun, has the matter been resolved?" Yi Shuang smiled gently. Chun Yu expressed her gratitude. "Yes, thank you for covering my class the other day. I wanted to thank you, but I couldn't find your name in the teacher group. What is your WeChat?" "My WeChat is currently frozen due to a Trojan virus, and it will take a month to unlock." Yi Shuang nonchalantly replied. Chun Yu understood. "No wonder I couldn't find you in the group. Are you heading to class now?" "Not yet. I just parked and plan to head to class later." Yi Shuang chuckled. "After all, I am not the homeroom teacher." "Oh." The plight of the language teacher is quite severe. Not only must they be homeroom teachers, but they also have to deal with various issues, Chun Yu lamented. Sending notices requires contacting parents one by one, and most of the day is wasted on trivial matters, leaving no time for focused teaching. Indeed, Yi Shuang smiled in agreement. Moreover, the homeroom teacher earns merely 400 more than a regular teacher, yet the workload is more than double. "I truly do not wish to be a homeroom teacher. It feels as though the stress ages one prematurely." Chun Yu, noticing Yi Shuang's agreement as a mathematics teacher, continued to vent, sometimes, even at 11 at night. "The school sends notifications requiring us to contact parents about various matters. They never consider that many parents might be asleep by then. When do homeroom teachers find time to rest, let alone teach students?" Such is the reality in this information age. In the past, when the internet was not so developed, teachers were not as burdened, Yi Shuang replied with a smile, having been a teacher herself. "Exactly. You won't believe it. I had a parent come to me complaining because their child fell and hurt themselves during summer vacation. What does that have to do with me?" Chun Yu sighed. "Being a homeroom teacher feels like being a beast of burden. That is why there is a constant demand for language teachers," Yi Shuang offered comfortingly. "At least as a teacher, one has summer and winter breaks, right? Those are the only advantages. Let us not dwell on this," Chun Yu said. "The midterm exams are approaching, and we must focus on studying. Otherwise, what will we do if we end up at the bottom of the rankings?" "Midterm?" Yi Shuang pondered for a moment, seemingly unaware of Bai Yuyo's academic performance, which he presumed to be rather poor. "Oh, by the way, Teacher Bai, did you hear about that distant relative's child who had an incident yesterday?" Chun Yu interjected, as if recalling something significant. "I am aware. I was present at the scene." Yi Shuang nodded in acknowledgement. "Ah, that parent must also be your relative, right?" Chun Yu continued. "They were quite aggressive, apparently slapped that student a couple of times. I was shocked when I saw the video. I wonder if they'll be apprehended." Suddenly, Chun Yu noticed a resemblance between Yi Shuang and the man in the video. But upon further reflection, it seemed perfectly natural, given their familial ties. They haven't been arrested. That student wouldn't dare report it. If a report were made, she would likely be the first to be detained, Yi Shuang remarked with a smile. "I suppose it could be classified as defamation. It would be fortunate if no one else reports it. Indeed, that student is quite troublesome. I had only seen such behavior online before. I never imagined it would manifest in our school." Yi Shuang found Chun Yu to be quite talkative, as their conversation meandered to the subject of her cat performing somersaults. Fortunately, Yi Shuang was also quite loquacious, and it was only when the bell rang that Chun Yu hurried back to her class. "I wonder how Bai Yuyo is faring," Yi Shuang mused, yet refrained from visiting the classroom. Considering the unfortunate events of the previous day, the homeroom teacher would undoubtedly be present during the first period. Having previously met the homeroom teacher, he was wary of being recognized. He decided to find an empty classroom to rest for a while. Inshan Academy, sprawling over more than 4,000 acres and boasting a history of several decades, is graced with lakes and mountains, and is equipped with countless large lecture halls for upper-year classes. Often, some of these spacious classrooms remain vacant, so Yi Shuang planned to sit in one of them for a spell. Meanwhile, the homeroom teacher, Li Chunhua, entered the third-grade classroom. As Yi Shuang had anticipated, although the first class was not his, it had been repurposed as a class meeting to reinforce moral education due to the previous day's incident. Li Chunhua had already been summoned by the principal regarding the matter, and this class meeting was not a rescheduling but an additional session altogether. "What a headache," he lamented, burdened with an increased workload. Upon entering the classroom, he immediately struck the podium with a ruler, exclaiming, "What are you all making such a racket for? I could hear you from the staircase. You are the noisiest class in the entire third grade." After observing the students gradually quiet down, Li Chunhua composed himself and continued. "Wu Ye has been expelled, and several others have received disciplinary actions. I hope the rest of you can learn from this. Students are meant to focus on acquiring knowledge, not indulging in trivialities. Do you really think you are so remarkable? Upon hearing of Wu Ya's expulsion, the other students exchanged glances and began to murmur softly. I can't believe Wu Ya was expelled. I thought she was merely suspended. Are you not aware? I have some intriguing news. It is said that the girl with an unpleasant reputation has a formidable parent who drives a sports car to the school. Upon learning that Wu Ya had bullied her, this parent confronted Wu Ya with a couple of resounding slaps, and even the police dared not intervene. However, I have heard that no report was actually made to the authorities. Interestingly, it is rumored that the girl hails from a prominent family, which has fallen into obscurity, making Wu Ya's situation quite precarious. Perhaps it is true. Have you not noticed how the girl has become increasingly beautiful lately, her unpleasant odor seemingly dissipated? Money indeed seems to elevate one's stature. Hush, our teacher appears to be angered. Let us refrain from further discussion. Chapter 40 After Class. Bai Yuho returned to her seat, surrounded by the gazes and whispers of her classmates, setting aside her previous standing in the class. Wu Ya's expulsion has made Bai Yuho all the more conspicuous. She stood up, intending to make a trip to the restroom. Upon her return, she found herself glancing toward the doorway, as if sensing something, an inexplicable feeling that someone was following her. That strange gaze had never left her. Yet, Bai Yuho remained oblivious to the identity of her observer. This peculiar sensation persisted until the lunch break. Rather than heading to the cafeteria, Bai Yuho made her way directly to the rooftop. She walked briskly, acutely aware of footsteps echoing behind her. However, as she turned a corner, she quickly vanished from sight. Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, the footsteps grew louder, as if the follower feared losing her trail. Suddenly, a startled gasp escaped. Bai Yuho stood at the corner, only to collide with the one who had been tailing her. It was a fellow student of ample figure, with shoulder-length brown hair, now wearing an expression of embarrassment. Her cheeks flushed. I am sorry, Bai Yuho, the girl stammered, her demeanor betraying her nervousness. Bai Yuho recognized this face, albeit she could not recall the name of this classmate, as she often struggled with names. Yet, if there were one name she could confidently declare, it would undoubtedly be Yi Shuang. Please, do not be upset. I mean no harm. I merely wish to speak with you, the girl implored, her downcast expression revealing her timid nature. Bai Yuho nodded gently. I think you're quite remarkable. Wu Ya is truly insufferable, and I have often been her target as well. Thankfully, your family uncovered the truth. I am rather timid and find it difficult to stand up for myself, so I admire your courage to resist. A moment of silence enveloped them. I just wanted to be friends, the girl continued, her words tumbling out in a flustered manner. However, upon catching sight of Bai Yuho's calm, slightly frosty gaze, she was instantly frightened and fled. I'm sorry for intruding. Bai Yuho gazed at the swiftly retreating figure, her head tilted in confusion moments later. Why did she run away? A friend. Suddenly, Bai Yuho recalled that Yes Wang had encouraged her to make a friend. However, before the afternoon classes concluded, she had yet to engage in conversation with the girl who had just fled. In fact, upon seeing Bai Yuho, the girl had been so startled that she dashed away in a hurry. A girl wants to befriend you? Upon entering the vehicle, Bai Yuho immediately recounted the incident to Yes Wang. Bai Yuho nodded affirmatively. But why did she run? Yes Wang inquired. Bai Yuho, equally perplexed, had never had friends before and could not fathom why the girl had chosen to escape. Observing the charming visage of Bai Yuho, Yes Wang suddenly seemed to grasp something and asked, Bai Yuho, do you know how to smile? The girl trembled at the question, and after a moment, she shook her head. What are you trembling for? Perhaps your expression frightened that girl away? Yes Wang mused, gently placing his fingers at the corners of Bai Yuho's mouth and slightly lifting them upwards. Yet, it still appeared rather peculiar. What a beautiful face. It would be a pity not to smile. Yes Wang pondered further, noting that Bai Yuho's inability to express herself was a hindrance. If she merely lacked the inclination to smile, akin to in Shiyu, it wouldn't emanate a sense of aloofness. However, the frigid aura surrounding Bai Yuho seemed to stem from years of solitude, devoid of interaction with others. Under such circumstances, making friends could prove challenging, especially since she was not inclined to speak. As Yes Wang contemplated this, he suddenly recalled something. By the way, do I have the notebook I gave you? The notebook Yes Wang referred to contained several notes he had previously penned for Bai Yuho, purchased from Shiyu. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuho turned and retrieved the notebook from her bag. Here. Yes, this is it. Yes Wang smiled as he accepted the notebook, then took a pen from Bai Yuyo. Come, let me teach you. With that, Yes Wang swiftly inscribed the words, I want to be your friend in the notebook. Bai Yuyo accepted the notebook he offered, examining it as if to ask, is this sufficient? Yes Wang was aware of Bai Yuyo's habit of silently observing others without speaking. It was not a deliberate choice. Rather, it was a consequence of prolonged isolation that had led her to forget how to initiate conversation. He thought it best to preemptively write down some phrases in the notebook. I know you aren't accustomed to speaking, and perhaps even dislike it. If you find it difficult to articulate your thoughts, it is more practical to jot down some essential phrases for daily use in the notebook. Bai Yuyo lowered her gaze to the notebook resting on her pale thigh, picked up the pen, and wrote, I am hungry. Exactly, something akin to this. Yi Shuang smiled, but he cast another glance at the expressionless girl above the notebook. After a moment of contemplation, he said, bring the notebook over. I need to add a few things. Taking Bai Yuan's notebook, Yi Shuang began to write. I have seen your sketches in your room. Although I am unaware of your artistic skills, if you find it difficult to express your emotions, it might be better to convey them through your art. He then raised the notebook, inscribing, Please befriend me, an ordinary emoticon that instantly imbued the words with emotional resonance. Reflected in the girl's clear eyes, Bai Yuan received the notebook and held it close to her chest. Yes, Yi Shuang remarked, sometimes a change in approach can be quite beneficial. Bai Yuan's expression subtly transformed. She embraced the notebook and smiled gently, as if the indifference that once clouded her was effortlessly dispersed like light clouds, that faint smile rendering her delicate features even more enchanting. It was the first time Yi Shuang had witnessed such an expression from the girl, and he suddenly realized that perhaps Bai Yuan was not devoid of talent. She was merely a pristine canvas, awaiting the passage of time to be adorned with vibrant hues that could illustrate the most beautiful masterpiece. Take your time. Everything will unfold gradually. He extended his hand, gently stroking Bai Yuan's head, his voice as tender as the touch. Before that, I will be here with you. Chapter 41. Friendship. The next day, upon arriving at school, Bai Yuan began to search for her target within the classroom. Perhaps due to the incident with Wu Ya, some classmates felt intimidated by Bai Yuan, particularly when caught in the gaze of her emotionless eyes, which rendered them hesitant to meet her gaze. Soon enough, Bai Yuan found her target, the voluptuous girl from the previous day. Unlike Bai Yuan, who sat in the corner, the girl occupied a position at the opposite end of the classroom. Bai Yuan settled in the northeast corner, while her target was situated in the southwest corner, representing the farthest possible distance. At that moment, Tang Kiki fidgeted in her seat, regretting the provocation of Bai Yuan the day before. From her perspective, Bai Yuan had appeared quite impatient, devoid of any expression. I'm doomed. I can't possibly be expelled, can I? But I haven't done anything wrong, Tang Kiki lamented, cradling her head, leaving her deskmate momentarily stunned. Just then, Bai Yuan slowly rose and began walking towards Tang Kiki's position. Eek! Tang Kiki immediately stood, attempting to flee to the restroom. This scene had occurred the day prior, resulting in Bai Yuan being unable to approach Tang Kiki throughout the morning. Due to her frequent trips to the restroom, Tang Kiki even earned the nickname Goddess of the Toilet in class. However, in the afternoon, a turn of events transpired. It was once again the day for rearranging seats. But this time, the seating arrangement would not be determined by me. Each person would draw lots to decide their seating order, Li Chunhua announced, placing a large box on the podium. Soon, everyone completed their draw and rearranged their desks to new positions. In the northwest corner of the classroom, the expressionless Bai Yuyo sat next to the trembling Tang Kiki. Why is this happening? Tang Kiki felt her mind swirling, utterly unprepared for such fate. At that moment, Bai Yuyo turned her gaze toward her. Tang Kiki shivered in fright, and due to her ample figure, her body jolted slightly. Noticing Tang Kiki's discomfort, Bai Yuyo returned to her reading. Having never shared a desk before, Bai Yuyo was unsure of how to interact at first. When Tang Kiki saw that Bai Yuyo had ceased her scrutiny, she felt a sense of relief. But the thought of spending the entire year beside Bai Yuyo loomed ominously in her mind. Time passed gradually. At that moment, Tang Kiki's expression began to shift, revealing a flicker of pain. It's coming. Despite her well-developed figure, Tang Kiki had a frail constitution, especially when her monthly visitor arrived, causing her to wish she could roll on the ground in agony. A series of cramps gripped her abdomen as she reached into her drawer for a sanitary pad, only to find an empty package. I forgot to buy new ones. Tang Kiki pressed her hands against her stomach, leaning over her desk, her face pale. At that moment, she noticed a fair arm appearing before her, holding a sanitary pad. It was Bai Yuyo. Tang Kiki stared blankly at her classmate, who was quietly observing her. Though she said nothing, it felt as if she conveyed everything. After receiving the pad, Tang Kiki immediately raised her hand. Teacher, I have a stomachache and need to go to the restroom. Go ahead, Li Chunhua replied without turning, continuing to write on the blackboard. Tang Kiki felt a wave of relief wash over her. Upon her return, class had already ended. She returned to her seat but couldn't resist glancing at Bai Yuyo. At this moment, Bai Yuyo still had her head lowered. Her beautiful, cool profile no longer appeared as intimidating to Tang Kiki. Perhaps she isn't such a terrifying person? Just then, Bai Yuyo extended her prepared notebook toward Tang Kiki. What is this? Tang Kiki was startled, fearing the notebook contained some threatening messages. Especially upon seeing Bai Yuyo's impassive expression, she became more convinced that it contained something dreadful. Trembling, Tang Kiki slowly opened the notebook. Are you feeling better now? Tang Kiki glanced around, then flipped through 2 more pages, confirming there was nothing else written, before cautiously lifting her head. She cast a glance at the expressionless Bai Yuyo and then at the sentence adorned with emoticons. Did you write this? Why does it look so different? Is this a question for me? Tang Kiki quietly pointed to herself. Bai Yuyo gently nodded. I'm fine, but I'm not feeling well. I often experience significant discomfort. Tang Kiki remarked. At that moment, Bai Yuyo turned and rummaged through her bag, producing a small water bottle, which she handed over. Is this for me? Tang Kiki tentatively inquired, noticing Bai Yuyo's silence. Bai Yuyo nodded in affirmation. Reluctantly, Tang Kiki twisted open the cap, and an aroma of brown sugar and ginger wafted forth, catching her off guard, as she was quite familiar with this concoction, ginger tea with brown sugar. Are you also experiencing this today? Tang Kiki seemed to grasp the situation. Bai Yuyo nodded again. She had arrived the previous night, and these remedies were all prepared by Yi Shuang, including the ginger tea, which had been simmered in the morning. Bai Yuyo recalled how Yi Shuang had gently caressed her abdomen as she fell asleep, a warm and comforting sensation. Although she wished Yi Shuang would slip her hand beneath her clothing to soothe her belly, she was met with refusal. Tang Kiki poured herself a cup and took a sip, feeling warmth spread through her abdomen as the pain gradually subsided. Bai Yuyo, are you perhaps not very good at conversing? She inquired, sensing Bai Yuyo's apparent struggle with communication. Understanding dawned on her. She had initially feared she had upset Bai Yuyo, which relieved her immensely. Tang Kiki scratched her head sheepishly, chuckling. At that moment, Bai Yuyo once again retrieved her notebook and wrote, Can we be friends? Upon reading this, Tang Kiki's face lit up with joy. Of course. I also wish to be your friend. Seeing Tang Kiki's enthusiastic agreement, Bai Yuyo shyly concealed half her face behind the notebook. An adorably endearing sight that momentarily rendered Tang Kiki speechless. You are so beautiful, Tang Kiki exclaimed involuntarily. Previously, Bai Yuyo's bangs had been too long, and she often kept her head down, but now, as she drew closer, Tang Kiki realized that her features were flawless, with fair skin devoid of any blemishes. Upon receiving the compliment, Bai Yuyo seemed unfazed. By the way, was that impressive parent of yours really your? Tang Kiki's curiosity piqued. Bai Yuyo softly replied, They are my parents. Chapter 42. Closer in the afternoon, Yi Shuang was at home, tapping away at her keyboard, having decided to pursue novel writing. She felt it necessary to remain committed. Yet, she found herself lacking readers, and the comments were disappointingly sparse. Reflecting on this, she contemplated whether it might be due to her lack of literary talent, but she continued to diligently update her work for the day. Bai Yuyo would soon be finishing school, Yi Shuang thought as she glanced at the time, picking up her car keys to head to the school gate to pick her up. Upon arriving and waiting a short while, she spotted the familiar figure emerging, accompanied by a cheerful classmate. Oh, upon seeing the girl's figure, even Yi Shuang was taken aback for a moment. Isn't that a bit excessive? That backpack is enormous. At this moment, Bai Yuhua noticed Yi Shuang waiting at the entrance. She hurried over and, disregarding the gazes of others, leaped into Yi Shuang's embrace. No more of this at the school gate. Yi Shuang instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist and whispered. Bai Yuhua remained silent. And Yi Shuang was well aware that she had not absorbed his words. Hello, Yi Shuang gently patted Bai Yuhua's head, while shifting his gaze to the girl behind her. Hello, I am Bai Yuhua's friend, Tang Kiki. Tang Kiki introduced herself, her cherubic face adorned with a charming smile. However, She was also quite curious about Yishuang. The previously demure Bai Yuhua had suddenly dashed forward to embrace this man. Moreover, Bai Yuhua had mentioned that the two were married, although they were of age. They still had several years to go before reaching the legal marriage age. I am Bai Yuhua's. Yishuang pondered, realizing he couldn't possibly say he was being supported by her, even if that was the truth, as it would tarnish Bai Yuhua's reputation. I am her distant relative's elder brother, temporarily staying at this child's home. He finally fabricated an identity. I see, Tang Kiki replied. But soon her expression shifted as if a thought had crossed her mind. Bai Yuhua, you wouldn't have feelings for this brother, would you? At that moment, Tang Kiki's gaze landed on Bai Yuhua, who was nuzzling against Yishuang's shoulder. It certainly appeared rather unusual. Although this brother looked undeniably handsome, Tang Kiki opted to feign ignorance and asked Yishuang, Brother, are you taking Bai Yuhua home? Yes, but since you are friends, it would be delightful for you to return home together. Yishuang smiled. He then inquired about the general location of this young girl's home and discovered it was indeed nearby and quite convenient. Together? Bai Yuhua turned to look at Tang Kiki. Yes, perhaps you two could commute to school together, Yishuang suggested, smiling. Is that all right, Tang classmate? Tang Kiki felt her cheeks flush at Yishuang's gentle smile, stuttering. Why yes. In truth, Tang Kiki greatly desired someone to accompany her to and from school, especially since she held a fondness for Bai Yuhua. The prospect of commuting together would surely bring her joy. Bai Yuhua seemed to understand that if she were to travel with Tang Kiki, Yishuang would no longer be her escort. A flicker of hesitation crossed the girl's eyes. It's fine. The commute is just a brief period. Wouldn't it be better to engage more with friends? Yishuang comprehended Bai Yuhua's thoughts. He had also considered that Bai Yuhua's clinginess was becoming excessive. While such dependence wasn't entirely detrimental, it surely would not bode well for her independence in the long run. Engaging in gossip during school hours and exploring dessert shops after classes is precisely what a girl of her age ought to indulge in. Upon hearing Yishuang's remarks, Bai Yuyo nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Yishuang turned her gaze toward Tang Kiki, and a faint window of understanding emerged. Tang Kiki, a timid girl with a penchant for tears, yearning for transformation yet lacking the courage to pursue it, possessing an exquisite figure, potentially worth deeper conversation. Her figure was more than just commendable, it was a marvel of nature. Yishuang mused. Though she naturally refrained from harboring any thoughts toward a girl so much younger than herself. Perhaps due to prolonged exposure to information, Tang Kiki's cheeks flushed crimson. Even as steam seemed to rise from her head. Bai Yuyo, noticing Yishuang's unwavering gaze on Tang Kiki, glanced at her before lowering her eyes to her own chest. After a few moments, she inquired, Yishuang, do you prefer larger figures? Yishuang was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by the question. Well, let us start today. I'll drive back to buy groceries and prepare dinner. Gently, Yishuang patted Bai Yuyo's head, then turned to Tang Kiki, suggesting, how about joining me for dinner at my home tonight? Would that be agreeable? Oh no, you're too gracious. Tang Kiki hastily waved her hands, appearing quite bashful. Just call me Tang Kiki, or Kiki will suffice. Then let us go with Kiki. My friend Bai Yuyo hasn't had many companions. I'm delighted she can make a friend today. Yishuang continued with a smile. Please consider it a small wish of mine, if you would. Upon hearing Yishuang's words, Tang Kiki could hardly refuse. She retrieved her phone and communicated with her family regarding the matter, swiftly receiving their consent, albeit with the stipulation that she return home before 8 o'clock. With the time only just past 4, following the end of classes, Yishuang remarked, you two should explore and have some fun while I go grocery shopping. All right then. I hope I'm not intruding, Tang Kiki replied. After Yishuang departed in her car, Tang Kiki gazed at the receding white sports car, curiosity prompting her to ask Bai Yuyo, is your brother quite wealthy? Bai Yuyo, uncertain of what wealth truly entailed, simply shook her head, indicating her lack of knowledge. Tang Kiki misinterpreted this response as an admission of poverty, but was unperturbed, as she too desired to enjoy shopping with friends and engage in activities that girls relish. At that moment, however, Bai Yuyo unexpectedly grasped Tang Kiki's sleeve. What is the matter, Kiki? Huh? Tang Kiki blinked, seemingly oblivious to what Bai Yuyo wished to convey. Why does Yishuang call you Kiki? Tang Kiki hesitated briefly before explaining. Well, my name comprises 3 characters, so calling me Kiki feels less formal, a bit more intimate. Right, Bai Yuyo, from now on, I shall call you Yuyo, and you may call me Kiki, if that is agreeable. Bai Yuyo pondered the fact that Yishuang always addressed her by her full name. She too wished to be called Yuyo, desiring a closer bond with Yishuang. Chapter 43. Young girls can eat. As dusk gradually descended, Tang Kiki and Bai Yuhui set off towards home. They had spent the entire afternoon exploring, stopping along the way to indulge in ice cream. Perhaps it was due to Tang Kiki's restless nature that she energetically led Bai Yuhui to numerous places. Although Bai Yuhui spoke little throughout their adventure, her spirits were undeniably high. For Tang Kiki introduced her to a novel way of entertainment among girls, an experience she had never encountered before. Do you live around here? Tang Kiki inquired, pointing at the apartment building ahead. Bai Yuhui replied with a gentle nod. This neighborhood seems a bit old. I heard some adults mention that this area is slated for redevelopment, Tang Kiki mused, then suddenly realized. So, does that mean you'll be affected by the redevelopment? Bai Yuhui tilted her head, seemingly confused by the notion. Never mind, I'll explain it to you later. Which floor do you live on? During the day spent with Bai Yuhui, Tang Kiki had discerned that her companion appeared to be unfamiliar with many things, even struggling to articulate her own feelings. Soon, Bai Yuhui led Tang Kiki to her doorstep, where the door stood ajar, requiring no key to enter. Excuse us, Tang Kiki announced as she stepped inside, immediately spotting a figure busily working in the kitchen. Just then, the individual turned around, smiling warmly. Welcome. Please wash your hands and sit down. The meal is nearly ready. Wow, Tang Kiki exclaimed upon seeing the 6 dishes laid out on the dining table. Your brother can cook? Just a little, Yishuang replied, placing a bowl of soup on the table and serving both girls. Once seated, Tang Kiki took a bite of the stir-fried clams, her eyes lighting up. Delicious. There's no fishy taste at all. They're all live clams. How could there be a fishy taste? I blanched them before stir-frying, Yishuang explained with a smile. If you like it, do eat more. Hee, then I won't hold back. Tang Kiki quickly devoured 3 large bowls of rice, while Bai Yuhui managed 4, leaving Yishuang momentarily astonished. Are young girls nowadays really such hearty eaters? Hee, I have a big appetite. Tang Kiki blushed slightly, feeling a bit shy. Her mother often joked that she must be storing all the nutrients from her rice in her chest. However, she also noticed that Bai Yuhui had quite an impressive appetite as well. With Tang Kiki's presence, dinner felt notably more vibrant. Yishuang watched them eat, unable to suppress a gentle smile. Every dish is exquisite, Tang Kiki reflected, for her own parents were incapable of cooking, especially her mother, who excelled only at boiling everything in one pot, regardless of the ingredients. Witnessing Yishuang's culinary skills filled her with envy for Bai Yuhui. Unbeknownst to Tang Kiki, just a week prior, Bai Yuhui had been living on instant noodles for every meal. After the meal, as Yishuang began to clear the dishes, Tang Kiki immediately sprang to her feet, insisting, I can wash them. No, you are a guest, Yishuang replied. Oh dear brother, you've worked so hard on the meal. I truly feel quite embarrassed, Tang Kiki said, dramatically patting her chest. In the end, Yishuang could not resist Tang Kiki's insistence and reluctantly assigned her the task of washing the dishes, with Bai Yuyo also offering her assistance. Observing the two chatting and laughing in the kitchen, Yishuang felt a sense of relief. At least, from the initial impression, Tang Kiki seemed to be a rather good friend. She hoped that their friendship could last a long time, ideally, for a lifetime. However, pure friendship that endures a lifetime is no simple feat after traversing various stages of life. Forging a bond free of ulterior motives is indeed quite rare. Once the dishes were washed, the 3 of them sat down to chat for a while longer. Yishuang learned that Tang Kiki's parents were often busy, leaving her to manage dinner alone at home. Why not come over to our place for dinner in the future? Yishuang suggested. Oh, I didn't expect you to be so warm-hearted, Tang Kiki replied, immediately waving her hands in protest. That would be such a hassle. Realizing her abruptness, Yishuang smiled and refrained from pressing further. Soon, it was time for Tang Kiki to head home, and they agreed to go to school together the next morning. With Bai Yuyo nodding in agreement. Let me give you a ride, Yishuang offered, picking up the car keys. No, brother, I'm fine, Tang Kiki insisted. It's already dark outside. It's unsafe for a girl like you, Yishuang countered. In truth, Tang Kiki was quite timid, and after glancing at the darkening sky, she shyly acquiesced. Go home and take a shower. I'll be back shortly, Yishuang reminded Bai Yuyo, who clearly intended to accompany them, but was gently restrained by Yishuang. Once in the car, Tang Kiki looked around, as if it were her first time in a sports car. Wow, what brand is this? Is it super expensive? She exclaimed, It's not as exorbitant as you think, Yi Shuang replied, casting a glance at the girl beside her, who had already fastened her seatbelt. Perhaps the seatbelt accentuated her curves, causing Yi Shuang to pinch the bridge of her nose before focusing intently ahead. Kiki. After spending time with Baiyo today, what do you think of her? Huh. Tang Kiki was taken aback by the question and replied, at first, I thought she was quite aloof and hard to approach, but now, I find her adorably silly. Yes, adorably naive. Yi Shuang chuckled softly, then added, that girl, due to certain circumstances, lacks common knowledge. I hope you can be patient with her as you develop your friendship. Oh, come on, brother, you're exaggerating. I believe she's a wonderful person. She's always willing to listen to what I have to say, and once you get used to her, it's quite comfortable to be around her, Tang Kiki responded, lowering her head to play with her fingers. I'm timid and often startled easily. I can be quite chatty. I really must thank Baiyo for wanting to be my friend. Yi Shuang chose not to elaborate further, and before long, they arrived at their destination. Goodbye, brother. Ah. Be cautious, Yi Shuang murmured as she slowly rolled up the car window, observing the retreating figure of Bai Yuhua. What a complimentary personality. Bai Yuhua is certainly not timid. Just then, her phone rang. Initially, she assumed it was Bai Yuhua calling, only to discover it was a video call from Qin. Why a video call? Although they had known each other since childhood, Yi Shuang had never engaged in a video call with Qin, leaving her momentarily taken aback by the request. Chapter 44. Qin's call. Qin's avatar depicted a cartoon of Doraemon, a playful expression that made Yi Shuang chuckle as she hesitated before ultimately accepting the call. The video feed was dominated by a visage reminiscent of a cleansing foam advertisement, and even the delicate white lace trim seemed overwhelmed by the display. Yi Shuang involuntarily twitched at the corners of her eyes. Ah, are we connected? A voice soon emerged from the other end. The camera wobbled slightly, pulling back to reveal Qin clad in a snow-white lace nightgown, busily drying her hair with a blow-dryer. Her complexion, fair with a hint of rosy glow, indicated she had just emerged from the bath. Without makeup or embellishments, Qin appeared strikingly innocent, lacking a touch of maturity, yet her every movement remained enchantingly graceful. Especially after her bath, her face bore a subtle, alluring blush. Do you miss me? Qin inquired, her eyes curving into crescent moons as she smiled sweetly. Perhaps? Yi Shuang replied, unsure of the implication. What do you mean by perhaps? Qin puffed out her cheeks playfully, bending slightly at the waist. What are you looking at? Noticing how you've gained some weight lately? Yi Shuang chuckled. Qin paused, then immediately straightened up, patting her abdomen. Soon, she realized Yi Shuang had teased her, playfully shaking her fist. What's that? Dare to call me fat, and I'll get you. Haha, why the sudden call at this late hour? Yi Shuang tossed a piece of candy into her mouth, pulling it from her pocket. Do you want the truth or a lie? What's the lie? I have something to ask of you. And the truth? Qin, with one hand supporting her face and the other twisting her hair, gazed at Yi Shuang through the screen, her smile radiant. Of course, it's that I miss you. Faced with Qin's boldness, Yi Shuang fell silent. Honestly, I'm not worthy. After a few seconds, she finally spoke. I know you're not entirely over it yet. That's all right. I am willing to wait for you. Qin replied earnestly. Even if others call me a rebound, I don't care. You belong to me. I have waited for so many years. Yi Shuang, I only want you. Forget about that woman. Hey, you don't have feelings for that little girl, do you? Qin exclaimed, her voice rising. I was here first. What are you thinking? Yi Shuang replied, feeling a bit exasperated. Where are you headed so late at night? Qin had just noticed Yi Shuang was in the car, though she had refrained from asking until now. Yi Shuang recounted the events that had just transpired. Humph, you've had so many girls in the passenger seat. Qin crossed her arms and let out a small huff. Yi Shuang, noticing the unmistakable hint of jealousy on her face, fell silent. In Yi Shuang's memory, Qin had always been indifferent towards him, but he later learned from Chun-Hai that she had deliberately maintained a distance since he began his romantic relationship. I'm serious about needing to speak with you, Qin said, misinterpreting Yi Shuang's silence as anger. What's the matter? I've never been in a relationship before. And when I return next week, could you spend a day with me, in the capacity of a boyfriend? Qin proposed, her serious expression almost convincing Yi Shuang that it was a matter of great significance. Oh, the signal is poor here abroad. I must hang up now. Remember, all right? Before Yi Shuang could respond, the video call ended. Setting the phone down, Yi Shuang understood Qin's subtle feelings all too well. In the dimly lit car, He pondered their relationship before dialing Chen Hai. What is up? Chen Hai answered promptly. Are you in trouble again? Get lost, Yi Shuang retorted, nearly amused by the absurdity.
Is this about Chen Qin? How did you know? Yi Shuang was taken aback. How could Chen Hai be aware of this? Nothing strange about it.
She texted the family upon landing this evening, mentioning she wanted to chat with you later. Chen Hai, sensing Yi Shuang's curiosity, continued, Brother, you really shouldn't dwell on this. Just think about it. Chen Qin is far from unworthy of you. A beautiful CEO, affluent and attractive. Yet she has been pining for you without having dated anyone at 25 or 26. True, her temperament can be a bit off-putting, and she has an air of pride. But in front of you, she is like a little lamb. What is there to be dissatisfied about? It's not that I'm dissatisfied, Yi Shuang replied. It's just that I don't feel worthy. We come from different worlds. Come on, it's not an arranged marriage. Your father is friends with my old man, who has always worried about you. When you were dating before, he lamented that you and Chen Qin were not meant to be. Honestly, what is the worst that could happen? You won't have to call me brother-in-law later. We can be on equal footing. Yi Shuang chuckled. That is not the point I'm concerned with. All right, I've said what needed to be said. Consider it seriously, Chen Hai concluded before hanging up. These siblings are quite alike. Ending calls so abruptly, Yi Shuang thought as he set his phone down, trying to clear his mind of the clutter. He decided to let things unfold naturally. Upon arriving home, as Yi Shuang opened the door, he saw Bai Yuyo sitting in a chair, gazing at him. Her hair was damp, having even soaked her clothes. She seemed to have been waiting by the door like a little dog anticipating its master's return. When she spotted Yi Shuang, her previously dull eyes brightened instantly. Yi Shuang, she called softly. Have you been waiting for me? Yes. I've been waiting for you since I finished my shower, Bai Yuyo replied quietly. Fool, next time dry your hair before you finish your shower, Yi Shuang admonished gently. Yi Shuang gently tapped the girl's forehead, then picked up the hairdryer resting on the table and said, First, change your clothes. Your hair has soaked your pajamas. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuyo promptly removed her pajamas and went out to the balcony in her bare form to retrieve some clothes. Come back. Yi Shuang handed Bai Yuyo a fresh set of pajamas, urging her to put them on properly. Haven't I told you before? One must not casually expose oneself to others. Feeling the softness of the pajamas, Bai Yuyo looked up at Yi Shuang and replied, Yi Shuang, you are not just anyone. Yi Shuang was taken aback by her words. They softened his heart slightly, but he still playfully pinched her cheek, saying, I cannot do that either, do you understand? However, if they had to choose between bathing together or sleeping together, Bai Yuyo asked, Isn't it the same if we bathe together? Yi Shuang was at a loss for words, realizing that sometimes Bai Yuyo could render him speechless. I concede to you this time, but remember, you must not show yourself to others, nor go out onto the balcony like this, understood? Yi Shuang earnestly advised. Oh, Chapter 45. I am also a girlfriend. Good morning, brother. Tang Kiki arrived early in the morning, having made plans to go to school with Bai Yuyo. In contrast to the lively Tang Kiki, Bai Yuyo had just woken up, clad in loose pajamas and attending to her morning routine. Good morning. If you don't mind, would you like to have breakfast with us? Yi Shuang asked with a smile, considering that she was Bai Yuyo's first friend and resolved to treat her kindly. I've already eaten. Oh, really? Just as Tang Kiki was about to nod, her stomach let out a loud grumble, causing her face to flush with embarrassment. I had a boiled egg. A boiled egg is hardly sufficient. Yi Shuang walked over to the dining table, pulled out a chair, and said, Come, sit down. One boiled egg won't sustain you through the morning's demands on your intellect. Seeing Yi Shuang personally pull out a chair for her, Tang Kiki felt too bashful to refuse. After thanking him obediently, she sat down. The breakfast Yi Shuang had prepared was quite sumptuous. Initially, Tang Kiki only intended to have a sandwich, but the delightful flavors tempted her to indulge far more than she had planned. If you don't mind, you could join us for breakfast afterward, Yi Shuang offered with a smile, noticing the guilt on Tang Kiki's face from overeating. That wouldn't be appropriate. Nonsense, it's merely an extra pair of chopsticks, Yi Shuang remarked, glancing at Bai Yuyo. Right, Bai Yuyo? Bai Yuyo remained silent, quietly observing Yi Shuang. Yi Shuang, noticing her demeanor, assumed she was unwilling. What's wrong? Bai Yuyo did not respond. Her gaze lowered as she continued to eat her breakfast. Tang Kiki seemed to grasp the situation and suddenly smiled at Yi Shuang, saying, Brother, actually, Yuyo wants you to address her more affectionately. Affectionately? Yes. Yi Shuang quickly comprehended the situation and, observing Bai Yuyo engrossed in her breakfast, gently inquired, Is that so? Yuyo? At this moment, Bai Yuyo slowly lifted her delicate face, a hint of guilt prompting her to avert her gaze, subtly nodding her head. It was endearing to witness her occasional childlike demeanor. Yi Shuang mused internally, appreciating this aspect, for possessing deeper emotions was undoubtedly preferable to being akin to a mere puppet, bringing him closer to his aspirations. After finishing breakfast, Yi Shuang discreetly tucked a thermos filled with sandwiches into Bai Yuyo's bag. He was well aware of her substantial appetite and considered that she might find herself hungry long before noon. If it gets cold, you can heat it up in the corner of the cafeteria where there is a microwave, he suggested. Wow, you know about this? Kiki, standing nearby, asked with curiosity. Yi Shuang could hardly confess to having once masqueraded as a teacher, so he simply replied, I stumbled upon it during my last visit to the school. That visit was, after all, due to matters concerning Wu Ya, and it was impossible to verify. Oh, I see, Kiki responded, understanding. Once everything was prepared, Yi Shuang stood at the doorway, watching Bai Yuyo and Tang Kiki as they paired up. Be careful on your way, and if you encounter any trouble, do contact us, he advised. Got it, goodbye, brother. Kiki chirped. Just as the two were about to descend the stairs, Bai Yuyo unexpectedly turned around and, in front of Kiki, leaped into Yi Shuang's embrace. What is the matter? Yi Shuang was taken aback by her sudden action, instinctively wrapping his arms around her waist, feeling her unrestrained warmth and touch. Supplementing your energy, Bai Yuyo murmured, nuzzling her face against Yi Shuang's neck. What on earth is supplementing your energy? Yi Shuang wondered, though he felt a slight itch from the contact. As he gently stroked the back of her head, he glanced shyly at Kiki, who stood nearby, her face brimming with curiosity. Yuyo, you really cling to him. You're completely different at school, Kiki observed. Sorry for the spectacle, Yi Shuang replied, embarrassed. No, I'm actually quite envious, Kiki laughed. Having such a handsome brother to hug every day is something to dream about. At that moment, Bai Yuyo turned her gaze towards them, her eyes devoid of any discernible emotion. She abruptly extended her notebook to Kiki, inscribed with the words, no hugs allowed. Hey, I never said I wanted a hug. Kiki protested innocently, yet she found Bai Yuyo's seemingly jealous demeanor rather intriguing. All right, if we linger any longer, we will be late. Let us set off, Yi Shuang declared. Only then did Bai Yuyo reluctantly release her hold, glancing back 3 or 4 times as they descended the staircase, despite the presence of a dozen steps. Well then, brother, we're off, she said. Yes, do take care. It was not until the sounds of their footsteps faded away that Yi Shuang gently closed the door behind him. On the way, he asked, Yuyo, what are you thinking about? Seeing the girl beside her remain silent, Tang Kiki curiously inquired, is your birthday approaching? Bai Yuyo gently shook her head, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. She took out her notebook, wrote a note, and handed it to Tang Kiki. Yeshuang's birthday is coming soon, and I'm uncertain about the appropriate gift. It was then that Tang Kiki realized it was Yeshuang's birthday that was near. However, she remarked, when it comes to birthday gifts, it's the thought that counts. For someone as gentle as my brother, any gift you give would bring him joy. Despite Tang Kiki's reassurances, Bai Yuyo remained uncertain about what to give. Why not ask your brother's friends what they are planning to gift? Tang Kiki suggested. His friend gifted him a car. Then why not gift a car as well? Tang Kiki exclaimed, seemingly taken aback. A car? One that can carry people? Bai Yuyo nodded, indicating that the sports car which had taken her home last night was indeed a gift from a friend. Who even gives a car as a gift? Is it a gift from a girl? Tang Kiki inquired with curiosity. Was it a woman who gave it? Bai Yuyo nodded again. Then it must be your brother's girlfriend. That makes sense, Tang Kiki deduced, her cherubic face adorned with an expression of analytical prowess, her hand forming a contemplative gesture beneath her chin. A girlfriend? Bai Yuyo appeared perplexed by the term. A girlfriend is someone who might become a spouse in the future, or rather, someone with whom there is a strong possibility of marriage. Tang Kiki explained, noting Bai Yuyo's confusion. Bai Yuyo paused momentarily. Then, I am also a girlfriend, the girl said slowly. Chapter 46. After Yeshuang completed her latest novel, she noticed a couple of new comments. Thankfully, none were negative. Lacking confidence in her writing, the sight of positive feedback in the comments section lifted her spirits considerably. A kind word can warm the coldest winter, while harsh words can chill the warmest summer. Even a seemingly trivial compliment can brighten an author's day. I should check on that little creature, Yeshuang thought as she shut her laptop, grabbed her phone and car keys, intending to visit the pet hospital. The pet hospital was located in a bustling area of the city where the foot traffic was substantial. Most of the individuals were migrant workers renting accommodations, likely toiling their entire lives without ever being able to afford a home in the city, with their earnings destined to be spent on medical expenses in their later years. Clang. As Yes Wang drove through the throngs of people, a tricycle suddenly appeared on her right side, and amidst a jolt, it seemed to collide with her vehicle. Yes Wang was momentarily taken aback before frowning and stepping out of the car. The tricycle was driven by an elderly woman, her hair a wispy white, likely in her 80s. Her face etched with deep wrinkles resembling those carved by a knife. At that moment, she hunched over, her gnarled hands clasped helplessly together. Upon seeing Yi Shuang alight from the vehicle, she offered an awkward smile, almost as if seeking to appease, saying, "Child, I accidentally bumped into your car." Yi Shuang cast a glance at the vehicle, noting a long scratch marring its surface. "Where's your family?" she inquired. The old woman, upon hearing this, opened her parched lips and replied, "My son is in the hospital." She rummaged through her pocket and eventually produced a white plastic bag filled with crumpled banknotes. Extracting all the red bills, her voice grew hoarse as she uttered, "I am truly sorry. Your car is so beautiful." Observing the 300 yuan clutched in the woman's calloused fingers, Yi Shuang shook her head, saying, "No need for that, madam. Please take it back. Just be more careful next time." "No, no, no," the old woman insisted. "All right, enough of this," Yi Shuang pressed, returning the money. "It's nothing. A small scratch I can fix myself. You should head home now and take care." The elderly woman rubbed her hands together, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, child. You are truly kind-hearted." "It's no trouble," Yi Shuang replied, glancing at the tricycle piled high with foam boxes. She watched as the woman struggled to climb aboard and pedal away, a quiet sigh escaping her lips. Who among us is not striving to survive? At 80, she still rides a tricycle to earn a living. How can there still be those on the internet proclaiming that poverty stems from a lack of effort when wages remain stagnant? The most sorrowful aspect of life is not the so-called lack of agency, but rather the realization that, despite our relentless efforts within the confines of our limited perspective, there exists an insurmountable barrier that can only lead to marginal improvements in our current plight. Yi Shuang recalled a billionaire from the port area who once claimed that poverty is a result of laziness and unwillingness to learn. Yet, after participating in a program that allowed him to experience a day in the life of a sanitation worker, he discovered that the relentless labor was barely enough to meet basic needs, let alone facilitate learning. There are always those fortunate few who attribute their success solely to personal endeavor, oblivious to the fact that luck plays a pivotal role in the equation. Before long, Yi Shuang arrived at the pet hospital and encountered the little cat. The orange tabby nestled in the corner of its cage, appearing timid. "It has passed the critical stage and will be able to go home in a few days," the veterinarian remarked. "Thank you, doctor," Yi Shuang nodded in response. Before departing, she settled the treatment fees, calculating that, including the surgery and subsequent hospitalization, her expenses for the little cat amounted to nearly 10,000 yuan. "You were fortunate to encounter a kind-hearted soul," she mused, reflecting that were it her, she would not have parted with such a substantial sum to save the kitten. However, he would not enlighten Bai Yuyo on this matter, for every age has its own choices. With Yi Shuang's adult mindset, he considers more pragmatic aspects. Yet, if he were to recall his own high school years, he might have readily offered assistance to rescue a kitten upon witnessing such a situation. After the kitten was out of danger, Yi Shuang departed from the veterinary hospital and proceeded to a garage for car repairs. This series of errands led him to return home in the evening. Having purchased the necessary ingredients, he promptly began simmering soup in the kitchen in preparation for dinner. And soon after, Bai Yuyo and the others returned. "Hey, brother, hello?" To Yi Shuang's surprise, Tang Kiki also came back with them, shyly scratching her head as she explained that Yuyo had invited her to join for dinner. Initially, Tang Kiki had declined, but the thought of Yi Shuang's cooking, especially in comparison to her mother's large pot meals, made her reconsider. "If I had known, I would have made more soup," Yi Shuang chuckled. "Do you still need to handle the ingredients?" "I can help," Tang Kiki exclaimed, promptly setting down her bag and scurrying over in her slippers to assist with the cooking, followed closely by Bai Yuyo. The kitchen, already modest in size, felt even more cramped with the addition of 2 more people. "No need, go rest on the sofa," Yi Shuang said, shaking his head at the 2 eager helpers. "It's fine, I can wash the vegetables, Yuyo can chop, and brother can stir-fry." A perfect balance of male and female labor makes the work lighter, Tang Kiki replied with a cat-like grin. The presence of the two girls brought a delightful noise to the kitchen, creating a warm atmosphere that felt like home. Yi Shuang, sandwiched between the two young women, found himself appreciating the moment. Once the dishes were laid out on the table and Yi Shuang had taken a seat, he casually inquired about their academic performances. How are your grades at school? Tang Kiki appeared somewhat embarrassed, scratching her head, while Bai Yuyo glanced aside with a hint of guilt, her beautiful eyes darting about. Are they that poor? Yi Shuang asked as he served them food. I recall that although Silver Mountain Academy does not require a college entrance examination, one must still pass tests to advance to the 4th year, correct? Failing to meet the standards would result in a year of retention, and being held back twice would lead to expulsion. Tang Kiki immediately deflated, her voice quivering. Yes, that's true. It seems your grades are worse than I anticipated. In that case, I shall tutor you both later, Yi Shuang stated. Could it be that you excelled in your studies? Tang Kiki's eyes lit up, with Bai Yuyo casting a curious glance in his direction. I suppose I did fairly well, although I have forgotten some points. I should be able to assist you without issue, Yi Shuang replied. After all, I was the top student in the city back then. Tang Kiki and Bai Yuyo, really? Doesn't it seem so? Yi Shuang chuckled. Tang Kiki and Bai Yuyo exchanged a glance, not out of disbelief, but rather a sense of surrealism. So, did your brother get contacted by Tsinghua or Peking University as soon as the results came out? Indeed, I did. However, at that time, both my grades and ranking were concealed, and I was approached before I even knew my own results. Tang Kiki immediately adopted a curious demeanor. Which institution did you attend? I didn't attend any. Why not? Yi Shuang chuckled, seemingly reluctant to delve into the past. Let us not gossip about that. Do you have any recent exam papers? Yes. Although Tang Kiki and the others were quite curious, they relinquished their inquiries upon noticing Yi Shuang's unwillingness to elaborate. The primary subjects at Yingshan Academy included Chinese, mathematics, physics, chemistry, and history. After glancing at the math papers of her companions, Yi Shuang quickly discerned. Is your foundation quite weak? Do you struggle to comprehend the lessons? Sort of. Subsequently, Yi Shuang reviewed their other subject papers and found Bai Yuyo's performance exceeded her expectations, even nearing full marks in physics and chemistry, while her Chinese scores were dismal, with her essay barely filling the allotted space. Tang Kiki's grades, however, were more balanced, yet uniformly unsatisfactory except for Chinese. What a pair of hidden talents, she mused. After their meal, Yi Shuang commenced tutoring the duo. Given their weak foundations, she deconstructed the questions into fundamental concepts, teaching from the very basics with minimal barriers. Wow, brother, I can understand what you're saying. Pay attention, she urged. Oh. At that moment, Bai Yuyo slowly raised her head and unexpectedly noticed how close Tang Kiki and Yi Shuang were. For reasons unknown, a pang of discomfort surged within her. As if something significant were slipping away, Bai Yuyo reached out to touch her chest, perplexed by the emotion she felt. What's wrong, Yuyo? A voice broke her reverie. Yi Shuang looked over and patted the space beside him. Come a bit closer, don't drift off. Bai Yuyo immediately complied, resting half her face on Yi Shuang's arm. Her gem-like eyes fixated on him. Is this too close? As he felt her presence against his arm, Yi Shuang gently poked her soft cheek with a finger. No. All right. Then don't look at me. Focus on the paper. Yi Shuang had grown accustomed to their proximity and resumed his explanations. Tang Kiki, however, observed the scene with a peculiar expression, yet she suppressed her thoughts and continued to listen to Yi Shuang's teachings. Oh no, it's already 9 o'clock. After an undetermined amount of time, Tang Kiki inadvertently noticed her phone lighting up, exclaiming, "We need to go home." So soon? At that moment, Yi Shuang also recognized the time, stretching his limbs with a series of cracking sounds. I'm getting old. I can hardly sit still. Yi Shuang rose to his feet and addressed Tang Kiki, who was hurriedly gathering her textbooks not far away. Allow me to escort you. No need, brother. It's quite troublesome for you, really. I'm perfectly fine. Tang Kiki responded cheerfully as she slipped on her shoes. With a bright smile, she bid him farewell, saying see you tomorrow, and hurriedly descended the stairs. Was she truly timid? Yi Shuang pondered, observing her flurry of activity, casting doubt on whether there was an issue with the system's settings. Yet, moments later, footsteps echoed from the stairwell, and half of a face peeked around the door, appearing somewhat bashful. Brother, it's a bit dark in the corridor. Could you accompany me to the first floor? Yi Shuang conceded. All right, you are indeed a bit timid. Ultimately, he escorted her home, As night deepened, Yi Shuang and Bai Yuyo had both finished their baths and retired to bed early. However, in consideration of Bai Yuyo's midterm grades, Yi Shuang urged her to lean against the headboard and study. Though they termed it studying, they were primarily watching a drama, which, nonetheless, was beneficial for enhancing her Chinese language skills, particularly for someone like Bai Yuyo, whose foundation was rather poor. With Yi Shuang holding his phone, Bai Yuyo sat beside him, their shoulders brushing as they watched a historical drama about the Three Kingdoms. Perhaps fatigued from the viewing, Bai Yuyo rested her head on Yi Shuang's shoulder, the delightful scent of her shampoo wafting through the air. "Are you tired? Let us finish this episode," Yi Shuang inquired, but instead, he was met with the steady rhythm of her breathing. Tilting his head slightly, he realized that Bai Yuyo had closed her eyes and had drifted into slumber. Seeing this, Yi Shuang felt a twinge of helplessness, yet he was unaware that a gentle smile had graced his lips. After carefully laying Bai Yuyo down, he turned off the light and settled into bed himself. The warmth enveloped him as Bai Yuyo rolled over, inching closer, their lips now mere centimeters apart due to her movement. Even in the faint moonlight, Yi Shuang noted the translucent beauty of her lips, reminiscent of jelly. "Good night," he whispered softly. However, in the next moment, he felt a touch upon his lips, leaving him momentarily stunned. In the dim room, Bai Yuyo slowly opened her eyes, as if the moonlight outside was reflected in her gaze, strikingly beautiful. Yi Shuang stared at Bai Yuyo in disbelief. After a few moments, he regained his composure and asked, "Who taught you that?" "I don't know," Bai Yuyo replied softly. "They seemed quite happy." "They?" Yi Shuang suddenly recalled the couple he had seen while shopping. Could it be that Bai Yuyo remembered this incident? "So, do you wish to try it?" he queried. Bai Yuyo gazed at Yi Shuang in silence, as if seeking confirmation for something. Soon, she buried her face in his chest and remained still, giving Yi Shuang the impression of an ostrich playing dead. He gently patted her head, choosing not to say much more, and closed his eyes. The night passed in silence, and the following day arrived. Upon waking, Yi Shuang discovered that Bai Yuhua was absent from his side. He noticed that neatly folded pajamas were on the bedside, indicating that Bai Yuhua had already donned her school uniform, a sight Yi Shuang had never witnessed before, her not lingering in bed. As he ventured into the living room, he was astonished to find Bai Yuhua in the kitchen, clad in an apron and wielding a spatula, even preparing a plate of fried eggs, albeit slightly burnt. Why was she up so early, making breakfast? Yi Shuang also observed that Bai Yuhua had even worn her apron inside out and reached out to assist her in correcting it. In the next moment, however, Bai Yuhua stepped back, silently removing the apron as if deliberately avoiding him. Chapter 48. Martial arts sparring. Just as Yi Shuang surmised, throughout the morning, Bai Yuhua not only refrained from engaging with him, but also stood up and maintained a distance whenever he approached. Was she upset? Yi Shuang gazed at her delicately composed face, still devoid of expression, and inquired, "What's wrong today?" Bai Yuhua remained silent. Before long, Tang Kiki arrived, after breakfast. The two young ladies were soon to head to school. "Are we not going to hug?" Tang Kiki asked cheerfully at the door. But Bai Yuhua tightened her grip on her shoulder bag and swiftly turned to leave. Did you two have a fight?" Tang Kiki directed her question at Yi Shuang. Recalling the moment when the girl had secretly kissed him the previous night, Yi Shuang remained puzzled as to why Bai Yuhua seemed to be deliberately avoiding him so early in the morning. The minds of girls are the most intricate. "We didn't argue. I'm not certain what is going on. Kiki, if you have any insight, could you kindly inquire for me?" Yi Shuang replied with a smile. Though he himself was unsure whether Bai Yuhua was indeed upset or what might have caused her displeasure. "Could it be that she is jealous over you escorting me home these past few days?" Tang Kiki speculated. "That seems unlikely." "All right, hurry and catch up with her," Yi Shuang urged, sensing that Bai Yuhua was already striding away. "All right, goodbye, brother. Be careful on the way." Watching Tang Kiki dash off to pursue Bai Yuhua, Yi Shuang couldn't help but stroke his chin, then slowly closed the door behind him. After updating his novel, which, as usual, attracted no readers, Yi Shuang sat on the sofa, lost in thought, unable to resist pondering over Bai Yuhua. However, he soon gathered his emotions and resolved to head out to the hospital to see the cat. "Sir, this kitten is ready for discharge." Upon arriving at the veterinary clinic, the staff briefed Yi Shuang on the kitten's condition. It merely needed to pass the critical phase and could go home. "Well then, I'll take it home," Yi Shuang said, glancing at the tiny kitten in the cage, unable to resist poking its head with his finger. After all, he had already spent money. He couldn't he simply release it once it was healed, could he? After purchasing cat litter, cat food, and canned cat food from the clinic, Yi Shuang carried the pet carrier provided by the hospital, laden with packages, as he stepped outside. How heavy? Meow? Should I give you a name? Meow? Perhaps I shall wait until I return home and let Yuyo bestow a name upon you, for I am inherently inept at naming. Maybe I could simply call you Mimi. Meow? It seems as if a person and a cat are communicating on entirely different wavelengths. After placing his belongings in the passenger seat, Yi Shuang intended to enter the vehicle, but inadvertently caught sight of a familiar figure. Leaning against the street railing was a girl in a school uniform, her hands tucked within the sleeves of her coat, cradling a cup of milk tea, sipping languidly. She appeared to be in a state of languor, her shoulder-length hair cascading down, presenting a stark contrast to the hurried passers-by, as if she existed in an entirely different realm of time and space. Why aren't you in school? A voice nearby drew the girl's attention, and at that moment, Shiyu turned her face slightly to notice Yi Shuang, who had appeared beside her unbeknownst to her. Aren't you the same, uncle? Don't you have a job? Yi Shuang did not respond directly. Well, those who work honestly usually earn little, he mused. At that moment, Shiyu also noticed the sports car parked not far behind Yi Shuang. Glancing at the time, Yi Shuang remarked, "It's not even time for a lunch break yet. Did you climb over the wall to sneak out?" "Something like that. Studying is rather dull." And Shiyu replied, her eyes narrowing slightly. "Though I still haven't encountered anything particularly interesting." "Why is that?" "Uncle, I said I'm actually quite remarkable. Do you believe me?" And Shiyu suddenly posed the question. "Remarkable in what way?" "Like having an eidetic memory," she said casually. "Eidetic memory?" And Shiyu's hand trembled instinctively, turning to face Yi Shuang, as if she had a question brewing but refrained from voicing it. "In any case, it's a memory that retains everything after a single glance. Experiences are never forgotten once lived." "Isn't that impressive?" "Perhaps," Yi Shuang responded, unsure. "But if I possessed such a gift, I would only find it burdensome." And Shiyu fell silent, now gazing intently at Yi Shuang. "Why is that?" "For me, retaining the vivid memory of losing loved ones, even decades later, feeling as if it were merely yesterday, would be quite a terrifying ordeal," Yi Shuang said with a gentle smile. "Some memories are best left to fade with time." And Shiyu pouted, "You speak like an old man." "Uncle, you're not yet 30. Have you lost a loved one recently?" "My parents." And Shiyu's languid demeanor gradually shifted as she extended her milk tea towards him. "Here." "What for?" Yi Shuang asked, perplexed. "Feeling as though I misspoke, I offer you a sip of my milk tea as compensation." Yi Shuang's lips twitched slightly. "Isn't that akin to an indirect kiss? Are young girls today so bold?" "Don't want it." "An indirect kiss? Oh, so you're aware of that." "Right. But it's also my first kiss. There may not be another opportunity next time." And Shiyu withdrew her hand. After all, there are not many girls as charming as I am. Yi Shuang found it difficult to maintain her composure while conversing with this girl, constantly oscillating between a desire to hit her and a wish to play with her. "However, I concur with your statement," said Shiyu, continuing. "Having an extraordinary memory may not necessarily be a blessing. Unlike the people around me, who incessantly praise the merits of certain matters, it is only natural for individuals to have differing opinions. So what brings you here?" In truth, Yi Shuang was more curious about what Shiyu's family did, considering this girl frequently ventured out without supervision. "I merely came out to buy a cup of milk tea," and Shiyu seemed reluctant to elaborate, casually deflecting the question. Suddenly, she pointed to a distant sign. "Look over there, uncle." Following her gaze, Yi Shuang discovered a sign advertising hourly rooms for 10 yuan. "Interested? I'll treat," and Shiyu suggested. "What do you mean you'll treat? Do you even know what those rooms are for?" Yi Shuang's expression reflected disbelief, while Shiyu maintained her composure, responding, "Of course. It's a place for men and women to hone their skills." "Uncle, you wouldn't be incapable, would you? Are you thinking of something lewd?" Yi Shuang regarded her with seriousness. "It's more suggestive than you might imagine." "I appreciate that answer. Let's go," and Shiyu declared, tossing her empty milk tea cup into a nearby trash bin and pulling Yi Shuang towards the hotel. Chapter 49. She understood, however, they ultimately did not enter, as Yi Shuang would never allow herself to be so easily led by this girl into her room. "So, why did you want to go in?" "I heard there are some intriguing little cards inside, and I wanted to see if that was true," and Shiyu revealed her motive. Yi Shuang replied, "You specifically rented a room just for some cards? You truly are a little genius. Aren't you afraid I might have ulterior motives?" Yi Shuang found it hard to grasp Shiyu's thought process, She was undoubtedly the most peculiar person she had encountered, completely unpredictable in her actions. Then I hope you can finish before the police arrive, and Shiyu mused, raising her chin in contemplation. But that does sound rather unfortunate. What a poor first experience if it takes too long. Have you started imagining scenarios again? I'm hungry, and Shiyu suddenly remarked to Yishuang. And what now?
Aren't you going to treat me to a meal? Why should I treat you to dinner? And Shiyu pondered for a moment, then pointed to her own face.
Because I'm adorable? Adorability pales in comparison to sensuality. Actually, I look quite sexy in black stockings. Perhaps I should wear them next time for you to see. And Shiyu said with a sly squint. At that moment, Yishuang's gaze lingered on a nearby pig trotter rice dish. I want to treat you to something that expensive. Let us go, and Shiyu said, appearing quite at ease as she ordered a serving of pig trotter rice and retrieved 2 bottles of soy milk from a nearby refrigerator. Haven't you just finished a cup of milk tea? I find it difficult to swallow food without some beverage. And Shiyu settled beside Yishuang, inching closer, and then placed her slender thigh, clad in knee-high socks, upon Yishuang's leg. What are you doing? She asked. This is more comfortable for dining, and Shiyu replied calmly. However, upon realizing she could not match in Shiyu's wit, Yishuang fell silent, extending her hand to lightly scratch the skin beneath and Shiyu's skirt. In the next moment, Yishuang observed and Shiyu shudder, as if jolted by an electric current, and Shiyu quietly withdrew her leg, her expression inscrutable, and softly remarked, You win, you lecherous uncle. You have the least right to say that, Yishuang retorted. And Shiyu ate with grace, savoring each bite, yet her pace was brisk, and before long, her soy milk was nearly finished. After consuming a bowl of pig trotter rice, Yishuang turned to the girl beside her and casually inquired about a matter of concern. What do you think it means if a girl who was once very attached to you suddenly changes and starts avoiding you? She must be cheating, and Shiyu responded. Is that the only explanation? Yishuang probed. You're not being specific enough. How would I know? And Shiyu's round eyes reflected a hint of disdain. Yishuang then recounted a more detailed account, having filtered some content. So that's how it is, and Shiyu realized. You understand? Not at all, and Shiyu replied succinctly. Yishuang asked, Why do I suddenly feel the urge to pin her down and spank her? Why not ask her directly? Perhaps she has some unresolved issues. And Shiyu suggested, Just be patient. All right, Yishuang conceded, feeling that might indeed be the case. As they left the pig trotter rice shop, and Shiyu seemed to have other places to go, waving goodbye to Yishuang as she departed, also adding him to her contact list. According to a certain girl's interpretation, Yishuang appeared quite idle and seemed available for some fun. Yishuang then got into his car, accompanied by a little cat in the passenger seat, and headed home. At Silver Mountain Academy, Yuyo, you've been daydreaming all day. What are you pondering? Tang Kiki noticed by Yuyo's unusual demeanor and inquired. Of course, Tang Kiki had her own agenda, wanting to uncover what troubled Bai Yuyo. Bai Yuyo continued to read. Seemingly oblivious to Tang Kiki's question, or rather, she had not heard it at all. Yuyo. Tang Kiki gently shook Bai Yuyo's arm, and the latter slowly lifted her gaze, as if just realizing Tang Kiki was speaking to her, tilting her head slightly. I knew you were lost in thought. Tang Kiki remarked with a smile. Were you thinking about your brother? Bai Yuyo nodded softly. Did you two have a quarrel? Why did you ignore me and leave today? Tang Kiki inquired with curiosity. Come on, share with me. Aren't we friends? Bai Yuyo, with her downcast eyes and reticent nature, scribbled in her notebook. Last night, I kissed Yishuang, but neither of us felt joy, unlike others. My heart feels heavier. She placed her palm over her chest and quietly gazed at Tang Kiki. Is it that intense? Tang Kiki had not anticipated the situation's gravity. With a spirit of gossip, she blinked at the words Bai Yuyo had written. After a moment, she suddenly asked in a hushed tone, Yuyo, are you in love? Bai Yuyo appeared somewhat bewildered. Oh dear, how should I explain this? Tang Kiki pondered before continuing. Before becoming a couple, dating is essential. Your situation is entirely normal. Experiencing various emotions through love is a natural part of life. Did you mimic someone else's way of kissing but didn't feel the same joy? Tang Kiki wore an expression of exaggerated maturity. You're still far from enough, my dear. This is merely a necessary phase of love, so there's truly no need for concern. Upon hearing that it was normal, Bai Yuyo felt enlightened, her spirit lifting slightly. What should I do? Bai Yuyo asked, breaking her unusual silence. Kiss more. Be more affectionate. Let your emotions flow freely. Tang Kiki declared, slapping the table, her fingers forming a gesture reminiscent of a storyteller's. I assure you, You'll win over your brother. However, Tang Kiki was merely a novice herself, and her sudden outburst drew the attention of many classmates, causing her to bury her face in embarrassment. Yet, Bai Yuyo grasped the essence. Love, she realized, involves kissing often and being affectionate. It is an essential step toward becoming a couple. The discomfort in her heart dissipated, and all she wanted now was to return home and find Yishuang. She understood. Chapter 50. Character Profiles and Information. Character Illustration. Information. Name. Bai Yuyo. Height. 166 centimeters. Weight. 54 kilograms. Current information. Confined in a dim attic for 8 years due to her mother's circumstances, she is extremely lacking in common sense. Having not spoken for an extended period, she struggles with normal communication. She has a hearty appetite and had been living alone in a daze for over a year before meeting Yishuang, unaware of why someone would harm her. Yet accustomed to it all, she maintains a benevolent disposition toward everything. Very attached to Yishuang, she desires to be with him all day. Her favorite activity is to lie in his arms and fulfill all his wishes. Name. Chen Qin. Height. 169 centimeters. Weight. 57 kilograms. Current information. Yishuang's childhood friend, secretly in love with him since their youth, but chose to hide her feelings and maintain distance after Yishuang began dating someone else. Upon learning of Yishuang's heartbreak and subsequent disappearance, he promptly abandoned his corporate responsibilities in search of her. Currently, he serves as the president of a multinational corporation, having inherited the family business. His personality is remarkably bold and vivacious, earning him the affectionate nickname Little Witch at home, although he appears quite docile in Yishuang's presence, no longer suppressing his emotions. He has chosen to boldly express his affection for Yishuang, possessing an abundance of pocket money, though he has recently resolved to save more for his future dowry. Name. And Shiyu. Height. 160 centimeters. Weight. 49 kilograms. Current information. A patient of hyperthymesia, of mixed Chinese and Japanese descent, his grandfather was once a ninja who, after being outmatched by firearms in a duel, was compelled to retire and live a life of seclusion. Suffering from hyperthymesia since childhood, he detests his ability to remember everything, losing interest in experiences after only one encounter. He is perpetually in search of something that captivates his interest, and of late, he has developed a curiosity towards Yishuang. The only thing he does not despise is bubble tea. Name. Tang Kiki. Height. 159 centimeters. Weight. 54 kilograms. Current information. The first friend of Bai Yuyo. Timid and easily frightened, her jumpy disposition has hindered her from forming many friendships, though she yearns to transform her character. The sole instance of courage in her life was when she followed Bai Yuyo and proposed the idea of friendship. She possesses a pair of formidable weapons that instill fear in her peers, often preferring to stay close to the table to wrest these weapons, which frequently troubles her. Name. Yishuang. Height. 181 centimeters. Weight. 79 kilograms. Current information. Handsome and academically gifted, he has always been regarded as the exemplary child by others. In his youthful folly, he forsook the opportunity for a prestigious education for the sake of his girlfriend. After graduating from university, he joined her family business, only to be abandoned once he achieved success. Following his parents' concern for his mental state, they met with a tragic accident on their way to see him. These successive blows led Yishuang to abandon his will to live, until one rainy night, he was taken in by Bai Yuyo. Currently, his intention is to assist Bai Yuyo in achieving independence as a form of repayment before parting ways. He is presently in the process of quitting smoking. Name. Chun Hai. Current information. Yishuang's childhood friend and elder brother of Chen Qin. He currently works as a manager at a major bank and has long sought to bring his sister and Yishuang together. But a misunderstanding during a conversation with Bai Yuyo altered his perspective. Chapter 51. I seem to be a bit superfluous from now on. This will be your new home. Yishuang released the little cat from the airline box. The creature limped slightly, emitting soft meows. Given that its wounds had yet to heal, it was quite normal for it to walk awkwardly. The cat was no longer as fearful of people as before. It wobbled unsteadily before finally lying down at Yishuang's feet, exposing its belly. Yishuang, thinking it was inviting him to pet it, reached out, only to be gently bitten. How stingy. Had it not been for the fact that the cat had undergone surgery, Yishuang would have gently stroked its belly. Although this household was modest in size, it was certainly preferable to wandering the streets, was it not? As Yishuang pondered this, a thought seemed to amuse her, causing her to shake her head in agreement. Yes, It was indeed better than being homeless. In this light, she realized that her situation was rather akin to that of the cat. Yishuang busied herself arranging the litter box and bed for the feline, which was a Chinese rural cat, essentially a native breed, its coat a vibrant orange, a long-haired little ginger. After pouring some cat food into a bowl, the kitten caught a whiff of the aroma and limped over with surprising agility, then began to show off its moves. A sprightly little limper. However, given your appetite, it seems unlikely you will remain slender for long. 9 out of 10 orange cats are plump, with the 10th resembling an elephant. Yishuang couldn't shake the feeling that her home would soon resemble a gas station. All right, entertain yourself and familiarize yourself with your territory, she said. With the kitten's needs attended to, all that remained was to await Yu's return to name it. Yishuang reclined on the sofa, gradually succumbing to a wave of drowsiness. Due to work commitments, she had never cultivated the habit of napping. It wasn't that she lacked the time. Rather, she felt it a shame to spend precious moments on sleep when she could dedicate them to her tasks. Now that she was free from work obligations, surely a brief rest would not be excessive? As she felt the gentle breeze wafting through the window, she settled back and closed her eyes, soon drifting into a peaceful slumber. Meanwhile, the little ginger cat, seemingly exhausted, raised its tiny head to survey its surroundings before making its way to Yishuang's feet. Curling up beside her slippers and falling asleep, the house fell silent, with both human and cat sinking into dreams, interrupted only by the soft rustling of the curtains and the breeze. Do not let trivial matters weigh upon your mind, such as the beauty of life. As school let out, Yu, let us depart. Accompanied by the ringing of the school bell at Silver Mountain Academy, Tang Kuku stretched lazily, her hands clasped playfully as she turned to Bai Yu and inquired, "By the way, Yu, may I continue to have dinner at your house today?" Tang Kuku felt a twinge of greed, yet in comparison to the meals prepared at her own home, the fare at Yishuang's had begun to seem rather bland. For as the saying goes, one does not know the value of something until it is compared to another. Bai Yu would certainly not deny such a modest request. After all, the three of them could help in the kitchen together, and Yishuang would surely welcome the assistance. Suddenly, Bai Yu noticed something unusual in her drawer. She reached in, and her fingers brushed against a pristine white envelope, which she withdrew. It bore the inscription to classmate Bai Yu. Tang Kuku, noticing Bai Yu's stillness, leaned in for a closer look, and in an instant, her eyes widened. A love letter? Bai Yu appeared puzzled by the notion of a love letter, a sentiment that Tang Kuku was all too accustomed to, prompting her to explain. A love letter is a means of expressing affection. One can write their sentiments on the envelope. Bai Yu remained somewhat bewildered. Oh, it seems that someone has taken a liking to you. At this moment, Bai Yu comprehended the situation. She gazed at the envelope in her hand, seemingly lost in thought. Curious? Indeed. Upon receiving a nod from Bai Yu, Tang Kiki eagerly set about opening it, though she refrained from peering inside. Despite her curiosity, she maintained an appropriate distance. Before long, Bai Yu had finished reading. Finished? Did one of the boys from class slip it in? Bai Yu shook her head, returning the letter to its envelope and placing it back in the drawer. What was written inside? Expressions of affection, it appears. A love letter indeed. Will you respond to the sender? The spirit of gossip ignited fervently in Tang Kiki's eyes. However, it might be prudent to decline, considering how appealing her brother is. Yet, Bai Yu softly remarked, "Is it possible not to refuse?" "Ah, you don't wish to decline?" Tang Kiki was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that Yu harbors feelings for the boy mentioned in the letter? What about her dashing brother? Bai Yu shook her head once more, leaving Tang Kiki utterly confounded. Noticing Tang Kiki's bewilderment, Bai Yu took out her notebook and wrote, "I simply do not wish to address this letter or respond to it. So that's how it is. You need not respond, as it could be interpreted as a silent refusal." Tang Kiki chuckled, saying that receiving love letters is quite common. Bai Yu observed Tang Kiki's knowing expression and inquired, "Kiki, do you often receive them?" "Of course," Tang Kiki replied without deceit. Although she lacked romantic experience, love letters frequently found their way to her, primarily due to her ample assets. The letters generally conveyed sentiments regarding her curvaceous figure, while other compliments were seldom offered. They are all rather crude, lamentably lacking the charm of a brother like mine. As Tang Kiki spoke, she realized the class bell had rung some time ago. Come on. Yu, let's skip shopping this afternoon. If we head home early, our brother can whip up something special for us. After all, with midterm exams approaching, Tang Kiki felt a slight sense of urgency. Bai Yu also wished to return home early to see Yishuang, and thus nodded in agreement. Around 5 in the afternoon, Bai Yuyo and Tang Kiki arrived home. Naturally, they noticed Yi Shuang sleeping soundly on the sofa. He leaned against the couch, with a few strands of hair falling across his forehead, his dark brows framing closed eyes, and his features were distinctly chiseled. "Ah, brother is napping," Tang Kiki whispered to Bai Yuyo beside her. Bai Yuyo nodded and approached Yi Shuang. At that moment, the girl bent down, her cascading hair framing her face. And in the astonished gaze of Tang Kiki, she pressed her lips against Yi Shuang's. "Ah, Yuyo you." Bai Yuyo turned to Tang Kiki and tilted her head. "What? Just a little kiss?" "No, it should be more atmospheric," Tang Kiki gestured animatedly. However, she suddenly realized that the current atmosphere was indeed quite pleasant. It seemed that I had become somewhat superfluous. Perhaps it was the considerable commotion caused by Tang Kiki and Bai Yuyo that roused Yi Shuang from slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with a pair of enchanting eyes. Chapter 52. Selling pork. My apologies, I must have dozed off. Yi Shuang was oblivious to Bai Yuyo's earlier actions. Just as he was about to express his regret for oversleeping, Bai Yuyo extended her arms and embraced him. The warmth and softness enveloped him, and Yi Shuang found himself momentarily stunned by the girl who clung tightly to him. Had she truly recovered? Just this morning, she had been avoiding him. At that moment, Yi Shuang glanced at Tang Kiki, who wore a peculiar expression, as if she wished to speak but hesitated. Nevertheless, it was preferable that Yuyo had returned to her former self rather than continue to shy away from him. "Oh, right, the cat." Yi Shuang looked around and finally said to Bai Yuyo, "Yuyo, could you let go for a moment? The cat is missing." Only then did Bai Yuyo lift her face and release her hold, allowing Yi Shuang to rise and search the room for the feline. Eventually, the three of them searched together, and they heard a sound emanating from the kitchen trash bin. "You truly are a talent." "No, a cat talent." Yi Shuang lifted the kitten by the scruff, its head amusingly adorned with a piece of fruit peel. Bai Yuyo also noticed the little creature, evidently having just been discharged from the pet hospital. "Wow, quite adorable," Tang Kiki remarked with curiosity. "Are you willing to adopt this little cat?" Although he anticipated the answer, Yi Shuang still sought Bai Yuyo's opinion. Upon seeing her nod, he smiled and said, "In that case, let us name this little fellow." Bai Yuyo began to ponder. "How about calling it WN? Brother, why WN?" "Because this little one cost a fortune at the pet hospital, 10,000. That's quite a hefty sum." At that moment, Bai Yuyo suddenly called out, "Yi Shuang." Yi Shuang responded, "Is something amiss?" "Yuyo, why are you calling me Yi Shuang?" Tang Kiki inquired curiously. To which Bai Yuyo replied, "Yi Shuang sounds nice." "I see. Because Yuyo likes her brother, she also likes his name," Tang Kiki proclaimed with a royal translator's demeanor. Yi Shuang merely smiled, not taking it to heart. Ultimately, the name was confirmed. From this day forth, the long-haired orange cat would be known as WN, a tribute to the increasingly slender wallet of the past years. Though he had mentioned that he would only go out to buy vegetables, Bai Yuyo and Tang Kiki insisted on accompanying him. Yi Shuang led the two girls to the market. It was still early enough, allowing ample time to prepare dinner. "Shall we have soup?" "Yes." Tang Kiki raised her hand. "And you, Yuyo?" "Yes." Tang Kiki lifted Bai Yuyo's hand. Yi Shuang couldn't help but chuckle. And Bai Yuyo softly echoed, "Yes." The bustling market was filled with people, and Bai Yuhua, unaccustomed to such crowded environments, instinctively drew closer to Yi Shuang, who, noticing this, gently took hold of the young girl's hand. Feeling the warmth of the palm, Bai Yuhua seemed to relax. Approaching the meat stall, Yi Shuang was about to select a piece of pork rib when she noticed that the vendor appeared somewhat familiar. "Uncle, if you're not buying pork, kindly step aside." And Shiyu, wielding a cleaver, remarked, "And Shiyu, is that you?" Tang Kiki seemed to recognize her, an expression of surprise crossing her face. "Do you know her?" Yi Shuang inquired. "And Shiyu is from our class, consistently among the top 3 in grades, though I've heard she often skips classes. And the teachers are at a loss with her," Tang Kiki explained. "Oh, the well-endowed girl. So you're from our class," and Shiyu spoke. "The well-endowed girl? Why have you returned to selling pork?" Yi Shuang asked, astonished at this turn of events. She then noticed the meat stall owner and inquired, "Is this your daughter?" "Not at all. She claims to be a student doing a social practice assignment and handed me a few thousand yuan to help sell pork for a while," the jovial stall owner replied. With the prospect of earning money and having assistance, the meat stall owner was quite pleased, especially since aside from the ribs, little effort was required for the rest. Just pay, and then play the role of a boss for a time. You seem to have quite a bit of money, Yi Shuang remarked, looking at Shiyu curiously, recalling how they had shared pig trotter rice that very morning. Is that money you're using to buy your way into trouble? Yi Shuang began to grasp how this character managed to sell various items. Money is merely a number. We come into this world with nothing and leave with nothing, and Shiyu replied languidly. When we had pig trotter rice at noon, I found it quite amusing to watch the owner slice the trotters. Would you buy a trotter for me to chop? Just as Yi Shuang was about to respond, she noticed Bai Yuhua's gaze fixated on her, and Tang Kiki wore a similarly astonished expression. You had lunch together? It's a long story. Just hand me a piece of pork rib, and I won't disturb your fun, Yi Shuang said. Oh, and Shiyu didn't inquire further about the pork rib. She casually picked one up and, with a few swift strikes of the cleaver, had it ready in no time, displaying no sign of awkwardness. This girl. Does she find chopping someone amusing in the future? After placing the rib into a bag, and Shiyu tossed it over. Here, how much do I owe you? No charge. Consider it a token of appreciation for the pig trotter rice, and Shiyu replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Yi Shuang instinctively glanced at the meat stall owner, who was still smiling cheerfully. Such purchasing power, Yi Shuang mused, realizing that since Shiyu had handed the owner a few thousand yuan, he wouldn't mind if she gave away a couple of ribs. Thank you, Yi Shuang said, beginning to understand Shiyu's character. She didn't insist on paying. And taking the pork rib, she led Bai Yuhua and Tang Kiki away to shop for other vegetables. And Shiyu watched their retreating figures, tilting her head slightly. Lost in her own thoughts, the proprietor, requesting a piece of pork belly, was interrupted by a nearby customer. I apologize, but the meat stall has closed for the day. The customer responded with surprise. What? The stall owner echoed the sentiment. Meanwhile, Tang Kiki, curious, inquired, Brother, how did you come to know Shiyu? I've heard she can be quite difficult to get along with. It's a long story, he replied. We occasionally crossed paths and gradually became acquainted. Yi Shuang refrained from elaborating. Perhaps in a previous life, he had known Shiyu, for their encounters seemed far too frequent. As they spoke, Yi Shuang glanced at Bai Yuyo with a smile, recalling their last purchase of squid. You remember? Bai Yuyo nodded, recognizing Shiyu as well. After completing their shopping, they emerged into a world painted in shades of orange by the setting sun. Yi Shuang observed the two young women beside him and reminisced about the years he had spent alone, purchasing groceries. Why don't you go by yourself? Surely, you don't need me for such trivial matters. Or are you, a grown man, incapable of carrying even a little weight? Never mind, I'll just order takeout. You can manage on your own. The once clear yet jarring voice from his memories began to fade, replaced by the laughter of the girls nearby. Brother, could you carry that for us? Isn't it heavy? Hand it to me. Yi Shuang looked at the two girls extending their hands towards him and couldn't help but shake his head with a gentle smile. In that moment, he felt a sense of lightness, as if he had shed an invisible burden. Let us go. Let us prepare a grand meal tonight. Oh yes. The trio walked home, basking in the remaining sunlight. Chapter 53. Husband, save me. The weekend had arrived once more, graced by splendid weather. Yi Shuang shook out the clothes he intended to hang to dry. After hanging them up, his gaze fell upon other garments in the bucket. He bent down to retrieve them and discovered a pristine white pair of underwear. Item, pure white underwear. Recently spun. It still emitted the fragrance of laundry detergent and is usable. He had clearly reminded that girl to wash her own underwear, yet it had somehow mingled with the rest of the laundry in the machine. A small hole was evident in the fabric, large enough for a finger to pass through. Upon reflection, it seemed that Yuyo likely wouldn't purchase her own underwear. Despite its immaculate color, the item had been washed thoroughly. Perfect. I shall take Yuyo to buy some underwear this weekend. Just then, Yi Shuang felt a tug on his sleeve. Turning, he found Bai Yuyo standing beside him, her expression neutral as she gazed at him. What's the matter? Yi Shuang began, only to freeze in realization. He had been standing there dazed, holding her underwear, which must have given off a rather peculiar impression. Silently, he hung the underwear back up and, feigning composure, continued, Why are you looking at me like that? Yi Shuang. Yes? Do you like my underwear? Coughing abruptly, Yi Shuang was taken aback and quickly offered an apology. I'm sorry, I was just lost in thought for a moment. Bai Yuyo gently shook her head, then lifted her nightgown and asked, Do you still want to see? No, it's fine. Yi Shuang felt that Bai Yuyo had misunderstood him. But the leggings truly were strikingly white, an almost blinding shade of cold white. This thought only deepened his sense of guilt. To divert the conversation, Yi Shuang inquired, Yuyo, shall I accompany you to buy some lingerie today? Sure, Bai Yuyo replied. Suddenly, Yi Shuang had a thought and asked, should we invite Kiki? Upon hearing this, Bai Yuyo immediately shook her head. She wished to spend some quality time alone with Yi Shuang that weekend. If Kiki were present, his attention would inevitably wane. All right, Yi Shuang said, merely asking out of habit. After feeding a stray cat and giving it some anti-inflammatory medicine, Yi Shuang took the young girl out. The residential area was somewhat dated and hardly upscale, making the monthly parking fees quite economical. Yi Shuang parked the car near the entrance of the building, ensuring that he could hop in almost immediately after descending. Once he started the vehicle, he noticed that Bai Yuyo had already settled into the passenger seat. But just as he was about to shift gears, his phone vibrated. A glance revealed it was a message from Chen Qin. Chen Qin, I'm back. Come pick me up at the airport. Yi Shuang was momentarily taken aback, then replied, aren't you abroad? Chen Qin, of course, I took a quick trip back. I have to fly out tonight, but even though I can't be back for your birthday, I can celebrate with you in advance. Are you excited? Yi Shuang, are you landing soon? Chen Qin, absolutely. Hurry to Jinwan Airport. As Yi Shuang read the messages, he glanced at the girl beside him in the passenger seat, contemplating silently for a moment. His car was a two-door, two-seater sports model. In other words, if he were to pick up Chen Qin, there would be no room left. He could either drop off Bai Yuyo and then go to fetch Chen Qin, as they were right at his doorstep, allowing her to go upstairs directly. Or he could forego picking up Chen Qin and continue shopping with Bai Yuyo. Yet, Chen Qin had specifically returned, even if only for half a day, just to see him. At that moment, Yi Shuang glanced at Bai Yuyo, who merely tilted her head slightly. Yi Shuang shook his head, dismissing the thought. It's nothing. Bai Yuyo seemed to sense Yi Shuang's inner turmoil and asked, Yi Shuang, are you unwell? No, a mature adult should not be easily troubled by trivial matters. Yi Shuang suddenly smiled and shifted the gear, driving out. So, you came back just to borrow my car? Half an hour later, Chen Hai emerged from a villa community, stepping out of his vehicle with a rather perplexed expression. My sister told me to pick her up. Yi Shuang explained. Don't you have a car? This Toyota is quite impressive. I want to buy a BMW 4, but my wife refuses. It's a two-seater. Yi Shuang indicated towards Bai Yuyo beside him. Chen Hai sighed. If you take this child to pick up Chen Qin, that girl will explode. He continued. Otherwise, let her stay at my house. My wife is making dumplings today. Yi Shuang turned to Bai Yuyo, seemingly seeking her opinion. At that moment, Bai Yuyo gently tugged at Yi Shuang's clothing, her head lowered, resembling a timid creature afraid of abandonment. Forget it, Yi Shuang said. All right, but I need the car this afternoon to meet a client. Can I lend you this old car? Chen Hai patted the vehicle adorned with a trident insignia beside him, as long as it can accommodate a few more people. Yi Shuang was aware that Chen Hai had several cars. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to borrow one. After securing the vehicle, Yi Shuang drove towards the airport with Bai Yuyo. However, along the way, Yi Shuang noticed that Bai Yuyo was unusually quiet. He glanced back, observing the girl sitting obediently, her eyes cast down, lost in thought. At the airport, in the exit corridor, Chen Qin emerged in a flowing black dress, wearing sunglasses that accentuated her fair complexion against her striking red lips. She slightly raised her wrist, where a shimmering gemstone bracelet adorned a petite rose gold watch. Its hands moving slowly. So slow, should I have messaged earlier? Chen Qin pondered, gently caressing her softly curled hair. Is someone standing me up? Surely, I can't be that unfortunate. Excuse me, miss, a voice interrupted her thoughts. Chen Qin turned to find a handsome young man smiling at her. Out of courtesy, she asked, is there something you need? I was on the same business class flight as you, and I must say, you are quite beautiful. May I have your contact information? The man continued to smile. I've been wearing sunglasses. How could you tell I'm beautiful? Chen Qin replied with a faint smile. Beauty is not solely about appearance. Your aura is captivating enough. I appreciate your words, but I'm afraid it's not convenient for me. Sorry, Chen Qin said, lightly waving her hand to indicate her intention to leave. Hey miss, wait a moment. The man quickly reached out and grasped Chen Qin's wrist. Chen Qin raised an eyebrow, ready to slap him, when her peripheral vision caught something. She smirked, suddenly feigning panic. Husband, your wife is being accosted by a rogue. Hurry and save me. Not far away, Yi Shuang, who was approaching, momentarily halted, his face darkening, yet he quickened his pace towards her. Chapter 54. Chen Qin's approach. Who are you? Yi Shuang appeared beside the man, seizing his wrist and lifting it. Hey, what are you doing? Yi Shuang remained silent, but the commotion attracted patrolling security personnel. who approached to inquire about the situation. Upon learning that Qin Qin had been harassed, they promptly escorted the man away. I only pulled her instinctively. I didn't mean any harm. Upon seeing Yi Shuang appear, Qin Qin immediately adopted a pitiful expression, gesturing towards her wrist. It hurts. Yi Shuang, please rub it for me. Why didn't you cry out in pain when we fought as children? Yi Shuang inquired. It was a moment of urgency, Qin Qin replied, removing her glasses. She blinked her starry eyes. You could still recognize me even with my sunglasses on. I'm not entirely sure. I just felt that this would be you. Yi Shuang was not lying. After all, they had grown up together, and it was indeed easy to recognize one another at a glance. Perhaps it was also due to the extravagant and ostentatious manner in which they adorned themselves, exuding an aura of affluence that made them stand out like a crane among chickens. At that moment, Qin Qin also noticed Bai Yuyo standing quietly beside Yi Shuang. Though in truth, she had been aware of her presence for quite some time, even attempting to convince herself moments earlier that she must have mistaken the person. Bai Yuyo stood still, merely clutching the hem of Yi Shuang's clothing. You came to pick me up and even brought a girl along, Qin Qin remarked with a hint of melancholy, wondering if it was perhaps a bit excessive. When you messaged me, I happened to be going out shopping with Yuyo. Yi Shuang explained. What are you buying? Qin Qin asked. Just some clothes, Yi Shuang replied thoughtfully. Underwear, Bai Yuyo quietly interjected. The atmosphere grew somewhat still. Ah. It seems I've interrupted your little date, Qin Qin suddenly remarked coolly, before turning to leave. As Qin Qin, in her high heels, began to depart, Yi Shuang observed her retreating figure and silently counted down in her mind. 3, 2, 1. Just then, Qin Qin's steps came to an abrupt halt, and she tentatively glanced back. Upon noticing that Yi Shuang remained in place, even sporting a subtle smile in her direction, she bit her lip and stomped her heel before returning. You cold-hearted man, are you really so unwilling to pursue me? If you're not angry, why should I chase after you? Yi Shuang responded. He knew Qin Qin too well, able to discern when she was genuinely upset and when she was merely feigning anger. Qin Qin suddenly felt that Yi Shuang's understanding of her might not be entirely favorable. Crossing her arms, she declared, If you treat me to a meal, I shall forgive you. Very well, Miss Chun, Yi Shuang smiled. Just then, lunchtime approached, and Yi Shuang drove the two girls to a nearby restaurant. Along the way, Qin Qin, seated in the passenger seat, shared amusing anecdotes from the past few days. This was not a result of Yi Shuang's insistence, but rather Qin Qin naturally taking the front seat, leaving Bai Yuyo to occupy the back. As Yi Shuang drove, he occasionally responded to Qin Qin's lively chatter. Meanwhile, the girl in the back seat suddenly found the scene somewhat familiar. Yes, it was reminiscent of their previous car rides after school, sharing conversations, albeit now the passenger seat was occupied by someone else. Bai Yuyo wished to join the conversation, but found herself unable to comprehend their exchanges, often interspersed with foreign languages, Cantonese, and topics beyond her understanding. Reflecting upon it, she realized that this feeling had indeed occurred before. In the classroom, she sat in the corner, eavesdropping on her classmates as they discussed topics that eluded her understanding. She felt as though she belonged to another world. At that moment, Qin Qin, seated in the passenger seat, lowered the sun visor to reveal her makeup mirror. Just as she was about to assess whether her exquisite makeup needed a touch-up, she noticed the girl in the mirror, her head bowed, absently toying with her fingers, her long hair cascading over the seat, exuding an air of chilliness. Qin Qin took out her lipstick for a quick retouch and then turned to her companion. Yi Shuang, say, Yi Shuang, let us go buy some lingerie together later. Yi Shuang paused, taken aback. Why are you looking at me like that? Qin Qin smiled slightly. Do you wish to accompany her personally for lingerie shopping? Yi Shuang, somewhat helpless, thought that was far from his intention. However, if Qin Qin was willing to help you select some pieces, that would be splendid. Seizing a moment at the traffic light, Yi Shuang turned to Bai Yuyu and suggested, Yuyu, how about Qin Qin accompanies you to shop for lingerie later? Bai Yuyu, who had been lost in thought, lifted her gaze at the sound of Yi Shuang's voice and nodded, sure. Where shall we dine? Qin Qin remarked to Yi Shuang, let us be clear, I want to eat anything mushy like masala. Just a regular restaurant will suffice. As long as the food is good. Yi Shuang merely contemplated the dining options in his mind. At that moment, Qin Qin turned to Bai Yuyu and inquired, what do you enjoy eating? Bai Yuyu instinctively replied, the meals Yi Shuang makes. Then I want to eat that too, Qin Qin immediately exclaimed. It's been ages since I've had it. Yi Shuang responded, if we go grocery shopping now and cook, it will be quite late. I doubt we'll have time to shop in the afternoon, And aren't you catching a late flight? That's all right. I want to eat. You two can go lingerie shopping in the evening, can't you? Yi Shuang retorted. Why has it become just the two of you? Yu, how do you feel about that? Yi Shuang turned to Bai Yu, who quietly expressed her desire to eat as well. Truly, she was a foodie. Yet, unbeknownst to Yi Shuang, the once quiet Bai Yu, who had been sitting silently in the back seat, began to engage in the conversation, spurred on by Chen Qin. Chen Qin was aware of what Bai Yu had endured and cared for her in her own way. Shortly thereafter, Yi Shuang drove to the market to buy groceries. After parking the car in the community, Chen Qin stepped out and, upon seeing the dilapidated surroundings, asked, Does this place even have an elevator? No, replied Yi Shuang. If you find it difficult to climb, I could carry you. No, I meant you can stay in the car, Chen Qin pouted. I can manage the stairs. Once they returned home with the ingredients, Yi Shuang commenced washing rice and cooking, while Bai Yu joined him to lend a hand. As for Chen Qin, her culinary skills were limited to boiling rice, and with her past glory of having used a fryer a mere 3 times, she was graciously invited by Yi Shuang to relax on the living room sofa. Where does Yi Shuang sleep? Chen Qin glanced around the sofa, her eyes quickly landing on the door to a nearby room. Yi Shuang, I shall take a peek into your room. Oh, while chopping vegetables. Yi Shuang acknowledged with a sound, but soon sensed something amiss. After all, he shared a bed with Bai Yuhua. Chapter 55. I am terrified, Chen Qin. In a bid to prevent this individual from entering the room, Yi Shuang, currently in the kitchen, suddenly raised his voice, calling out. What is it? Chen Qin paused and turned towards the kitchen, seemingly perplexed by Yi Shuang's abrupt summons. Yi Shuang immediately smiled and said, We've run out of oyster sauce at home. Since you have some free time, could you kindly go downstairs and purchase some? Must I climb the stairs again? You could simply leap from the balcony. It wouldn't be too strenuous. Humph. Chen Qin let out a soft huff, slipped back into her high heels, and exited. As the door clicked shut, Bai Yuhua, still assisting in the kitchen, seemed to have noticed something and tugged at Yi Shuang's sleeve. Yi Shuang, oyster sauce. It wouldn't hurt to buy an extra bottle. Without lifting his gaze, Yi Shuang replied, Oh, due to her unfamiliarity with the route. Chen Qin was not quick to return. By the time she knocked on the door, Yi Shuang had already prepared most of the dishes. Apart from the soup simmering on low heat, there was little left to do in the kitchen. Here you go, oyster sauce. Chen Qin handed over the oyster sauce she had purchased. However, she noticed the several dishes on the table and, with a hint of confusion, gently tapped her chin with her finger. Haven't you finished cooking? Yes, indeed. Then why did you need me to buy oyster sauce? I noticed you seemed rather bored sitting there. Yi Shuang smiled. Well, you. Suddenly, Chen Qin wrapped her arms around Yi Shuang's arm and pulled him closer. Wearing a half smirk, you flew all this way back without even resting, and this is how you treat me. Speak up. How do you wish to meet your demise? With her arms squeezing him like elastic, Yi Shuang's lips twitched. Perhaps I could fetch you some oyster sauce next time? I am not the one cooking. I shall prepare a meal for you next time, Yi Shuang replied. Very well, you said it. Chen Qin released her grip, her mood lifting instantly. Just in time. My father hasn't seen you in ages. You should come to my home and cook next time. Yi Shuang paused. Your house. Is there no alternative? Very well. Yi Shuang seemed unable to refuse, and having not visited the elders for quite some time, he acquiesced. Little did he know, Chen Qin harbored a subtle intention. She aimed to use this opportunity to solidify their marriage plans, believing that with the support of their parents, it would be a certainty. As for why they should not date first, her father would undoubtedly argue that they were already like family, and marrying before dating would pose no issues. As this thought crossed her mind, a smile graced Chen Qin's beautiful face. What is so amusing about this? Yi Shuang cast a curious glance at Chen Qin, then rose to bring out the soup. It is customary to drink soup before a meal, one bowl before and another after, and one more before sleep. Which would surely please mother. Although the heat may not have been perfect, the flavor should suffice. Yi Shuang found himself bereft of time to simmer a nourishing soup. Had Chen Qin mentioned this matter sooner, he would have undoubtedly procured the ingredients to prepare it. As long as it was his creation, it would suffice. Chen Qin sipped the soup delicately with a spoon, and with each lean forward, her slender gemstone earrings swayed gently, accentuating the beauty of her snow-white profile. Yi Shuang couldn't help but gaze at her as she savored the soup. Was there truly a possibility for something more between them? This question lingered in his mind. Yet the previous emotional blow had left an indelible mark, rendering him more cautious regarding matters of the heart. In past romantic entanglements, Yi Shuang had often found himself in a position of subjugation. Though it could hardly be termed a relationship, his pride had been diminished, leading to a sense of insecurity that felt foreign to him. Undoubtedly, Chun Qin was an impeccable girlfriend. Yet he was not the man he aspired to be, merely an idle drifter at present. Perhaps it was best to let things unfold naturally. He mused as he continued to sip the soup. The trio soon finished their meal, with only a portion of the soup remaining. While nearly half of the food had found its way into Bai Yuyo's stomach, even Qin Qin couldn't help but look at Bai Yuyo with a hint of astonishment, wondering how someone could consume so much. I can eat a bit more than the average person, Bai Yuyo replied innocently, her lips still adorned with remnants of sauce. Do wipe your mouth, Yi Shuang gently suggested, retrieving a few tissues from the box on the table and tenderly cleaning the sweet soy sauce from the corners of her mouth. The familiarity of the gesture rendered it unremarkable in his eyes. Qin Qin observed this scene with a peculiar expression, yet ultimately refrained from commenting further, silently resuming her soup. I'll wash the dishes, Qin Qin offered. There's no need. You've never done it before, Yi Shuang declined, aware that Qin Qin had been raised in affluence, with 2 maids at home, never having engaged in such chores. I can do it. Yi Shuang, let us wash together and allow Bai Yuyo a moment to rest. She countered. Very well, Yi Shuang relented, allowing Bai Yuyo to take a seat on the sofa, where she obediently nodded before locking eyes with a plush toy. Meow? The toy seemed to implore, as if to say it hadn't eaten yet. Meow? Bai Yuyo tilted her head in response. In the kitchen, Yi Shuang gathered the remnants of their meal into a bag and placed the dishes in the sink, preparing to rinse them. Qin Qin, standing beside him, hesitated before reaching out to the greasy dishes. You needn't lift a finger. Just keep me company, Yi Shuang smiled. Why not invest in a dishwasher? Qin Qin inquired. It would be an unnecessary expense. A dishwasher that could also tidy the table would be a different matter, Yi Shuang replied. After a brief silence, Qin Qin posed another question. How long do you intend to stay here? Yi Shuang had not anticipated that Qin Qin would inquire about this once more. He stated, when Yu is capable of living independently, Yet, inexplicably, Yi Shuang found himself unable to utter the word leave, despite having initially prepared himself for it. How about this, Yi Shuang? I will hire someone to care for her for a lifetime. That will not be an issue. You should return to the company with me. Qin Qin continued. As for where to live, I possess 2 villas. If you are hesitant to stay with me, you may reside in the other one. Upon hearing this, Yi Shuang gazed deeply at Qin Qin. Qin Qin, you are increasingly unlike yourself. And you are not yourself either, Qin Qin retorted, clenching her fists. At that moment, a whirlwind of emotions surged within her, yet she found herself at a loss for words. After a lengthy silence, she softly confessed, Yi Shuang, I have liked you for 15 years. In the past, I had no opportunity. You were steadfastly devoted to that woman. But now do I still have a chance? In that moment, Qin Qin exhibited none of the formidable coldness she displayed at work. Before Yi Shuang, she seemed to have laid bare her pride. I am truly frightened. I fear that even if you forget that woman, you still will not belong to me. Chapter 56. Desserts. I may not wish to pursue a romantic relationship at this time. Yi Shuang responded earnestly. I know. I certainly know. Qin Qin suddenly smiled. You have not moved on, so I am willing to wait for you. However, if I continue to wait like this, will there be a resolution? Yi Shuang did not respond directly to Qin Qin, but continued washing the dishes in the sink. Qin Hai once mentioned to me that he hoped we could be together because we grew up together and share a good bond. I told him that it is not that you are unworthy of me, but rather that I am unworthy of you. Qin Qin immediately interjected, I do not need that. I would still want you even if you had nothing. Yi Shuang chuckled, the true meaning behind my words, which I did not disclose to Qin Hai, is that unworthiness transcends mere material considerations. I have devoted so many years to her, and to be cast aside in such a manner is undeniably bitter. I have lost so much and sacrificed so much. A person like me has a soul that is already riddled with wounds. A fleeting hint of bitterness crossed Yi Shuang's smile. Your love is too radiant. How can someone like me ever be worthy of you? The kitchen fell silent for a few moments. In the next instant, Yi Shuang felt a surge of force at his neck. Qin Qin had unexpectedly grasped his collar. Her delicate face inches away. I do not comprehend. I simply cannot understand. I do not care about this notion of worthiness. Qin Qin exclaimed loudly. You must forget that woman. If anyone is to take her place, it must be me. Yi Shuang was left both amused and exasperated. Qin Qin remained as domineering as ever, and that was precisely who she was. Perhaps realizing that she had been a tad too anxious, Qin Qin gradually calmed down. Her cheeks slightly flushed under Yishuang's gaze. She released her grip, crossed her arms, and let out a soft huff. What do you call this? Oh, right. The breakup period. I won't argue with you. It seemed she had no intention of further provoking Yishuang. Quickly wash the dishes. I shall celebrate your birthday. How will we celebrate? Yishuang inquired. Initially, I intended to buy you a cake, Qin Qin continued, but I didn't know your address, so I abandoned that plan. How about we go to a dessert shop instead? I know a rather nice one. Let's consider it your birthday celebration. Yishuang pointed at Qin Qin's stomach. Aren't you already full? Don't you know that girls have a separate stomach for sweets? Qin Qin raised an eyebrow. Fine, Yishuang replied, returning to the living room after washing the dishes. In one corner of the sofa sat a girl with long hair, cascading to her waist, playfully teasing Wan with her fingers. The curtains fluttered gently, allowing scattered sunlight to illuminate Bai Yuyo's face. Perhaps sensing Yishuang's emergence from the kitchen, Bai Yuyo stood and approached her. Fancy some dessert? Yishuang instinctively reached out and gently pinched Bai Yuyo's cheek, a scene unnoticed by Qin Qin. Yes, the girl replied without hesitation upon hearing the word food. Indeed, it seemed that girls possessed two stomachs. At that moment, Bai Yuyo spoke up. What is it? Kiki said she would come over to play with me. Yishuang pondered for a moment. Shall we invite her to join us for dessert? Okay. At this juncture, Qin Qin, having overheard their conversation, immediately queried, Who is Kiki? Are you hiding another girl? Yuyo's friend, Yishuang replied, slightly exasperated, always referring to her as Yuyo. What about me? What? My name? Isn't your name just 2 syllables? Yishuang found it perplexing but continued. Shall I call you Qin? Not that. Choose another. After a moment's thought, Qin Qin declared, Call me Qin Baobei. Others shortened 3-syllable names to 2, but you've transformed 2 syllables into 3. Then you can call me Qin Bao. Yishuang found Qin Qin's childish demeanor amusing and agreed. Fine, it's just a title. Just a title? Then you shall call me wife. At that moment, Bai Yuyo chimed in. I am also a wife. Qin Qin's gaze immediately fixed on Bai Yuyo, and an awkward atmosphere enveloped the room. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a series of knocks at the door shattered the tense silence. Yishuang sighed in relief and walked to the door, opening it. Brother, happy weekend. Tang Qi's voice rang out cheerfully. You arrived just in time. Yishuang smiled. Really? Is my brother so eager to welcome me? Tang Qi replied with a grin, stepping inside and spotting the expressionless Qin Qin with her arms crossed. What is going on here? She asked, glancing at Bai Yuyo. Brother, I suddenly recalled that I have yet to complete my homework. I must take my leave. Tang Qi, this timid soul, immediately sensed the awkwardness of the situation and attempted to turn away, but Yishuang seized her and insisted, You're already here. Come along, let us indulge in some desserts. What? In the end, the 4 of them boarded the car together. Sitting in the passenger seat, Qin Qin remained silent, her gaze fixed outside the window. Tang Qi and Bai Yuyo occupied the back seat. What's wrong? Tang Qi whispered to Bai Yuyo, who, in turn, seemed perplexed. Having merely stated that she and Yishuang were a couple, Tang Qi wore a bewildered expression. Had she known, she would not have come. That sister appeared far from ordinary. Not only was she adorned with exquisite jewelry, but her commanding aura was also quite intimidating. Qin Qin, you know about this matter, Yishuang remarked with a smile. Having noticed Qin Qin's evident irritation, Qin Qin's chest rose and fell dramatically as she turned back. Perhaps it was Yishuang's endearing nickname for her that alleviated Qin Qin's discontent, revealing a side of her that was unexpectedly easy to appease. Where's the dessert shop? Yishuang inquired. Let me set the location, Qin Qin said, connecting her phone to the car system and displaying the map on the screen, which pointed to a large commercial plaza. After Yishuang parked the car in the underground garage, a voice interrupted the moment. Bai Yuyo, what are you doing here? Yishuang turned and recognized a familiar face. Wuya, the one who had previously wrongfully accused Bai Yuyo. Wuyo appeared haggard, ever since her expulsion. She had scarcely enjoyed a restful night, her mental state deteriorating rapidly. Beside her stood 2 men, who, upon learning the situation, approached with unfriendly expressions. Bai Yuyo and Tang Qi exchanged glances. Are they friends of that girl? Qin Qin suddenly asked. No, Yishuang recounted the previous incident, causing Qin Qin to furrow her brow slightly. This was troubling. What is the matter? Do you know Wuya? Yishuang inquired, suspecting that Wuya might be of significant standing. No, it's just that wearing a dress makes it inconvenient to fight. Yishuang. Chapter 57, The art of discourse. So, you are the reason Wu Yi got expelled? One of the men said ominously, his tone icy. Do you have any idea how difficult it is to get into Yinshan Academy? The other man, with ill intent, fiddled in his pocket, his posture suggesting he might draw a knife at any moment. Me? The cause of her expulsion? Yes, Wang chuckled. To conspire with friends to falsely accuse a classmate was akin to being a master of palace intrigue in ancient times, yet regrettably, in this society, it only rendered one a mere footnote. Wu Yi's eyes widened in shock. Who are you calling a mere footnote? Dare to insult me again? One of Wu Yi's men advanced menacingly, raising his hand to strike Yes Huang across the face. As soon as he raised his hand, Chen Qin swiftly struck the man's face with a resounding slap. The suddenness of the blow left him momentarily dazed, but before he could regain his composure, Yishuang delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen. This seamless combination of attacks sent him sprawling to the ground. How pathetic, Chen Qin remarked with an air of disinterest, resting her arm on Yishuang's shoulder as she looked down at the fallen man. Who the hell are you? Another man charged forward. But upon seeing the numbers on Yishuang's side, he hastily pulled a menacing dagger from his pocket. With a cold smirk, he declared, None of you will leave here today. Yikes. Tang Qi's face paled at the threat. Yet Yishuang remained unfazed. Instead, Chen Qin moved to the car's trunk and retrieved a grain sampling tool. Yishuang, make sure to give these ruffians a few punctures. The grain sampler, measuring 1.5 meters in length, resembled a spear with a sharp tip and a groove at the top. Once punctured, it would be nearly impossible to stop the bleeding. In a civilized society, we must refrain from violence, Yishuang asserted, though she accepted the tool from Chen Qin's hands, adding, This is merely a duel. We shall keep it within limits. The men were momentarily stunned by the sight before them. Wait, you have something like this in your trunk. The man glanced at his small dagger and then at the imposing sampling tool in Yishuang's grasp, his expression darkening. The disparity in their attack range was glaringly evident. Aren't you the one who said we wouldn't leave today? Why are you just standing there? Why the silence? Yishuang inquired. Yu. At this moment, Chen Qin leisurely interjected, as the saying goes, when a person is on the verge of death, their words become kind. In other words, if you beat them half to death, what they say will sound pleasant, Yishuang added. Good grief. You two are acting like bandits. Is that really the meaning of that saying? Wu Yi was genuinely frightened. After Yishuang had slapped her twice previously, she still felt the sting. The man might truly dare to stab her with that grain sampler. Ultimately, the three men retreated in disgrace. Yishuang watched their fleeing figures. Returning the sampling tool to Chen Qin. How did your brother end up with something like this in his car? Self-defense, of course. You know how much Chun Hai enjoys road trips. It's inevitable to encounter some unscrupulous individuals in the mountains, Chen Qin replied with a grin. Don't the traffic police check? What is there to check with a grain sampler? It's not a weapon, she laughed. One must always be prepared for self-defense. Should we wait until someone stabs us, kills us, and then report it? Justice delayed is justice denied. By then, one would be dead. Yishuang did not argue with her logic. He turned to Bai Yuyo and Tang Qi. The former maintained her calm demeanor, while the latter appeared quite shaken. Let us go. It's nothing serious, Yishuang said with a smile. This incident was merely a minor interlude, and the four soon arrived at the dessert shop, though it was more of a restaurant. 888 per person? Tang Qi was taken aback upon seeing the prices on the menu. Isn't this dessert? How can it be so expensive? She exclaimed. What's going on? It's a bit pricey, and I haven't brought enough money. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she admitted that she had never intended for Yishuang and the others to foot the bill. This lady will treat you all. Just eat to your heart's content. Chen Qin, however, smiled gently, her demeanor a stark contrast to the fierce persona she had displayed moments earlier when slapping someone. Qi, eat without worry, Yishuang added, which eased Tang Qi's mind. After a while, unable to contain her curiosity, Tang Qi leaned close to Bai Yuyo and whispered, Yuyo, is that sister the one who gave the car? At that moment, Bai Yuyo was savoring a piece of milk jelly, her cheeks puffed like a hamster's. Upon hearing Tang Qi's question, she nodded slightly. A wealthy and beautiful older sister. She seems difficult to deal with, Tang Qi murmured, sensing that Bai Yuyo might not be her match. In terms of wealth, she felt inadequate. In terms of beauty, although she believed Bai Yuyo to be slightly more enchanting, possessing a unique and ethereal charm, Chen Qin was not far behind. As for personality, Tang Qi glanced at Bai Yuyo, who was engrossed in her dessert, and then stole a look at Chen Qin, who was smiling and chatting with Yishuang. It appeared that she couldn't quite measure up there either. Yuyo, You should feel a sense of urgency, Tang Kiki quietly advised. Bai Yuyo tilted her head in confusion at this remark. Never mind. At that moment, Chen Qin requested a candle from the waiter, placing it atop a small cake and lighting it. Happy early birthday, Yishuang. Propping her chin on her hand, Chen Qin's face glowed beautifully in the candlelight. Thank you, Yishuang replied, extinguishing the candle, though her thoughts wandered to why she was already 27. It felt as if graduation had only just happened, and suddenly she was approaching 30. This realization made her emotions even more complicated. Marriage and children had once seemed a distant reality. After finishing their desserts, they strolled around the commercial plaza for a while, but it was soon time for Chen Qin to leave. Let me see you off. There's no need, Chen Qin replied, glancing at Yishuang. It's quite a distance to the airport, and you want to browse the lingerie store with that little girl, right? It wouldn't be a problem to take you, but I don't want to wear you out. Chen Qin extended her delicate finger and tapped Yishuang's forehead, laughing lightly. It's settled then. Accompany me shopping next week, and you'll cook me a meal. All right. Chen Qin waved her hand, hailing a taxi to depart. Although she had much more to say to Yishuang, it was evident that the moment was not right. Not long after Chen Qin left, Yishuang felt her phone vibrate. It was a message from her. Chen Qin, what I said earlier this afternoon wasn't meant to pressure you. Chen Qin, don't think this lady is anxious to marry. I have many suitors. Chen Qin, humph. Upon reading her messages, Yishuang replied with a sticker. Let's go. He turned to Bai Yuyo and Tang Kiki beside him. Chapter 58, The Aquarium. On a Sunday morning, Yishuang had just finished updating his novel for the day. Recently, he had garnered a significantly larger readership, though it also came with an increase in negative reviews. Nonetheless, the mere fact that people were reading his work brought him joy. Each time he saw the rising number of readers urging for updates at the end of a chapter, his mood brightened considerably. As for the unfavorable critiques, he chose not to dwell on them, considering it was a free novel and all readers were equal. The weather today was delightful. Yishuang closed his laptop and moved to the balcony. A light rain had fallen during the night, adding a touch of humidity to the air that greeted his senses. Invigorating him, he inhaled deeply, feeling a refreshing wave wash over him as he listened to the cheerful chirping of birds outside. Stretching luxuriously, he thought it a shame not to engage in some exercise on such a splendid day. Automatically, he touched his abdomen, reminiscing about the time during his university days when he had defined abs. Now, those abs had all but vanished. With that thought, Yishuang settled down on the balcony floor and began doing sit-ups. After completing 20 in one go, a voice interrupted him. What are you doing? He turned to find Bai Yuyo squatting beside him, quietly observing him, completely oblivious to the fact that her position had revealed her underwear. Yuyo, your underwear is showing. He pointed out. Do you want to see? She replied. No. Yishuang quickly protested. Remember, when wearing a short skirt, you shouldn't T-squat. Why not? Bai Yuyo tilted her head in confusion. Have you forgotten my words? Your body is meant for those you love, Yishuang reminded her. But we are married. Bai Yuyo nodded. So it's fine. Yishuang realized he had once again fallen into a verbal maze with her, so he conceded. Then please change your position. Bai Yuyo obediently nodded and shifted to a kneeling position, which, although not sustainable for long, at least appeared more demure. Satisfied, Yishuang resumed his push-ups. Bai Yuyo watched quietly, though she did not quite grasp the significance of his actions. She simply enjoyed being near him. At that moment, a small, wobbly creature approached. After familiarizing itself with the home environment, the little one was like a curious child, exploring everywhere. So soft, Bai Yuyo exclaimed, reaching out to stroke the orange fur of the kitten. She then picked it up, her gaze shifting to Yishuang, and in the next instant, she placed the kitten on his back. Yishuang suddenly felt a prickling sensation on his back. He glanced back to find a small cat nestled there. Just a minor distraction, he remarked, continuing his push-ups until the kitten jumped away. At that moment, Bai Yuyo unexpectedly stood up and sat across Yishuang's back. Yuyo, what are you doing? Yishuang felt the added weight and couldn't help but turn around. I'm helping you, she replied. That's how they do it in the movies. But those are muscular men stacking on top of each other. Bai Yuyo, upon hearing this, nodded in understanding and remarked, Yishuang, you simply won't do. Yishuang, although aware that Bai Yuyo did not intend any offense, couldn't help but feel that the statement lacked the right tone. Steadying herself, she tightened her arm muscles and exclaimed, Little sister, do not underestimate any mature adult. Ignite the primordial power. 5 moments later, Yishuang collapsed to the ground. Motionless. Upon witnessing this, Bai Yuyo's lovely visage remained impassive. She mimicked Yishuang's posture, but instead of lying on the ground, she nestled against Yishuang's back, perfectly aligned. This position, however, was rather inappropriate. Yishuang felt the unbearable softness and warmth against her back, and as she slightly turned her head, she discovered Bai Yuyo's face was merely inches away. This girl possessed no sense of personal space, unabashedly pressing against her, their faces mere centimeters apart. With even the warmth of each other's breath palpable, it was too close. Gazing into Bai Yuyo's serene, obsidian-like eyes, Yishuang spoke, "Oh." After encouraging Bai Yuyo to rise, Yishuang supported her aching back and stood up, reflecting on her age. Unbeknownst to her, she had already reached 27. Observing Bai Yuyo beside her, she stroked her chin, contemplating that Bai Yuyo ought to engage in some physical exercise. However, as Yishuang pinched Bai Yuyo's expressionless face and squeezed the soft flesh of her arm, she noted that she was not overweight at all. She resembled a delicate doll, devoid of any flaws. "What do you usually do in physical education classes?" Yishuang inquired. "Running," Bai Yuyo replied. "And what else?" "Badminton." Upon hearing the mention of badminton, Yishuang burst into laughter. "What splendid weather we have today. Let us go out and play badminton." "I can't," Bai Yuyo replied. "Did you not just say badminton?" Yishuang was momentarily taken aback. Bai Yuyo continued. "I have no partner. I cannot play alone." "Not to worry, from this day forth, you have me." Yishuang smiled. "Moreover, in the future, Kiki will join us as well. Let us teach you badminton today." Bai Yuyo nodded in agreement. Just then, the phone placed on the balcony rang. Yishuang picked it up to find it was a call from Chunhai. "Hello? Are you awake? What time is it?" Yishuang replied, slightly exasperated. Glancing at the clock, it was already 9 o'clock. "A client gifted me 2 tickets to the aquarium. Would you like to go?" Chunhai continued. "I initially thought of having you accompany Chin, but she is currently abroad, so take that girl with you instead." Upon hearing this, Yishuang glanced at Bai Yuyo and responded into the phone. "Should I come to your place to collect the tickets?" "They're electronic tickets. I will send you a screenshot." "All right." After hanging up, Chunhai promptly sent the electronic tickets, which were merely screenshots of QR codes to be scanned upon entry. "Yuyo, let us forego badminton today and visit the aquarium instead. How does that sound?" "The aquarium," Bai Yuyo echoed. "There exists a multitude of marine creatures, not to mention those that perform for our amusement." Yishuang chuckled, recalling the tickets given by Chunhai. "Yishuang, I wish to share this moment with you. Not with anyone else." Upon realizing this, Yishuang lightly tapped her head and remarked, "It's not about going with Chunhai. It's about going with me." Bai Yuyo then lifted her delicate face. Although her expression remained unchanged, Yishuang inexplicably sensed a shift in her mood, as if it had brightened considerably. "So dependent on me, will she truly be able to move on in the future?" Yishuang pondered inwardly, yet he soon dismissed his concerns upon contemplating their age difference. This child would eventually comprehend that they were merely 2 intersecting lines, destined to drift apart in different directions. Let's change our clothes. Oh, in chapter 59, titled Snail, Bai Yuyo adorned herself in a simple white dress, devoid of jewelry or makeup, her flawless beauty sufficient to overshadow such trivialities. Let us be off. Yishuang, too, sported a casual outfit, for this was a city where one need not succumb to the anxieties of appearance. Sometimes, a more relaxed demeanor suffices. To live perpetually under the scrutiny of others is to invite exhaustion, becoming but a mere performer. Upon reaching the ground floor, as Yishuang settled into the vehicle, he noticed Bai Yuyo standing by the door, motionless, as if captivated by something. "What's the matter?" He exited the car and circled to the other side, only to discover that she was observing a snail, which was slowly traversing the car window and leaving a trail upon the water-speckled glass. "A snail," Bai Yuyo murmured, captivated. "Yes, let us help it down." Upon hearing this, Bai Yuyo extended her hand, gently plucking the snail from the window. She then walked to the grassy area behind the car and placed it upon a leaf glistening with dew. Yishuang found her crouched figure amusing. However, as the light rain began to fall, he took shelter under an umbrella, quietly watching over her. "Yishuang." "Yes? Where's the snail headed?" The girl's sudden inquiry left Yishuang momentarily taken aback, yet he responded with a smile, "I'm not quite sure. Perhaps it is in search of food? And after it finds food, it might seek companionship. Will it find any?" Yishuang pondered for a moment before answering, "Certainly. Although it moves at a painstakingly slow pace, as long as it keeps moving forward, it will inevitably encounter other snails waiting for it. I too am slow. Will you wait for me, Yishuang? Bai Yuyo turned to him with a sudden question, her face momentarily causing him to lose his train of thought. After a brief reflection, he replied with a smile, "Of course, I will wait for you. Then I shall strive to climb over to you." Yishuang reached out and gently tapped her forehead. "Silly girl, why overthink things? Get in the car." "Okay." Yet, just before entering the vehicle, the girl could not resist glancing back at the snail still in motion. On the other end of the leaf, another snail emerged, and they slowly inched toward one another, ultimately resting side by side. At this moment, Yishuang sat in the car, gazing at Bai Yuhua in the rearview mirror. He spoke softly, almost to himself. After the rain, the snails will no longer be seen. The wipers glided slowly across the windshield, gradually revealing Yishuang's contemplative expression. "Have you ever been to an aquarium, Yuhua?" he inquired after parking the car. The response was, of course, a shake of the head. "Do you know what an aquarium is for?" Yishuang asked with a smile. Bai Yuhua replied, "I don't know, but I only want to be with you." With that, the young girl reached out and took hold of Yishuang's hand. "You must learn to look towards more places, for this world is far grander than you can imagine," Yishuang advised. "In the future, you will face many landscapes on your own." Despite his words, he still held her soft hand within his grasp. Bai Yuhua suddenly asked, "Aren't you coming with me?" Yishuang was taken aback, realizing his oversight. He chuckled, "Of course, I will be with you, but many things must ultimately be faced alone." Bai Yuhua nodded gently, uncertain if she fully understood his meaning. After scanning the code, they finally entered the aquarium, a must-visit destination in the city. Bustling even on a mere weekend. Perhaps due to the throngs of people around them, Yishuang transitioned from holding Bai Yuhua's hand to wrapping his arm around her waist, using his tall frame to carve out a space for the two amidst the crowd. The girl nestled against him, oblivious to the surrounding clamor, only able to hear the faintest whisper of his breath and the strong rhythm of his heartbeat. "So many people. Thankfully, the flow is starting to disperse," Yishuang remarked as he guided Bai Yuhua through the throng. He looked down into her beautiful eyes and asked, "Are you all right?" She replied. Noticing Bai Yuhua's unwavering gaze upon him, Yishuang playfully poked her nose and then turned to say, "Come, look at this." Bai Yuhua followed Yishuang's direction, instantly captivated. Before her stood a glass tunnel, entirely constructed of glass, where the aquarium's lights illuminated the clear blue waters, fish swimming gracefully, and seaweed swaying gently, an enchanting marine world. A symphony composed by the fish. "Follow me." Seeing the wonder in Bai Yuhua's eyes, Yishuang smiled and took her hand, leading her to the glass. Having never visited an aquarium before, Bai Yuhua instinctively placed her palm against the glass, and immediately several fish swam close, making it feel as though she were submerged in the ocean. With a click, Yishuang took out his phone to capture the moment. At that moment, Bai Yuhua noticed him taking a picture of her. "Shall we take a selfie?" he asked with a smile as her gaze shifted to him. Bai Yuhua nodded. "Use your phone. It's much more expensive and has higher pixels," she suggested, and Yishuang then took her phone as she handed it over. As the screen lit up, the screensaver revealed a group photo, an unintentional capture by Bai Yuyo during their last outing. Neither Yishuang nor she was looking at the camera, yet they were perfectly framed within the confines of the picture. "Do you like this photo?" Yishuang inquired, gently stroking his chin while gazing at the image. "It's not particularly appealing since neither of us is looking at the camera. Perhaps we should delete it?" "I like it," Bai Yuyo replied, though she did not elaborate on her reason, which was simply that Yishuang was in it. "All right then," Yishuang conceded, though he remained puzzled. He took Bai Yuyo's phone and captured a new photo of the two of them. At the moment the image was frozen, Yishuang pressed the screen, only to discover that Bai Yuyo had unexpectedly turned to look at him at that precise instant. Nonetheless, the photograph turned out quite well. Although it diverged somewhat from his expectations, it surprisingly exuded a delightful charm. Returning the phone to Bai Yuyo, she glanced at the new picture and promptly set it as her new screensaver. "Next time, we should come here with Kiki. A selfie of the three of you would be even better," Yishuang suggested. "No," Bai Yuyo immediately responded, cradling her phone as if it were a treasured possession, reiterating her refusal. Amused by her rare rebuttal, Yishuang chose to let it go. "Let us move on. There are many animals you have yet to see," he said. "This aquarium also features a dolphin show." "Dolphins? What are dolphins?" Chapter 60. Warmth. They proceeded to watch the dolphin performance, and Bai Yuyo, having never encountered such a spectacle before, was completely engrossed. For Yi Shuang, who had visited before, his focus shifted to observing Bai Yuyo's reactions, as if attempting to reclaim the lost time from her past. Once the dolphin show concluded, he led Bai Yuyo to the souvenir shop, purchasing a large dolphin plush toy. Noticing her expressionless demeanor as she cradled the toy, Yi Shuang found her adorably peculiar. What is that? Bai Yuyo pointed toward a rectangular building near the souvenir shop, which was essentially a booth for taking photo stickers, a concept she had yet to grasp. A flicker of intrigue danced in Yi Shuang's eyes as he turned to Bai Yuyo, asking, "Would you like to try taking a photo there?" Taking a photo? Bai Yuyo tilted her head, seemingly perplexed. Can't we take photos with a phone? Yes. But this is different, Yi Shuang replied, guiding her to the photo booth. He gestured toward the scrolling screen above. Photos taken here can be printed immediately. They are tangible. And you can even choose a frame. Look, this one features a dolphin from the aquarium collaboration. Isn't the dolphin in the frame adorable? He then pointed to the rotating images of models, and with just a glance, Bai Yuyo understood. Yet, in the next moment, Yi Shuang's smile faded. For he spotted a familiar group photo on the screen, one featuring himself and another person. Yi Shuang? Bai Yuyo noticed the abrupt tone of Yi Shuang, and her gaze shifted to the model photograph, where she instantly recognized a familiar face. There was Yi Shuang, but in the picture, he appeared more vibrant and significantly younger. Beside him stood a girl with a placid expression. Though not conventionally beautiful, her delicate features bore a hint of arrogance. The two maintained a distance that was neither too far nor too close, yet there was an undeniable harmony between them. Yi Shuang, Bai Yuyo murmured to herself. Turning to look at him, she found him wearing an unusual expression, a hint of despondency and loss that mirrored the sight of him slumped at the convenience store on that rainy night. How could they use a photo for promotion without consent? If it weren't for the hassle, I would certainly file a complaint, Yi Shuang muttered, exhaling slowly as he reached into his pocket for a cigarette, only to retrieve a box of candies instead. His brow furrowed deeper. He poured 4 or 5 candies into his mouth and bit down hard, attempting to soothe his tumultuous emotions. The candy tasted bitter. A torrent of chaotic feelings surged within him, and he soon felt a familiar throb of headache. He had always suffered from headaches, yet he had not anticipated that it would strike at this moment. The sensation was akin to someone plunging a sharp object deep into his brain and stirring it mercilessly. The intense pain radiated through his head, causing his stomach to cramp, and he felt waves of nausea rising from his throat. Yi Shuang. At that moment, he sensed a warmth enveloping him. He slowly lifted his gaze to see Bai Yuyo embracing him, her small face uplifted as she looked at him. What's wrong, Yi Shuang? Are you feeling sad? Bai Yuyo was perplexed by the situation but tightened her embrace, hoping to share some of her energy with him. For reasons unknown, the pain in his stomach gradually subsided, and even the piercing headache began to ease. Her warmth seemed capable of dissolving all discomfort. Yuyo, may I hold you? He suddenly asked, coming back to his senses. Sure. Yi Shuang reciprocated her embrace tightly. Bai Yuyo, unsure of what was troubling him, mimicked the way he had once soothed her to sleep, awkwardly reaching to stroke the back of his head. Gradually, Yi Shuang felt a sense of tranquility wash over him. Releasing Bai Yuyo, he noticed her concerned gaze fixed upon him. At that moment, the surrounding crowd cast curious glances. Yet Yi Shuang paid them little mind as he turned his attention back to the rolling images on the screen. The turmoil within him seemed to have calmed. She was my ex-girlfriend. We used to visit this aquarium to take oversized photos. Looking at the picture, Yi Shuang chuckled self-deprecatingly, believing he had moved on, only to realize how fragile he truly was. Ex-girlfriend? Yes, a woman I loved for many years, for whom I sacrificed so much, Yi Shuang said, glancing at the girl beside her. But do you know? In that relationship, I possessed no dignity. I fancied I could melt her heart. Yet I failed to realize that my affections were unreciprocated, and the sacrifices I made merely served to touch my own heart. An imbalanced romance yields no fruitful outcome. Ultimately, I discovered that my feelings for her were not entirely rooted in love. Rather, it was a sense of unwillingness to let go. Yi Shuang smiled. Bai Yuyo listened quietly, unable to comprehend these sentiments. Yet she sensed Yi Shuang's sorrow. If Yi Shuang was troubled, so too was she. Do not worry about me. I merely need a little time, Yi Shuang said softly, reaching out to gently stroke Bai Yuyo's head. I once thought I was lost, but now I have found something I wish to pursue. At that moment, the sweetness of the candy in her mouth began to invigorate her, not from the sunlight streaming through the glass window, but from the warmth radiating from the girl beside her. Shall we take a photo together? She asked, pointing at the nearby machine with a smile. Bai Yuyo nodded. The two walked to the photo booth, quickly striking a pose for the 5-shot session. However, Bai Yuyo still could not break the habit of avoiding the camera. Yi Shuang pondered that if she had a camera mounted on her head, perhaps Bai Yuyo would look at it. Thank you for inviting me. Is it normal for a 27-year-old not to have a camera on their head? Stepping out of the booth, the photos were soon printed, and after a quick trim, Yi Shuang handed one to Bai Yuyo. Here, this is the photo. Isn't the physical print vastly different? Bai Yuyo gazed at the small photo in her palm, then lifted her beautiful eyes to Yi Shuang, saying, I want to keep this. This was meant for you, Yi Shuang replied, pressing a button on the vending machine to purchase 2 photo albums for 10 yuan each. After placing the pictures inside, Bai Yuyo held them as if they were treasures. Are they fun? Yi Shuang asked. Shall we head back? Yet, Bai Yuyo remained by the photo machine, expressing her desire for more. You want to take more? Yi Shuang was taken aback. Bai Yuyo nodded. All right then. They proceeded to enjoy another round of photos. Chapter 61. Proficient Monday. Yuyo, today is the midterm exam. Did you study well yesterday? On their way to school, Tang Kiki inquired of Bai Yuyo, who had dedicated her previous day to studying, hoping to achieve commendable results in the impending exam. Although Tang Kiki's foundation was weak, she felt a surge of confidence thanks to Yi Shuang's guidance. At that moment, Bai Yuyo slowly came back to reality and handed over her notebook. Is there an exam today? Tang Kiki glanced at Bai Yuyo oddly. This person, surely she didn't spend the entire day yesterday without reviewing? What were you doing yesterday? Tang Kiki asked curiously. Bai Yuyo, upon hearing Tang Kiki's inquiry, rummaged through her satchel for a moment before finally extracting a photo album filled with oversized portraits. Wow! Did you go to the aquarium with your brother yesterday? Tang Kiki exclaimed, flipping through the pages of the album, marveling at each photograph. However, after perusing 7 or 8 pages, she suddenly sensed something amiss. Why are there so many? Just how many did you take? Tang Kiki recalled that the aquarium's oversized portraits cost 30 yuan for 5 pictures, and this album surely contained no fewer than 50. Yuyo, while you've taken an abundance of photos, that is not how oversized portraits are meant to be captured, Tang Kiki remarked. Bai Yuyo tilted her head. Is that so? You must not understand. With the wisdom of experience, Tang Kiki explained, oversized portraits require intimacy. You must learn to sneak in a kiss for your brother at the perfect moment to achieve that sweet effect. With a confident flourish, she declared, as long as you heed my advice, your brother will be yours in no time. Applaud if you comprehend. Bai Yuyo, her expression unchanged, clapped her hands. Achoo! At that moment, Yi Shuang, who was tidying up the house, sneezed. Rubbing his nose, he sneezed again, unable to contain himself. Who is whispering about me? After cleaning the floor to his satisfaction, he nodded approvingly at the refreshed space. He then proceeded to the kitchen to rinse out the cloth. On the refrigerator beside Yi Shuang, several oversized portrait magnets, 3 or 4 in total, were affixed, all featuring photographs of him and Bai Yuyo. However, the poses were few, and there was little variation in expression. Yet last night, Bai Yuyo had fussed over these magnets, frequently darting into the kitchen to tend to them. Having finished his cleaning, Yi Shuang retrieved a bottle of soda from the fridge, took a sip, and his gaze fell upon the magnets. A faint smile crept upon his lips as he shook his head and exited the kitchen. Just as he settled onto the sofa, his pet, Yiwan, approached, climbing up and peering at Yi Shuang with curious eyes. Meow, do you wish to drink too? Yi Shuang placed the soda can atop Yiwan's head, prompting the feline to meow in response before collapsing dramatically onto the floor. Cold brain freeze. Yi Shuang couldn't help but laugh heartily. After indulging in a few more sips of soda, Yi Shuang began updating his novel for the day. Although he referred to it as writing a novel, for him, it felt more akin to chronicling a diary, detailing his daily interactions with Bai Yuyo. Today, he noticed a decline in reader comments. Glancing at the screen, he felt a twinge of disappointment, wishing for some endearing readers to recommend his book during this dry spell. After completing 2 chapters, he set down the keyboard, intending to visit Bai Yuyo's school. Today is their exam. I wonder if they have absorbed the knowledge I tutored them in. He pondered as he changed his attire and made his way to the first floor to drive. Skillfully navigating his vehicle to the school, he adeptly parked in the underground garage, and soon, he found himself strolling through the corridors of Inshur Academy. Perhaps due to the midterm examinations taking place today, the entire campus exudes an air of tranquility, clearly indicating that the tests have commenced. Yi Shuang ambles along with his hands clasped behind his back, casually acknowledging a patrolling teacher with a nod, his expression unwavering. The teacher, recognizing the somewhat familiar yet slightly unfamiliar visage, responds with a smile and a nod in return. Yi Shuang proceeds to the classroom of the third-year students, soon spotting the silhouettes of Bai Yuyo and Tang Kiki, both engrossed in their papers. Their focused demeanor prompting a subtle nod of approval from Yi Shuang. Not bad. At the very least, they appear to be taking the exam seriously. At that moment, the supervising teacher notices Yi Shuang standing outside the door and abruptly rises to approach him, lowering his voice. Mr. Bai? He is a male teacher with whom Yi Shuang has previously exchanged messages, though he hadn't anticipated this interaction. Is something the matter? Yi Shuang inquires. I'm feeling a bit unwell and would like to visit the infirmary. Could you please oversee the students for a while? The teacher requests in a hushed tone. Yi Shuang's expression shifts to one of mild exasperation, yet he nods in acquiescence. The teacher expresses his gratitude before promptly departing. Yi Shuang enters the classroom and occupies the seat previously held by the teacher. One might say his role as a substitute teacher is more convincing than that of the real one. At this juncture, Bai Yuyo, who had been diligently focused on her exam, seems to sense a disturbance. Her distinctive hair tuft gradually lifts, akin to a radar locking onto a target. She slowly raises her gaze, and upon encountering that familiar face at the podium, she freezes for a few seconds. Can she not focus on her exam for once? Yi Shuang observes her stare and, unable to resist, clears his throat, admonishing, do not look around during the exam. At the moment Yi Shuang speaks, Bai Yuyo confirms that it is indeed him at the podium. Tang Kiki, too, is taken aback, sensing a shift in the supervising teacher's voice. When she looks up, she is utterly astonished. Why is my brother here? So, you are a teacher at our Angshan Academy? Little do they realize. Yi Shuang is nearly convincing enough to be a genuine educator. With a subtle gesture from Yi Shuang, the two quickly lower their heads to continue their examinations. Yi Shuang picks up a blank paper left on the podium and glances at the examination subject, discovering that it is mathematics, with questions that are not particularly challenging, primarily function problems and multiple choice questions. Many of the concepts are ones he has taught, and having covered the question types, he thinks to himself, they should be able to manage this. Standing up, Yi Shuang strolls between the desks, hands clasped behind his back, eventually arriving at Bai Yuyo and Tang Kiki's side. He glances at Tang Kiki's paper, noting that while she has used the correct formulas, her answers are incorrect. At that moment, Tang Kiki lifts her face, displaying an expression that seems to ask, did I do it right? Yi Shuang remained silent, offering no response. As his gaze continued to linger on Bai Yuhua's examination paper, where a beautifully drawn dolphin adorned the answer section. Chapter 62. Fracture. As the examination concluded, Yi Shuang collected all the papers, uncertain of where to submit them, yet he carried them out of the classroom. By chance, he spotted a familiar figure, the class teacher, Mr. Chun. Teacher Bai, what brings you to invigilate in the third grade? Chen Yu inquired curiously. While I was patrolling the classroom, Teacher Su happened to have a stomach ache, so I stepped in to oversee one subject, Yi Shuang replied, his response impeccably composed. After pondering for a moment, he asked, Mr. Chen, are you on your way to submit the papers? Yes, Teacher Bai, please hand the papers to me. I will take them together, Chen Yu said warmly. Yi Shuang smiled. That would be much appreciated. No trouble at all. I still owe you for covering my class last time, Chen Yu remarked, before departing with Yi Shuang's papers in hand. Brother. At that moment, a voice echoed from behind. Yi Shuang turned to find Tang Kiki and Bai Yuhua standing behind him, both wearing curious expressions. What are you doing here to invigilate? Are you a teacher, brother? Tang Kiki asked. No. Then why? It's a long story, Yi Shuang sighed. Glancing at Bai Yuhua, Yuhua, why were you drawing dolphins during the exam? Bai Yuhua's gaze drifted, and she subtly concealed herself behind Tang Kiki, revealing only half of her face. Peeking, Yi Shuang's expression turned serious. If you continue like this, I might get angry. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuhua slowly emerged from behind Tang Kiki, advancing towards Yi Shuang. She tugged at the hem of his shirt, her voice cool yet tinged with a hint of coaxing. Yi Shuang, please don't be angry. Seeing the girl gaze at him with wide, innocent eyes, Yi Shuang felt his irritation dissipate, though he maintained a stern demeanor. The forthcoming examination required utmost diligence. Bai Yuhua nodded obediently. Brother, did I answer correctly just now? Tang Kiki suddenly asked. Having noticed Yi Shuang frequently glancing at the questions on her paper, occasionally nodding in satisfaction, which greatly boosted her confidence as she wrote with fervor. You will know once the results are out. Hee hee, your assurance puts me at ease. As Yi Shuang chatted idly with the two children, he suddenly noticed a commotion not far away. Someone had shouted, Teacher Chen has fallen. Teacher Chen? Is it our class's Teacher Chen? Tang Kiki exclaimed. As she spoke, Yi Shuang swiftly made his way to the staircase, where indeed, it was Chun Yu, currently lying on the ground, her body slightly curled in a position of pain. A look of distress etched across her face, her examination papers scattered around her like a white blanket. Yi Shuang hurried down the stairs and crouched beside Chun Yu, assessing her condition. Teacher Chen, are you all right? Chun Yu's face was contorted in pain, pale as she replied, My leg hurts a bit. Yi Shuang's gaze fell upon the other person's leg, fixating intently. Character. Chun Yu, the homeroom teacher of the third-year class at Yinshan Academy, had sustained a fracture from a fall. Teacher Chen, allow me to assist you to the school infirmary, a male student nearby offered. Very well. Just as Chun Yu nodded in agreement, Yi Shuang interjected, Hold on, your leg appears to be fractured. We must attend to it urgently. Chun Yu paused, bewildered. Fractured? Though it is quite painful, surely it cannot be that severe? Trust my judgment, Yi Shuang replied, turning to the male student who had just spoken. Could you find something sturdy? Ah, and please bring me an unused exercise book. The boy, upon hearing this, promptly returned from the classroom, quickly presenting an exercise book. Upon seeing the book, Chun Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Isn't this the Chinese exercise book I use in class? The boy scratched his head. Well, it's for emergency treatment, teacher. Yi Shuang paid no mind to this, taking the exercise book and rolling it tightly. After requesting a silk scarf from Chun Yu, she wrapped both the scarf and the exercise book around the teacher's calf. Let us call for an ambulance, Yi Shuang stated after completing her task. Ah? Teacher Chen exclaimed. Shouldn't we consult the school nurse first? The school nurse cannot treat fractures. Very well, Chun Yu conceded, albeit with skepticism. Ultimately, trusting Yi Shuang, she acquiesced. Before long, the ambulance arrived, and Chun Yu was escorted away, accompanied by the school nurse who arrived shortly after. The medical staff conducted a preliminary assessment, suggesting a fracture. But further examination at the hospital would be necessary. At the very least, Yi Shuang's handling of the situation was flawless. Had Chun Yu been assisted to the infirmary by a student, she might have exacerbated her injury further with improper movements. How did you know she had a fracture? A voice inquired nearby. Yi Shuang turned to find not only Bai Yuyo and Tang Kiki present, but also another individual. With her hands tucked into her pockets and an air of nonchalance, and Shiyu stood before them. It seemed she had recently had a haircut, her shoulder-length hair perfectly trimmed. Sharp and neat. My eyesight is rather keen, Yi Shuang explained upon recognizing in Shiyu. Is that so? At that moment, the class bell rang, signaling the impending exam. You should head to class, Yi Shuang urged Tang Kiki and Bai Yuyo, who quickly retreated to the classroom. However, to Yi Shuang's surprise, and Shiyu remained, chewing gum and observing her. What's the matter? Is pretending to be a teacher amusing? And Shiyu inquired. It's tolerable, Yi Shuang shrugged, uncertain whether the girl was mocking her. And Shiyu seemed to ponder for a moment before stating, I believe there is no need for you to masquerade as a teacher, as you will inevitably be discovered. Thank you for the advice. You should also prepare for your exam, Yi Shuang replied. No worries. Even if I miss one subject, I shall still remain within the top 10, and Shiyu retorted. And Shiyu leaned against the railing beside Yi Shuang, blowing bubbles with her chewing gum, a mischievous little imp. Yi Shuang had no intention of engaging in conversation with her and contemplated finding a place to rest for a moment. Where to go? Seeking a spot to sit. He felt like a homeless wanderer with nowhere to turn. Yi Shuang sighed, halting his steps as he glanced back at the girl. Despite her adorably cute face, her words were infuriating. Follow me, and Shiyu said, circling around Yi Shuang as she made her way down the stairs. Yi Shuang eyed her retreating figure with suspicion, but ultimately decided to follow. And Shiyu led Yi Shuang to an unnamed classroom, which, surprisingly, resembled a school infirmary, complete with a medical bed and cabinets full of supplies. Is this the infirmary? Yi Shuang inquired. Yes, our academy is quite large, so we have 3 infirmaries. And Shiyu replied. This is the third. Why did you bring me here? Yi Shuang observed the seemingly empty room. Just consider it the third infirmary, and Shiyu said lazily. That way, no one will question your comings and goings. Yi Shuang replied. This joke isn't funny at all. I could just be a nominal doctor and occasionally check in. Is it merely a matter of title? Do you think this school is your family's establishment? and Shi Yu's face momentarily displayed a peculiar smile. Otherwise, Yi Shuang was taken aback. Chapter 63, The Nominal School Doctor. My grandfather is the largest trustee of Yingshan Academy, and he doesn't need to intervene personally. I can simply inform the administration to secure the position for you. And Shi Yu approached Yi Shuang with an air of nonchalance, standing on tiptoe, bringing their faces closer together, her eyes glinting with mischief. What do you think? Yi Shuang stared at Shi Yu, and after a few seconds, he suddenly smiled. I decline. Why? Yi Shuang replied earnestly. I don't want a job. Giggling, and Shi Yu found his honesty amusing. This third infirmary is essentially vacant. You could even hold a nominal position as the school doctor, merely granting you a valid reason to enter and exit campus, along with the authority over this infirmary. Your only tasks would be to take students' temperatures and dispense some cold medicine. Yi Shuang regarded the girl before him and asked, what's the catch? He believed he wasn't close enough to Shi Yu to expect such an opportunity to fall into his lap. If she was making such an offer, there must surely be something to exchange in return. All gifts of fate are marked with a hidden price. The cost, And Shi Yu pondered, seemingly deep in thought, as if she were genuinely considering how to assist Yi Shuang selflessly. Yet, given her cunning demeanor, he was certain he could not trust her. Because there's a bed in the infirmary, and Shi Yu's words left Yi Shuang momentarily bewildered. A bed? I seek a place where I can conveniently slack off during classes. If you are truly my ally, then I could easily recline in the infirmary, and Shi Yu remarked. Yi Shuang pondered. Is this child's thought process somewhat askew? Given that your grandfather is a board member, wouldn't it be quite simple for you to have a lounge set up at school? No. That old man would certainly object. A rigid and cantankerous elder, I would be exasperated if someone complained. And Shi Yu seemed to read Yi Shuang's thoughts, and promptly waved her hand dismissively. What do you think? You might want to give it a try. It sounded enticing. Yet Yi Shuang replied earnestly, but I am not a medical practitioner. What if I misdiagnose? I can be irresponsible for myself, but I cannot be so for the students here. You certainly possess an admirable sense of responsibility, and Shi Yu teased. It feels as though your words lack genuine praise. Indeed. I am not complimenting you, she responded. Since you cannot diagnose, how is it that you recognize that the teacher had a fracture? Recalling the system's observation abilities, Yi Shuang slowly realized that if utilized effectively, such a skill could yield unexpected synergies across various fields. I have keen eyesight. I can discern ailments. Then tell me, what affliction do I possess? And Shi Yu inquired, half smiling. Yi Shuang was aware of Shi Yu's hyperthymesia but understood the delicacy of mentioning it, given its rarity worldwide. You seem to be suffering from a significant malady, he replied. Your tongue is quite sharp, she retorted. Mutual sentiment, he replied. Ultimately, Yi Shuang acquiesced. He indeed required such an identity to coexist within the campus alongside Bai Yuyo. As Shi Yu suggested, his abilities might suffice for minor ailments. Considering the infirmary lacked the capacity to treat severe illnesses, it feels as though I am playing both father and mother, Yi Shuang mused. He hoped Yuyo would mature swiftly into an optimistic and cheerful young lady. However, the thought of her expressionless visage made it seem challenging to associate her with positivity. And Shi Yu acted promptly, providing Yi Shuang with the keys to the third infirmary, an identity card, and a pristine white coat during lunch break. Though the contract was not yet finalized, it was as if, before he could fully grasp the situation, he had become the official school physician of Yingshan Academy, without the necessity of clocking in. In terms of salary, he would receive approximately 6,000 a month. Although Yi Shuang possessed considerable funds, most of it belonged to Bai Yuyo. Aside from the initial amount, he had essentially saved it for her. Now, standing in the infirmary, he gazed at his reflection in the mirror. Clad in a white coat and gold-rimmed glasses, he appeared rather scholarly, albeit with a hint of weariness. Opting to remove the glasses, he decided against altering his appearance with plain lenses, as he found this version of himself far more agreeable to the eye. Uncertain about the performance of her classmates in the exams, Yi Shuang sat at the desk in the infirmary, her leg crossed casually, engrossed in a medical textbook. She did not wish to become a mediocre physician, so she resolved to familiarize herself with some fundamental pharmacological knowledge, at the very least. She ought to know which medications to take for a cold. How did this infirmary open? Has the school hired a new physician? Ah yes, previously. This infirmary was always locked. How delightful. This way, we need not trek to the distant infirmary. That matron was insufferable. The last time I mentioned feeling unwell, she had the audacity to ask me what medication I thought I should take. Before long, The sounds from outside captured Yi Shuang's attention. She turned to see two girls entering, and upon noticing her reading in the chair, they paused for a moment, their expressions momentarily blank. This school physician seems rather handsome. Doesn't he? Hello, are you the school doctor? One of the girls asked, her voice tinged with nervousness. I believe I am, Yi Shuang replied, gesturing toward her white coat, infusing humor into her response, which only deepened their embarrassment. What seems to be the trouble? Yi Shuang inquired, fixing his gaze on one of the girls. Character: Su Xiaomin, a fourth-year student in the environmental art class at Yanshan Academy, currently 3 weeks pregnant. Do students engage in such activities nowadays? Yi Shuang remarked, surprised. What is it? The girl, sensing his intense gaze, instinctively responded, it's nothing, just a bit of discomfort. It's not me, it's her. The girl pointed to her companion. Yi Shuang glanced at the other girl and immediately deduced, is it a sore throat? Yes. How could you tell? I could tell by the tone of your voice. It seems slightly off, Yi Shuang acknowledged, realizing he had spoken too freely. He retrieved a thermometer from the side and symbolically took the girl's temperature. Just a slight fever, Yi Shuang said as he prepared medication. Then asked the previous girl to stay behind for a private conversation. Please wait a moment. I need to speak with you. Is there something wrong? The girl replied, her demeanor betraying her anxiety. You are pregnant, Yi Shuang stated plainly, without preamble. The girl froze, instantly retorting, no, that's impossible. They said so outside. As soon as she finished speaking, she swiftly covered her mouth in shock. Chapter 64. A dish. Yi Shuang softened his tone, suggesting she visit a hospital for confirmation, especially since she was still young and hadn't graduated. I see. The girl hesitated for a moment before nodding in acceptance. Doctor. Yes? If this is true, could you keep it confidential? The girl appeared flustered, her fear of the potential consequences growing palpable. She even feared Yi Shuang might say, Dear student, you wouldn't want your family to find out about this, would you? Then, despite being threatened, Yi Shuang responded with a gentle smile, saying, I won't say anything. You should hurry to the hospital and take good care of yourself at such a young age. Do not let a moment of youthful impulse ruin your bright future. There are still many days ahead. After uttering these words, Yi Shuang fell silent, perhaps realizing that he was the least qualified to offer such advice. Individuals must ultimately bear the consequences of their impulsive actions, and in the end, the one who cannot be forgiven is oneself. Contrary to Yi Shuang's expectations, the girl's gaze grew resolute after his words. I know that guy deceived me. How could I sacrifice for him? With that, she turned to leave, but paused to bow respectfully to Yi Shuang before departing. Yi Shuang suddenly found being a school nurse rather amusing. It allowed for moments of unexpected observation. As the clock struck 4, marking the end of the workday, he noted a lack of typical office ambience. Apart from the 2 female students, no one else had appeared. For the first time, Yi Shuang experienced the joy of work, having spent the afternoon engrossed in reading. He placed his white coat on a hook and locked the door to the 3rd medical room, making his way to the 3rd grade classroom. Just as he arrived, the class had finished collecting papers. Upon noticing Yi Shuang outside, Bai Yuyo's eyes sparkled, and she quickly approached the classroom door, rushing toward him. Yi Shuang instinctively wrapped his arm around the girl's waist, but promptly released her. At that moment, Tang Kiki emerged, exuding confidence. It seemed she had performed well on her exam. Yi Shuang smiled at the sight. I did it, Tang Kiki exclaimed, her chin nearly reaching the heavens. While the top students sighed, the underperformers celebrated. Shortly after, Tang Kiki remembered. Oh, brother, you haven't explained why you're here supervising the exam. Are you a teacher? Not exactly a teacher. To be precise, I will be working here temporarily, Yi Shuang replied, unsure of how to explain in Shiyu's situation. Bai Yuyo, curious, looked at him. She spent every day with Yi Shuang and wondered when he had started working at the school. It's a long story. What do you wish to eat tonight? Yi Shuang asked with a smile. Kiki, you should join us for dinner at our home. It's the perfect time to replenish after the exams. I wish I could, Tang Kiki replied, a hint of regret in her voice. But tonight is my grandfather's birthday, so I can't make it. My parents will be here to pick me up soon. That's all right. We can do it another day, Yi Shuang reassured her. Suddenly, Tang Kiki felt fortunate to have befriended Bai Yuyo. Since Tang Kiki needed to head home early, Yi Shuang drove Bai Yuyo away from the school. It was just past 4, not yet peak traffic hours, so the roads were relatively clear. Yi Shuang recalled that Bai Yuyo had been leaving school with Tang Kiki these past few days and casually inquired, Yuyo, where do you usually go after school? At this moment, seated in the passenger seat, Bai Yuhua mentioned places like dessert shops. Shall we go to the arcade? Yi Shuang suddenly inquired. Arcade? Haven't you been there before? Yi Shuang smiled, reminiscing. When I was in school, I really enjoyed going there to play games like King of Fighters, Metal Slug, and the arcade version of Three Kingdoms. They were all quite entertaining. Though now there are myriad forms of entertainment. Yi Shuang was no longer the kind of youth who could spend an entire day engrossed in gaming. All right. Upon hearing that it was something Yi Shuang liked, Bai Yuhua nodded eagerly. As they drove to a nearby arcade, upon exiting the car, a refreshing breeze greeted them. The wind tousled the girl's hair, and Bai Yuhua gently tucked her strands behind her ear as the warm sunlight bathed her fair profile, momentarily captivating Yi Shuang. Snapping back to reality, Yi Shuang found it somewhat amusing and shook his head lightly. Yi Shuang, is your birthday approaching? Bai Yuhua asked. Yes, it's this week, Yi Shuang replied, adding, it's our birthday. Uncertain of her true birthday, Bai Yuhua yearned to celebrate on the same day as Yi Shuang, as it seemed to forge a deeper connection between them, an extraordinary coincidence. What gift do you desire? Yi Shuang inquired with a smile. Perhaps it would be more delightful to prepare a surprise gift instead of asking the birthday person directly. Yet Yi Shuang was uncertain about what gift would suit this girl best. Anything would suffice? If that is the case, I wish for you to marry me, Yi Shuang. Yi Shuang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. You're still too young for that. Why do you suddenly say such things? Who taught you? He questioned. Kiki, she is a master of romance, Bai Yuhua inadvertently revealed, unaware of her own disclosure. It seems Tang Kiki has been acting as a strategist lately. Perhaps she needs a good talking to. Yi Shuang cleared his throat, and at that moment, Bai Yuhua looked over. Yi Shuang, what do you want? I'll get you a birthday gift. Bai Yuhua did not comprehend these matters, but she was willing to grant whatever Yi Shuang desired. A birthday gift, huh? Yi Shuang pondered for a moment before smiling and saying, I hope you can cook me a dish. Would that be possible? Bai Yuhua hesitated, seemingly caught off guard by Yi Shuang's request. A dish? Yes, let us start with something simple. Yi Shuang continued, noting that Bai Yuhua had been assisting him for quite some time, and it was about time she learned the skill of cooking. In the future, when he wasn't around, Bai Yuhua would be able to cook for herself instead of relying on instant noodles. While instant noodles are not inherently unhealthy, a prolonged diet of them could lead to nutritional imbalance. All right. Seeing Bai Yuhua agree, Yi Shuang chose not to elaborate further. The two then entered the arcade. And after Yi Shuang exchanged some coins at the automatic dispenser, he noticed Bai Yuhua's gaze lingering on the claw machine. It was a claw machine, capable of retrieving plush toys from within. Yi Shuang, clutching a coin, inquired if she would like to give it a try. Chapter 65, The Fat Cat. The young girl gazed at the toys encased within the glass cabinet, suddenly pressing her cheek against the glass, her soft face squished, presenting an inexplicable yet endearing sight. Come, Yi Shuang said as she inserted the coin into the machine, accompanied by the crisp sound of metal colliding, activating the claw machine. To demonstrate to Bai Yuhua how to operate it, Yi Shuang maneuvered the mechanical claw, ultimately selecting a plush toy positioned favorably. After determining the right spot, she pressed the button. Just as she spoke, Yi Shuang pressed the button, and the mechanical claw descended, accurately grasping the toy's head. However, at the moment the claw lifted, the toy fell away, a turn of events Yi Shuang had anticipated. Is that how it works? Do you understand? Yi Shuang asked. Bai Yuhua nodded gently. After all, the operation was quite straightforward. The girl soon took control of the claw, extracting one toy after another under Yi Shuang's astonished gaze. Is it broken? Yi Shuang mused, observing Yuhua expressionlessly clutching a heap of toys, wondering if the machine had malfunctioned. In truth, the claw machine was less about skill and more akin to a game of chance. The machine could adjust the grip strength of the claw, offering a tighter grip at certain intervals. This was not dissimilar to the guaranteed draws in card games, leading Yi Shuang to initially ponder if she had misunderstood something upon witnessing Bai Yuhua with an abundance of toys. These are for you, Bai Yuhua said, stuffing all the toys she held into Yi Shuang's hands. You don't like them? Yi Shuang asked. I do, Bai Yuhua replied earnestly. Then why give them all to me? Winning toys makes me happy. I want Yi Shuang to be happy too, Bai Yuhua stated. Yi Shuang thought. Perhaps the child believed she was upset for not winning a toy earlier. A gentle smile graced Yi Shuang's lips as she cradled the toys with one arm, while tenderly stroking Bai Yuhua's head with the other. Then I shall accept them, she said. Witnessing the warmth of Yi Shuang's smile, Bai Yuhua nodded. Thank you, Yuyo. In that moment, amidst the cacophony of the arcade, silence enveloped them, with Yi Shuang's smile capturing all of Bai Yuyo's attention, leaving no room for distractions. Yi Shuang then led Bai Yuyo to engage in other activities. Although Bai Yuyo fumbled with the games, she ultimately found joy in the experience. Yi Shuang, carrying a bag filled with toys, escorted the girl back to the parking lot. The sun was nearing its descent, casting a warm orange glow upon the white car, diffusing its hue. Once inside, Yi Shuang drove away from the arcade with Bai Yuyo. The evening always held a gentle allure, as Yi Shuang merged into the flow of traffic. A mere glance revealed the orange-red and deep blue hues of the sky colliding romantically, embodying the essence of twilight. The vehicles surrounding them hurried by, most likely returning home after a long day's toil, preoccupied with trifling matters awaiting them at home. Indeed, even the most mundane concerns can provide a sense of direction toward one's abode. Isn't it amusing? Yi Shuang began, only to notice from the corner of her eye that Bai Yuhuan had succumbed to slumber unbeknownst to her, with her eyes gently closed and delicate lashes fluttering. The waning sunlight streaming into the car cast a warm, golden hue upon her. Observing this scene, Yi Shuang eased off the accelerator, allowing the car to gradually decelerate. The sounds of honking from outside seeming to soften in response to the tranquil atmosphere. Shall we live like this forever? A whimsical thought flickered through Yi Shuang's mind, yet it was swiftly quashed. When Bai Yuhuan finally awoke, she realized the car had come to a halt in its designated parking spot. Drowsily rubbing her eyes, she murmured, "Are we done playing?" It was understandable, considering the physical games they had engaged in, like the basketball machine. After a day of examinations and video games, it was no surprise she felt fatigued. "School awaits," Bai Yuhuan sighed. As she spoke, she leaned against Yi Shuang's arm, resting her cheek against it. Yi Shuang chuckled in mild exasperation, recognizing her friend was still in a daze. After alighting from the car, Yi Shuang accompanied Bai Yuhuan upstairs. However, as they approached their door, they were greeted by the sound of meowing. Initially, Yi Shuang assumed it was the familiar call of a cat. But upon reaching the entrance, she discovered a plump, gray cat lounging comfortably on the floor. Meow? Upon noticing Yi Shuang and Bai Yuhuan, the rotund feline sauntered over, promptly rolling onto its back to expose its belly, writhing playfully. This creature resembles a cat, yet has the build of a small pig, Yi Shuang mused, crouching down to gently pat its belly. Given your size, you surely cannot be a stray. This is a British Shorthair, commonly referred to as a blue cat. Their temperament is generally lazy and endearing. Cats like this would struggle to survive in the wild against native breeds. It must have strayed from someone's home to become this rotund. Yi Shuang estimated its weight to be around 15 to 16 pounds. She picked up the blue cat, feeling its heft in her arms. Surprisingly, the cat remained calm, not attempting to squirm away. Bai Yuhuan watched the blue cat with a hint of curiosity. Meow? In that moment, Yi Shuang seemed to hear another meow emanating from within the house, suggesting that two cats were aware of each other's presence despite the barrier of the door. "Whose cat are you? Are you from our building?" Yi Shuang inquired, though the blue cat, of course, could not comprehend her words. After a few moments of observation, a message appeared in the window. Species, hot pot, British Shorthair. Currently straying from home, original address. Glancing at the stated address, Yi Shuang realized it belonged to an apartment above theirs. This cat must belong to the residents upstairs. "Let us pay them a visit," she suggested. Bai Yuhuan nodded, her curiosity piqued, though she paid no mind to how Yi Shuang had acquired this knowledge. Carrying the cat upstairs, Yi Shuang knocked on the door of one of the apartments. Before long, the door creaked open. An elderly gentleman, his hair a silvery white, appeared to be quite advanced in age, his face adorned with age spots, and he leaned heavily upon a cane. As his murky eyes scanned Yi Shuang and her companion, he suddenly noticed the blue cat cradled in Yi Shuang's arms. "Ah, hot pot. So it is you here," he exclaimed, discarding his cane and reaching out to take the blue cat. However, the feline leapt from Yi Shuang's embrace, playfully rolling at the old man's feet. "Thank you, my young friend. Hot pot has been missing for several days. It is my fault for carelessly opening the door and allowing it to escape. Alas, at my age, without a child at home, I cannot keep up," the old man lamented, trembling as he attempted to squat down. Yet, before he could, a hand swiftly retrieved the cane from the ground. Bai Yuyo offered the cane back to him. "Be careful not to fall." "Ah, it's all right, it's all right. You are a kind young lady," the old man smiled, but then his gaze sharpened with recognition. "You live downstairs, do you not?" Yes, Yi Shuang nodded. My boy, you aren't a member of her household, are you? The elderly man scrutinized Yi Shuang, as if he were privy to some of Bai Yuyo's circumstances. Chapter 66. As long as you are happy, would you care to come in for a cup of tea? The old man offered, seemingly eager to invite Yi Shuang inside. After a moment's hesitation, she considered her desire to learn more about Bai Yuyo's family, but deemed it inappropriate to intrude on such matters while the subject was present. Perhaps another time, sir. We must return to prepare our meal, Yi Shuang replied. Very well. Thank you for returning hot pot to me, the old man said, his eyes softening as he looked at the blue cat, whose belly was now exposed to the air. It seemed as though a weight had been lifted from his heart. The house felt so desolate in the absence of its presence. Then, he asked Yi Shuang and her companion to wait a moment while he retreated into the inner room. When he reappeared, he clutched a red envelope. No, that is not necessary, sir, Yi Shuang protested. Please accept it. No, truly, it is just a small gesture. You need not trouble yourself. Despite her repeated refusals, Yi Shuang ultimately declined the old man's offer. After returning the cat, they descended the stairs. Upon reaching the entrance to her home, Bai Yuyo suddenly spoke up beside Yi Shuang. Why did you decline the red envelope? Yi Shuang paused, amused by the inquiry, and replied, Yuyo, it seems you have a penchant for money after all. However, upon reflection, she believed Bai Yuyo would not be overly concerned about such a trivial amount. Bai Yuyo shook her head. He wishes for us to accept it. I certainly understand, but as a solitary elder, he likely has limited means, Yi Shuang stated. Unlocking the door. You must realize that not every elderly person has a support system, nor do all receive pensions. Even in the most prosperous cities, there are seniors who rummage through trash bins for cans and cardboard. While a small fraction may be bored, the majority genuinely struggle financially. They often have no source of income and sometimes spend a few coins on a few vegetables for a meal. If that elderly gentleman were wealthy, it would be one thing. However, should he find himself in a precarious financial situation, accepting that red envelope might prove disadvantageous. Bai Yuyo, upon hearing this, softly remarked that the cat appeared rather plump. I am aware that the feline is indeed well cared for. Yi Shuang chuckled. But you may not realize that many economically challenged elders still manage to raise their grandchildren to be healthy and robust. This is because they invariably reserve the finest for their progeny. Bai Yuyo, with a vague understanding, considered that figures like grandfathers were rather distant to her. At that moment, Yi Shuang opened the door and discovered Wan, the cat, with its tail upright. Do not sniff around. It has already departed, she said, observing Wan's inquisitive behavior on the carpet. She picked one up and brought it back inside. After washing her hands, Yi Shuang retrieved ingredients from the refrigerator and commenced preparations for dinner, while Bai Yuyo hastened to her side, eager to assist. Bai Yuyo had become quite adept at chopping vegetables, and she had learned to hold the knife in such a manner that her fingers remained safe. Turning on the tap, the sound of rushing water accompanied Bai Yuyo as she washed the ingredients. Inadvertently glancing back, she suddenly noticed their shadows. Although they stood somewhat apart, the shadows cast by the setting sun appeared almost intertwined. Observing this, Bai Yuyo shifted slightly to the left, and upon seeing their shadows embrace, she returned to her tasks with a sense of satisfaction. After dinner and a shower, it was nearly 9 o'clock. Yi Shuang and Bai Yuyo retired early to bed, ready to watch a film for the evening. Movies served as an excellent means to foster Bai Yuyo's language and comprehension skills, and watching one before sleep had become a daily ritual for them. While Yi Shuang had a penchant for science fiction films like Interstellar, he felt such narratives might be rather challenging for Bai Yuyo. Thus, he opted for a more light-hearted and humorous film today. Halfway through, a scene unexpectedly unfolded, depicting a couple in an intimate embrace as they began peeling an onion, layer by layer. Yi Shuang cast a discreet glance at the title and realized it was the unedited version. Foreign films often push boundaries, particularly since Yi Shuang preferred sourcing films from resource websites. Upon witnessing that scene, he instinctively flinched. What are they doing? Bai Yuyo inquired. Yi Shuang had always encouraged her to ask questions during films to enhance her understanding, yet he now found himself at a loss. Well, that is, he hesitated, contemplating whether to impart knowledge of physiological matters to Bai Yuyo, fearing that it might pique her curiosity further. They are dueling, and we shall not watch, Yi Shuang finally stated with conviction. Oh, Bai Yuyo replied, never questioning Yi Shuang's words, and nodded before returning her attention to the screen. After the couple finished their duel, the girl sat before the boy, engrossed in her phone, while he affectionately wrapped his arms around her waist from behind. Upon witnessing this, Bai Yuyo slowly sat up and crawled into Yi Shuang's embrace. "What is the matter?" she inquired, pointing at the scene in the movie. She even began to imitate it, positioning herself directly in front of Yi Shuang, her back pressed closely against him. At such a close proximity, Yi Shuang could catch a whiff of her hair's fragrance and the expanse of her snowy white form. He averted his gaze and cleared his throat. This posture was rather inappropriate. "Why?" she asked. "Because it is something couples do." Bai Yuyo nodded in agreement. "Yes, we are even more formidable as a married couple." "More formidable?" Yi Shuang chuckled, somewhat exasperated, but he indulged her nonetheless. Just then, the movie resumed, and the male protagonist, holding the female lead, suddenly slipped his hand beneath her clothing, grinning mischievously. "Yi Shuang, does grabbing that make one happy?" Bai Yuyo turned to him. Yi Shuang sighed. "Perhaps it does? Then why don't you try grabbing mine?" Yi Shuang found himself at a loss, regretting his choice to watch this film today. He swiftly reached out, turned off the movie, and switched to another streaming site to replay the earlier scenes. At last, those suggestive moments were eliminated, although Yi Shuang preferred the unedited version, with Bai Yuyo present. Her complete ignorance regarding such matters filled him with a sense of moral conflict. He could only imagine that if he were to act, she would watch him with a calm demeanor, possibly asking if he was enjoying himself or if he liked it. Just then, Yi Shuang noticed his phone vibrating. He glanced at it and saw that it was a video call from Qin Qin, perhaps due to the time difference. Qin Qin did not consider whether it was late for Yi Shuang. Bai Yuyo, who had been watching the movie on her phone, instinctively pressed the screen when the notification popped up. Fortunately, she ended the call, and as the screen returned to the movie, a flurry of messages from Qin Qin followed shortly after. "Did you really hang up on me? Are you hiding something mischievous from me? Let me take a look." "Jie Ge, take off your glasses." Yi Shuang retrieved his phone from Bai Yuyo's hands and replied to Qin Qin, explaining that he was watching a movie with Bai Yuyo and had accidentally disconnected. Qin Qin did not seem to mind, responding a few more times before returning to her work, as her business trip was quite demanding. In the following moments, Yi Shuang accompanied Bai Yuyo to finish the remainder of the film before preparing to turn off the lights and sleep. However, as he lay in bed, he suddenly opened his eyes and spoke. "Yuyo, is there a possibility that having these dolls here isn't quite appropriate?" At the bedside of Yi Shuang, a semicircle of dolls surrounded him, each perched beside his head, seemingly directing their gaze towards him. The multitude of eyes was unsettling, evoking a sense of unease. Surely, such a scene would induce nightmares during the night. However, Bai Yuyo perceived nothing amiss. She thought Yi Shuang desired more dolls and proceeded to retrieve several from her own collection. "Thank you, but it's already quite full." In the end, Yi Shuang accepted the additional dolls. As night passed, Yi Shuang awoke to discover that Bai Yuyo had risen early. The familiar warmth of her presence was absent from the bed. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was only 5 o'clock. Given her propensity for lingering in slumber, it seemed unlikely she would be awake at such an hour. Yet the acrid scent of something burnt wafted towards him, jolting him into full consciousness as he made his way to the kitchen. There, he found Bai Yuyo standing amidst the dim light, wielding a spatula over a charred concoction. Despite the early hour, the young girl was industriously engaged in her task. Initially, Yi Shuang feared there might be a fire, only to realize she was merely cooking. Was she practicing? Leaning against the wall with arms crossed, he observed her preparations for his birthday. A gesture he had long desired, for Bai Yuyo to cook a dish for him. Yet, he had not anticipated her rising so early to practice, nor that she would do so without informing him. Just go back, he thought, choosing not to interrupt her focus. After a brief moment of secret observation, he retreated to his room. Before long, Bai Yuyo returned, burrowing back under the covers and nestling against Yi Shuang's arm, slipping into slumber within mere seconds. In the dimly lit room, Yi Shuang slowly opened his eyes. Listening to the almost imperceptible ticking of the clock, his gaze drifted to the young girl's lovely face, illuminated by the soft morning light filtering through the window. He reached out, as if to caress her, but hesitated for several moments before withdrawing his hand. Turning slightly, he rested his chin atop her head. Enveloped by the melodious chirping of birds outside and the sweet scent of her hair, he drifted into a light slumber once more. At 7 o'clock, Yi Shuang arose to prepare breakfast. As he had observed, the kitchen bore signs of having been used, yet Bai Yuyo had tidied it up, leaving only droplets of water in the sink. A smile crept across his face. Was she attempting to conceal her actions? Very well, he decided to feign ignorance. With that in mind, he prepared a sumptuous breakfast for Bai Yuyo. After a while, Tang Kiki arrived, somewhat brazenly joining him for breakfast. Brother, this is a gift from my mother for you. After the meal, she presented him with a bag, grinning sheepishly, as if to compensate for her persistent habit of joining him for meals. Yishuang glanced at the bag and discovered it contained a bottle of matai. This is far too extravagant. I cannot accept it, he replied, adding that he had never been fond of liquor, only indulging in a few glasses during social gatherings. Brother, it's fine if you give it to someone else. Otherwise, I might feel too embarrassed to come over for dinner in the future, Tang Kuku remarked. All right. Please convey my gratitude to your mother, she added, her emotional intelligence quite evident. Upon hearing this, Yishuang couldn't help but smile slightly, accepting the gesture. After finishing breakfast, Bai Yuyu and Tang Kuku headed off to school. Just before leaving, the girl once again bestowed a surge of warmth upon Yishuang. He didn't dislike this. In fact, he found embraces to be invigorating, as if they could infuse one with energy. Holding the soft, gentle girl in his arms, he felt that his mood would brighten for the entire day. Brother, let's go. All right. Once the footsteps of Bai Yuyu and Tang Kuku faded away, Yishuang slowly closed the door. After washing the dishes, he made his way to the balcony. Taking a deep breath, he felt a wave of comfort wash over him. He cherished the morning air and sunlight, as if everything was beginning anew. At that moment, his gaze fell upon the figures of Bai Yuyu and Tang Kuku on the first floor. Their companionship brought a smile to his face. All right. After finishing the novel, I'll head to work, he mused, stretching lazily before approaching his computer to commence his writing for the day. Recently, the readership for his novels had increased, and he even received a contract proposal from an editor. After filling out the necessary information as requested, his writing finally seemed to be on the right track. He also received some rewards and positive feedback, which he silently noted down, remembering the names of the readers who supported him, before closing the author dashboard. You seem quite comfortable, he remarked. Noticing Iwan sleeping soundly on the edge of the desk, he reached out to poke her gently on the head, but she merely opened one eye before drifting back to sleep. Perhaps being a house cat was indeed quite pleasant. After changing his clothes, Yishuang walked to the door. He wasn't sure if he was addressing the cat or just the air, but he suddenly declared, I'm off to work. With a soft click, the door closed behind him. Upon arriving at Yingshan Academy, Yishuang changed into his white coat in the third school infirmary. The coat wasn't mandatory, but he felt it was a mark of respect for his duties the following day. The work was indeed quite leisurely, perhaps due to the examinations taking place that day. Only one student visited him throughout the morning. It was a tall girl who limped in, a noticeable bruise on her knee. So the third school infirmary was indeed open. The girl frowned slightly before her gaze landed on Yishuang. Are you the school doctor? She inquired. Yes, he replied. Why are you so young? As soon as the girl spoke, she noticed the kindness in Yishuang's expression, and her tone softened considerably. Come here, let me take a look, he said gently. Chapter 68, and Shi Yilang. The girl felt goosebumps rise on her skin, but still sat before Yishuang, extending her leg, ready for him to assist in bandaging her injury. Although Yishuang's tone was somewhat peculiar as he spoke, he was undeniably handsome. So she chose not to dwell on it. Rising from her seat, Yishuang retrieved a bottle of hydrogen peroxide from the cabinet and remarked, This wound appears to be from a fall. Allow me to disinfect it. It may sting a bit. As she applied the hydrogen peroxide, a potent antiseptic effective against certain bacteria, she noted its potential to cause slight discomfort. Once the wound was cleansed, Yishuang followed up with a spray of Yunnan Baiyao. Your injury is quite superficial. Try to avoid water and refrain from spicy foods, and it should not leave a scar. Thank you, the girl replied, but just then, Yishuang produced a tube of erythromycin ointment. And here is this. If you've been experiencing any bleeding recently, applying this will help prevent hemorrhoids. The girl instinctively took it but paused, taken aback. How did you know I've been bleeding? She exclaimed. Wow, this school doctor is amazing. Can he diagnose with just a glance? She instinctively covered herself, feeling as if she were exposed before Yishuang. There's no need to be overly anxious. After all, I'm the school doctor, Yishuang chuckled, brushing off the matter. It made sense. Being a doctor, he likely had his methods of discernment. The girl, lacking medical knowledge, subconsciously accepted this explanation. After bidding farewell to the girl, Yishuang returned to his desk, awaiting the afternoon break while diligently continuing his studies in foundational medical knowledge. Time swiftly passed, and the lunch hour arrived. Yishuang stood up to head to the dining hall, which was separate for teachers and students. Despite his role as the school doctor, he was treated no differently than the faculty. The teachers' dining hall offered complimentary meals, as Yishuang College provided free accommodation and sustenance. After serving himself a modest lunch, Yishuang found a corner table to settle in. Gradually, more teachers joined, engaging in casual conversations about recent school gossip and the various methods students employ to cheat. In our class, one student instructed a high achiever to go to the restroom and place the answers in the sink, allowing a struggling student to retrieve them afterward. One teacher recounted, "That's nothing. We had a boy who wore high-tech glasses that displayed the answers directly. Can you believe it?" Another chimed in, "Forget the boys. One girl in our class wrote answers on the inside of her thigh and kept lifting her skirt, capturing the attention of all the boys in the room. If only these kids would channel their ingenuity into their studies instead of resorting to such tricks," lamented one of the proctors. As the teachers chatted, Yishuang listened quietly. Before long, they finished their meals and departed, leaving Yishuang still engrossed in his studies on his phone. He was in no rush, and thus savored his meal at a leisurely pace. At that moment, he noticed an elderly man seated before him. The man was diminutive in stature, clad in casual attire that imparted an air of peculiar intrigue, almost as if he were confronting a wolf. Yishuang instinctively glanced around. After the teachers departed, numerous seats became available. He couldn't fathom why this elderly man chose to sit directly before him. However, he refrained from pondering too deeply, as peculiar old men were not uncommon. As Yishuang finished his meal and prepared to rise, the old man suddenly spoke. "Are you Yishuang?" Hearing his name uttered by the elder startled Yishuang momentarily, and he fixed his gaze upon him. Character, and Xialong, a retired ninja. One of the board members of Enyan Academy, recently experiencing heart issues, a doting grandfather. What is this information? The familiar surname struck him. Could this elder be the grandfather of Enshiyu, and a ninja? Yishuang recalled Enshiyu's words, "You truly are a ninja, aren't you?" Yet, this name seemed foreign. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Yishuang inquired thoughtfully. "Humph." The elder suddenly scoffed, glaring at Yishuang with a disapproving expression. "You, with your mere good looks, how could someone like Xiaoyu take a liking to you?" Yishuang replied, "Elder, you might be mistaken." He added, "And I'm not particularly acquainted with the Xiaoyu you mentioned." And Xialong stated in a peculiar tone. Feigning realization, Yishuang continued, "Perhaps there has been a misunderstanding. Our relationship is not as you presume." "What? Is Xiaoyu not worthy of you?" And Xialong retorted angrily. Yishuang felt somewhat exasperated. What a peculiar notion. She is indeed worthy. Indeed, you share such a relationship. "Old man, are we not done here?" Yishuang exclaimed. "That girl even arranged a job for you at the school. I've already investigated your background. You, a former entertainment company owner, are also skilled in medicine?" And Xialong squinted. "What is your true intent in approaching Xiaoyu?" Yishuang regarded the elder and suddenly recalled the information regarding his granddaughter fixation. He queried, "Elder, are you feeling jealous?" And Xialong's expression faltered, and his face flushed with indignation. What nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly be jealous of a little brat like you? The man Xiaoyu chooses must pass my scrutiny. That is the in-family rule. I am certainly not concerned about that child." An old man, huffing like that? "Do you truly consider yourself a proud maiden?" Yishuang suppressed his urge to mock, but earnestly clarified that his relationship with Enshiyu was not as the elder imagined. As for his medical expertise, Yishuang's gaze fell upon Xialong, and he spoke with an air of mystery. "Elder, may I take your pulse? I am not ill. Are you afraid to let me examine you?" Yishuang boldly challenged him. "Humph, young brat. I am curious to see what you can deduce," the elder replied, understanding the provocation, and extended his hand. Yishuang feigned a pulse check, his expression turning grave. "Elder, you ought to visit the hospital to have your heart examined." "My heart is perfectly fine. I run 5 kilometers every morning, and my heartbeat is steady," and Sherlang scoffed, seemingly confirming that Yishuang's medical skills were dubious. "And you think you can diagnose heart disease just by feeling a pulse?" However, Yishuang remained unfazed. "Elder, you may certainly go for an examination at the hospital. If I have deceived you, I shall never approach Enshiyu again, and I shall also resign from my position as the school doctor." After all, whether or not he drew closer to Enshiyu posed no loss for Yishuang. "Very well, if it is indeed true, I shall not obstruct you regarding Xiaoyu. That will not be necessary." Chapter 69. Infused in the thermos in the afternoon, Yishuang returned to the infirmary. The simple long table was bathed in dappled sunlight filtering through the slats of the window blinds. the light cascading down to the steaming teacup at the corner of the table. The light yellow tea was adorned with several red goji berries, and Yishuang leisurely lifted the cup, savoring a sip. At his age, though not quite middle-aged, he still needed to take good care of his health. For the Yi family lineage was singular and could not afford to be severed. Today was indeed quite tranquil. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he decided to tidy and disinfect the infirmary, categorizing and arranging various items, placing them according to his preference. After completing this task, it seemed he was genuinely preparing for a long-term stint here. Perfect. Once the infirmary was in order, Yishuang returned to his seat and took another sip of tea. Seizing the opportunity of a leisurely moment, he pulled out his phone and began browsing an online shopping app. Most items were intended to enhance convenience for daily life at home or in the infirmary. However, as he scrolled, he inadvertently found himself in the women's clothing section. Even stroking his chin thoughtfully, these denim shorts are lovely. It would be a pity for you, with such beautiful legs, not to wear them. This beret is charming as well. Paired with a skirt, it should look quite elegant. With summer fast approaching, he pondered whether he should purchase some swimwear for that girl. Gradually, he forgot his initial purpose as his shopping cart began to fill with various dresses and accessories, even including some toner. He even began to peruse stockings. Recalling that Bai Yu had very few pairs, and her tights were limited to just one. Those tights, akin to trousers, were not as breathable as stockings, especially as the weather grew warmer. Initially, Yishuang thought it unnecessary to wear stockings in the increasingly hot weather. However, he later learned that Inshur Academy had explicit requirements regarding student uniforms, mandating pleated skirts and stockings during summer. Rumor had it that this regulation was instituted by the school board, implying that a life devoid of visible stockings was destined for failure. The school board. Yishuang suddenly recalled the old man from Noon. Could he be the one who mandated this? The life of a contestant is rather intriguing. After all, Yishuang recalls that during his school days, including at his alma mater, the first high school, the uniforms were invariably blue and white stripes. It is only at Silver Mountain Academy that one finds a unique style. It makes sense, as there are hardly any institutions across the nation that offer seamless transitions from high school to university. The white stockings are quite charming as well. After browsing for a while, Yishuang decided to purchase 2 pairs of white stockings. He considered the allure of flesh-colored stockings and even the prospect of trying fishnet tights. Nearby, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Yishuang nodded in agreement, acknowledging the suggestion. However, the next moment, he snapped back to reality, turning to meet a pair of familiar eyes. Goodness, how do you walk so silently? Upon recognizing Shiyu, he nearly dropped his phone. And Shiyu, with her sparkling eyes, teased, "Is it possible that you were too engrossed?" Yishuang glanced at the time on his phone, recalling that it should be during an exam. He scrutinized Shiyu with suspicion. "Did you skip class again?" "No, not at all." "Then you must have submitted your paper early." Yishuang nodded, thinking her quite the prodigy. "I turned in a blank sheet." Yishuang was taken aback, and Shiyu, lifting her skirt slightly, pointed to a pair of flesh-colored stockings. "What do you think of this style? It's quite lovely, with lace trim at the top. Buying a few pairs wouldn't be a bad idea. If an uncle wishes to touch, that could be arranged." "Thank you, but that won't be necessary." At this, and Shiyu sauntered over to an adjacent hospital bed and lay down. "Uncle, could you please turn off the light? It's still daytime." "Oh. Just draw the curtains for me. I wish to take a nap." Yishuang glanced at the nearby blinds and silently pulled them shut. And Shiyu, undeterred, lay back and closed her eyes. From Yishuang's vantage point, he realized that the bed's foot was positioned towards him, allowing him an unintended glimpse beneath Shiyu's skirt. He acknowledged this predicament, contemplating turning the bed sideways once she departed. Rising to his feet, he gently pulled the privacy curtain around the bed, ensuring that others would not see Shiyu. Today's youth truly gives one cause for concern, Yishuang mused, secretly wishing for a daughter in the future. Though the thought of a young suitor presenting flowers to her filled him with trepidation. However, he needn't worry about motorcycles, as they are banned in the city. Returning to his seat, he resumed his studies in the tranquil school infirmary, the only sound being the rustling of pages. A few books were borrowed from the academy library, perfect for broadening his knowledge. Meanwhile, Shiyu, lying on the bed, slowly opened her eyes, observing the softly tinted curtain. She seemed lost in thought before a smile graced her lips, and she drifted off to sleep again. It was nearly time to finish for the day. With the lunch break ending at 1 o'clock, only a few hours remained until school dismissed at 4. Due to the absence of academic pressure at this institution, There is no need for students like Yi Shuang to endure late-night study sessions until 10 o'clock before returning to their dormitories for rest. The school's philosophy leans towards a more laid-back approach, with the subsequent 2 hours dedicated to extracurricular activities. It is likely that Bai Yu has also completed her examinations by now. With this thought in mind, Yi Shuang rose to rouse Shiyu from slumber, only to find that his calls elicited no response. However, the infirmary was locked, leaving him with no choice but to draw back the curtains, only to discover the bed was empty. When had she departed? Yi Shuang paused momentarily but dismissed the thought, securing the door behind him as he made his way towards the third-year classrooms. Coincidentally, he encountered students emerging from their classrooms and quickly spotted Bai Yu and Tang Kiki. "Brother, how did you fare on the exam?" he inquired. I've got this," Tang Kiki replied with unwavering confidence, while Bai Yu appeared somewhat sullen. Noticing her demeanor, Yi Shuang suddenly spoke. "Yu?" At that moment, Bai Yu slowly lifted her head, confirming Yi Shuang's observation. She seemed rather dispirited. In truth, Bai Yu felt she had not performed well on her exam. Although she had doodled a dolphin during Yi Shuang's proctoring, it was merely a distraction from the questions she could not solve. Even in subjects where she excelled, the presence of Yi Shuang's guidance did little to bolster her confidence, and she feared disappointing him. "Yu?" Yi Shuang's voice resonated once more. Bai Yu's body involuntarily trembled slightly as she looked up, only to find a warm hand resting gently on her head. Yi Shuang smiled tenderly. "Are you tired from the exam? Let us head back so I can make you some soup to replenish your energy." In the next moment, Bai Yu's eyes shimmered with unshed tears as she threw herself into Yi Shuang's embrace. "What's wrong?" he asked. I guess I just missed my brother." Kiki chimed in from the side. The following day, the midterm exam results were released. Bai Yu's scores had significantly improved, particularly in Chinese, and her weaknesses had been addressed, leading to a remarkable rise in her ranking, while Tang Kiki fell back one position. Chapter 70. Campus Ghost Stories. Yu. Are you aware of the 4 great ghost stories of Angshan Academy? In the afternoon, before classes commenced, Tang Kiki suddenly raised a finger and began to gossip with Bai Yu. Confused by the term ghost stories, Bai Yu tilted her head inquisitively. Ghost stories refer to supernatural phenomena that science cannot explain. Almost every school has them, did you know? Tang Kiki spoke in a chilling tone, adding, "You should be aware that most schools are built atop ancient burial grounds. Isn't that frightening?" Bai Yu, lacking a concrete understanding of the so-called supernatural, nodded instinctively, her delicate face betraying no hint of fear. Meanwhile, Tang Kiki's playful curiosity ignited as she began to vividly describe what it might look like if Bai Yu were to be frightened. One of the 4 great strange tales, the rooster's call at the midnight basketball court. Tang Kiki began recounting the first story. "Did you know that at night, a peculiar shadow appears in the school's south basketball court, dancing? Moreover, it emits the sound of a rooster crowing as it moves. Anyone who hears the crowing while passing by inevitably falls gravely ill. Quite terrifying, isn't it?" Bai Yu pondered for a moment, but felt no fear. Even with her vivid imagination, she could not conceive of what a person dancing and crowing while playing basketball might resemble. Noticing Bai Yu lost in thought, Tang Kiki continued embellishing the tale. The second of the 4 great strange tales, the knock at the midnight restroom. It is said that in our school, one must never enter the last stall of the restroom after midnight, for not only does the door refuse to open, but eerie sounds akin to knocking can also be heard emanating from within. Some students have claimed to hear a woman's voice incessantly murmuring that she is cold. Surely, it is the vengeful spirit of a deceased soul. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu blinked her beautiful eyes. She often found herself locked in the restroom for an entire night, and it was indeed the last stall she occupied. Yet, she had not encountered the sounds or the ghost that Tang Kiki described. However, she did recall feeling quite hungry at that time, as she lacked a meal card and had missed lunch. Being confined overnight meant she could only quench her hunger with water until the next day's classes. As for the cold, Bai Yu understood it well. In fact, she felt some sympathy for the female ghost, who must surely feel very cold remaining there. "Are you not afraid?" Tang Kiki, seeing Bai Yu's lack of response, began to question whether this girl possessed any capacity for fear. Unfazed by the supernatural, Tang Kiki proceeded to narrate the third tale. The third of the 4 great strange tales, the teacher who appeared out of nowhere. "Yu, this incident occurred in our 3rd grade. It is said that a teacher suddenly appeared in our year. No one knew whence he came or how he materialized. Even the headmaster claimed to have never seen this teacher before. Strangely, This teacher even conducted classes for our class, possessing the uncanny ability to perceive the hearts of students, effortlessly reciting each of their names. Quite frightening, isn't it? Bai Yuyo nodded, replying earnestly, that is indeed marvelous. Ah, forget it. I was terrified when I first heard these tales, Tang Kiki remarked. Noticing Bai Yuyo's lack of reaction, her enthusiasm waned. At that moment, the class monitor entered, announcing that the mathematics teacher for the first period had taken leave, and they would have physical education instead. The students erupted in cheers upon hearing the news. Hooray! Let us hurry to the changing room, Tang Kiki exclaimed gleefully. Oh, Bai Yuyo responded, rising to follow Tang Kiki to the changing room. The locker room is situated at a considerable distance from the classroom, located in the adjacent teaching building. The first floor is designated for boys, while the second floor accommodates girls. Each locker room is equipped with a shower, allowing students to rinse off after physical activity before returning to class. If Yishuang were to witness this, she would undoubtedly exclaim, when I was in school, we didn't have such facilities. However, the boys typically show little inclination to utilize the locker room, often opting instead to change clothes directly in the classroom after the girls have left, hastily stuffing their uniforms into their bags. Many of them do not even bother to shower after class, leading to frequent complaints from female classmates about the unpleasant odor of sweat lingering in the classroom. Upon arriving at the locker room, Bai Yuyo approached her locker. Compared to the others, her locker appeared particularly worn, bearing evidence of past abuse with numerous dents and even the creaking sound it made when opened. These marks were remnants of the past, and Bai Yuyo noted that ever since her conflict with Wuya, no one had kicked her locker again, nor had anyone secretly tossed her sportswear into the drainage ditch of the bathroom. It seemed that Yishuang's presence had illuminated her surroundings, dispelling the darkness. Yuyo, lend me a hand. At that moment, a voice called from behind. Bai Yuyo turned to see Tang Kiki, who appeared to be stuck in her sportswear. More precisely, her ample frame made it difficult for her to remove the garment, leaving her little head ensnared within the fabric. Bai Yuyo approached and gently pressed her hand against Tang Kiki's chest before assisting her in pulling the clothing down. With a pop, Tang Kiki's head emerged from the neckline. Her face flushed, exclaiming, I can't breathe. Bai Yuyo's gaze settled on Tang Kiki's attire, noticing its snug fit, and for a moment, she was uncertain about the cause of the predicament. The clothing seemed too small. It's already quite a large size. Perhaps you should consider a surgical procedure when you are older. How bothersome, Tang Kiki lamented. In truth, she had only heard about such surgeries online, and given her fear of pain, her comments were merely casual musings. The thought of actually undergoing surgery would likely frighten her into a faint. Yuyo, your hair is so long. Why not tie it up? At that moment, Tang Kiki noticed Bai Yuyo's appearance. Dressed in a white short-sleeved shirt adorned with the emblem of Silver Mountain Academy, paired with deep blue shorts, her long, fair legs were straight and well-proportioned, resembling a golden ratio. Her flowing hair cascaded down to her waist. Tie it up? Bai Yuyo inquired. Yes, let me find you a hair tie. As Tang Kiki returned to her locker, she quickly retrieved several hair ties. You know, my hair used to be quite long too, but I found it difficult to manage and cut it short. You can use these. Bai Yuyo accepted the hair ties and contemplated for a moment before attempting to secure a strand of her hair, only for the tie to slip off almost immediately. That's not how you use it. You need to wrap it around a few more times, Tang Kiki instructed, proceeding to help Bai Yuyo style her hair. Soon, Bai Yuyo sported a lovely long ponytail. Wow, it looks great. But how is it that you struggle with hair ties? How do you manage such long hair on a daily basis? Bai Yuyo, upon hearing the words, replied, Yishuang. Oh, so that hair is what you washed. Bai Yuyo nodded. Yes, Yishuang is unwilling to bathe with me. Chapter 71. The restroom. Due to schedule adjustments, classes were warming up on the same track. And after approximately 10 minutes, the running session concluded, leading to a period of free activity. Yuyo, shall we play badminton later? Tang Kiki inquired, mimicking a swinging motion with a badminton racket while smiling at the girl beside her. Recalling Yishuang's words, Bai Yuyo nodded. Kiki, the restroom. You may go. I will fetch the rackets from the equipment room. Let us convene here shortly, Tang Kiki replied with a wink. Bai Yuyo nodded in agreement. The nearest restroom to the playground was not located in the teaching building, but rather behind the spectator stand, an area somewhat secluded, typically frequented only by students attending physical education classes on that side of the track. As Bai Yuyo made her way to the restroom, she momentarily forgot about something Yishuang had once noted in her notebook. If you need to use the restroom, Go to the one beside the teacher's office at the end of the corridor. In the class currently engaged in physical education nearby. Several girls noticed Bai Yuyo heading to the restroom alone and promptly followed her. Having finished in the restroom, Bai Yuyo emerged from the stall only to find the door nearby locked, with 3 girls standing there, arms crossed, wearing mocking smiles. That expression was all too familiar to Bai Yuyo. However, she did not recognize the 3 girls before her. In fact, the insignia they bore was not from the 3rd grade but the 4th, and there should have been no intersection between them. That's her, isn't it? No doubt about it. Yes, it's her, the most beautiful one in class 3. The trio approached, surrounding Bai Yuyo. She is not bad-looking. No wonder Su Gu is fond of you. The leader remarked coolly. Hand over the love letter. Love letter? Bai Yuyo seemed to grasp the situation, remembering that some time ago, she had indeed received a love letter tucked away in her drawer, which she had discarded. That letter, addressed to her, had indeed been from a boy with the surname Su, though she had never met him. I lost it, Bai Yuyo replied. Lost it? Perhaps you, shameless hussy, have hidden it away? The girl's expression grew colder, her tone dripping with derision. Bai Yuyo struggled to communicate, particularly under such pressure, momentarily. She was at a loss for words. The 3 girls, perceiving her silence as guilt, assumed they had struck a nerve. As Bai Yuyo pulled out her notebook to write, the leader suddenly slapped her across the face. Vile creature. A familiar sting coursed through her cheek, and her notebook fell to the ground, becoming soaked by the damp floor. Bai Yuyo was about to utter an apology when she recalled the words once spoken by Yi Shuang. In a moment of impulse, she retaliated, mimicking her adversary's actions and delivering a sharp slap to the girl. I am not at fault, Bai Yuyo asserted, her intuition affirming that she bore no responsibility for the incident. If she was not at fault, there was no need for contrition. Clearly taken aback by Bai Yuyo's audacity, the girl's fury ignited. With a shriek, she lunged forward, seizing Bai Yuyo by the hair and forcefully thrusting her head against the wash basin. The impact was jarring, and Bai Yuyo crumpled to the floor, warm crimson blood trickling down her forehead, leaving a vivid scarlet trail on her pale cheek. Her eyes, devoid of life, stared blankly. A wave of dizziness washed over her, rendering her body weak. Isn't this excessive? A nearby girl whispered, noticing the blood. What the hell? You all stripped her clothes off. Are you afraid she'll tell someone? The leader of the group replied nonchalantly. True indeed. You take the picture, she added. As 2 girls hoisted the fallen Bai Yuyo, preparing to continue their assault, a sudden sound of rushing water erupted, capturing the attention of everyone present. They frowned, turning to see who the thoughtless student was, only to find the last stall slowly opening, revealing a short-haired girl. The girl glanced at the hostile group before turning on the faucet to wash her hands. While rinsing, she remarked, in this day and age, one cannot even use the restroom in peace. Do you have a problem with that? The leader asked, surprised to discover another presence in the restroom, though it mattered little to her. And Shiryu shrugged, drying her hands before tucking them into her jacket pocket. However, her gaze fell upon Bai Yuyo, seemingly astonished. You dare provoke her? Aren't you afraid that old man will crack your skull? Old man, who are you? The girls approached and Shiryu with icy glares. Me? And Shiryu pondered. I'm merely a passerby who decided to intervene. What? The girls were momentarily bewildered. Actually, I'm a high-level ninja with 2.5 years of training, and Shiryu replied nonchalantly. The girls exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions reflecting disbelief. One girl, not wishing to waste time, lunged to grab Shiryu. With a swift tilt of her head, Shiryu evaded the grasp and executed a low kick, landing a powerful blow between the girl's legs. While this maneuver was particularly effective against males, it was equally debilitating for females. The girl's face turned pale, and she stumbled backward before collapsing to the ground. Throughout this exchange, Shiryu kept her hands tucked in her pockets, maintaining a nonchalant demeanor as she regarded the remaining 2 girls. Witnessing their companion fall, the remaining girls' expressions turned grim. Get her. However, they quickly regretted it. The remaining 2 girls were no match for Shiryu, who effortlessly brought them down to the ground, their cries echoing in the air. Such weakness. Shiryu seemed to sense a tinge of boredom. She stepped over the bodies of her adversaries and made her way to Bai Yuyo's side, leaving a distinct imprint of her shoe on the face of one of the girls she had just struck. Observing the trembling girl kneeling before her, Shiryu retrieved a handkerchief from her pocket, offering it to her. Here, wipe yourself. Bai Yuyo accepted the handkerchief, and the blood dripping from her chin blossomed like crimson plum blossoms on the pristine fabric. Did I do something wrong? The girl murmured, her dim eyes clouded with confusion. I'm not entirely sure what transpired, and Shiyu remarked casually, but you should seek out the uncle now. Yi Shuang, Yi Shuang, Yi Shuang. Bai Yuyo's eyes seemed to regain some color as she struggled to rise, swaying unsteadily toward the door. Where are you, Yi Shuang? I want to see you. Chapter 72. Unable to swallow this anger, such was the situation. In the infirmary, and Shiyu stood beside Yi Shuang, gazing at Bai Yuyo, who lay on the hospital bed. At that moment, Yi Shuang remained silent, his expression impassive, yet in Shiyu keenly sensed the turbulence brewing within him, as if he were on the brink of eruption. Where did those girls come from? Yi Shuang's voice was hoarse. I gave them a good thrashing, but they should have fled by now, and Shiyu replied. Yi Shuang took out a piece of chewing gum, chewing vigorously in an attempt to calm his emotions, before suddenly asking, is there a way to have them imprisoned? After all, they are adults. Well, and Shiyu pondered briefly, that might not be possible. Why not? And Shiyu slightly lifted her chin, as if indicating Bai Yuyo. She fought back, and I ended up hitting those girls again. If injuries were assessed, they might actually be worse off. It's complicated, you know. Self-defense is a rather ambiguous concept, and there's no surveillance in the restroom. Are their injuries worse? Yi Shuang inquired, and Shiyu interjected, her eyes gleaming mischievously. They are too weak. I can't be blamed for that. Yi Shuang sat at the edge of the bed, brushing aside Bai Yuyo's hair from her forehead. The wounds had already been tended to, and indeed, they were not severe. The readings also indicated she was stable. Why are there so many monsters at Silver Mountain Academy? Yi Shuang sighed, and Shiyu cast a curious glance at him. What's so strange about it? There are scoundrels everywhere in this world. Even the most prestigious institutions are not exempt. Yi Shuang was rendered speechless. Gradually, his emotions settled, and turning to Shiyu, he expressed, thank you. I owe you a favor. And Shiyu immediately made a face of disdain, exclaiming, ugh, that's so cheesy. Uncle, I'm off. Before departing, and Shiyu paused momentarily, glancing back. I can apply for the expulsion of those few students, she remarked, indicating that their 4 years at Yingshan Academy would amount to nothing. Consider this a form of accountability on behalf of the school. Yi Shuang nodded in appreciation, and Shiyu chose not to elaborate further and turned to leave. Shortly thereafter, the principal arrived at the infirmary. Having recently dealt with Wu Ye's situation, the principal was already frazzled by the latest incident and felt an overwhelming frustration, unsure how to console Yi Shuang, who was in the role of a parent. However, Yi Shuang did not hold the principal accountable, recognizing that she bore no fault in the matter. After assuring her that a satisfactory resolution would be provided, the principal left the academy, burdened with guilt. Yingshan Academy had 4 principals, each overseeing different aspects of the institution, and with consecutive incidents occurring, this principal feared a conversation with the board of directors was imminent. It seemed a school-wide meeting would soon be convened. At that moment, on the hospital bed, Bai Yuyo opened her beautiful eyes, gazing at Yi Shuang by her side. Yi Shuang gently clasped the cold hand of the girl, softly comforting her. Does it still hurt? Would you like to sleep a bit more? It did hurt at first. Bai Yuyo replied, pausing briefly. But with you here, it doesn't hurt anymore. Yi Shuang, I made a mistake, she confessed. I didn't go to the restroom in the office as I should have. You did nothing wrong. How could you possibly be at fault? Yi Shuang responded, tenderly pinching the girl's cheek. It is this world that has been cruel to you, never bestowing you with good fortune. Bai Yuyo shook her head. No, you are my good fortune. Her gentle words struck a chord within Yi Shuang, causing her heart to clench, yet she refrained from saying more, encouraging Bai Yuyo to rest. Just then, Tang Kiki hurried in, having just finished with her racket. Initially puzzled by Bai Yuyo's absence, upon hearing of the incident, she rushed to the infirmary. Brother, if only I had gone to the restroom with Yuyo. Tang Kiki expressed a hint of guilt, her eyes reddening with tears. She was naturally prone to tears, and now, she sobbed uncontrollably, prompting Bai Yuyo, on the hospital bed, to comfort her in return. Seizing the moment while Tang Kiki was focused on Bai Yuyo, Yi Shuang stepped outside the infirmary, retrieving her phone. Standing by the railing for a moment, she finally pressed a number and dialed. Before long, a sweet voice answered. Oh, Xiao Shuang, what a surprise to receive your call. Fugaway, I'm feeling a bit unwell. Yi Shuang exhaled slowly. The line fell silent for a few seconds before the tone shifted to one of seriousness. What's the matter? Have you encountered a difficult situation? It's not me. It's that child who has faced a predicament. Yi Shuang recounted the events of the afternoon. I see, came the response. though it may sound somewhat naive. Or perhaps it shouldn't be me saying this. Yishuang chuckled softly. I simply cannot swallow this bitterness. She does not deserve to be treated this way. The world should be gentle to those who are kind. All right, I understand you, you fool. The voice on the other end suddenly turned cold. Do you enjoy using your power to intimidate others? I will show them what true intimidation means. Give me 2 days, and I will handle it perfectly. Thank you. It's nothing, but when will you bring that child over? She is so understanding and adorable. I like her. In a few days. I will treat you to a meal and invite Chen Hai as well. Calling him Chen the Fatty is acceptable, but let's refrain from mentioning his wife, shall we? Last time, the table nearly flipped because Chen the Fatty couldn't help but stare at the legs of the girl at the next table. That should be fine. After hanging up, Yishuang composed himself and returned to the school clinic. Upon arriving home, Bai Yuyo's gaze turned towards him, and she spoke. Tang Kiki suggested, brother, how about we take Yuyo to the hospital first? The hospital should be closing soon. Yishuang had just examined Bai Yuyo, and with the assistance of the system's information, he concluded that she had a minor abrasion on her forehead along with a slight concussion. However, the sight of Bai Yuyo appearing in the clinic covered in blood had indeed startled him. After allowing Bai Yuyo to rest for a while, he drove her home. As for Tang Kiki, Yishuang had previously instructed her to head back. Back at home, Bai Yuyo, with her head wrapped in a bandage, watched as Yishuang busied himself around the house, readily accepting everything she said. After a moment of contemplation, the young girl suddenly spoke. Yishuang. Can we sleep together tonight? Yishuang found her question peculiar. Isn't that a given? Bai Yuyo, with her obsidian-like eyes fixed on him, pondered for a moment before extending her hand. Yishuang, can we take a bath together tonight as well? All right, he replied, realizing he could not refuse the gaze she cast upon him. Upon hearing Yishuang's agreement, Bai Yuyo felt the pain from her injury dissipate. Chapter 73. Wife and Child in the Misty Bathroom. Yishuang instructed Bai Yuyo to sit on a small stool while he used a bath sponge to wash her body. The weather in this city was humid and hot, necessitating a daily bath. A day without one would leave one feeling uncomfortable, as if ants were crawling all over. Yishuang, she called. You need to wash the front as well. Then raise your arms. Oh. Yishuang applied the bubbles evenly to her front and rinsed them off with a handheld showerhead. Her delicate skin, akin to the tender white of a peeled egg, appeared even more alluring amidst the misty water vapor. As he accustomed himself to the sensations in his palms, Yishuang could not entirely escape the natural feelings that arose. The young girl slowly turned her head, her hair dripping with water, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. Your wound has swollen again. Did you apply medicine? Don't touch it suddenly. Does it hurt? Yishuang gently pressed his forehead, but now that Bai Yuyo was a patient, he refrained from further comments. He gazed at the graceful curve of her back and slowly withdrew his hand. All right, let us go out, he said. What? I'll wash your hair, Bai Yuyo said softly. Yishuang paused for a moment, smiled, and then did not refuse. He took a seat on the bench Bai Yuyo had just vacated. While the girl mimicked his earlier actions, her movements awkward as she attempted to wash his hair. Yet, at the moment her delicate fingers brushed against his scalp, Yishuang experienced an unprecedented sensation. Yuyo, please don't apply the shampoo too close to my eyes. Before long, Yishuang's hair was lathered with bubbles, and Bai Yuyo picked up a nearby showerhead, diligently rinsing his roots. As the water cascaded down his face, Yishuang lifted his gaze slightly. The girl in the mirror was intently focused on washing his hair. She has grown up, Yishuang mused internally, reflecting on how she was no longer the oblivious girl who would undress to bathe in public. She had now learned to wash someone else's hair. At that moment, Yishuang suddenly noticed Bai Yuyo leaning in from behind, wrapping her arms around him tightly. Yuyo? Yishuang, you feel so warm, she said, nuzzling her cheek against his back. Don't come so close. The water. After a brief commotion, Yishuang and Bai Yuyo finally emerged from the bathroom. Yishuang, clad only in a pair of shorts, contrasted sharply with the girl who wore an oversized shirt that could easily serve as a dress. The hem of her shirt fluttered, revealing her fair, straight thighs. The reason for this mismatch was that when Bai Yuyo had leaned in, she accidentally dropped the showerhead, soaking her clothes. Consequently, Yishuang had lent her one of his shirts to wear. However, it must be said that, despite wearing his clothing, Bai Yuyo exuded a unique charm. Let us change into this new set of pajamas, Yishuang said as he retrieved a fresh pair from the balcony. To his surprise, the girl shook her head. No, I don't have any extra pajamas. Come on, hand them over. As soon as Yi Shuang finished speaking, Bai Yuyo turned and retreated into the room, soon curling up in her blanket before his eyes. He approached the bedside and gazed at the mound of covers, reaching out to tap it. Yuyo, come out. A few seconds later, a hand emerged from the blanket, clutching a piece of paper. Yuyo is already asleep. Yi Shuang, with a stoic expression, reached into the blanket until he found her nose, gently pinching it. A night of silence followed. Due to Bai Yuyo's injury, Yi Shuang had granted her a day off to rest, and he had no intention of attending school either, for his role as the school doctor at Yingshan Academy was primarily for her sake. As dawn broke, Yi Shuang rose from bed, casting a glance at the empty mattress before shifting his attention to the world outside the room. Bai Yuyo rose early once again, secretly honing her culinary skills. Yi Shuang approached the doorway and stole a glance towards the kitchen, where the young girl was enveloped in the hazy morning light, clad in her oversized shirt. Attentively listening to the sizzling of the oil, he pondered what time she had awakened, but ultimately retreated to his room for a little more rest. When he awoke again, Bai Yuyo had returned to bed, nestled beside him in a deep slumber. Her breaths were steady, releasing warm puffs of air against his neck, while one of her long, slender legs lay unabashedly across him. Observing the girl so close, Yi Shuang could not help but notice a faint scent of cooking oil lingering about her. After all, she had donned his clothes and ventured into the kitchen, making it impossible for her to be entirely devoid of that aroma. Trying to hide it from me. What a foolish girl, he mused, unable to suppress a smile, likely unaware of the evidence herself. After getting up and freshening up, he descended to purchase breakfast, simple fried dough sticks, buns, and soy milk rice rolls. Given by Yuyo's hearty appetite, he procured a generous amount, enough to satisfy 4 or 5 people at least. As he passed by a convenience store, he suddenly halted and stepped inside. Buying cigarettes? The owner inquired, noticing Yi Shuang's lingering gaze on the cigarette rack. What brand? Yi Shuang returned his gaze, replying nonchalantly, Blue Arrow. That brand doesn't exist, the owner retorted. Chewing gum then? Oh, the owner responded, his expression slightly perplexed, yet he retrieved a box of gum from the nearby shelf. What was this guy staring at the cigarettes for if he wasn't going to buy any? You look like a smoker. Why not grab a pack? Yi Shuang opened the gum box, popping 2 pieces into his mouth. Just quit recently. Hey, there's no harm in smoking. My old man is nearly 90 and indulges in both cigarettes and alcohol daily, the owner chuckled. Sounds like you're under strict supervision at home. A few sneaky puffs one tea hurt. Yi Shuang merely smiled, pulling out his phone to scan the payment. I don't want to bring second-hand smoke home, that's all. All right, got it, the owner replied, still grinning. Seems you care quite a bit for your wife and children. Yi Shuang contemplated this for a moment and nodded. Perhaps that's true. Upon returning home, Yi Shuang placed the breakfast on the table and noticed that Bai Yuyo had yet to awaken. After some thought, he decided to venture upstairs, wishing to pay a visit to the elderly man with the blue hair, who seemed to possess knowledge about Bai Yuyo. The old man typically had a light sleep, rising around 6 or 7 in the morning, and since it was already past 9, he doubted he would disturb him. With that in mind, Yi Shuang left the house once more, ascending the stairs. Chapter 74. Moving a rhythmic yet not overly loud knock resonated at the door, accompanied by the meowing of the portly feline within. The elderly man, clad in a white vest and tending to his flowers on the balcony, slowly turned his head. Grasping his cane, he approached the door with a deliberate gait, punctuated by the contrasting sounds of weighty and light footsteps. As the door swung open, the plump gray cat bolted forward like a wild steed, only to be captured by a firm pair of hands. Meow, old man, you must discipline this cat. It will surely get lost if it rushes out the moment the door opens. Yi Shuang chuckled, weighing the gas canister in his hands. Perhaps it is in heat. The elderly gentleman remarked, his face softening into a kind smile upon recognizing Yi Shuang. Then let us prepare for a little one, Yi Shuang suggested. No sooner had he spoken than the chubby blue cat, which had been wriggling in the old man's grasp, fell silent, nervously licking its nose, its eyes wide with alarm. Are you busy, sir? I hope I'm not interrupting, Yi Shuang said, suddenly recalling his oversight of not purchasing a bag of fruit. Not at all, come in. I have little to offer in the way of hospitality, the elderly man replied warmly. Once inside, Yi Shuang set the blue cat down. The room was quite antiquated, filled with the peculiar aroma of traditional Chinese medicine. Next to an old television stood a family photograph, densely populated with 7 or 8 family members. That's my son and daughter, both graduates of prestigious universities. They've settled abroad now, the The elderly man noted proudly, observing Yi Shuang's gaze upon the photograph. His murky eyes sparkled with a hint of brightness. Why don't you go visit them? Yi Shuang inquired. Oh, with my frail old bones. Wouldn't I just be a burden to them? The elderly man's wrinkled face contorted into a smile, yet Yi Shuang discerned a thread of loneliness in his gaze. Even at such an advanced age, the man still viewed the world through the lens of a parent's concern for his children. To be frank, I came to inquire about Bai Yuyo's family, Yi Shuang stated plainly once seated, clearly articulating his purpose for the visit. And how much do you know? The old man responded, momentarily lost in thought. After a pause, he said, Young man, it seems you are not well informed regarding their affairs. However, since you wish to know, I can share what I know. The head of that household is Bai Lao Qi. They actually did not reside in this unit before. Their home is on the top floor of the adjacent building, the one with the attic. He has a slightly younger wife. Though I'm not quite sure what they do for work. It doesn't seem to be anything respectable. Intrigued, Yi Shuang asked, What makes you say that? The elderly man chuckled softly. I used to be the security guard for this community. One night, I saw them returning quite late, and I casually inquired why they were out so late. Bai Lao Qi pointed a finger at me and berated me, as if he were hiding something. Yi Shuang pondered for a moment before asking, And what about that child? Indeed, this is what I, the elder, wish to convey. The old man continued. Regarding Bai Lao Qi and his wife, it remains uncertain who among them is at fault. Yet the wife of Bai Lao Qi has never seemed to show signs of pregnancy. However, one day, a child, presumably around 5 or 6 years of age, appeared by their side. Bai Lao Qi claimed that the child was born in their rural hometown and had been raised by the grandmother until now. When they brought the child home to rear, the elder suddenly huffed, noting that the child was plump and adorable, and the attire did not appear to belong to someone from the countryside. Yet, whenever anyone inquired about the child, Bai Lao Qi would bristle and threaten anyone who dared to speak ill, declaring that he would harm them. Moreover, Bai Lao Qi was not kind-hearted after drinking. He would often beat the child, sometimes to the point of unconsciousness. However, as this was a domestic matter, coupled with Bai Lao Qi's notorious temper, often resorting to violence when displeased, no one dared to intervene. Over time, people became accustomed to the situation. Years passed, and Bai Lao Qi seemingly vanished. Yet his wife claimed that the child had become mentally ill due to fright, brandishing a knife and imitating her father's violent behavior. To prevent harm, she confined the child to the attic. Many years later, Bai Lao Qi's wife unexpectedly sold their house and purchased a new one in this very community, where they currently reside. However, for reasons unknown, Bai Lao Qi's wife also disappeared 2 years ago, leaving the child behind. Now, the child has grown. Yet she indeed suffers from some ailment, often unresponsive when called, and does not engage in conversation, appearing rather dazed. The elder lamented, stating that he could not provide further details. Upon hearing all of this, Yi Shuang felt a chill run down his spine as he contemplated a terrifying possibility. Though some aspects eluded his understanding. Elder, was Bai Lao Qi's family affluent? To which the elder replied, Not at all. He is fond of gambling and frequently borrows money, often engaging in petty theft. Yi Shuang frowned slightly. Young man, what is your relationship with that child? She seems quite different from before. Has she received treatment? Yet Yi Shuang shook his head, clarifying, She has never been ill, merely confined and lacking in communication skills and knowledge. As for my relationship with her, I suppose I am currently taking care of her. Upon learning that Bai Yuyu was indeed not sick, the elder slapped his thigh in excitement, exclaiming, What a tragedy. By the way, elder, do you know the whereabouts of Bai Lao Qi and his wife? The elder pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I heard from a neighbor that Bai Lao Qi was arrested by the police for allegedly killing someone. His wife supposedly ran off with another man. However, these are merely rumors. I cannot speak to the specifics. Yi Shuang nodded in understanding and confirmed. Elder, the owner of that house is Bai Lao Qi's wife, correct? That should be the case, the elder replied. After bidding farewell to the elder, Yi Shuang returned downstairs to the entrance of the house, his heart heavy with contemplation. The couple may not be the true parents of Bai Yuyo. This is merely a conjecture held by Yi Shuang. However, it is evident that this so-called pair of parents treated Bai Yuyo poorly. The thought of a child being struck into unconsciousness sends chills down Yi Shuang's spine, leaving her to ponder the emotional turmoil and suffering that a young Bai Yuyo must have endured. A relocation is imperative. Who knows when those individuals might return? Yi Shuang exhaled deeply, murmuring to herself, It is crucial to take Bai Yuyo to the police station to register her information and upload her data, as it holds significant importance. Chapter 75. The Sea. The young girl, upon unlocking the door, Yishuang noticed that Bai Yuyo had already risen. She was kneeling at the threshold of the balcony, delicately pinching cat food to feed Wanwan. However, Wanwan seemed disinterested in eating, instead captivated by the strands of hair swaying before her, playfully pawing at the girl's tresses. Bai Yuyo did not mind. In fact, upon witnessing Wanwan's delight, she gathered her long hair and offered it to the kitten. Her waist-length locks were in abundance for the small creature, enveloping Wanwan entirely. At that moment, Bai Yuyo appeared to sense something amiss. She turned her head and naturally noticed Yishuang standing a short distance away. Instantly, Bai Yuyo sprang up and jogged towards her. But Wanwan, caught off guard by the sudden movement, was flung away by the force of Bai Yuyo's hair, bouncing against the girl's backside. Such beautiful hair. We must not let Wanwan ruin it, Yishuang remarked as she reached out to detach the kitten. After gently tapping Wanwan on the head, she set it down, and the kitten promptly rolled onto its back, displaying its belly, a gesture of relaxation among companions. Little rascal, Yishuang said, her gaze shifting back to Bai Yuyo. Perhaps recalling the words of the elderly gentleman, Yishuang's demeanor had not yet fully recovered, and she felt the need to inquire about certain matters. Yuyo, why haven't you eaten breakfast? Yishuang took a moment to steady her inner tumult and pointed to the table nearby. Bai Yuyo replied, I missed you, Yishuang. I wanted to eat with you. Eating to satiety is a joyful affair, and I wish to share that joy with you. Yishuang gently pinched Bai Yuyo's cheek and said, All right, please take a seat. Once seated, Bai Yuyo observed as Yishuang began her breakfast, and she too picked up a bun, savoring it in small bites. She resembled a small animal while eating, and simply watching her brought a sense of joy. After a few moments of gazing at her, Yishuang suddenly posed a question. Yuyo, do you remember anything from your childhood? Childhood. Bai Yuyo pondered for a moment and then replied, Yes, perhaps when I was around 5 or 6 years old. Do I still recall anything? Yishuang pressed on. What do you remember? Bai Yuyo reflected deeply before responding earnestly. I remember feeling very hungry and my body aching. Yishuang felt as though his breath became constricted, as if the air surrounding him had thickened into a quagmire. Experiencing a wave of chest heaviness, he managed a strained smile and decided not to press further. Since I've taken the day off, shall we go for a walk? Yishuang suggested, secretly wishing to take Bai Yuyo to the police station. All right. Is there anywhere you'd like to go? Yishuang inquired. I want to be with you, Bai Yuyo replied. Yishuang paused momentarily, caught off guard. Am I not right here? Yes, Bai Yuyo nodded. That is enough. After a brief silence, Yishuang pondered for a moment before suddenly exclaiming, Let us go to the seaside. Haizhu City is a coastal locale, and although the locals often claim that staying home to play on their phones is preferable to visiting the beach, it certainly does not deter numerous travelers from flocking here each year to behold the sea. For Yishuang, seeking solace at the beach when feeling down could be quite refreshing. Have you been to the sea? He asked. I've never been, Bai Yuyo replied. Shaking her head, Yishuang's expression momentarily faltered, but he quickly understood. This young girl had been confined to an attic for 8 years and had lived in solitary confusion for another 2. Under normal circumstances, it would indeed be improbable for her to have visited the beach. Shall we set off after breakfast? He proposed. Okay. After a simple breakfast, Yishuang and Bai Yuyo rested for a while, watching a short drama before heading out. The weather was splendid that day, with a crystalline blue sky and warm sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting patterns that resembled silvery fish upon the pavement. As a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, the fish appeared to swim gracefully. Yishuang's previously troubled mood began to lift slightly as he turned to gaze at the girl beside him. She was tugging at the hem of his shirt, her quiet, obedient face framed by a bandage on her forehead. Once inside the car, Yishuang drove off. The distance to the beach was not far, roughly a 20-minute drive. And fortunately, it was not a holiday, or parking would have been a challenge. Yishuang recalled times he had carelessly parked at the beach, earning himself a few tickets from traffic police. At that moment, Bai Yuyo curiously peered out the window, captivated by the scenery rushing by, her innocent wonder instilling a sense of curiosity about the world around her. Yishuang, having matured beyond the reckless days of speeding at 150 on the highway, drove steadily and cautiously, even in a sports car. As they approached a tunnel stretching approximately a kilometer, the surroundings were suddenly engulfed in darkness, accompanied by the blaring of horns. Bai Yuyo instinctively shuddered. a wave of inexplicable fear enveloping her in the sudden blackness. She reached out, yearning to grasp Yi Shuang's sleeve. In the next moment, she felt the familiar warmth of his hand. Yi Shuang, steering with one hand, gently held her soft little hand with the other, having noticed her reaction. The tunnel is not as dark as one might expect. Perhaps the sudden onset of darkness startled her. Do not be afraid. Yi Shuang's gentle voice resonated. You trust me, don't you? Close your eyes. As soon as Yi Shuang's words fell, Bai Yuyo obediently shut her eyes. After approximately half a minute, she suddenly perceived a howling wind beside her, accompanied by a briny scent. All right, you may open your eyes now. Bai Yuyo slowly opened her beautiful eyes, and the surroundings brightened. The car window in front of her had been lowered at some point, and the girl, momentarily dazed, gazed at the distant scenery. Before her lay an expanse of ocean, merging seamlessly with the horizon. The azure surface of the sea shimmered gently under the sun, casting reflections in Bai Yuyo's clear, fathomless eyes. She watched intently, as if attempting to absorb everything into her vision, momentarily rendered motionless. Yi Shuang, while driving, occasionally caught a glimpse of the faint blue hue in the girl's eyes, yet he remained silent. That is the sea. Yes, that is the sea. I feel as though I have been here before, Bai Yuyo murmured, as if this scene had once existed in her mind, albeit obscured by a hazy filter. Yi Shuang, upon hearing this, regarded her deeply for a moment before suddenly inquiring, Yuyo, did you have another name before? A name. I think there was one. Chapter 76. Do you like it? However, as she delved deeper into her thoughts, a hint of anguish seemed to surface on the girl's delicate features. Let us not think about that right now. Yi Shuang, noticing her discomfort, promptly intervened. Memories prior to the age of 7 are often vague, and if Bai Yuyo truly could not recall, he did not wish to press her, especially considering the painful memories that might linger from that time. Is the sea beautiful? To divert the topic, Yi Shuang sought her opinion. The sea in Haizhu City possesses a wondrous phenomenon. On clear days, it appears strikingly blue. This has led visitors to form contrasting perceptions. Some claim the sea in Haizhu City is dirty and yellow, while others describe it as blue and beautiful. It is beautiful, Bai Yuyo affirmed with a nod. After a brief pause, she added, but not as beautiful as in movies. Yi Shuang couldn't help but chuckle. Naturally, it could not compare to the cinematic portrayal. After all, the sea depicted in films undergoes extensive post-production and filtering. Even a gray, murky sea can be transformed into a deep blue through editing. Moreover, many travel bloggers' photos appear so stunning due to meticulous retouching, the saying 3 parts shooting, 7 parts editing encapsulates this truth, which explains the peculiar phenomenon where online personas are often strikingly beautiful, while in reality, the contrast can be quite stark. Yi Shuang. Hands. Bai Yuyo said. No, it sounds safer to drive with both hands. Oh. Upon reaching their destination, Yi Shuang parked the car and, with a familiar complaint about the parking fee of 10 yuan per hour, led Bai Yuyo to the beach. Even on a day that is not a holiday, the seaside is bustling with people, accompanied by numerous vendors conducting their businesses, offering tents for 200 yuan a night, loungers for 30 yuan an hour, and sun umbrellas for 100 yuan a day. The scenic area remains as overpriced and underwhelming as ever. As she stepped onto the soft sands, the young girl appeared to be filled with wonder, and suddenly her gaze was drawn to a distant, snow-white circular structure. What is that, Yi Shuang? The moon shell. Yi Shuang replied. It is the landmark of our city. What does a landmark mean? It can be understood as the calling card of a city. Yi Shuang explained that the moon shell resembles a gigantic shell-shaped building from afar, but in reality, it is a grand theater, standing approximately 90 meters tall. Bai Yuyo nodded in understanding. Yi Shuang, they're not wearing clothes. Silly, that's a swimsuit. It's different from underwear. Yi Shuang patiently addressed the girl's curious inquiries, embodying the adage that traveling far often imparts knowledge that reading cannot. Among the lessons, she believed in nurturing daughters with richness and sons with modesty, wealth being a kind of spiritual abundance that broadens horizons and elevates oneself, preventing one from becoming engrossed in base pleasures and ultimately being easily led astray. The mere thought of Bai Yuyo being deceived by a rogue made Yi Shuang's teeth ache, further solidifying her resolve to expose Bai Yuyo to more enriching experiences. At that moment, Bai Yuyo suddenly bent down and picked up a shell from the ground. Is that a shell? Can I take it home? Of course, Yi Shuang smiled. And they continued to collect shells along the beach. As they walked, they reached the shallows, where the waves lapped at their sandy feet. The warm weather and cool sea water offering a refreshing novelty to Bai Yuyo. Yishuang, what is it? This shell is different. Bai Yuyo cradled a pristine, tightly closed white shell, which seemed to her unlike the others she had found. Yishuang explained, the previous shells were all alive, but the one you have is not. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuyo looked at the shell in her hands and gently buried it back into the sand. Yishuang, standing behind her, tenderly tucked away her long hair to prevent it from touching the sea water. After doing so, Bai Yuyo resumed her shell collecting, instinctively avoiding the living shells that were closed. She neither demanded that others do the same nor pressured herself. It was a completely subconscious act. Unbeknownst to them, they had gathered quite a collection of shells, all of which Yishuang placed into a plastic bag. Following this, Yishuang took Bai Yuyo to experience a yacht ride. However, the moment the yacht set sail, Bai Yuyo's small face tensed up, clearly overwhelmed by the thrill. Time swiftly passed, and as the evening glow scattered fragments of gold upon the sea surface, Bai Yuyo finally noticed the darkness settling in. At this moment, Yishuang and Bai Yuhua sat upon a rocky outcrop, gazing at the distant sunset. With a smile, he remarked, "The sea is rather splendid, isn't it?" "Indeed," she replied. Just then, Yishuang felt a warmth against his cheek. He turned his head in surprise and discovered Bai Yuhua gazing at him intently. "Why?" he asked. "Couples should share more kisses," Bai Yuhua replied earnestly, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a faint golden hue, seemingly harboring an ineffable delight. Yishuang sighed. "Is this something Tang Kiki taught you?" "Yes, Yishuang. You should kiss me too," she insisted. Upon hearing this, Yishuang looked into her eyes, which were impossible to refuse. After a moment of contemplation, he leaned down and gently placed a kiss upon the bandage adorning the girl's forehead. Although Bai Yuhua did not fully comprehend the significance of a kiss, the simple act filled her with joy, as Tang Kiki had said this was what couples do. "Shall we head home?" Yishuang inquired gently, sensing Bai Yuhua's happiness. "Yes," she replied. Once home, Yishuang prepared a meal for both of them, after which they began to play with seashells. He first took a glass bottle with a cork and filled it with a selection of shells, creating a charming little ornament for their home. For the remaining shells, he drilled holes and strung them together with twine, securing each shell's position with glue. Yishuang crafted a total of 5 shell strings, while Bai Yuhua quietly observed, resting beside him, unsure of his activity but refraining from interrupting. Upon completing the shell strings, Yishuang fashioned a wire into a circular shape, affixing the 5 strings of shells to the circle with glue. After all was done, he gently shook the circle, producing a crisp, melodious sound as the shells clinked together. He secured it with a piece of twine and tied the other end to the balcony railing. A gentle evening breeze swept through, causing the wind chime to ring delightfully. Yishuang turned to the young girl behind him with a smile. "Do you like it?" Accompanied by the harmonious chimes, the scene seemed to be etched in by Yuhua's memory. She nodded softly, as if in response to the sound of the wind chime. "I like it." The next day, Chen Qin returned to the country. Finally liberated from her hectic work schedule, she chose to take a rare holiday on Yishuang's birthday. After sending him a message in advance, she glanced at the display indicating several hours until her destination and decided to indulge herself with a facial mask. Had the flight not been so slow, she might have considered a voice call with Yishuang. However, she now simply tapped on her laptop, replying to some inconsequential work messages. After closing the chat interface, she opened a novel website and delved into a book from her virtual shelf. The update has yet to arrive. Has this fellow truly transformed his novel into a diary? After swiftly perusing the contents with her beautiful eyes, Chen Qin lazily stretched, her alluring figure accentuated. She had inadvertently overheard Chun Hai mention that Yishuang was penning a novel during her leisure time. Following the trail of the name she often used, Chen Qin searched for the corresponding author account and was surprised to discover that the username and author name were identical. Why not title it "Picked Up by the Gentle CEO After Unemployment"? After silently scoffing at the thought, Chen Qin extended her fair legs over the armrest and pressed the massage button nearby. Gazing out of the cabin window at the fluffy clouds, her thoughts drifted far away. She could scarcely recall the countless days and nights spent secretly pining for Yishuang, even exerting herself to gain admission to the prestigious First High School, a feat she had never before pursued with such diligence. The moment she encountered him in class and witnessed his astonished expression, she exclaimed, "What a coincidence!" Yet, how could there be so many coincidences? Had it not been for her own subtle manipulations, she would not have found herself in the same class as him. When the teacher called his name during class, she was invariably the first to look up, no matter where she roamed within the school. Her peripheral vision instinctively sought out his silhouette. Each time she mustered the courage to speak with him felt akin to an examination, leaving her with a lingering sense of underperformance afterward. Occasionally, when they chatted late into the night, she would wait endlessly after he playfully mentioned he would shower first. At times, a mere jest from him could induce a day-long fit of giggles. The blurry wallpaper stored in her gallery was, in fact, a clandestine snapshot of him. She often found herself conversing with the moon, discussing the sun with it while confiding in the moon about him. It was only with the arrival of another that Chen Qin realized that even unrequited love could lead to heartbreak. Witnessing his unwavering companionship with someone else, she comprehended that even breathing could be painful. She despised her own cowardice and the lack of courage to confess her feelings. This affection had not waned with the passage of time. Rather, it had deepened, becoming more poignant with each passing moment. She had loved Yishuang for 15 years, and after he found someone dear to him, she wove a falsehood throughout April, claiming that she had never harbored feelings for him. Lies may deceive family, but they cannot fool one's own heart. Now, having traversed various experiences and faced countless choices, she was no longer that naive girl and had finally found the courage to speak, grateful for the opportunity bestowed upon her by fate. Chen Qin slowly withdrew her gaze from the scenery outside the cabin, her focus landing on the blurry, dreamlike screensaver on her phone. "You are mine." Having previously promised Chen Qin, Yishuang informed the young woman standing at the door that she would not be returning for lunch today. "I've already prepared your meal in the refrigerator. You can simply heat it in the microwave," he advised, his tone tinged with concern as he asked, "Yuyo, you remember how to use the microwave, right?" Bai Yuyo nodded. Suddenly, the young girl reached out, gently grasping the hem of Yishuang's garment. "Tonight, on my birthday." Yishuang smiled, extending her hand to ruffle Bai Yuyo's hair. "I will return in the evening. Remember to wait for me." "All right." Bai Yuyo seemed to have more to say, but hesitated, ultimately settling on, "I will wait for your return, dear." After giving her soft cheek a gentle pinch, Yishuang descended the stairs, leaving Bai Yuyo standing at the door. It was several minutes before she finally closed the door behind her. The room appeared to revert to its usual tranquility, devoid of that familiar silhouette and the gentle voice she cherished. Meow. A furry sensation brushed against her feet. Bai Yuyo looked down to find Wanwan gazing up at her, meowing softly. Since bringing the cat home from the veterinary clinic, Wanwan's appearance had transformed remarkably, evolving from a skeletal figure to one with sturdy limbs. The meowing added a touch of liveliness to the house, prompting Bai Yuyo to crouch down and gently stroke Wanwan's head. "Yishuang is not here today, yet I find myself missing him already." Wanwan, unable to comprehend her words, merely extended a paw to tap her fingertips. "Hungry. Canned food." At this, Bai Yuyo stood up and returned to her room. Sitting on the edge of her bed, she fell into a daze, contemplating a brief nap to pass the time. However, upon lying down, she caught a whiff of a familiar scent on her pillow, Yishuang's fragrance. She pulled the pillow close and nuzzled against it. After a while, Bai Yuyo remembered her plans and reluctantly set the pillow down, deciding to venture out to buy groceries. Yes, groceries. She recalled Yishuang's words about preparing a dish for him, something she had diligently practiced over the past few days. Before Yishuang returned in the evening, she would cook. The girl rose and made her way back to the door, at which point Wanwan approached her again, meowing, "Master, canned food." After all, Yishuang had forgotten to feed the cat that day. Bai Yuyo lowered her gaze to meet Wanwan's eyes, and for half a minute, they exchanged glances. Ultimately, Bai Yuyo concluded, "He wants to accompany me outside too." She scooped Wanwan up in her arms. "I will take you with me, Wanwan." As the door closed behind them, Wanwan appeared somewhat apprehensive about the outside world, initially struggling before climbing up Bai Yuyo's clothing, ultimately finding a perch on her head. Clutching her hair, Bai Yuyo noticed Wanwan resting atop her head, and, believing he enjoyed the spot, proceeded onward. A long-haired orange cat perched on the head of a beautiful girl captured the attention of numerous passers-by. However, Bai Yuyo paid them no mind, as she had grown accustomed to the myriad gazes surrounding her. Arriving at the market, Bai Yuyo halted in front of a vegetable stall. The elderly woman selling the produce clearly recognized Bai Yuyo, for this lovely young girl often accompanied a gentleman when purchasing groceries. "The beautiful lady, what do you desire?" Bai Yuyo, not particularly adept at conversing with strangers, found herself momentarily speechless at the sudden inquiry, remaining silent as she stood there. The atmosphere grew quiet for a few seconds until Bai Yuyo seemed to recollect something, retrieving a notebook from her pocket that read, "Please give me 2 tomatoes, thank you." The elderly woman gazed at the characters Bai Yuyo had inscribed, squinting her eyes after a moment. "My eyesight is failing." Chapter 78. All right, how long must we wait? Just arrived. At the airport, Yi Shuang was assisting Qin Qin by pushing her suitcase. Although he had arrived half an hour early, there was no need to mention this. Qin Qin followed closely behind. Her gait relaxed as she placed her hands behind her back, gazing at Yi Shuang's figure and inquiring, "Why are you walking so fast? Is that so?" Yi Shuang slowed his pace. Qin Qin refrained from saying anything further, merely observing Yi Shuang's awkward demeanor with a hint of a smile. "What is the matter?" Yi Shuang halted, turning his head with mild exasperation. "I feel as though I haven't done anything at all." At that moment, Qin Qin's eyes curved like crescent moons, her delicate fingers brushing against one another, her smile radiating sweetness. "Yi Shuang, you finally looked at me. Today." Qin Qin was not adorned with her usual array of jewelry. She wore a simple white cutout dress, her thighs smooth and rounded, complemented by cream-colored Balenciaga canvas shoes. Exuding vitality at every turn. Observing the joy in the girl's eyes, Yi Shuang inquired, "Go on, let me accompany you for a day. What do you plan to do?" Qin Qin suddenly asked, "Anything is fine? That seems about right. Let us do it." Yi Shuang nearly choked at her response. Qin Qin, unchanged as ever, he immediately retorted, "That is not an option. We are both adults. What is the issue?" "Oh my, your hands are so large." Qin Qin leaned closer, placing her fingers atop the back of Yi Shuang's hand that gripped the suitcase. Although she was exceedingly forward at that moment, the flush of her ears revealed her inner turmoil, contrasting with her outward composure. Under Yi Shuang's penetrating gaze, her blush extended from her ears down to her alabaster neck. Yet, Qin Qin maintained her resolve, striving to meet Yi Shuang's eyes with an air of calmness. "What is this? A novice in love trying to act like a seasoned pro?" With that single remark, Yi Shuang shattered Qin Qin's facade. She raised her small fist, playfully striking his arm in a series of light taps. Crossing her arms, Qin Qin began to mutter softly, "Do you think I've never been in a relationship?" Yi Shuang pretended not to hear her, continuing to push the suitcase toward the parking lot. Once seated in the car, Yi Shuang announced, "Let us go. I'll take you out for a meal. Do you have a restaurant in mind?" "Yes, over by Yizhong." Yi Shuang paused for a moment, then, as if to confirm, asked, "What is so good to eat there?" "Isn't there plenty of food on the street next door?" Qin Qin countered, "Have you forgotten?" Yi Shuang was somewhat taken aback by Qin Qin's choice. However, after a brief smile, she refrained from saying much. The airport was approximately 50 miles from their destination, necessitating about an hour's drive. Throughout the journey, Qin Qin regaled Yi Shuang with numerous anecdotes from her work over the past few days, at times lamenting the unreliability of translators, and at other times, remarking that even the local pigs would refuse to eat the food. Her incessant chatter, if witnessed by her employees, would undoubtedly leave them astounded, for Qin Qin was typically quite stern in her professional demeanor, rarely exhibiting such a girlish disposition. "Oh, by the way, I have a gift for you." While queuing to enter the highway, Qin Qin spoke as she rummaged through her bag and produced a green watch. Yi Shuang cast a glance at it and was momentarily stunned. Upon feeling the familiar chill of the watch, she locked eyes with Qin Qin, realizing it was indeed the green Rolex that she had sold. "I bought it back at a premium," Qin Qin remarked. "This was the birthday gift your uncle gave you when you turned 18, wasn't it?" "I remember," Yi Shuang replied. "I have nothing to give you." She sighed, reflecting on the woman who desired the capable version of her, the one who could be utilized as a tool, the one who could leverage her family's resources. Qin Qin flashed a sweet smile, revealing her pearly whites. "But I am different, Yi Shuang. I only want you, from the beginning to the end. While I do not expect you to forget her, could you perhaps make a little space for me?" The girl playfully clasped her hands together, winking flirtatiously. All right. Yi Shuang held the watch in her hand, her gaze shifting to the car's dashboard, as a whirlwind of complex emotions surged within her. Qin Qin seemed to sense Yi Shuang's silence, chuckling as she patted her shoulder. "What is the matter? Being all sentimental? When you start earning, you should buy me a gift. Or, if not, a different kind of compensation will do." Yi Shuang appeared amused by her antics. At that moment, Qin Qin took the watch and placed it on Yi Shuang's wrist. She gently caressed the surface of the watch, seemingly wistful. "If only I could return to my school days." "Why?" Yi Shuang did not pursue the topic further. By then, they had already entered the highway. Not wanting to distract Yi Shuang while she drove, Qin pulled out her phone and made a few calls to her family. Skipping lunch. We'll talk about dinner later. Yishuang? Yes, she's driving. We're together now. Qinhai? Mother hen, that chubby one is probably at work. Yes, understood. After finishing her calls, Qin opened her phone to take a selfie. She pretended to be applying makeup, brandishing lipstick while secretly pressing the shutter button, capturing both her and Yushuang's profiles within the frame. Afterward, she glanced at Yushuang with a guilty expression, as if she had done something wrong. Seeing that she had not been caught, she regained her composure. In truth, Yushuang had observed the entire scene with amusement, though out of respect for her feelings. He chose to feign ignorance. After exiting the highway, the vehicle swiftly arrived at Yushuang's alma mater, the first high school. Observing the once familiar institution, now transformed through several renovations into a blend of the strange and the nostalgic, Yishuang withdrew her gaze and parked the car on an adjacent street. This was a culinary avenue, though it appeared somewhat altered from her memories. After securing the vehicle and activating the parking meter, Yishuang and Qin strolled in side by side. Indeed, it had undergone a remarkable transformation. In the past, there were numerous small carts selling sushi and crepes. It had been so many years. What was so peculiar? Yishuang mused, her eyes brimming with nostalgia. We always loved coming here to eat. This is how Qinhai ended up gaining weight. Qin chimed with a cheerful smile. Suddenly, her gaze seemed to catch sight of something, and she excitedly tugged at Yishuang's hand, urging her to hurry. This one, Yishuang was led to a stir-fried noodle shop adorned with a smoke shield, a uniquely bent frying pan designed for stir-frying, and an elderly gentleman with his upper body bare. Boss, 2 portions of stir-fried beef rice noodles, hold the bean sprouts. Qin instructed, then added, by the way, could you please fetch me a portion of fish-flavored eggplant from next door? The elderly man, observing the elegantly dressed Qin and glancing at his shop, which seemed to contrast with her style, suddenly inquired, have you two been here before? In his memory, it seemed there had once been a little girl in a school uniform who spoke such words. Chapter 79. What a small world. The aroma of the fish-flavored eggplant was quite enticing. Once the dishes were served, Qin spoke as she ladled sauce over her rice. Here you go. Thank you. Yishuang gazed at the rice drenched in sauce, her heart flooded with endless reminiscence. This was a dish she adored during her high school years, where even a mere spoonful of sauce could accompany 3 bowls of rice. Qin was well aware of this, yet she merely smiled and refrained from further comment. She knew that sometimes, even when Qin couldn't recall her own favorite foods, she could accurately name his. As Yishuang savored her rice, she soon finished her serving. At that moment, she seemed to notice something, her gaze falling upon the girl beside her. What's wrong? Why aren't you eating? My stomach hasn't been well lately. The doctor advised me to avoid greasy foods, Qin replied. Then why come here? Yishuang inquired. Hee, Qin chuckled, just reminiscing. After all, it has been quite a while since my last visit. Upon hearing this, Yishuang stood up and approached the stir-fried noodle vendor to ask something. Soon after, she returned with a bowl of soup rice noodles. Have something to eat. You just got off the plane, Yishuang said. Oh, Qin, for some reason, beamed with delight as she began to eat. He cares about me. Yishuang was satisfied after consuming a bowl of rice along with the beef noodles. It seemed her appetite had diminished significantly after outgrowing her adolescent growth spurts. Qin's appetite appeared even smaller, as she left half of her bowl of soup rice noodles untouched. Are you full? Yishuang inquired. You barely ate anything. As they boarded the plane, Qin mentioned that she had eaten something earlier. She then retrieved a pack of wet wipes from her pocket and handed one to Yishuang. After accepting the wet wipe, Yishuang inquired, where are we headed next? Qin, with a playful tone, posed a question in return. What should couples in love do after dining? How about we rent a room to rest for a while? Qin suggested. Is your idea of renting a room serious? Yishuang asked, a hint of exasperation in her voice. It can be unserious, Qin replied mischievously. Are you constantly thinking about risky things? Yishuang questioned, bemused. Qin, suddenly serious, exclaimed, what are you saying? I'm sure I have far more salacious thoughts than you. The earnestness in her expression left Yishuang momentarily speechless, and he smirked. You've certainly succumbed to me. Stop joking. You're acting like an obsessed girl, she retorted. You're the only one I'm obsessed with. Doesn't that still make you a lovesick girl? They bantered back and forth before settling the bill and departing from the stir-fry shop. Since this street primarily catered to afternoon and evening business, many stalls and shops were either closed or in preparation. However, Chen Qin managed to spot a large bubble tea shop, and the two of them enjoyed their drinks side by side, savoring the nostalgic flavors of their childhood. Shall we watch a movie? Chen Qin suggested. Right now? Yi Shuang responded, surprised. Yes, she affirmed, as her fingers glided across her phone screen. After a moment, she discovered the newly released film, Ex-Girlfriend 3. Upon seeing the sensitive title, she discreetly swiped to the next page, her gaze landing on Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf versus Basketball Chicken. Let us watch this one, she declared. Yi Shuang looked at the movie poster in astonishment. After all, these were characters from his elementary school days. You still follow this? He asked, surprised. Feeling a bit guilty, Chen Qin quickly glanced at the other films before asserting, yes, I love this. Yi Shuang, oblivious to the unease in her expression, decided to go along with her choice. As today was dedicated to her. After searching for the nearest shopping plaza on the navigation app, Yi Shuang led Chen Qin to their destination. The cinema was located on the 4th floor of the commercial plaza building, and they took the elevator from the underground parking garage directly to the cinema. As the elevator doors opened with a soft ding, the enormous promotional display of the cinema came into view, showcasing the striking movie poster for Ex-Girlfriend 3, Those Missed White Moonlights. Chen Qin slightly parted her lips, as if about to speak, but no words came forth. Yi Shuang remained composed, merely glancing at the poster before diverting his gaze to collect their tickets from the nearby machine. While waiting to enter, Chen Qin observed his expression intently, and his furtive demeanor prompted Yi Shuang to look over, humor glinting in his eyes. What is up? He asked, amused. Oh, nothing. Just think you look quite handsome, she replied. Soon, it was time to enter, and after a brief ticket check, Yi Shuang and Chen Qin proceeded into the viewing room. It was sparsely populated. After taking a seat, Yi Shuang instinctively surveyed his surroundings. Perhaps we are the most advanced ones here, Chen Qin remarked. Her gaze lowered as she fiddled with something. What's wrong? Nothing, look. Chen Qin pressed the button on the armrest, and in the next moment, the armrest lifted and folded back. The previously single seat transformed into what one might call a couple seat as the barrier vanished, naturally bringing Chen Qin a little closer. Yi Shuang paid no mind to her subtle movement and instead reminded her, the movie is about to start. Oh, indeed, there were no other patrons. And as the film commenced, the plot intensified alongside the cheerful antics of Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf. At that moment, a quarrel erupted from the entrance. Meng Yao, stop causing a scene. What do you mean, stop? Won't you even try to coax me? Upon hearing the name Meng Yao, both Yi Shuang and Chen Qin turned their attention toward the entrance, their expressions shifting to one of curiosity. Soon, a girl wearing sunglasses appeared, her long hair flowing gracefully. Clad in a pale white dress, behind her trailed a man. As they tugged at each other, the girl, upon noticing someone seated next to Yi Shuang, swiftly made her way over and sat beside her. The man, seemingly realizing she was about to embarrass him in front of others, approached with suppressed irritation. Handle it as you wish. You think I indulge you as he does? I'll ask you once more, are you coming back? He then glanced toward Yi Shuang, intending to speak, but in the dim light of the cinema, his expression turned to one of astonishment as the screen flickered in the shadows. What are you doing here? The girl in sunglasses noticed his expression and turned to meet a pair of remarkably familiar eyes. Yi Shuang? At that moment, Yi Shuang merely cast a fleeting glance in her direction before returning her focus to the film, seemingly indifferent to the girl's presence. What a small world, Chen Qin remarked, shooting a glare at the girl. Chapter 80. The ex-girlfriend. The girl slowly removed her sunglasses, revealing a face that was all too familiar to Yi Shuang. Yi Shuang, long time no see, Zhao Meng Yao said. Yi Shuang did not respond, continuing to fix her gaze on the movie screen, as if the animated characters were far more captivating than the girl beside her. What are you doing here, Zhao Meng Yao? Haven't you caused Yi Shuang enough hurt already? Chen Qin's protective energy surged, resembling a fierce guardian as she glared coldly at Zhao Meng Yao. Feeling ignored by Yi Shuang, Zhao Meng Yao grew somewhat awkward, and Chen Qin's words made her countenance darken. Chen Qin, what's this? Are you with Yi Shuang now? Chen Qin immediately huffed. If you don't cherish her, someone else certainly will. As she spoke, Chen Qin clung to Yi Shuang's arm and sweetly asked, isn't that right, darling? Yet, only Yi Shuang could perceive the gentle tremor of Chen Qin's warm body, for she was genuinely fearful that Yi Shuang might clarify otherwise. Chen Qin feared she would feel utterly insignificant. However, she was acutely aware of how much Yi Shuang had once cherished the girl before him, never uttering a single falsehood. Yet how could Yi Shuang possibly disappoint Chen Qin? He gently patted her head and smiled, suggesting, "Let us change our position. We shouldn't allow others to tarnish our view." Startled for a moment, Chen Qin's face then lit up with a smile. "Could you please step aside?" Yishuang directed his gaze towards a man nearby. The man's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions. "Brother Yi, I cannot accept such a title. You are the president of a major corporation." "While I am merely a worker," he replied, his tone flat. Tang Hao, sensing the underlying sarcasm in the other's voice, furrowed his brow slightly, but refrained from retorting. "Step aside," Yishuang repeated. Tang Hao, recalling memories of working under Yishuang, instinctively moved aside, saying, "Oh." However, at that moment, Zhao Mingyao suddenly interjected with a serious expression, "Yishuang, you cannot be with Chen Qin." Yishuang raised an eyebrow in surprise at Zhao Mingyao's words. Chen Qin, slightly taken aback, retorted, "Zhao Mingyao, what gives you the right to meddle in my affairs?" Zhao Mingyao turned her gaze back to Yishuang, questioning, "Yishuang, you know I dislike Chen Qin. Why are you with her?" Yishuang found the query somewhat amusing and replied, "What qualifications do you have to say that? Given your own infidelity? Let us set that aside." Zhao Mingyao pointed at Chen Qin, asserting, "Even if I don't want her, she cannot have you." Chen Qin, incensed, rolled up her sleeves, exclaiming, "Are you foolish? Today, I shall teach you what it means to be unrestrained." Seeing Chen Qin ready to take action, Zhao Mingyao was momentarily stunned, asking, "What are you going to do?" "Being unrestrained means that when I teach you how to behave, I want to care about who you are," Yishuang interjected, translating for her. Nonetheless, he still restrained Chen Qin, saying, "All right, no need to resort to violence." Chen Qin huffed in frustration, but Zhao Mingyao, noticing Yishuang's intervention, shot a provocative glance at her, knowing it would come to this. "Next time you decide to act, choose a place without surveillance," Yishuang remarked, freezing her expression. "That makes sense," Chen Qin nodded in agreement. As Yishuang and Chen Qin exchanged banter, Zhao Mingyao's face grew increasingly pale. She glared at Tang Hao, demanding, "Your fiancé Yi is about to be assaulted, and you're not going to say a word?" Upon hearing this, Tang Hao furrowed his brow and looked at Yishuang, saying, "Yishuang, give me some face." "Leave." Yishuang replied with a dispassionate glance. Tang Hao immediately fell silent. Yishuang was once the direct superior of Tang Hao, having mentored him for many years, creating a profound sense of hierarchy akin to that of the soul. Even though Tang Hao had assumed Yishuang's position, it was improbable that he could swiftly adapt to such a transition. At this moment, Yishuang and Chen Qin had changed their seats, now nestled in a corner. And from their expressions, it was evident they were poised to enjoy the unfolding drama. Zhao Mingyao stamped her foot, donned her sunglasses, and departed, prompting Tang Hao to chase after her. In the desolate cinema, only the distant sounds emanating from the screen broke the silence. "Miss Chen, how long are you going to hold on?" After a few minutes, Yishuang glanced at Chen Qin, who was still clasping his arm. "Just a little longer," Chen Qin replied, seizing the rare opportunity and tightening her embrace, pressing all her softness against him. Yishuang, reaching into his pocket, retrieved a few pieces of gum and began to chew, though he was not as composed as he appeared. People often cling to the past. Yet Yishuang found that the intense feelings he experienced upon seeing her were far less potent than during their shared photo at the aquarium. Witnessing a person is not the same as witnessing an object. Reflecting on how he had first been embraced by Yu and now by Chen Qin, Yishuang couldn't help but chuckle at his own self-mockery. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of release, especially at that moment when he laid eyes on that woman again. As if the last remnants of his emotions were dissipating, Yishuang continued to watch the film, and time swiftly elapsed. Noticing that Yishuang did not seem particularly dejected, Chen Qin smiled subtly, content to cling to his arm and savor the warmth of the moment. Upon exiting the cinema, Yishuang and Chen Qin casually discussed the plot of the film when suddenly, Chen Qin's phone rang again. "Hello, Dad?" "Yes, I'm still with him. We just finished dinner and went to see a movie." "What?" "Oh, should I ask him?" At that moment, Chen Qin handed her phone to Yishuang, lowering her voice. "It's my dad." Yishuang took the phone, glanced at the girl beside him, and answered, "Hello. You little rascal, where have you been lately?" Chen's voice boomed through the receiver, prompting Yishuang to smile wryly. "I'm sorry, Uncle Chen, for worrying you. Don't think too much about it. Come over for dinner tonight. Your aunt is cooking for your birthday, and she has already bought the ingredients, understood?" Yishuang recalled by Yu Huan at home and hesitantly replied, "I might be busy tonight." However, at that moment, the call was abruptly disconnected. Uncle Chun remains unchanged, Yi Shuang mused, gazing at the hung-up phone before turning to Chen Qin, who was looking at him intently. What did my dad say? He just mentioned that your mom is cooking and wants you to come over for dinner. Oh. Chen Qin thought there might be more to it, but she grasped Yi Shuang's hand. Then let's go. Everyone is waiting for you. Chapter 81. Chen's parents. What's wrong? Yi Shuang, you seem rather distracted. In the vehicle, Chen Qin observed that Yi Shuang had remained silent, prompting her to inquire. However, she assumed that Yi Shuang was merely contemplating the earlier encounter with his ex-girlfriend. Despite her own aversion towards Zhao Mingyao, she found herself concerned for Yi Shuang's current state. Ah, no, Yi Shuang replied, snapping back to reality with a smile. I was just pondering what dishes Andy will prepare tonight. Chen Qin, well acquainted with Yi Shuang, recognized that he was being disingenuous at that moment. Nevertheless, she chose not to press further and quietly settled into the passenger seat. At that juncture, Yi Shuang drove up a slope, and after traversing a short distance, they finally arrived at the entrance of Chen Qin's residential community. Good day. The security guard approached Yi Shuang's vehicle to verify his identity. If he were a resident, the gate equipped with a license plate recognition system would automatically open. It's me. Chen Qin greeted from the passenger side. The guard saluted and opened the gate. Yi Shuang proceeded to drive into the community, continuing for approximately 10 minutes before reaching Chen Qin's home. Her residence was a grand villa, sprawling over 3,000 square feet, enveloped by lush green grass. It featured a well-maintained garden with a small pond, where a white fountain gurgled merrily. The villa was secured by a black iron gate, which emitted a welcoming sound as Yi Shuang approached, automatically swinging open. There seems to be no space in the garage. Yi Shuang, please park outside, Chen Qin remarked, noting that her garage could accommodate only 5 vehicles, which were already full. All right, Yi Shuang replied, parking beside the garage. As he stepped out of the car, a golden retriever came bounding towards him with a bark. Salty egg, did you hear our voices? Chen Qin exclaimed, crouching down to rub the dog's head with a cheerful smile. At that moment, the golden retriever, tail wagging, dashed up to Yi Shuang. Long time no see, Yi Shuang said, petting the dog that had jumped up to nuzzle against his clothes. This golden retriever was one that Yi Shuang and Chen Qin had rescued from the roadside when it was sick and seemingly abandoned. Now, many years later, it had aged considerably, resembling a senior citizen in canine years. Welcome back. Just then, a woman approached, her eyes brimming with joy upon seeing Chen Qin and Yi Shuang. Xiao Shuang, she exclaimed. Auntie, it has been a while, Yi Shuang greeted, holding up a bag of fruit. You silly boy, why bring fruit? Just come as you are. Chen's mother chided playfully, embodying a familial warmth. Yi Shuang chuckled and asked, where is Uncle Chun? He should be upstairs with his antiques. I just called him down. Chen's mother replied. The 3 of them then entered the house, the golden retriever bounding joyfully behind them. The interior hall was spacious, featuring a grand spiral staircase, with an elevator situated to one side. As the elevator's display indicated the first floor, the doors opened, revealing a rugged-looking middle-aged man who stepped out. Upon seeing Yi Shuang and Chen Qin, Chen's father appeared quite pleased. You're back, he exclaimed. Uncle Chun, replied Yi Shuang. This child just bought some fruit for us. Look at him, treating us like outsiders. Oh, come now, we aren't officially married yet, Chen's father chuckled. Their playful banter elicited an awkward smile from Yi Shuang, while Chen Qin beamed with joy, mischievously adding, what are you saying about marriage? What do you think? After settling in the living room, Chen's father prepared tea and earnestly remarked, Yi Shuang, I have known your father for many years. We have faced challenges together as brothers. Although life is unpredictable and circumstances have changed, I consider myself a father figure to you. It would be best if you stayed here and helped Qin manage the company. Uncle Chun, Yi Shuang replied sincerely, I truly appreciate your care, but I still have aspirations to pursue. Curiously, Chen's father inquired, what aspirations? Yi Shuang hesitated, unsure how to articulate the complexities of his situation regarding caring for an innocent 18-year-old girl. Just then, Chen Qin intervened, saying, Dad, Yi Shuang is still young. He has other things he wishes to accomplish. He'll be fine in due time. Indeed, with Yi Shuang's capabilities, he can achieve anything he sets his mind to, Chen's father affirmed. He had watched Yi Shuang grow up, recognizing his exceptional abilities, integrity, and kindness, previously lamenting the lack of fortune in his daughter's romantic prospects. He now sensed that fate had granted them another chance to unite this compatible pair. At that moment, Chen's mother unexpectedly sat beside Yi Shuang, taking his hand in hers. Dear Yi Shuang, she began, look at Qin. She is now in her mid-20s. Let us choose an auspicious date to arrange an engagement. Auntie, Yi Shuang responded, bewildered. You and Uncle Chun have been childhood betrothed. Even if it was just a promise made in the army years ago, an engagement would indeed be fitting. As you both are of age now. Qin's father chuckled, sipping his tea, while Yi Shuang and Qin Qin exchanged surprised glances, unaware of this discussion. Sir, madam, the chef has arrived, a middle-aged woman announced respectfully at that moment. Very well, Qin's father nodded, turning to Qin's mother. Dear, weren't you supposed to go to the kitchen with the chef to prepare dinner? I've already made a delightful soup. Let us whip up a few more dishes, she replied. Rising and heading to the kitchen with the chef, Qin's father turned around, continuing to smile at Yi Shuang as he said, upon hearing that you would come for dinner, your aunt was overjoyed and decided to prepare several dishes to celebrate your birthday. After dinner, why not stay the night and share a few drinks with me? Yi Shuang, upon hearing this, sighed inwardly, realizing that she could not entirely refuse. All right, Uncle Chun. Yet, her thoughts drifted to Bai Yuyo, as they had promised to celebrate their birthdays together today. Uncle Chun. Chapter 82. The rain stops. Bai Yuyo returned from grocery shopping, her hands laden with bags, her head bowed as she fumbled for her keys to unlock the door. The crisp sound of the lock turning echoed as she slowly opened the door, immediately lowering her gaze to search for the familiar pair of shoes on the floor. But to her dismay, they were absent. Clearly, Yi Shuang had not returned home. Yi Shuang, Bai Yuyo murmured to the empty air, then placed all the ingredients from her bags onto the table. She walked to the balcony, bringing a small stool to gaze at the scenery beyond the railing. The young girl watched the view outside, time passing slowly, with only a few cars and pedestrians ambling down the street. Bai Yuyo, with her gem-like eyes, scanned the surroundings, as if everything bore Yi Shuang's shadow, yet felt as though nothing was quite right. As the dawn observes the sky and dusk contemplates the clouds, I think of you. Even while sitting still, Bai Yuyo did not mind the sensation of waiting. As long as Yi Shuang appeared, she felt a sense of happiness. However, no matter where she looked, she could not find that familiar figure. Suddenly, the girl seemed to have a revelation. Yes, if she cooked, Yi Shuang would surely return. She turned back into the house, emptied all the ingredients onto the counter, and began to bustle about in the kitchen. After several days of practice, while she could not quite reach Yi Shuang's culinary prowess, she could at least prepare a complete dish. After about half an hour, Bai Yuyo emerged with a bowl of food. She had bought too much, resulting in a generous portion, even using a stainless steel bowl typically reserved for soups. She placed the dish on the table, a simple stir-fried tomato and egg. The eggs were slightly burnt, and the tomatoes were cut rather oddly. Yet this was Bai Yuyo's finest creation in recent days. She gazed at the dish, waiting patiently. As time slipped by, darkness enveloped the surroundings. After dusk faded, the soft glow of the moonlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle light on the table before her, just the right size to fit her palm. The food had long since lost its warmth. Even the stir-fried tomato and egg had begun to congeal, the moonlight illuminating the blackened yellow of the eggs, rendering them somewhat pallid. I'm hungry. The young girl sat beside the table, dutifully waiting. She did not turn on the lights. In the dimly lit living room, Bai Yuyo's figure appeared somewhat fragile. Suddenly, Bai Yuyo noticed her phone ringing beside her. Her previously dull eyes seemed to flicker with a glimmer of light as she reached out to grab it. Tang Kiki, happy birthday. Have you eaten cake yet? Upon discovering the news of Tang Kiki, Bai Yuyo gently pressed the button with her finger. I haven't eaten yet, she remarked. Didn't brother buy anything? Tang Kiki inquired. Yi Shuang hasn't returned, Bai Yuyo replied. Perhaps brother is still busy. It's all right. He will definitely come back, Tang Kiki reassured her. After setting her phone down, the living room dimmed once more, and Bai Yuyo continued to sit there, her thoughts lingering on Yi Shuang. An hour passed, and the rain began to fall outside. A cool breeze seeping through the window. It felt a bit cold. Bai Yuyo glanced towards the balcony. As night descended, every household had already lit their lights, while the rain fell softly and delicately, as if sifted through a fine mesh. Ah, the lights. Yi Shuang will return once they are turned on. Bai Yuyo stood up slowly and switched on the lights. However, with the illumination, the house appeared even emptier and colder. The young girl returned to her previous spot. Waiting patiently, fearing that Yi Shuang might forget, she took out her phone and sent a message, yet received no response. Yi Shuang, I miss you, Bai Yuyo thought as she listened to the sound of rain outside, her longing tugging at her heart until it felt as though it might burst. After a while, her gaze fell upon the scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and she murmured to herself, I understand now. It must be because I didn't prepare it well that Yishuang hasn't come back. Bai Yuyo stood up once more and dashed to the kitchen, rummaging through the remaining ingredients in the refrigerator. Although she lacked the skill to combine them properly, she presented an odd assortment on a plate. Placing it beside the scrambled eggs, she stared at the rising wisps of steam in a daze. Perhaps she wondered if something had happened to Yishuang. Bai Yuyo hesitated for a moment before taking out her phone and dialing the number. No one answered. She set the phone down and curled up, unknowingly drifting off to sleep. In her dreams, Yishuang returned. Yishuang was back. Yet, when she opened her eyes again, the familiar figure was nowhere to be seen. She looked towards the living room, which remained desolate. Thus, Bai Yuyo chose to close her eyes once more, for in her dreams, she could still see Yishuang. Yuyo, what are you doing? Yishuang's voice echoed in her ears. Bai Yuyo looked at the figure beside her and replied, Yishuang, I'm dreaming. Silly girl. What dream are you having? Yishuang asked, playfully tapping Bai Yuyo's head. At that moment, he was damp, with strands of hair falling across his forehead. Perhaps the real pain from the tap brought Bai Yuyo back to her senses, and she realized that Yishuang seemed truly present beside her. Yishuang tugged at his clothes, exclaiming in exasperation, It's raining so heavily, and I forgot to bring an umbrella or my phone. Yishuang, hug. Bai Yuyo suddenly exclaimed, throwing herself into his arms without a care for his wet attire, burying her face against him. It seems you've been waiting for me obediently. I'm just a bit late. Yishuang instinctively wrapped his arms around the girl's waist, gently stroking the back of her head. He then glanced at the dishes on the dining table. Although their presentation was somewhat lacking, it was evident that Bai Yuyo had poured her heart into preparing them. As for where Yishuang had been, well, you shall find out shortly. I just need to change my clothes. He released her. Yishuang, wait. You fool. Don't follow me while I change. After changing into a fresh outfit, Yishuang packed the food from the table and then drove out with Bai Yuyo. Yishuang. I was just thinking about you, Bai Yuyo said. Hearing this, Yishuang, who was gripping the steering wheel, smiled slightly. Oh, how much were you thinking of me? Bai Yuyo was unsure how to respond, clumsily stammering, very much, very much. She then added, I've been waiting for you obediently. Yishuang gazed deeply at her. Yes, I know. He had indeed kept his promise, albeit the journey had been somewhat convoluted. The mere thought of Uncle Chun's expressive face during that time made Yishuang feel a bit timid. Fortunately, everything was clarified in the end. Chen Qin had also chimed in to explain, and ultimately, Chen's father merely crossed his arms, stating, It's not that complicated. Just bring the poor child you mentioned back for dinner. Little rascal, do you think our Chun family is as bad as you imagine? Yishuang. Where to? Yishuang chuckled, choosing not to respond. After driving to Chen Qin's home once more, he led Bai Yuyo into the spacious villa. The grand revolving dining table was adorned with over 20 dishes, and the surrounding guests turned their eyes towards them. Come, over here, Chen Hai and Chen Qin called out. Chen's father and mother also glanced towards Bai Yuyo, with Chen's mother smiling as she said, Yuyo, right? Come here and sit by Auntie. At that moment, Bai Yuyo hid behind Yishuang, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by it all. The atmosphere was warm, the light illuminating every corner of the house. A sensation she had never experienced before. Yishuang smiled, rummaged through the bag, and took out the dish that Bai Yuyo had made, placing it on the rotating table. Although it seemed somewhat out of place compared to the grand dishes, no one voiced any objections. Bai Yuyo sat down, and as she faced the circle of kind gazes, her attention was drawn to the window. The rain appeared to have ceased. Chapter 83. What dreams may come a few hours earlier, Uncle Chun. I may not be able to stay for dinner tonight, Yishuang suddenly said, looking at Chen's father. As soon as the words left his mouth, both Chen's father and Chen Qin turned their attention to him, with Chen's father appearing somewhat taken aback, but still patient enough to ask. Your aunt has prepared the soup. Are you not staying for dinner? Chen Qin seemed puzzled as well, but a flicker of realization crossed her beautiful eyes. Yishuang, standing before this revered elder, second only to his parents, let out a deep sigh, no longer concealing the course of events. He bore responsibilities that he must uphold and promises he was sworn to protect. If matters continued to unfold as they had, Bai Yuyo would likely not see him return home tonight. Trust is akin to a mirror. Once shattered, even if mended, it can never regain its original integrity. I had promised a child to celebrate our birthdays together. I apologize, Uncle Chan. I shall certainly visit to express my regrets another day. Yi Shuang rose to his feet, bowing slightly in apology, feeling remorseful for the kindness bestowed upon him by Chen's parents. Uncle Chan observed Yi Shuang intently, the atmosphere around them seemingly frozen in time. Noticing the silence from Uncle Chan, Yi Shuang maintained his posture, aware that while Uncle Chan was gentle with his family, it did not imply a lack of temper. After all, he was a true figure of authority, someone whom many sought to curry favor with but could not easily approach. The moment Yi Shuang uttered his words, an invisible pressure enveloped him. However, he felt no regret. The Chen family would not suffer in his absence tonight. But for Bai Yuyo, the situation was far more complicated. He recalled the kitchen light at 5 in the morning and the girl's clumsy attempts to prepare a birthday gift for him. You, my child, so talented. Why should you be troubled by matters of the heart? Uncle Chen finally spoke, exhaling a sigh, filled with disappointment. It was clear that the woman had harmed Yi Shuang's parents. Though not the direct perpetrator, she could not escape culpability. Yet, he did not expect Yi Shuang to remain ensnared in this web. Despite his high regard for Yi Shuang, this was a significant flaw. Father, it is not as you think, Chen Qin interjected, eager to defend Yi Shuang. I is not going to accompany his ex-girlfriend. At this moment, Chen Qin felt the weight of the awkward atmosphere and even let slip her affectionate nickname for Yi Shuang. Not an ex-girlfriend? Yes, it is another girl, Chen Qin clarified. Uncle Chen's expression grew even more intriguing. He let out a soft hum, remarking, You, my dear girl, are still coming to his defense. Chen Qin felt a mix of emotions but proceeded to explain how Yi Shuang had found himself on the streets, ultimately aided by a kind-hearted girl. Such a thing happened? Uncle Chen was taken aback, pondering Yi Shuang's intentions. If it were not his ex-girlfriend, it could be explained, for in Chen Qin's words, Yi Shuang's actions seemed more like a gesture of gratitude and an odd sense of responsibility. As a man, Uncle Chen did not disdain this aspect of Yi Shuang. He had initially thought Yi Shuang was unable to let go of his ex-girlfriend. However, if that were the case, his sense of duty and commitment only deepened Uncle Chen's admiration. I apologize, Uncle Chen. I will certainly pay a visit next time, Yi Shuang stated. Acknowledging the care he had received from Uncle Chen throughout his life, recognizing that he had not handled this matter well. At this moment, Father Chen waved his hand dismissively, stating that it wasn't such a hassle after all. He could simply bring the poor child along for dinner. He then chided playfully, You little rascal. Do you think our Chen family is as dreadful as you imagine? Remember, this is half your home. That old fellow Yi entrusted me with your well-being. Hearing this, Yi Shuang felt a warmth in his heart and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Uncle Chen. As for the dinner, Father Chen abruptly kicked in, Nonsense. Just bring the person over. Yi Shuang instinctively dodged, glanced at the nearby Chen Qin, and then rose to head for the car. Observing his hurried departure, Father Chen turned his gaze to the girl beside him. Qin Mei, what do you think? At this moment, Chen Qin merely managed a forced smile, her emotions unclear. Daddy, I truly like him. What should I do? Her tone carried a hint of disappointment, but he says he is not worthy of me. Father Chen, being experienced, appeared quite nonchalant. I believe that lad is simply too idle. If he were given a company to manage, he would be too busy to indulge in such thoughts. As long as he is not fixated on that girl from the Zhao family, he will eventually be yours. After all, you two are the most compatible. Do not worry. Chen Qin, upon hearing this, suddenly retorted softly, Humph, actually, I am not solely fixated on Yi Shuang. Your daughter is quite beautiful. Then you should change the photo on your bedside. Father Chen shot her a glance for a girl. Having Yi Shuang's photo on the bedside table is something to be embarrassed about if others see it. Chen Qin's lovely face flushed visibly. Why you went into my room. Don't say such things. The housekeeper mentioned it after cleaning. Chen Qin stood up, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, stamped her foot, and ran to the kitchen. I won't talk to you anymore. Such a troublesome girl. Can I tease you a bit? Meanwhile, Yi Shuang drove into the flow of traffic, glancing at the darkening sky outside and silently accelerated. A drop of water splashed against the windshield, followed by a flurry of raindrops as a light rain began to fall. Yi Shuang quietly activated the windshield wipers, the view ahead becoming a blur of red lights. It's raining. It shouldn't be during rush hour, right? Yi Shuang murmured, intending to send a message to Bai Yuyo, informing her that he was on his way back. However, upon reaching into his pocket, he felt a slight chill in his heart. He frowned slightly and checked the other pocket, only to realize that his phone was absent. It seemed to have been left on the table at Chen Qin's home. A wry smile crossed Yi Shuang's lips as he glanced in the rearview mirror, noticing a long line of cars behind him. Turning back now would likely lead to more congestion. How could I have such a habit of misplacing my phone? Yi Shuang pondered, observing the slowly moving traffic ahead, and sighed. It took him an entire hour and a half to finally reach the entrance of the community. Having encountered not only rain and traffic, but also a minor collision where two cars stubbornly blocked the road, explaining the snail's pace of movement. Due to the absence of an umbrella, Yi Shuang, after parking her car, hurriedly dashed through the rain to the entrance of the building. Although the distance was not far, her clothes were still dampened by the downpour. Upon reaching her doorstep, Yi Shuang retrieved her keys and unlocked the door. A familiar silhouette was seated at the dining table. Appearing to be in a state of half-sleep, her eyes partially closed. Yu, Yi Shuang softly called as she approached Bai Yu. After a few moments, the girl slowly opened her eyes, a hint of weariness and a tone reminiscent of affectionate petulance in her voice. Yi Shuang, I was dreaming. Yi Shuang reached out and gently tapped her on the head, unable to suppress a smile. Silly girl, what were you dreaming about? Chapter 84, still too young in the Chun household, Bai Yu sat quietly, possibly drawing attention due to her striking beauty, which was quite captivating. However, her face bore a slight pallor, a remnant of her prolonged malnutrition that had weakened her constitution. What is your name? Mrs. Chun asked kindly, ladling a bowl of soup for Bai Yu. Bai Yu gazed at the soup placed before her, opening her mouth to respond. But the presence of so many people rendered her speechless, causing her body to tremble slightly. Mrs. Chen reassured her, it's all right, just drink the soup. Perhaps due to Mrs. Chen's gentle and warm nature, Bai Yu finally whispered, Bai Yu. Thank you. Mrs. Chen smiled and replied, then I'll call you Xiao Bai, all right? Bai Yu felt an unfamiliar warmth emanating from Mrs. Chen. It was a feeling she had never experienced before, leaving her momentarily at a loss as she stared at the soup. It seemed as though she had never truly known maternal love, yet paradoxically, it felt as if she had. Have some vegetables. Yi Shuang served Bai Yu a few pieces of meat before also offering some to Chen Qin, as it was customary for her to care for those around her. Chen Hai, on the side, silently gave a thumbs up, almost wanting to exclaim how impressive Yi Shuang was. He could not fathom how she had the audacity to bring Bai Yu along, and it appeared that Chen Qin was not particularly upset. Nor did it seem that their grandfather had any objections. Chen Hai was left wondering what had transpired in between. Before them lay a rotating platter of approximately 27 dishes, seemingly in celebration of Yi Shuang's birthday, though it included 2 additional dishes prepared by Bai Yu. The Chen family was accustomed to such lavish meals, with a minimum of 15 dishes prepared daily by a dedicated chef. Hence, it was entirely reasonable that Chen Qin did not know how to cook. Yi Shuang herself had not known how to cook previously, but had learned to prepare meals to care for someone special, gradually mastering a variety of homestyle dishes. Yi Shuang scooped some of the tomato scrambled eggs that Bai Yu had made, and as she did so, the girl's gaze fell upon her. The soup had cooled, but the rotating platter had a warming feature, and after being left for a while, it should still be quite palatable. Upon entering, a faint aroma of burnt flavors mingled with sweetness wafted through the air. Yi Shuang took another bite of rice, and upon noticing Bai Yu's gaze upon her, she offered a gentle smile. Not bad, you've made progress. Bai Yu's eyes sparkled with delight, her hair seemingly dancing in joyous abandon. Although she yearned for more praise from Yi Shuang, she felt quite content at that moment. At this juncture, Chen Qin, observing the scene, decided to scoop some scrambled eggs with tomatoes onto her plate. Although the presentation was lacking, she took a bite nonetheless. The moment it touched her palate, she involuntarily frowned. Yet she remained silent, finishing her portion before moving on to other dishes. The entire plate of scrambled eggs was consumed by Yi Shuang. As for the bizarre medley of stews, despite her desire to indulge, the taste was simply dreadful. After a few hesitant bites, she ultimately lost the courage to continue. However, that particular dish had been haphazardly prepared by Bai Yu. Nonetheless, with such progress, Yi Shuang felt a sense of relief in her heart, knowing she could at least manage her own meals moving forward. Throughout this time, Chen's parents occasionally cast glances at Bai Yu, as if seeking confirmation of something. By the way, why hasn't Fugui arrived? Yi Shuang turned to Chen Hai and inquired. He seems to be studying abroad for some technical skills and won't be back for a while, he replied. Oh. Yi Shuang recalled their previous conversation and fell into contemplation for a few moments. At that moment, Chen's father suddenly spoke up, Xiao Shuang. Yes? Yi Shuang returned to the present, curious about his intent. Chen's father smiled. Come, join me for a couple of drinks. Sure, Yi Shuang did not refuse. Pouring wine for the elder before consuming a couple of shots herself. Chen Qin watched with a hint of exasperation, questioning the choice to drink instead of savoring the soup. It's fine. It's been boiled, and we can enjoy it again tomorrow, Chen's mother remarked nonchalantly. Your father hasn't had a drink in a long time. After drinking tonight, you should stay over, she added. I've already had the guest room prepared upstairs. Yi Shuang glanced at the time and recognized that staying the night would be a better option. Then we shall not impose. Bai Yuyo nodded in agreement. As her sole desire was to sleep alongside Yi Shuang, irrespective of where they rested. The atmosphere at the dining table remained warm and congenial. Chun Hai had initially intended to join in the drinking, but was abruptly halted by his wife, who pinched the excess flesh at his waist and gave it a twist. Chun Hai's wife hailed from the Sichuan Chongqing region. Prior to their marriage, she had been quite gentle. Chun Hai often expressed how sweet and kind his girlfriend was back then. However, after their passionate union, he discovered her personality was remarkably assertive. Fortunately, Chun Hai's own disposition was rather soft, allowing them to coexist harmoniously. Despite this, Chun Hai often lamented about his wife's fiery temperament. Xiao Shuang, at this moment, Chen's father, having consumed a few glasses, spoke with a slight slur. There's a company in the high-tech zone looking for a vice president. Would you be interested? Yi Shuang was taken aback, but quickly replied. Thank you for your kind offer, Uncle Chun, but I believe I would like to pursue other endeavors for now. Alas, if one does not wish to engage, then so be it. I have not compelled you. Father Chen chuckled, for deep down, you understand that Qin Qin is indeed bearing an excessive burden alone. Chen Hai, that unfortunate lad, lacks ambition and capability. In truth, I possess immense trust and optimism in you, as I have witnessed your growth since childhood. Beside them, Chen Hai curled his lips in a wry smile. Is there any father who belittles his own son in such a manner? Nonetheless, he shows little interest in the company's affairs, though Chun Qin's performance has been commendable. As for Yi Shuang, his talents are evident to all. He has revitalized the ailing Zhao family business, demonstrating remarkable ability. Father Chen's thoughts were straightforward. His family is substantial, and it is difficult for a single daughter to manage it alone. Furthermore, he harbored distrust towards others, thus turning his attention to Yi Shuang. After all, he has taken a liking to this younger generation, and with his daughter also enamored, coupled with his exceptional character and capabilities, he is undoubtedly the ideal candidate for a husband. After some time conversing, Father Chen observed that Yi Shuang was momentarily disinterested in the current topic and decided to shift to lighter matters. Soon, Yi Shuang began to feel the effects of intoxication. After all, liquor differs from beer, which is difficult to overindulge in. At this moment, Chen Qinqin gently placed her hand on Yi Shuang's back, while her other hand restrained his wine glass. All right, enough for now. Your face is flushed. Yi Shuang shook his head. I'm fine. Ha ha ha, still too young. Father Chen chuckled in response. Mother Chen cast a playful, reproachful glance at Father Chen. What are you laughing at? Your own face looks like a horse's rear. At that moment, Bai Yuyo observed this scene with curiosity. She had seen Yi Shuang in such a state before, but this time it seemed to carry a subtly different air. Chapter 85. Intoxication having consumed too much. Chen Qinqin assisted Yi Shuang into the elevator and guided him to the guest room on the second floor. After setting him down beside the bed, she bent down to remove his shoes and socks. Thank you, Yi Shuang mumbled incoherently. You can't compete with my father in drinking. You must take care of your health. Chen Qinqin sat at the edge of the bed and noticed Yi Shuang, who appeared distressed, resting his arm over his eyes. After a moment's thought, she pressed the service bell by the bedside. Within seconds, there was a knock at the door, and a woman entered. Miss, Chen Qinqin instructed, Auntie, please bring me a warm towel. Certainly. Before long, with the warm towel in hand, Chen Qinqin began to gently wipe Yi Shuang's face. Recognizing that he was too inebriated to bathe, her sole intention was to ensure he could rest comfortably. Observing that Yi Shuang seemed to have drifted into slumber, Chen Qinqin pressed her thumb against the now cool towel, unable to resist stealing another glance at him. As a thought crossed her mind, a rosy blush appeared on her delicate face. She suddenly tucked her hair behind her ear, revealing her fair profile as she leaned slightly closer. The distance between her and Yi Shuang was merely a few centimeters. Yi Shuang instinctively murmured a vague sound, startling Chen Qin, who immediately stiffened. Her face flushed as if it could bleed. After casting another glance to confirm that Yi Shuang remained asleep, she breathed a sigh of relief. I'm sorry, Mom. Yi Shuang's unconscious utterance melted Chen Qin's heart. After all, having endured such a blow, Yi Shuang, though silent outwardly, must be suffering immensely inside. He had never been one to rely on others, often exhibiting a touch of stubbornness. Gently stroking Yi Shuang's hair, Chen Qin softly said, Please lean on me. I will always be by your side. Upon leaving Yi Shuang's room, Chen Qin noticed a woman waiting nearby and inquired, Annie, have you prepared a change of clothes for that girl? Yes, miss, she just took a bath, the woman replied. Then you should also get some rest. It's getting late, Chen Qin suggested. All right, miss, the woman responded, feeling that there was nothing more to be done. Chen Qin returned to her room on the 3rd floor to rest. I say, Chen, she called out. What is it? Came the reply. In another room, Chen's mother, dressed in a nightgown, sat at her vanity, applying a facial mask, while Chen's father, though having consumed a considerable amount of alcohol, remained only mildly tipsy, engrossed in a game of mahjong on his phone. What do you think of that girl? Chen's mother asked. She is quite pretty. But I don't think Shuang has those kinds of feelings for her. At least, I don't sense anything. Chen's father replied without looking up. No, that is not what I meant, she clarified. What? A Xian? Don't you think she bears a resemblance to a Xian? Chen's mother remarked. I've known a Xian since childhood, and I feel she looks very much like her younger self. At this, Chen's father set down his phone, his brow furrowing slightly. Are you serious? Yes, she affirmed. Do you remember a Xian's daughter who went missing? She was about 3 or 4 at the time. So she must be around 17 or 18 now. Impossible. If it were really her, how could she still be in school? Shouldn't she have been sold off into the mountains? Chen's father dismissed the idea, though his voice carried a hint of uncertainty. Well, back in those days, it wasn't difficult to register for a household. Chen's mother continued. Tomorrow, ask that child for more details. If there is even a possibility, I will inform a Xian and have her come to the mainland. You know, because of this incident, a Xian hasn't had any more children. She only has that one daughter. If this is true, it would truly be a divine intervention. Agreed. Uncertain hours passed, and Yi Shuang, lying in bed, groggily awoke. Feeling disoriented and uncomfortable. The ceiling is spinning, he murmured, slowly sitting up to gather himself. Beer is fine, but the liquor has really taken its toll. He felt a bit thirsty. Rising to his feet, he scanned the room, searching for something akin to a water jug. The service bell on the bedside table could summon someone to bring refreshments, but given the late hour, Yi Shuang had no intention of troubling anyone. Go down and pour yourself some water, Yi Shuang remarked, as he was not unfamiliar with the Chen family. After all, he had spent many nights there before, often staying late with Chen Hai and then simply opting to stay over. As he pushed open the door, the corridor was not completely dark. A warm yellow light strip extended along the hallway, casting a gentle glow. Yawning, Yi Shuang was about to descend the stairs when a small hand suddenly appeared beside his foot, tugging at his pant leg. Startled, he looked down to find it was none other than Bai Yuyo. What are you doing here? Yi Shuang crouched down to meet Bai Yuyo's gaze. What happened? Bai Yuyo, leaning against the wall, held a snow-white pillow in one arm, while the other continued to grasp Yi Shuang's pant leg. Her upturned face resembled that of a small creature seeking comfort. I couldn't sleep and wanted to join you, but I couldn't find you, she murmured, lowering her eyes. Then I forgot where my room was. Yi Shuang felt a twinge of helplessness at her words. He gently patted the girl's head and helped her to her feet. After leading Bai Yuyo back to his room, he asked, I'm going downstairs for a glass of water. Would you like some? She shook her head. Then be a good girl and wait for me here. Okay. Before long, Yi Shuang returned with a jug of water, placing it on the nearby table before heading to the restroom. Upon his return, he found Bai Yuyo had already fallen asleep, hugging his pillow. She curled up slightly, her form appearing delicate and exquisitely beautiful. Yi Shuang lay back down, and perhaps sensing the familiar warmth, Bai Yuyo instinctively nestled closer, burying her face in his arm, just as she often did. Such a lack of affection, Yi Shuang mused, brushing aside her bangs and feeling her gentle, warm breaths. Gradually, he closed his eyes, as he had yet to fully shake off the effects of alcohol, and fell into slumber almost immediately upon touching the pillow. After a while, Bai Yuyo suddenly opened her eyes. She leaned in and planted a soft kiss on Yi Shuang's cheek before shifting closer and closing her eyes again. Couples should express affection often, echoed the voice of Tang Kiki in his ears, as if still resonating. Chapter 86. Oblivion early the next morning. Yishuang escorted by Yuyo home. However, before they could leave, Mother Chen called out to them, inquiring about various matters. Though puzzled by her questions, Yishuang shared all that he knew. Be sure to come over next time. Annie will make you some soup, Mother Chen said with a smile. Understood. Qin In is really something. Still sleeping in, she added. Auntie, she just returned to the country. Let her rest well for now, Yishuang chuckled. I'll visit again another day. You child, saying such things will make me angry, Mother Chen replied, turning her gaze to Bai Yuyo. Shall Bai? Remember to come over and play next time. Bai Yuhuan gently nodded. After bidding farewell to Chen's mother, Yishuang led Bai Yuhuan into the car. Following the gentle rain from the previous night, the air today felt remarkably fresh. Yishuang slightly rolled down the window, allowing a cool breeze to flow in, as if the wind enveloped them in a tender embrace, vanishing without a trace. Perhaps lost in thought, Yishuang's gaze turned somewhat desolate, and his breathing grew heavier. Suddenly, he spoke to the girl beside him. Yuhuan, once we return, you should stay at home. I need to step out for a while. Bai Yuhuan tilted her head and asked, Yishuang, where are you going? After a brief silence, Yishuang forced a smile and replied, to a place I myself do not wish to visit. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuhuan inquired, can I come along? It might be a bit dull. The girl shook her head, insisting, as long as I am with you, I am willing. Yishuang chose not to elaborate further. After driving for over an hour, Yishuang parked the car in a square and, upon exiting, led Bai Yuhuan directly into a flower shop. The fragrance of flowers wafted into the air, reminiscent of the scent that lingered around Bai Yuhuan, yet more intense. Yishuang's presence quickly captured the attention of the young shopkeeper, who, upon seeing them, enthusiastically began to recommend, we have just received some beautiful roses. Yishuang glanced around the shop and stated, I need flowers to honor my deceased relatives. The shopkeeper paused momentarily before smiling and suggesting, how about chrysanthemums? The white ones symbolize sorrow and remembrance, and they are often paired with yellow ones for mourning. This combination is quite popular. Yishuang nodded, that will suffice. Very well, that will be 30 in total. After completing the payment, Yishuang accepted the bouquet handed to him. Observing him with the flowers, Bai Yuhuan seemed to grasp a part of it, having heard about the deceased. Yet she did not fully comprehend the significance. Subsequently, Yishuang drove Bai Yuhuan to a cemetery. After registering at the entrance, they walked toward a distant slope lined with gravestones and low shrubs, the scenery beautiful yet imbued with an indescribable stillness, as if the air carried an unspoken heaviness. Yishuang remained silent, guiding Bai Yuhuan up the path for about 10 minutes until they paused before a gravestone. A familiar black and white photograph was etched onto the dark stone. Striking in its clarity, Yishuang gently placed the chrysanthemums before the gravestone and then sat quietly, gazing at it. Bai Yuhuan stood behind him, curiously studying the photograph on the stone. Last night, in a drunken stupor, Yishuang had dreamed of his parents. If only he could linger in that dream a little longer. I was never particularly close with my parents. Yishuang spoke softly, expressing her discontent with her mother's incessant nagging. Her mother was always concerned about whether she was overworked, whether her meals were satisfactory, whether she frequently forgot to eat, and whether she stayed up late. Yishuang had seemingly grown accustomed to her mother's kindness, taking it for granted. Although she had matured, in her mother's eyes, she remained a child. Her mother often advised her not to exhaust herself over money, emphasizing that health was paramount. Yishuang found herself perpetually annoyed by this. It felt as though her mother's worries encompassed not only her, but also the city she inhabited. Yishuang also harbored a dislike for her father's bravado, his silent demeanor, and the burdens he bore in silence. She resented how he would insist he was fine, downplaying his injuries as mere trifles. Yet, upon reflection, she realized that her parents had aged without her noticing. Their eyes now bore wrinkles, and they had begun to care about their graying hair, even resorting to dyeing it. She recalled a moment when she helped her mother dye her hair. Her mother expressed curiosity about what it would be like to have white hair, yet she lamented that she would not live to see it. It was only when an accident occurred due to her that Yishuang truly understood the ancient adage. A child wishes to care for their parents, but the parents may not wait. She had always taken her parents' love for granted, yet found herself unable to express her feelings. Ultimately, she realized that she had lost the two people she cherished most. Yishuang murmured, a son is unfilial. She spoke for a long while in silence. While Bai Yuhua listened quietly, not fully grasping the complexities of those emotions, but willing to embrace Yi Shuang's current state. The two sat in the vast cemetery, appearing somewhat insignificant against its backdrop. When Yi Shuang finally came to her senses, she noticed that they had been sitting there for 2 hours, and the girl beside her had not uttered a word. Isn't it a bit dull to be here? Yi Shuang collected her thoughts and smiled. Bai Yuhua shook her head, indicating otherwise. She had merely sat there, observing the slightly gaunt profile of Yi Shuang, suddenly realizing that he too possessed a vulnerable side. Would you like a hug? Bai Yuhua suddenly opened her arms, offering a source of comfort. Upon seeing this, Yi Shuang embraced her, feeling the warmth of her soft body. As he closed his eyes, he felt a sense of calm wash over him. Indeed, it was invigorating. Yi Shuang, she called softly. So, is the ultimate end for everyone death? Bai Yuhua inquired suddenly. Yi Shuang paused, then gently replied, death is not the end. Life and death are not opposed. Death merely exists as a part of life. The girl seemed to grasp only part of this notion. Then what is the end? Yi Shuang pondered her question and smiled, saying, perhaps it is oblivion. That is far more frightening than death. Existing in a world where no trace of you remains, where no one remembers you. As if you had never set foot in this world. Bai Yuhua suddenly walked to the gravestone, examining it earnestly from top to bottom. What is it? Yi Shuang asked. Bai Yuhua earnestly remarked. By remembering Yi Shuang's parents' names, this world gains another soul who cherishes their memory. Yi Shuang stood still for several seconds, then suddenly smiled tenderly. You fool. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through, lifting the girl's hair as if embracing them, lingering for an eternity. Chapter 87. Psychological counseling. The weekend had passed, and life returned to its routine. Yi Shuang awoke early, stretching his stiff limbs, the joints cracking slightly. After sitting on the edge of the bed for a moment, his gaze fell upon the sleeping girl beside him. In the hazy morning light, Bai Yuhua, dressed in a silk nightgown, had a rather ungraceful sleeping posture, the hem of her gown reaching her chest, her fair skin shining brightly. Exposing your belly will lead to a cold, Yi Shuang thought, propping his face on one hand, a hint of helplessness reflected in his deep-set eyes. No matter how warm the weather, one must cover the navel. Reaching out to pull down her dress, he found it impossible due to her back pressing against it. His movement inadvertently caused her to lift her thigh, resting it upon his wrist. Gazing at that soft curve, Yi Shuang had no choice but to retrieve the blanket that had fallen to the floor, covering her once more. After freshening up, Yi Shuang donned an apron and retrieved ingredients from the refrigerator. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of a knock echoed, signaling Tang Keek's arrival. Today, she seemed to have come earlier than usual. When Yi Shuang opened the door, she greeted him with a charming smile. Good morning, brother. Good morning, Kiki. Come in. Breakfast isn't ready yet. Once he ushered Tang Kiki inside, he returned to the kitchen to continue his preparations. Upon discovering that Bai Yuhua was still asleep, Kiki set down her bag and joined him in the kitchen, saying, Brother, let me help you. Thank you. With Tang Keek's assistance, breakfast was prepared swiftly. Brother, what did you and Yuhuan do over the weekend? We celebrated a birthday at a friend's house and enjoyed a nice meal. Oh, it smells wonderful. Be sure to eat more later. Hee hee. The two engaged in light conversation until Bai Yuhua finally awoke, her eyes still heavy with sleep, her hair tousled adorably. She ambled to the bathroom, beginning her morning routine. After finishing, she found that breakfast was ready just as Yi Shuang and Kiki completed their preparations. Yuhuan, good morning. Kiki chimed cheerfully. Morning. Bai Yuhua, still appearing quite drowsy and expressionless, collapsed into Yi Shuang's arms as soon as she sat down, remaining utterly still. It seemed she hadn't had enough rest. Yi Shuang embraced her gently, softly patting her back. Kiki, curious, inquired, did you stay up late last night? Sort of. I ended up binge-watching an entire season of an anime with her, Yi Shuang admitted with a cough, having intended to show her just a couple of episodes. What anime? Burnable Oolong Tea. Yi Shuang remarked that it was quite an amusing show, but in truth, he merely wished to nurture Bai Yuyo's sense of humor. After all, her perpetually stern expression might just be softened by the antics of such a comedy. However, the reality was that Bai Yuyo did not laugh. Instead, she exhibited a peculiar tremor in her body, reminiscent of a system failing to retrieve information. Clearly, this aspect required more time to develop. After rising, Bai Yuyo mechanically consumed her breakfast, and then, like a weary little penguin, she was led away by Tang Ke. Brother, we are off, she announced. Be cautious on the road, and hold on to Yuyo tightly when crossing, came the reminder. Okay, he replied. Once he had seen the two young women off to school, Yi Shuang tidied up breakfast and commenced his daily writing routine. Recently, the performance of his novel had improved significantly, climbing to the second position on the new book category rankings. He glanced at the ratings, noting a rise from 69 to 85. The warmth he felt upon discovering that readers appreciated the characters he had created was immense. After quietly typing a request for his delightful readers to help promote his work and offer free gifts, he finally shut down his computer. He had surprisingly earned a few $100s. What a promising start. The recent payment for his contributions had also arrived, and he initially intended to mention the substantial amount he had made for cigarettes. Yet, the next moment, he instead remarked, "I now have enough for gum this month." Having wrapped up his writing, Yi Shuang stepped outside, intending to head to school, as his working hours differed from those of the teachers, beginning at 10 o'clock. "Good morning, young man," he heard as he opened the door, encountering the elderly neighbor from upstairs. The old man appeared to be heading out to buy groceries. "Good morning. Are you off to purchase some vegetables?" Yi Shuang inquired. "Yes, I've run out of food at home," the elder replied. "Given your mobility issues, perhaps you should consider ordering groceries online," Yi Shuang suggested. However, the old man shook his head. "No, it's important for me to get some fresh air. I am getting old, and if I don't get out now, I may not have another chance." He then smiled, adding, "In a while, my son will be bringing my granddaughter back home. If I don't keep moving, how will I be able to hold my precious granddaughter?" The mere mention of his family brought an involuntary smile to the elder's face. Yi Shuang, hearing this, smiled in return and chose not to delve further into conversation. Upon arriving at the school, Yi Shuang donned his white coat. Feeling somewhat idle, he resumed his reading of medical texts. About half an hour later, a female student entered. Recognizing her, he noted her familiar face. "Doctor, I had a miscarriage, but thankfully you caught it in time. My body is not severely harmed," the girl stated as she took a seat. "There's no need for thanks. It is essential for young women to take good care of their health," Yi Shuang replied. "You are in your 4th year, while those outside are merely in their 1st. You are in the prime of your youth." "Yes, I am aware," the girl responded with a smile. "I have already broken up with him. A man who is so irresponsible will not be someone I follow to the end." Upon hearing this, Yi Shuang earnestly stated, "You must first take responsibility for yourself." The young woman nodded. "I have since changed boyfriends. He truly cares for me and is much more dependable," Yi Shuang remarked. "Is it so casual for today's youth to switch partners?" However, he, being merely a school doctor, felt he lacked the authority to meddle in others' affairs. His earlier admonition stemmed solely from goodwill. After expressing her gratitude, the girl departed, only for another female student to arrive shortly thereafter. Indeed, a school clinic was established here. The new arrival spoke as she entered, and upon sitting down, Yi Shuang glanced at her and inquired, "Classmate, what seems to be troubling you?" "School doctor, you are quite handsome," she remarked immediately. Yi Shuang was momentarily taken aback, but managed to respond with a polite thank you. Character: Li Wanjun, a 5th-year student in the foreign language class 3 at Yinshan College. A fan enthusiast. A cursory glance at her information revealed nothing particularly noteworthy. "I feel unwell emotionally. I wish to seek psychological counseling," the young woman sighed. "I feel stifled." Psychological counseling? Yi Shuang mused, his mouth curling slightly. Was he indeed expanding his services? Chapter 88. Do you want candy? While lacking experience in psychological counseling, Yi Shuang nonetheless offered, "You may share your thoughts." The girl asked, "Do you follow any celebrities?" Everyone has their idols, right? Yi Shuang pondered for a moment before replying. "Yes, that is quite normal." Although he himself did not idolize any stars, he could empathize with those who pursued their idols, as it was, after all, a quest for beauty and an idealized self. Indeed, it is perfectly normal to admire celebrities, he affirmed. The girl continued, "I attended my brother's concert in a wedding dress, fulfilling a promise, and my boyfriend unexpectedly wanted to break up with me. Even my parents have disowned me. Do you find that absurd?" Yi Shuang, trembling slightly, lifted a thermos for a sip of water, muttering, "Yes, perhaps that is rather absurd," though he was uncertain who was truly absurd in this scenario. "Exactly," the girl exclaimed, appearing somewhat irate, yet it seemed she found a sense of validation in Yi Shuang's acknowledgement. Yi Shuang continued sipping his water, and the school clinic fell into a tranquil silence. After a few moments, he suddenly inquired, "Do you like your boyfriend?" "Of course I do, otherwise why would I be with him? He pursued me," she replied with a smile. Yi Shuang remained silent for a few seconds before asking, "And do you love your parents?" The girl glanced at Yi Shuang with a puzzled expression, Why wouldn't I? Yi Shuang responded with an "oh," then smiled softly. Let's return to discussing your idol. I assume you are well aware of their birthday, correct? Upon hearing this, the girl immediately broke into a cheerful smile. She began to rattle off details as if reciting a cherished list. Are you testing me? I am 184 meters tall, weigh 60 kilograms. My birthday is on August 2nd. I am a Leo, my blood type is. Her representative works include lung, itch, and only because of the cultivation manual. Yi Shuang listened quietly until she finished her breathless recitation. He then asked, with a knowing look, classmate, what is the date of your boyfriend's birthday? The question left the girl momentarily speechless. She furrowed her brow, as if struggling to recall, before finally pulling out her phone. Wait, I have it noted in my calendar. However, Yi Shuang shook his head. No need. Do you remember your parents' birthdays? Perhaps even basic details like height and weight? The girl rolled her eyes in annoyance. I may not remember their birthdays, but why would I need to remember height and weight? Yi Shuang replied. Indeed, why must one remember such details? Upon hearing this, the girl's frown deepened. Since you cherish your boyfriend and love your parents, why do you not even remember their birthdays? Yi Shuang inquired curiously. The girl looked at him, yet found herself at a loss for words. I thought being the school doctor made you different, but it seems you are just like everyone else. What does my admiration for celebrities have to do with you? With that, she stood up and walked away without a backward glance, and Yi Shuang paid her no mind. To him, idolizing was an act of admiration, a yearning for someone's brilliance, which could stem from personality or beauty. Fundamentally, it was a process of looking up to someone. It was natural to appreciate beautiful things, but the fervor of spending money to vote for a stranger, rushing to the airport to welcome them, or even donning wedding dresses and fighting with other fans struck Yi Shuang as rather peculiar. After all, when one rewards a novelist, they often receive a simple thank you in return. Yi Shuang chose not to dwell on it further. After all, this matter had little to do with him. It was merely a student seeking psychological guidance. Then he pondered, should he have refrained from contradicting her? After all, those who provide psychological counseling ought to follow the patient's lead in conversation, right? He took out his phone and began to study an ebook on psychological counseling. When encountering someone with troubles, the first step should be. Suddenly, he felt that being the school doctor was not as easy as it seemed. As he contemplated this, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, having stayed up late the previous night. Just as he was about to close his eyes for a brief respite, a faintly sweet scent wafted to his nostrils. Slowly, he opened his eyes to meet a pair of round, sparkling eyes. Startled by the sudden closeness of her face, Yi Shuang instinctively leaned back, nearly toppling his chair. At that moment, a leg clad in a tight stocking pressed against his chair, and the girl, with a lollipop in her mouth, mumbled indistinctly, Hey, what are you doing? How come you walk so quietly? And Shiyu tilted her head slightly, her neatly arranged bangs falling a little. Because I am a ninja. You still remember that setting? Yi Shuang retorted, and Shiyu paid no heed to Yi Shuang's sarcasm, merely stating, sleeping at work incurs a pay deduction. I just closed my eyes for a moment. She added. After Yi Shuang spoke, she glanced at Shiyu, who had her hands tucked in her pockets, and inquired, Did you skip class again? No. I'm not feeling well, and Shiyu replied. Yi Shuang scanned her critically. What exactly is wrong? I feel unwell everywhere, which is why I came here, and Shiyu lazily responded. So I did not skip class. Yi Shuang immediately understood that Shiyu was merely feigning illness to visit the infirmary. Her lips twitched. How is that any different from skipping class? There's a significant difference. I am ill, but you are pretending. And Shiyu clicked her tongue, turning her head away. What a decrepit adult you are. Someone like you, who lacks adaptability, will struggle to be a leader in society. Yi Shuang thought to herself, why am I being lectured by a schoolgirl? Sometimes, she truly wished to give this girl a sound thrashing. Would you like some candy? And Shiyu suddenly asked. I suppose. Yi Shuang felt a bit tired, yet was not particularly inclined to chew gum. A change of flavor would suffice. And Shiyu then pulled the lollipop from her mouth and offered it to Yi Shuang. Here. Is there nothing else? I only asked if you wanted candy because I didn't want it anymore. I prefer to avoid your saliva. Thank you. And Shiyu pondered for a moment, then asked. Shall I wipe it with a tissue? No way. The girl, seeing the situation, promptly returned the lollipop to her mouth and comfortably reclined on the bed in the corner. Just as Yi Shuang intended to resume her reading after Shiyu settled down, a voice called out, Oh right, my grandfather seems to want to meet you. Your grandfather? Yi Shuang recalled the old man she had seen in the cafeteria, who had advised her to visit a hospital for a heart checkup. Chapter 89. the curse at this moment, and Xialong sat in the boardroom, appearing deep in thought, his expression fluctuating between gloom and brightness. Just yesterday, his medical examination report had arrived. Though he had approached it with a casual mindset, considering his age, he was taken aback to discover that his heart indeed had issues, and of a serious nature, to the extent that hospitalization for observation was necessary. Remarkably, that young man had discerned the problems with just a glance. Reflecting on the wager he had made with the youth, and Xialong's expression grew more solemn. Was his precious granddaughter truly in danger? It seemed like just yesterday that she was so tiny and adorable at birth. Knock, knock, knock. A sound echoed from nearby as Xialong opened his mouth to speak, only to witness the door being kicked open. In an instant, Xialong slammed his hand on the table, just as he was about to rise. He noticed the girl standing with her hands tucked in her pockets, one leg raised. "Oh, Grandpa," and Shiyu exclaimed in her native Osaka dialect. "We're here." Beside her stood Yishuang, wearing a face of exasperation. "Xiaoyu, why do you always burst in like this?" And Xialong seemed somewhat displeased, furrowing his brows as he sternly admonished, "What if your precious toes get caught in the door? Grandpa would be heartbroken." Yishuang interjected, "Are you really sure you're not a doting grandfather? Sit down." And Xialong gestured to Yishuang, who complied and took a seat in the chair across from him. And Shiyu, however, plopped onto the armrest, her slender legs swinging freely, her back unceremoniously resting against Yishuang's shoulder. "Is this position suitable?" Yishuang inquired. And Shiyu, licking her lollipop, tilted her head to look at him. "Shall I sit in your lap then?" The girl grinned mischievously. "That could work." "Forget it," and Xialong quickly interjected. "Xiaoyu, sit on Grandpa's lap." "No way. How could that be? You used to love sitting on my knee when you were little." "Well, that was because you insisted on holding me tightly." "How unfair." The playful banter between the grandfather and granddaughter was exchanged in their dialect, leaving Yishuang somewhat bewildered yet aware of the underlying tension. An irritable old man was feeling jealous. "All right, let us discuss serious matters," and Xialong suddenly grew solemn, placing his hands on the desk, fingers interlaced. "Tell me, how did you know I was unwell?" Yishuang pondered for a moment, gesturing to his arm. "Wasn't I checking your pulse back then? Is it truly that remarkable?" And Xialong appeared skeptical. "Honestly, diagnosing ailments is within my capabilities," Yishuang replied, not deceiving him on that front. Meanwhile, and Shiyu's expression shifted to one of concern as her gaze lingered on her grandfather. "Grandpa, are you sick?" Unaware of the previous exchanges between Yishuang and her grandfather, she felt a sudden heaviness in her heart upon hearing of his health issues, her previously languid demeanor vanishing, replaced by a troubled countenance. "It's merely a trivial matter," and Xialong reassured her. "This is not a trivial matter." And Shiyu retorted, "Why didn't you tell me?" And Xialong's expression turned troubled, yet he explained, "As one ages, illness is inevitable, and I do not wish to burden you with worry." Upon hearing this, and Shiyu fell silent, dropping to the floor in distress. She cast a glance at her grandfather, disappointment evident in her eyes, before turning on her heel and leaving. "Xiaoyu." And Xialong sighed heavily as he watched his granddaughter flee. "Has something transpired?" Yishuang withdrew his gaze from Shiyu's departing figure and inquired. "Just now." And Shiyu's reaction seemed to touch upon a sensitive matter. The child had lost a relative due to certain circumstances, rendering her particularly attuned to such issues. And Xialong did not elaborate much. For her, no matter how sorrowful the events, they could never be forgotten, and the sadness of that time could be felt at any moment. "Speaking of that wager, I shall not oppose your involvement with Xiaoyu." Yishuang initially intended to mention that there was nothing between them, but considering the current atmosphere, she refrained from doing so. "May I ask you for a favor?" And Xialong suddenly inquired. "What is it?" "If possible, I hope you can spend more time with her, engaging in joyful activities. You seem to hold a rather special place in Xiaoyu's heart." Upon hearing this, Yishuang felt it was not an unreasonable request. "I will do my best." And Xialong appeared to recall something and retrieved a card from his pocket, sliding it across the table to Yishuang. "Here is 500,000. Consider it a reward for your assistance." Yet, Yishuang shook her head. "Is it too little?" Yishuang merely smiled. "No need for that. If the child were to learn that I was motivated by money, she would surely find it hard to forget this matter. Do you wish for your granddaughter to bear another sorrow?" And Xialong paused, a flicker of understanding crossing his face. "Did you find out through Xiaoyu?" "No, I surmised it," Yishuang replied. And Xialong seemed somewhat astonished by her insight, marveling at her abilities. "Your medical skills are quite remarkable." Yishuang could not find the words to explain, so she simply smiled. On the rooftop, and Shiyu perched on the balcony railing, her body nearly suspended in the air as the gentle breeze tousled her bangs. Perhaps lost in thought, she lowered her gaze, feeling a chill within her heart far more profound than the wind's caress. That is quite dangerous, sitting there. A voice called from behind her. Without turning, and Shiyu recognized the speaker. It doesn't matter, right? How did you find me, uncle? But in the next moment, and Shiyu froze as she observed Yi Shuang flip his body to mimic her posture on the railing. I have a strong intuition, he remarked, glancing down below. Wow, that's really high. And Shiyu snapped back to reality, turning her head. Uncle, you really are quite strange. I didn't expect to hear such words from someone as peculiar as you. With a playful huff, and Shiyu felt the refreshing breeze against her face, while Yi Shuang, sitting a short distance away, shielded her from some of the cold, offering a hint of warmth. Uncle, the girl began. Yes? Do you know more about hyperthymesia? Perhaps. It's a condition where one cannot forget things, isn't it? Yi Shuang replied. Every human possesses the ability to remember everything they see, and forgetting is, in fact, a protective mechanism. To remember everything is akin to a curse, much like I mentioned last time. As the gentle breeze carried Yi Shuang's words, they seemed to drift into the heart of the young girl. Chapter 90, Enlightenment. And Shiyu tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, revealing her delicate ear. A playful expression danced across her face as she remarked, I quite like this title, Uncle. What? Yi Shuang responded, feigning surprise. And Shiyu retorted with disdain, stop pretending. Your acting skills are only fit for cleaning the toilets of a film set. Yi Shuang replied, sometimes I truly wish I could just spank you. He suppressed the urge to treat her like a drum, yet the words slipped out. And Shiyu challenged, then go ahead and do it. If you have the guts. Come over. To his astonishment, she indeed shifted her body, reclining against the railing, her pleated skirt revealing her stockings in a manner that boldly suggested, if you wish to strike, then strike. With an impassive expression, Yi Shuang silently withdrew his hand. He realized that if he let it fall, she would likely reach for her phone to call the authorities. And Shiyu, with a playful demeanor, squinted and smiled. Uncle, you coward. Suddenly, a crisp slap echoed in the air, blending with the wind, leaving both Shiyu and Yi Shuang momentarily stunned. Yi Shuang, aware of his hand resting on her backside, slowly retracted it, pretending as if nothing had occurred, his gaze fixed on the distant scenery. And Shiyu gradually straightened herself, although her expression remained unchanged. Her ears began to flush with a subtle crimson. The atmosphere fell into a deathly silence until Yi Shuang's eyes deepened as he gazed into the distance, remarking, Today's wind is particularly boisterous. And Shiyu mirrored his contemplative look, responding, Indeed, it is a splendid day for an outing. Noticing the 3 new digits on the girl's phone, Yi Shuang smirked, Let me explain. It's better to discuss this with the police. However, and Shiyu did not intend to call the authorities. She had never planned to do so. The sight of Yi Shuang's slightly flustered expression had merely amused her. Yet the sensation from moments ago lingered in her memory, causing a delightful shiver to run through her. I'm heading back, and Shiyu announced, turning to leap off the railing. Oh, Yi Shuang followed suit, observing as she tucked her hands into her coat pockets. He noticed her smirk as she glanced at him struggling to descend. Farewell, lecherous uncle, she called out, her words whisked away by the wind. Before Yi Shuang could fully comprehend her statement, she had vanished at the staircase's entrance. He glanced at his palm, reflecting, my self-control still needs work. How can I let such an audacious little imp affect my emotions? Yet, he mused, she indeed proved to be quite the spirited challenge. At this moment, the wind on the rooftop seemed to have grown colder, prompting Yi Shuang to tighten her white lab coat as she made her way toward the stairwell. Shall we go to the restroom together, by you home? Tang Kiki inquired during the break. Ever since the last incident, she had taken it upon herself to accompany Bai Yuhong any time either of them needed to use the restroom, fearing any potential problems. However, such matters no longer warranted excessive concern, for the previous occurrence had stirred considerable commotion, leading both principals to convene a school-wide assembly. They emphasized repeatedly that any infraction would result in expulsion, leaving no room for forgiveness. Moreover, should anyone report an offense, the same punishment would apply upon verification. These stringent measures effectively silenced the small groups notorious for bullying, rendering them too fearful to cause further disturbances. It is worth noting that previously, even when incidents like this arose, the typical response was merely to summon parents for a face-to-face reprimand, often resulting in writing reflections or similar exercises. The school's philosophy had always been to guide even the most troubled students towards reforming their mindset, yet the efficacy of such an approach had proven negligible. Gradually, it became apparent that some students were, in fact, incorrigible, with parents who were equally entrenched in their ways, incapable of understanding reason or yielding to guidance. Thus, the school adopted a more rigorous enforcement of rules, dedicated to cultivating a safe campus and safeguarding the educational environment for all students. Notably, Enshiyu played a significant role in this transformation, directly informing her grandfather of the bullying she endured, which incensed him to summon several principals. Although the outcome resulted in Enshiyu single-handedly subduing 3 aggressors, the incident underscored the need for change. When Tang Kiki called out to Bai Yuhong, the latter, despite having no intention of using the restroom, stood up, naively believing her friend was reluctant to go alone. Inside the restroom, the 2 girls turned on the faucet, moistening a disposable towel with which they dabbed their faces, alleviating the fatigue accumulated during class. Yuhong, I heard the 3rd infirmary has opened, and there's a rather handsome young school doctor. Tang Kiki chattered about recent gossip, adding that the doctor possessed remarkable skills, able to diagnose ailments at a glance. Should we go check it out together later? At that moment, Bai Yuhong gazed into the mirror, noticing that she appeared more vibrant than before, with a hint of color replacing her earlier pallor, and her previously sharp chin had softened slightly. What are you looking at? Tang Kiki asked, glancing into the mirror herself. Finding nothing particularly remarkable. I look different now, Bai Yuhong replied. Tang Kiki pondered this, recalling how Bai Yuhong used to look, and then smiled brightly, exclaiming, "Isn't there a saying that love causes one to flourish?" Love. Bai Yuhong suddenly recalled the weight she had gained, silently committing this phrase to memory. Yuhong, about that infirmary I just mentioned, should we go take a look? The girl gently shook her head. All right, that makes sense. After all, you have an older brother. Tang Kiki remarked. What do you usually do at home on weekends? Do? Bai Yuhong responded. Yes. Bai Yuyo tilted her head in contemplation, pondering the notion of dining, watching films, and sharing a bed together. Tang Kiki's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she elaborated on the idea of sleeping arrangements. Bai Yuyo, taken aback by Tang Kiki's sudden excitement, offered a vague description of the situation, mentioning Yishuan and the warmth of the atmosphere. It felt to her as though there was a dissonance in their thoughts. Tang Kiki, with her finger poised in a 7-like shape beneath her chin, began to muse. Abruptly, she inquired whether Bai Yuyo wished to grow closer to her brother. Bai Yuyo was puzzled. Are you suggesting that if you desire to bathe together, you can? With the cunning of a strategist, Tang Kiki initiated her counsel for Bai Yuyo. The mere suggestion of sharing a bath brightened Bai Yuyo's gem-like eyes. First, let's start with the ritual of sleeping. I must tell you, your predicament is quite significant. Tang Kiki leaned closer to Bai Yuyo's ear, whispering an extensive array of advice. After a considerable period of mental processing, the young girl finally digested the information. Enlightenment dawned upon her. Chapter 91. School Anniversary. School nurse, someone here is feeling unwell. She remarked, I think I may have a fever. In the infirmary, Yishuang was seated at his post, observing the nearby girl who was acting rather coy, which began to induce a slight headache in him. Based on the information from the window, it was evident that the girl was in perfectly fine condition. Character, Yu Sini. A 6th grade student from Yinshan Academy, lovesick, yearning for a milkshake. Let us check your temperature, Yishuang suggested, retrieving a mercury thermometer. The girl blushed. Adjusting her shoulder straps, I'm unsure where to place the thermometer. Could you assist me? Yishuang replied. It seems you indeed have a fever, and it's rather severe. A female teacher will be arriving shortly. Please wait a few minutes. Just as he finished speaking, the girl appeared to regain her spirits. Oh dear, I have a club activity to attend. I'll come back later. With that, she promptly exited. Yishuang put away the thermometer and resumed his reading. This was not the first time such a student had appeared, and the infirmary was increasingly infused with the scent of youthful hormones. Although Yishuang could empathize, the influx of girls visiting the infirmary, most of whom were not genuinely ill, had become overwhelming. It's about time, he mused, glancing at the clock before returning the medical book to the shelf. After hanging up his lab coat, he locked the door to the infirmary and stepped into the corridor. Over here, pass the ball. A spontaneous shout drew Yishuang's attention. His gaze shifted to the students playing ball on the field below. Upon reflection, it seemed Bai Yuyo lacked any particular interests or hobbies. I should nurture her passions, whether it be painting or something else, he pondered while standing by the railing, observing the students engaged in their game. Perhaps I should enroll her in an extracurricular class? Would she find it bothersome? Would she think I am being overly controlling? After pondering for a moment, Yi Shuang decided not to dwell any longer, for at this hour, Yu Yu and the others had already finished school, and he also had matters to attend to. With the school anniversary approaching, why had our class not yet voted on what to do? This was largely due to Teacher Chen's recent leg fracture and the unreliability of the class monitor. Perhaps he should consult Xiao Yu, the vice monitor, who was quite astute. One could encounter Xiao Yu anywhere, except within the confines of the classroom. At that moment, two girls engaged in conversation approached, and upon seeing Yi Shuang, they politely greeted him. Hello, teacher. Are you students from this class? Yi Shuang inquired. Yes, teacher. You once held a self-study class for us, one of the girls replied. Yi Shuang nodded, and the two students soon departed. As Yi Shuang contemplated the upcoming school anniversary, he arrived at his class's location and spotted Yu Yu and her group packing their bags. Upon noticing Yi Shuang outside the classroom, Yu Yu promptly discarded her bag and, with her flowing hair, jogged towards him, exclaiming, "Hug. All right, there are too many people now." Yi Shuang gently pinched her cheek and then glanced at Tang Kuku, who had just come out behind her. "Kuku, are you here to pick up Yu Yu?" Tang Kuku, while retrieving Yu Yu's bag, responded, "Not really. If you're not busy today, why not join us for dinner outside?" Yi Shuang smiled. "I want to be cooking tonight." Tang Kuku, rather pleased, nodded enthusiastically. "Sounds good." Yi Shuang opted to leave his car at school, and the three of them walked out together. He first glanced at Yu Yu, who was clinging to his arm like a koala, then turned to Tang Kuku. "Kuku, I believe I just heard someone from your school mention the anniversary." Tang Kuku began to elaborate. "Yes, in half a month, it's the 70th anniversary of our Yenshan Academy. We will host a week-long series of campus events, complete with fireworks corresponding to the age of the institution." "What kind of activities are typically held?" Yi Shuang asked. "Well, students and external individuals are allowed to set up stalls on campus, and each class must prepare a theme. For instance, our class organized a haunted house last year, which was quite successful. In addition to class events, clubs can also host performances. Last year, the Light Music Club, Dance Club, and Basketball Club all received rave reviews for their individual performances," Tang Kuku explained in detail. Yi Shuang listened attentively, nodding while contemplating whether to rent a stall. His motivation was not profit, but rather to provide Yu Yu with more experiences. With this thought in mind, Yi Shuang turned to the girl beside him. "Yu Yu, was last year's anniversary enjoyable?" Yu Yu pondered for a moment and replied, "It was a bit cold, and I got hit." Yi Shuang was taken aback. "It seems you played a ghost last year, and some of the more timid students, when frightened, would throw props at you or even kick you." Tang Kiki was somewhat aware of the situation, her expression slightly peculiar. How could one allow others to kick them around? Yi Shuang gently stroked Yu Yu's head and inquired. Yu Yu slightly raised her delicate face, appearing quite composed, as she had grown accustomed to such treatment from her classmates. "It seems these are merely unfortunate memories," Yi Shuang remarked softly. "Such things will not occur again. You have me to rely on, do you understand?" Yu Yu nodded, tightening her embrace. At that moment, a phone rang. Yi Shuang glanced at the caller ID and noticed it was Fugue's number. "Hello, Fugue, have you returned to the country? You annoying little Shuang Shuang. The matters with those guys have been resolved," came a cheerful voice from the other end. "In the muck race, someone almost couldn't swim and choked a bit. Would you like to see the video?" "Not necessary, thank you," Yi Shuang replied. "I like that child. How could I let her be bullied?" "Well, I have other matters to attend to, so I'll hang up now." "All right." After ending the call, Yi Shuang put away her phone and noticed the slightly curious gaze of Yu Yu. She smiled and said it was Fugue. Yu Yu recalled the gentle figure from her memories and softly responded, "Aunt Li. You can call her Aunt Li. Let us find time to have a meal together next time," Yi Shuang suggested. "Okay." Yi Shuang glanced at Yu Yu before redirecting her gaze ahead, as she had another matter she wished to discuss with her. It concerned the possibility of moving houses. Chapter 92. Yu Yu's past, however, before broaching this topic, Yi Shuang wanted to seek Yu Yu's opinion. Although she was aware that Yu Yu had not fared well in the preceding years, it was essential to respect her feelings rather than simply whisk her away. Nonetheless, it was likely that this girl would be more than willing to follow. After strolling outside for a while and enjoying a meal of frog pot, they returned to the community. Upon entering the apartment building, Yi Shuang suddenly noticed an unfamiliar figure standing in front of her door, frowning while holding a key. It was a middle-aged woman, appearing to be in her 40s. Dressed in professional attire, her expression somewhat weary. Yuyo's mother? The thought immediately crossed Yi Shuang's mind, perhaps sensing the noise behind her. The middle-aged woman turned around, and her gaze landed on Bai Yuyo. Bai Yuyo, did you change the lock on the door? The woman indeed recognized Bai Yuyo. As soon as she spoke, she also noticed Yi Shuang. And who are you? Just as Yi Shuang was about to respond, Bai Yuyo quietly uttered, Aunt? Upon hearing this term of address, Yi Shuang realized that the woman was likely not Bai Yuyo's mother, but rather a relative, such as an aunt. Some of her earlier doubts dissipated, as she recalled that when she had moved in, there were traces of use in the kitchen, and Bai Yuyo was not one to cook. The timeline of her parents' absence did not align with the signs of use in the kitchen. Before Bai Meiling could utter a word, Yi Shuang had already produced a key and unlocked the door, suggesting they enter first. Upon stepping inside, Bai Meiling was momentarily taken aback by the cozy decor and cleanliness of the space, but she quickly deduced that it was Yi Shuang's handiwork. Suddenly, as if struck by a troubling thought, her expression shifted dramatically, and she rushed into Bai Yuhong's bedroom. Mere seconds later, she stormed out, her gaze fierce enough to incinerate, demanding, "Where is the money? What happened to all the cash in this house?" Yi Shuang, however, remained remarkably composed, his demeanor as tranquil as a still lake. Responding nonchalantly, "It's all been deposited in the bank for safekeeping." "All that cash, you deposited it all in the bank?" Bai Meiling's face paled, as if she had just realized something dreadful. The abnormality of her reaction led Yi Shuang to grasp the underlying implications, and his tone grew slightly colder. "What? Is there a problem with the source of that money? Depositing it in the bank doesn't mean it can't be accessed. How dare you speak such nonsense?" Bai Meiling's words pierced through the air like a sharp needle, striking a chord in her heart. She retrieved her phone, declaring, "I will call the police. You have trespassed and stolen my money." Yi Shuang and Bai Yuhong stood side by side, seemingly unaffected, as if they were merely spectators in a film. "Bai Yuhong, are you a fool? Why are you standing there?" Bai Meiling chastised as she noticed the girl leaning against Yi Shuang. "Come here." The young girl, however, softly replied, "No," and moved even closer to Yi Shuang. "You," Yi Shuang interjected, "if you can't call the police, I will do it for you." At this, Bai Meiling's countenance soured, her expression one of reluctant indecision. After a prolonged internal struggle, she seemed to surrender, resignedly placing her phone down. "Have a seat. I have some questions for you," Yi Shuang said, settling onto the nearby sofa. In that moment, he projected an air of authority, as though he were the true master of the house, his presence overshadowing Bai Meiling. He resembled a serene lion, poised to reveal his fangs at any moment. "You are Yuhong's aunt?" Yi Shuang's inquiry caused Bai Meiling's expression to shift noticeably. I am," she replied, her tone distinctly unnatural. Then she countered, "And who are you? Why are you here?" "You may regard me as someone currently taking care of Yuhong," Yi Shuang replied. "That's impossible. I do not consent." Bai Meiling's agitation was palpable, yet Yi Shuang merely smiled faintly. "I am merely informing you that later, I will take this girl to the police station to have her blood drawn for records, entering her information into the abduction database. Do not be alarmed, just share what you know." Bai Meiling fell silent. Observing her reticence, Yi Shuang maintained his calm demeanor, softening his tone as he addressed the young girl beside him. "Yuhong, could you please fetch 2 glasses of water?" Bai Yuhong nodded gently and went to the kitchen to pour 2 glasses of water. A glass was placed before Yi Shuang and another before Bai Meiling. The act of drinking water by Bai Yuyo seemingly stirred Bai Meiling, whose expression now appeared even more haggard, a true testament to her suffering. Yi Shuang remained unperturbed, leisurely allowing time to pass. From Bai Meiling's recent demeanor, he had garnered a considerable degree of certainty regarding his suspicions. Yuyo had indeed been abducted. The couple's behavior of borrowing money suggested that the substantial sum of cash was evidently not theirs. It could possibly belong to Yuyo's biological parents or be acquired from an illicit source. However, due to the dubious origins of this money, they likely dared not deposit it in a bank, opting instead to discreetly utilize cash. Furthermore, after Bai Laoqi's incarceration, it would not be surprising if his wife, fearing that the situation might unravel and be traced back to her, chose to flee without taking any money. Of course, these were merely conjectures. Nevertheless, Yi Shuang felt a quiet relief. If Bai Yuyo's biological parents were indeed different individuals, it spared him the anguish of knowing that she was kept like a pet in an attic by her own mother, a truly horrific fate. Even a tiger does not consume its young. Yet, some parents are woefully inadequate, Even driving requires a license, yet no such qualifications are demanded of parenthood. Contemplating Yuyo's confinement in that lightless attic for 8 years, one could only wonder why she was subjected to such a fate. Nevertheless, her pleas would yield no assistance. What a tragic plight. Yishuang murmured in agreement, echoing Bai Miling's sentiments. Bai Miling cast a deep glance at Yishuang before finally exhaling a sigh. As Bai Laoqi's sister, her knowledge was limited, but she could ascertain that Bai Yuyo had indeed been brought home abruptly by Bai Laoqi one day, along with the money. From her words, it seemed Bai Laoqi soon regretted his actions, living in constant anxiety over the money, and as Bai Yuyo grew, his wife became increasingly fearful that Yuyo might remember the events of her childhood, thus confining her under the guise of mental illness. Following Bai Laoqi's imprisonment, this panic reached its zenith, prompting his wife to change residences out of fear that he might inadvertently reveal too much, eventually abandoning both the money and Bai Yuyo to seek work elsewhere. Chapter 93. As long as Yishuang. Bai Miling's role was merely one of compassion, occasionally checking in on Bai Yuyo to ascertain her well-being and the status of the money. Where is Bai Laoqi's wife now? After grasping some of the circumstances, Yishuang sat on the sofa, pondering before posing the question. Bai Miling could only shake her head in response. She was genuinely unaware. The only information she possessed was that she might have fled with a sum of 20 to 30,000 in cash, leaving behind the excess to avoid drawing attention. While Bai Laoqi had long been incarcerated, as she recounted these events, it was as if a weight had finally lifted from her heart, granting her a sense of relief. A person harboring a secret, particularly one as grave as a criminal secret, is invariably plagued by the pangs of conscience. Bai Miling hesitated before finally uttering, "You have taken good care of her. Is that so?" "She ought to be faring even better," Yishuang replied in a nonchalant tone. In the dimly lit room, half of his figure was shrouded in shadows, amplifying the chill of his aura. Bai Miling's expression grew somewhat awkward. Yishuang did not wish to reproach Bai Miling, for she merely played the role of a bystander. Not everyone possesses the fortitude to act against their kin, which is a natural human inclination. Perhaps her occasional visits to Bai Yuyo served as her last redemption, and it seemed that her efforts alongside the community had aided Bai Yuyo in her education. "It's getting late. We should head back," Yishuang remarked. Bai Miling paused momentarily. "I haven't bought any groceries, or do you wish to stay?" This was not a matter of hesitation for Bai Miling, yet she inquired, "May I ask, what is your relationship with her?" "Husband," Bai Yuyo answered promptly from the side. Bai Miling was taken aback. "What? You need not concern yourself with that. Moreover, we will soon be relocating from this place," Yishuang stated. "This is not her home. It is a cage that has imprisoned her for over a decade." Upon hearing this, Bai Miling seemed poised to speak but lowered her head, almost forcing out a whisper of apology. "I'm sorry." After bidding farewell to Bai Miling, Yishuang promptly contacted the authorities and took the young girl to the police station. In an effort to combat human trafficking, every police station in the city offered complimentary blood tests. The officers drew blood from Bai Yuyo for documentation before guiding her to organize additional materials. After this ordeal, they emerged from the station well past midnight. Furthermore, pressing charges against Bai Laoqi would require time, indicating frequent visits to the station in the near future. The night air was slightly chilly as Yishuang strolled alongside Bai Yuyo under the streetlights. Noticing the girl's persistent silence, he understood that such an overwhelming amount of information was difficult for her to process all at once. Though Yishuang wished to shield Bai Yuyo from further harm, she had the right to be informed. "Yuyo, do not worry. We will find your biological parents," Yishuang reassured her gently. "Yishuang?" "Yes? Once we find them. Will you leave me?" Bai Yuyo suddenly asked in a hushed tone. Beneath the dim streetlight, her inquiry seemed as if she had already gleaned certain truths. Her captivating eyes, obscured by her bangs, betrayed no emotion. Yishuang intended to reassure her as he usually did, to say he would not leave, but the words faltered on his lips. Holding her icy hand, he could only manage a faint smile. "Yuyo, if your parents are unwilling, I may not be able to stay by your side." "Why?" "There are many reasons. What if your biological parents reside far away, or perhaps they do not approve of me?" Yishuang continued softly, "But do not worry. We may simply not live together anymore." Before she could finish her sentence, Bai Yuyo, unusually, interrupted her, raising her chin slightly. "I don't want that. I don't want Yishuang to leave. If they don't like you, then I don't like them either. I don't want my biological parents anymore. I only want Yishuang." As tears the size of beans slid down the young girl's face, Falling onto the floor, she clutched Yishuang's hand tightly, declaring, "We are married. Married couples should always be together. I don't want to be apart from Yishuang." It was the first time Yishuang had witnessed Bai Yuyo speak so fervently. Her tears made Yishuang feel as if everything in the world had gone awry. With no other choice, Yishuang reached out and embraced the girl. Beneath the street lamp, their shadows gradually overlapped, holding each other tightly. Yishuang rested her chin on Bai Yuyo's head, a tinge of bitterness rising within her. How could she be such a fool to have made her cry? The girl had never shed tears even when faced with bullying. Bai Yuyo, nestled in Yishuang's embrace, fell silent, rubbing her damp cheek against Yishuang's chest, seemingly savoring the warmth there. Yishuang sighed inwardly. What was she to do? It seemed she was sinking ever deeper. Could she truly be selfish enough to keep her by her side? The girl was so innocent. Could she really do that? Feeling the warmth in her arms, Yishuang found herself in a moment of confusion. Initially resolved to leave once Bai Yuyo became independent, she began to waver. Beneath the street lamp, the two remained nestled together for a long time. In the following days, Yishuang received news that Bai Yuyo's blood type did not match any in the abduction database. And the paternity test from Bai Laoqi confirmed that they were not biologically related. However, due to the passage of time, despite some details provided by Bai Laoqi, locating Bai Yuyo's parents remained a formidable challenge. Yet, Yishuang seemed no longer anxious. She chose to stay by Bai Yuyo's side, and they would live their lives together. Growing up appeared to be a false proposition, but Yishuang was willing to accompany her, even wishing for time to slow down a bit. On another weekend, Yishuang moved in with Bai Yuyo. Having sought help from Qinhai, they rented a decent apartment with excellent transportation links, and since it was Qin's family property, they had no fear of being swindled, nor would they have to pay for utilities. Though it was termed rental, it was essentially a gift. "This will be our new home," Yishuang said, using the key card to unlock the door. Before them lay a home radiating warmth. The wooden floor gleamed under the sunlight streaming through the expansive, unobstructed windows. The beige sofa harmonized beautifully with the pure white curtains. A simple kitchen and bathroom completed the space, both predominantly adorned in white and wood tones. Due to the elevated nature of the apartment, the bedroom space has been placed upstairs, with a spiral staircase leading directly to the sleeping area. There are 2 beds positioned in separate alcoves on either side. "Do you like it?" Yishuang inquired with a smile, glancing at the girl beside her. Bai Yuhua's attention, however, was drawn to a decorative item hanging from the distant window, a shell wind chime gently swaying in the breeze. Beneath the wind chime, a small figure gazed upwards. The warm sunlight cascaded down, seemingly igniting a spark of joy within the girl's heart. Chapter 94. A new day. Even married couples occasionally find themselves sleeping apart. There is a saying that a kiss between middle-aged spouses can lead to several nights of sweet dreams. That night, freshly bathed, Yishuang sat cross-legged on the bed, explaining to the girl beside her, who was clutching a pillow, that it was simply not feasible to sleep together every night. "Who knows? It might even lead to an unexpected situation," she added. Bai Yuhua, having just finished her bath, sat on the bed in a relaxed position, her fair legs strikingly bright. "We are young," she murmured, resting her face on the pillow. "We will have sweet dreams." Yet Yishuang remained resolute, asserting, "No, starting today, we shall sleep apart 1 night a week. After all, how can we cultivate independence otherwise?" Observing Yishuang's stern expression, Bai Yuhua reluctantly rose to her feet. Their beds were separated by a corridor of about 5 or 6 meters, and as she returned, she glanced back every few steps, as if silently asking, "Will you call me back?" However, Yishuang's determination was unwavering. After turning off the lights, she gazed out at the neon lights outside and drew the curtains. Residing on the 21st floor, the apartment offered a decent view of the city's nightscape, though Yishuang preferred the scenery of her old neighborhood. It may not have been particularly beautiful, but it brimmed with the essence of life. Time passed, and as Yishuang closed her eyes, preparing to drift into slumber, she suddenly heard faint footsteps. Though soft, the sound was jarringly conspicuous in the dim, quiet atmosphere. The footsteps approached and eventually slipped into her covers. The girl nimbly nestled beside Yishuang, a slender leg resting upon her. "Yuhua, you're being disobedient again," Yishuang remarked. Yet, Bai Yuhua's face was buried in Yishuang's shoulder, utterly still, as if she were asleep. If Yishuang hadn't known she had just lain down, she might have been deceived. At that moment, Bai Yuhua suddenly lifted her head and handed over a small card. Squinting in the faint light, Yishuang deciphered the message inscribed on it. "It's midnight. A new day has arrived. On the reverse side, it read, Yuhua is already asleep. You simply need to hold her to drift off. Yishuang silently checked her phone for the time. Goodness, a card, she exclaimed. With a playful slap on the girl's backside, she added, I don't usually see you being so clever. The night passed without a word, and the following day. As dawn broke, Yishuang rose from his slumber. Wrapping the octopus in a blanket like a sushi roll, he descended the stairs to the kitchen on the first floor. There, Miao Nai approached, rubbing against his ankle. At this hour, Miao Nai would typically still be asleep, primarily due to the cat's nature of being sensitive to its surroundings. This place was somewhat unfamiliar, causing it to sleep restlessly. Cats are creatures that recognize objects, while dogs recognize people. This signifies that cats become familiar only with scents they have encountered, making them acutely aware of environmental changes, whereas dogs are indifferent to such shifts, focusing solely on their owners. Yishuang picked up Miao Nai, placing it on his shoulder, noting how it had become increasingly plump. He then began preparing breakfast. After briefly heating some milk, he cracked an egg into the frying pan, the sizzling sound startling Miao Nai, who promptly leapt from Yishuang's shoulder and scurried beneath the sofa. That little rascal needs a claw trim. In its sudden movement, Miao Nai had instinctively extended its claws, scratching Yishuang's shoulder. Next, Yishuang opened the oven, retrieving the half-baked dough for pineapple buns to continue the baking process. Once completed, he expertly sliced each bun open and inserted a piece of butter within, thus creating a classic pineapple butter breakfast. In the tranquil morning, the only sounds were those of the kitchen and the distant chime of wind bells, enveloping Yishuang in a serene ambience. Pouring himself a cup of coffee, he quietly savored the moment. After a short while, a knock echoed from the nearby door. Rising from the sofa, Yishuang opened the door to find the excited face of Tang Kiki. Good morning, brother, she exclaimed. Good morning. Come join me for breakfast. Yishuang replied with a smile. It is worth mentioning that this apartment is situated within a commercial plaza, closer to Tang Kiki's home, which is part of the residential community associated with the plaza. In a sense, they are neighbors, perhaps. Wow, this place is beautiful, Tang Kiki exclaimed, exploring the room and clearly enamored with the rustic wooden furnishings. Her eyes sparkled with delight. When I have money, I want to buy an apartment too. An apartment is better suited for renting, not for buying, Yishuang responded with a chuckle while sipping his coffee. Why not? Let me think, Yishuang pondered before explaining. The ownership period is relatively short, and utility charges are based on commercial standards. He continued, moreover, most apartments lack gas facilities due to their smaller layouts, which do not meet regulations. Tang Kiki, however, noticed the gas stove nearby. Brother, why do you have one here? I mentioned most, but there are indeed some that have it. Our city has enacted related regulations, but perhaps older apartments do not benefit from them. Tang Kiki, seemingly grasping part of the explanation, cheerfully responded, when I have money, I'll buy a villa instead. I heard that in Zhongshan, you can get one for just over $1 million. That is certainly a possibility, Yishuang replied with a smile. Zhongshan City and Haizhu City are adjacent to one another, and the district where Yishuang and her companions reside is conveniently close to Zhongshan. Given the exorbitant housing prices in Haizhu City, many residents of this area opt to purchase homes in the neighboring city, separated merely by a single road. Come, enjoy some pineapple buns, Yishuang said, handing Tang Kiki a pair of disposable gloves while they were still warm. Hee. Tang Kiki expressed her gratitude and proceeded without hesitation. Considering that Bai Yuyo could benefit from some additional rest, Yishuang chose not to rush her awake and instead wandered over to the balcony. The balcony was enclosed, as is typical for apartments, which generally feature floor-to-ceiling windows. For drying clothes, residents commonly rely on washing machines and dryers. Brother, you seem quite adept at household chores. What did you do before? Tang Kiki inquired. Her cheeks puffed as she savored the pineapple bun, gazing at Yishuang's silhouette as he retrieved clothes from the dryer. Finally voicing her curiosity. I was a businessman, earning billions, Yishuang replied. You're pulling my leg. If you were a businessman, you wouldn't be doing housework, Tang Kiki teased, her tone reminiscent of a playful child. My father used to run a company and hardly came home. Upon hearing this, Yishuang couldn't help but chuckle. All right, you caught me. I was indeed fibbing. I haven't earned billions. Kiki, could you please help me wake Yuyo? Sure thing, leave it to me.